Chapter 1, The System Arrives Too Early. Yesterday, a Category 9 typhoon suddenly struck Qingshui City, suspected to be caused by a king-level magical beast. Nearby residents, please stay alert. Genius girl Jiang Shui contracts a rainbow-level magical beast egg on the eve of her college entrance exams. Direct admission to Tiangong University guaranteed. Professor Xin Ming invents groundbreaking spiritual technique, heralding a new era for Beastmasters. National Contracting Day commences today, with all senior high school students randomly pairing with their destined beasts. Standing on the playground of Qingshui High School, I stared at my phone's newsfeed, finally confirming I traveled through time, arriving in a world of beast taming. 500 years ago, Blue Star was captured by the gravitational pull of a peculiar planet. The two worlds merged, unleashing countless magical beasts into human civilization. Overnight, humanity lost 80% of its population. Even nuclear weapons proved useless against king-rank magical beasts. Just as people were losing hope, the unique profession of Beastmasters awakened, defending humanity's last shred of dignity. After 500 years of development, humanity has established a mature Beastmaster vocational system, and today is National Contract Day, when countless high school seniors will form packs with their own magical beasts. Gu Changsheng contracts with mortal tier emerald grade magical beast, Blood Track Shadow Wolf. The examiner's slightly tremulous voice echoed across the sports field. Their classmates immediately erupted in gasps of astonishment, all eyes turning toward the sharp-featured boy at the field center, whose starry eyes twinkled beneath sword-like brows as he smiled faintly. Standing beside him was a wolf-like magical beast, its height reaching half that of a man. With its slender limbs, smooth muscle lines, and dark purple fur resembling a specter in the night, those crimson, razor-sharp eyes in particular caused the hearts of the surrounding students to skip a beat. After the initial shock, the entire school erupted into cheers and murmurs. Oh my god, young Master Gu actually contracted a green-tier magical creature? With this, his admission to a top-tier beast-taming university must be a sure bet, right? A sure bet? With young Master Gu's family background, aiming for the 4 great academies Eastern Forest, Southern Blaze, Western River, and Northern Expedition wouldn't even be a problem. Handsome, wealthy, insanely talented, and so devoted on top of it all. I'm so envious of Senior Chu Yunyan. She and him are truly a match made in heaven. Compared to those two, that simp trailing behind Senior Chu, TSK. How does he still have the nerve to stick around? As they spoke, the crowd's gaze suddenly shifted toward Class 3 next door. Among the third-year Class 3 students stood a graceful young woman with delicate features, waving at Gu Changsheng, who had just contracted a blood shadow wolf. Behind the girl stood a tall, handsome young man with a dazed expression, the original host before my transmigration, the so-called simp in everyone's eyes, me. Just thinking about how the original owner of this body ignored the fair, delicate beauties at home and instead fell for that scheming Chu Yunyan makes my blood boil. Now I'm stuck cleaning up his mess. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Gu Changsheng strode straight up to Chu Yunyan and, in front of the entire school, launched his love offensive. Chu Yunyan, will you join me in aiming for the 4 great academies? Chu Yunyan's face instantly flushed pink as she gave a demure nod. Then she turned to me with sickly sweet smile. Lu, I've always considered you a friend. Now that I'm Gu Changsheng's girlfriend, we should keep our distance. Let's meet less often from now on. Of course, I'll always think of you as a friend. Watching this two-faced girl putting on her act, I rolled my eyes so hard they might have fallen out. I didn't need to guess how mockingly everyone around was looking at me right now. Before I could utter a word, Gu Changsheng blocked Chu Yunyan and whispered in my ear before leaving. Bro, a pauper stays a pauper. What makes you think you can compete with me? If you know what's good for you, get lost now. My family's screw factory could use another screw turner. Why bother with college entrance exams? Why not just come work for us straight away? Hearing this, my eyes suddenly lit up. This classic trope of arrogance meets humbling, I know it well. What would the protagonist of a novel do in this situation? 30 years the East Bank, 30 years the West. Don't act so high and mighty, Gu. My brother can also contract with a green-tier magical beast. You snobbish bastard. Let's go, Lao Lu. Don't waste words on these damned couple. That's my line. Turning around, I saw the stout Lu Yi blocking my way aggressively, spouting all the protagonist's lines I was supposed to deliver in one breath. Hey buddy, who's the protagonist here, you or me? Please stop stealing my scenes, will you? After hearing Lu Yi's words, Gu Changsheng merely curled his lips in a disdainful sneer. Amidst the envious gazes of the male students in the school, he casually slung his arm over Chu Yunyan's shoulder. Before leaving, he made sure to provoke me further by subtly lowering his arm until it hovered near her waist. His smug eyes seemed to mock, see that, stepbrother sheep? The car you can't bear to drive, I'm about to floor the gas till it smokes. Damn it, that bastard only dares to act tough with someone backing him up. Let's go, old Lu. It's our class's turn now, let's show him a green-ranked beast. No, scratch that, a rainbow-ranked monster. Damn it, it's gone, Lu Yi exclaimed. I snorted and rolled my eyes, as if summoning a rainbow-tier magical beast would be that easy. In this world, magical beasts are divided into 9 major tiers: common, soldier, general, commander, king, emperor, saint, mythic, and immortal. Each tier has 10 levels. All magical beasts start at common 1-star at birth, and what sets them apart is the bloodline within them. Bloodlines are graded into 10 ranks: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, rainbow, ancient, and mythic. The better a magical beast's bloodline talent, the faster its growth. Powerful beasts can even directly empower their masters, passively enhancing the strength of their beast tamers. Every youngster has dreamed of obtaining a powerful tamed beast. Unfortunately, over 99% of the students in the school end up awakening the lowest grade red tier magical beasts. I gazed at the numerous beast eggs on the field and finally chose one with a metallic shell. A drop of my own blood fell, and in a flash of light, the next moment the eggshell shattered. From within the massive shell emerged a rodent-like magical beast no larger than my palm. The examiner's emotionless voice rang out, "Lu Ming, common tier red grade magical beast, the gold-devouring rat." Next, my classmates had long been watching my side, and upon learning I'd only contracted a red-grade beast, those who had previously dared only to mock me in whispers now openly raised their voices. Ha, a pheasant trying to pair with a phoenix? A mere commoner dreaming of summoning a green-grade beast? Tell me, are you even qualified? What does a contract even matter? What a beastmaster truly needs are resources. Without them, even a green-grade magical beast is wasted on him. What's this called? Simps get no happy endings. What nice guys? Go sit at the table with the dogs. Hey, why is he still standing there dumbfounded? Could he really be an idiot? Amid the jeers from those around me, I blinked in bewildered shock, appearing thoroughly shaken, but only I knew the truth. The instant I formed a pact with the magical beast, a distinct ding of mechanical static rang in my ears. Before my eyes shimmered a transparent blue screen out of nowhere. At the age of 18, you contracted a red-ranked devouring gold rat, and your family took out a crushing loan of 600,000 gold coins to secure resources for you. Through extraordinary effort and a stroke of luck, you barely managed to enroll in a third-rate beast taming university. At 28, having become a 3-star beast tamer, you were about to propose to your girlfriend when you realized the car you couldn't bear to drive was already an 18th-hand jalopy. Heartbroken, you decided to enlist in the beast taming corps. By 30, your superior officer Shangguan made life difficult for you, forcing you into a suicide squad. During one mission, you were attacked by a general-ranked shattering steel-toothed tiger. Your devouring gold rat saved you but had its organs torn apart. With no money for treatment, you had to replace them with artificial ones, drastically reducing its potential. At 35, your physical condition deteriorated. The military took pity on you, offering a loan qualifying you to purchase a common green-ranked nether king snake after deducting years of service merits. The loan amounted to 4.2 million gold coins. At 38, after a decade of military service, you not only failed to seize opportunities for advancement but also accumulated countless hidden injuries of varying severity. Your orange-tier general-grade golden devourer sacrificed itself to protect you and now lies critically wounded, clinging to life. That year, the demonic beasts invaded Clearwater City. You hadn't even finished repaying the 1.65 million yen loan on your RV when the vehicle was destroyed, the home collapsed, and all your loved ones perished. Your Shadow King serpent familiar perished in the beast tide before it could fully mature, leaving only your gold-gnawing rat with shattered organs, exhausted potential, broken limbs, and nearing the end of its lifespan, clinging weakly to your side. I stood amidst the ruins of the city, helplessly watching the scene before me as I silently lit a cigarette. At this moment, a voice echoed in my mind, "Host, Lu Ming, the midlife Beastmaster counterattack system has finished loading. Do you have the courage to begin your counterattack journey at this age of 40? Staring at the text on the panel, I fell into a long silence. What, 38 years old? I'm clearly only 18. I couldn't help but curse, did this system arrive too early? As for the last line on the panel, I didn't hesitate at all and clicked yes without another thought. The midlife counterattack system has finished loading. Host, Lu Ming, age 38, followed by the system's notification, you're a failure in life, standing at the crossroads of your existence, remembering your childhood sweetheart. Now she's the director of the National Royal Beast Healing Institute, a nationally protected first-class key figure. The gap between your statuses is vast, yet she's the only hope for curing the gold-devouring rat. A mission was then issued: reconnect with your childhood sweetheart and re-establish contact with Xia Tian. Mission reward: 1 clue to the bloodline evolution of the gold-devouring rat. Seeing the system's prompt, I scratched my head and immediately recalled the original host's childhood sweetheart, Xia Tian. Just the thought of her gave me a headache. That original host was such an idiot, completely bewitched by that green tea bitch. When Xia Tian tried to dissuade him, not only did he refuse to listen, but he also swore at her and vowed to cut ties forever, swearing they'd never see each other again. Now I, a time traveler, have to clean up this mess. Does that make any sense? As I was pondering whether Xia Tian was from class 4 and if it was her turn for the contract ritual, sudden screams erupted from the sports field. Even the usually emotionless proctor's voice trembled with excitement. Xia Tian has contracted a mortal class blue grade plant type magical beast, Mother Child Golden Lotus. Blue grade? The entire school erupted instantly. The principal and several administrators nearly jumped out of their skins in excitement. While orange grade beasts are 1 in 100, blue grade ones are literally 1 in 100,000. With such a battle companion before the college entrance exams, breaking through to Soldier Tier is highly probable. Last year's cutoff for the 4 grade academies was Soldier Tier 2 stars. Even if she can't make the elite academies, admission to a first-rate beast-taming university is practically guaranteed. I saw Xia Tian holding a lotus-like magical beast the size of a palm. Its main body resembled a blooming lotus, occasionally emitting wisps of dreamy purple smoke from its seeds. A quick sniff of it instantly revitalized the spirit. This mother-child golden lotus could float through the air like a jellyfish, then at the next moment perch atop Xia Tian's head like a peculiar beret, perfectly complementing her 1.5-meter stature with adorable charm. Even Gu Changsheng, who had just contracted a blood pursuit shadow wolf, found his attention drawn to her. Upon seeing Xia Tian contract a blue-tier magical beast, his eyes lit up. With a polished smile, he approached her and proposed teaming up for the Beast Tamer college entrance exam, claiming that with his family background and her talent, they could easily aim for the 4 grade academies. The surrounding classmates immediately cast envious glances, everyone expecting Xia Tian to agree. Yet, to their surprise, she shook her head and happily walked up to me, clutching the mother-child golden lotus, her face slightly flushed. Lu Ji, I've contracted a blue-rank magical beast. I'll carry you through the college entrance exams. The crowd erupted in chaos, sour remarks flying left and right. At first, I was stunned, but then I smiled faintly and ruffled Xia Tian's neatly combed hair into a messy nest. No way. If anyone's carrying, it'll be me carrying you. Just then, the system chimed, ding. Mission complete. Reward, 1 clue for advancing the metal-devouring rat. 2,000 kilograms of E-rank energy metal, 200 kilograms of D-rank energy metal, 20 kilograms of C-rank energy metal, and 2 kilograms of B-rank energy metal. My eyes lit up when I saw these advanced conditions. No wonder there's so little heard about golden devourer rats reaching higher tiers. They're cost-effective in the early stages, leveling up by devouring large quantities of metal. At low levels, they consume ordinary E-grade alloys, and even at the general tier, only C-grade energy metals are needed. But advancing to the martial tier requires B-grade energy metals, a cost even field-grade officers might struggle to afford. That's why golden devourer rats are often treated as transitional combat pets in the early phases, and many never discover their full potential. Now with this advancement clue, as long as I gather enough materials, my golden devourer rat can at least reach yellow tier. When my classmates heard I was taking Xia Tian flying, they all rolled their eyes in disbelief. Only Xia Tian herself remained steadfastly confident. Beside us, Gu Changsheng froze at the sight of our public affection, glancing between me and himself before letting out a cold snort. He stormed off angrily, clearly nursing a fresh grudge against us. Gu Changsheng had just left when the system issued another task. Your childhood sweetheart whom you haven't seen in a long time feels somewhat distant upon reuniting. To ease this awkwardness, please present a gift that your childhood sweetheart would love. Faced with a future high-status, critically discerning sweetheart, strive to win her affection. Task: carefully select and present Summer with a gift she approves of. Reward: Eye of Judgment, 2 million gold coins, and gain slight favorability from the character Summer. Looking at the irritated Summer beside me, who was fussing with her hair with a distracted gaze, I thought this little girl wasn't particularly picky and said, well, Summer, to celebrate our contracted beast, how about I treat you to some trotter rice at noon? Great! Summer's face instantly blossomed like a flower. Ding! Task completed. Rewards obtained, Eye of Judgment, 2 million gold coins. I was utterly confused. This little girl was way too easy to please. A single bowl of braised pork trotter rice and she was completely won over. Before I could even process it, my pupils transformed into dark golden inverted crosses. As I looked at the metal-devouring rat in my hand, all its stats appeared before my eyes. Race: metal-devouring rat. Level: mortal rank 1 star. Bloodline: red tier. Talents: metal-devouring, iron stomach. Attribute: metal. Loyalty: 60. Weakness: gluttony. Requires 30% more feeding costs than ordinary metal-devouring rats. Skills: metal shattering, digging, metal detection. Evolution path: known. Treasure-seeking rat. Equipment: none. Sin value: 0. Staring at the utterly ordinary stats of this battle pet, most of which were publicly known information, I noticed quite a few unusual details, especially the last entry, sin value. Though I didn't know what purpose this sin value served, I had a hunch it was definitely linked to the power of the Eye of Judgment. Just as I was about to study its function in detail, homeroom teacher Old Sue called the class back to the classroom. Back in the classroom, I saw Old Sue with a face full of bitterness. During the recent pact ceremony, every student in our class 3 had contracted with red tier magical beasts. Now, less than 10% of them would likely pass the entrance exams for the Beast Tamer University. This news sank old Sue's mood to rock bottom. Ever since becoming a teacher, his only aspiration had been to earn the title of gold medal instructor. He had hoped that on this packed day, a few students might contract with high bloodline magical beasts, but luck wasn't on his side. He let out a faint sigh and spoke weakly. Students who didn't contract exceptional beasts, don't lose heart. Passing the Beast Tamer University exams isn't just about your luck in contracting beasts. Among all the students across the nation, there have been cases in previous years where those who contracted red-tier magical beasts managed to get into top-tier beast-taming universities. I knew, he silently added in his heart, then get into a third-rate beast-taming university, graduate, and end up as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Many students, especially those from modest backgrounds, have their fates pretty much sealed the moment they contract a magical beast. Unlike children from wealthy families who can afford to hire high-level beast tamers to train their magical beasts or spend enormous sums on rare treasures to help their battle pets evolve their bloodlines. However, old Sue couldn't voice these thoughts aloud, lest he discourage his classmates. Su Jijun gave a light cough before speaking. The beast taming college entrance exam evaluates two key aspects. First, the cultivation of your tamed beasts, and second, your own spiritual energy value. The amount of spiritual energy directly determines your command over the beasts and your ability to wield spiritual techniques. In previous years, if your spiritual energy exceeded 500 points, equivalent to a 1-star, 5th-tier beast tamer, you could apply to third-rate beast taming universities. Alternatively, having your beast reach the mortal tier 5 stars would also suffice. As he spoke, old Sue suddenly produced a cultivation manual in his hand, the basic meditation method, issued by the Beast Taming Association. Students who lack confidence in raising battle pets can focus on cultivating psychic energy. Mastering psychic arts can also help you get into the Beast Taming University. Of course, ultimately, beast taming depends on your battle pet's potential. Don't put the cart before the horse. Yes, the legendary art of cultivating psychic energy was right before our eyes, and a flicker of desire flashed through every student's gaze, mine included. But the moment I took hold of the basic meditation manual, my system unexpectedly chimed again. Midlife crisis. Your golden devourer rat has repeatedly risked danger to save you, and now its potential is exhausted. Its body is like a lamp running dry of oil. Find a way to heal it so your golden devourer rat can regain its vitality and survive this life-threatening crisis. Quest: Pet Emergency. Restore your golden devourer rat's body and revive its appetite. Quest reward: Advanced Improved Meditation Technique, 6th edition. Seeing this quest, I tilted my head in confusion. Looking down at the golden devourer rat beneath me, I caught it secretly gnawing on the metal leg of my desk. Noticing my gaze, the rat immediately put on an aggrieved expression, opening its mouth as if to say, "Master, I'm hungry." I frowned, baffled. Where exactly was its lost appetite? Just as I was lost in thought, homeroom teacher old Sue's voice rang out again. 3 days from now, the school will organize an expedition into a mystic realm. Students who wish to attend must pay 5,000 gold coins. Class monitor will collect them tomorrow. The surrounding classmates immediately let out waves of lamentation. 5,000 coins was almost equivalent to a regular adult's monthly salary. For students from ordinary families who had only contracted red-tier magical beasts, getting into the Beast Taming University seemed nearly impossible. Many had already decided to take the regular college entrance exam route instead, as not everyone was willing to pay this registration fee. As someone who had been through it, Su Jijun naturally understood their thoughts. Still, he earnestly advised them, "I get where you're coming from, but if you still want to apply for the Beast Taming University, it's best to pay these 5,000 gold coins. When the time comes, professional instructors will guide you through wilderness survival and combat techniques against magical beasts. Moreover, secret treasures occasionally appear in the mystic realm. Any materials you obtain will belong to you. Those with exceptional talents will only gain more by entering the secret realm. In short, think carefully for yourselves." With that, old Sue concluded the class, leaving only a roomful of students whispering among themselves. These high school students didn't understand the significance of entering the secret realm. 5,000 gold coins sounded expensive, but I knew this was helping students strive for a chance to see the world, just like how English tormented me in my past life. If it were abolished, many children might never get the opportunity to open their eyes to the wider world. The more mediocre oppose it, the more they unknowingly strip away possibly their descendants' only chance at advancement. That's why I must go to this secret realm. I was browsing the Beast Market app for the advanced materials little rat needed, while simultaneously searching for beginners' dungeon guides on BeastHub. Just as I was digging through strategy guides, Lu Yi leaned in and asked, "Hey Lu, are you signing up for the dungeon expedition 3 days from now?" "Absolutely. My goal is to get into the top-tier Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches academies, so of course I'm signing up." Lu Yi immediately rolled his eyes, but seeing my determined expression, he could tell I seemed serious this time. After getting the answer, he chuckled, What a coincidence. I'm also planning to try for the Beast Taming University. My family bought me some psychic energy supplements. I want to go the spiritual arts route. How about we team up the day after tomorrow? Back at the dorm, we can study this meditation technique together and figure out how to cultivate it? His contracted creature was a Scarlet Tier Beast-type monster, the Toxic Salamander. Since its abilities were average, he wanted to pursue the spiritual arts path instead. I didn't refuse and simply nodded. Then we headed in the direction of the dormitory building. Just arrived at the dormitory, I saw a group of boys gathered at the entrance, where a beast pull truck appeared with two tall and majestic soldier-class horse-like magical beasts harnessed at the front. Luya's face showed a mix of envy and indignation. Holy cow! Soldier-class magical beasts pulling cargo? Probably only Gu Changxing in the whole school could show off like this. So what if you're rich? Got the guts to Venmo me $50 to prove your worth? As we were speaking, we spotted Gu Changxing standing conspicuously not far away, signing for the delivery in front of all the surrounding students. A classmate asked what was inside. He casually waved his hand with feigned indifference and said with a laugh, "Oh, nothing much. My family had someone inquire about the traits of a blood-tracking shadow wolf for me. It needs constant feeding of high-tier magical beast blood to accelerate its growth. Look, they just gave me 500,000 fresh beast blood. Ha, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning at all." All the boys cast envious glances, but only Lu Yi and I saw through his true intentions. Lu Yi cursed, "Pa, stop acting. If you really didn't want to show off, wouldn't you just go home to sign for it? Not even worth mentioning. Ugh, disgusting. Don't look at her, old Lu. The sight of this wretched woman makes me sick. What's so great about having money? Just wait till I'm rich. Forget about regular beast carriers, I'll hire Beast Supreme Express. I'll have general rank magical beasts pulling my cargo." Just as he was ranting, a violent gust of wind and thunderous roar came from the sky. A massive general rank flying magical beast descended, and a 3-star beast tamer courier flew straight up to me. Bowing respectfully, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Ming? Your online order from Beast Supreme Express has arrived." Lu Yi stared in absolute shock. Chapter 4, Upgrade Treasure-Seeking Rat. The sudden appearance of a general-level magical beast instantly stunned all the surrounding prospective beast masters. It took everyone a good while to snap out of it. Apparently, someone had actually purchased the Zune Beast Express delivery service. Wait a minute, who did that person just mention? Lu Ming? Then the crowd watched as that Beastmaster commanded his battle pet to deliver a pile of materials straight into my dorm room. Everyone immediately wore expressions of utter disbelief. What? But I'm just from an ordinary family, how could I possibly afford Zune Beast Express service? Someone questioned incredulously. I remember the minimum purchase requirement for Zune Beast Express is at least 1,000,000 coins worth of merchandise, isn't it? Just the urgent delivery alone costs 20,000 gold coins each time, someone else added. Why else? It's definitely because I'm living off my woman's money. Contracting a blue-tier magical beast in summer must have earned him loads of scholarship money. That was someone's speculation. Hiss. Brother Lu, please share some tips. I'm on my knees ready to learn. Someone begged me for advice. Say no more, general-tier magical beasts are truly formidable. Compared to this, Master Gu's Beast Lala is still somewhat lacking, another person commented. That's just how people are when they spot a Lamborghini on the road. Who would still care about a Mercedes GLC parked by the roadside? Hearing the chatter around him, Gu Changxing, who had previously maintained an air of detached serenity, froze with a stiffened smile on his face. The way he looked at me now was practically shooting flames. Damn it, it's this rising sun again. Why am I always running into you? He was probably cursing me like this in his head. As the attention of those around us shifted entirely toward me, Gu Changxing snorted coldly and retreated to his dorm room. He thought to himself, no matter how much he freeloads, what does it matter? What beast masters truly value is the potential of their battle pets. The creature he contracted is a green-tier magical beast, Summer's loss for not choosing him. Soon enough, she'll be dragged down by him. Forget the 4 elite Beastmaster academies, even a regular first-rate Beastmaster university would be a stretch. Meanwhile, back in my dorm room, my eyes gleamed just like the metallic sheen of the energy metal ingots piled around me, identical to the glint in my pet rat's eyes. Having never seen such an abundance of metal before, the little rat gazed at me with nothing but reverence, probably thinking, "Oh, dear mama in the heavens above, I've definitely hit the jackpot with this reincarnation." Just as the little mouse was about to dash towards the metal ingot, who would have thought the next second, fate had me grabbing the back of its head. Ha! It probably looked utterly confused. There I was, putting on a show of guilt while looking at my pet mouse, holding out a grade B energy metal ingot in my hand. Sorry little buddy, but this is an emergency. Normal eating methods won't cut it, so we'll have to go with swallowing this time. Without giving the mouse time to understand what swallowing meant, I took out a metal ingot as long and wide as its entire body and without any further ado shoved it straight into the mouse's mouth. With a clink sound, the tiny body of the rodent instantly transformed into the shape of a metal ingot. It was practically a mouse ingot. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of energy flooded through its entire body. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, Advanced Improved Meditation Technique, 6th edition. Got it. I pulled out the basic meditation technique old Sue had given me and compared it with the newly acquired advanced meditation technique, only to realize the basic version's textbook was still only on its 5th edition. Compared to the basic version currently in students' hands, the advanced meditation technique not only expanded the number of spiritual nodes by 12 beyond the old version's 36 but also more than doubled the efficiency of absorbing ambient spiritual energy. Practicing with the advanced meditation technique, my cultivation efficiency naturally becomes twice as fast as other students, which means I have a higher chance of getting into the Beast Tamer University. Meanwhile, the little rat, having quietly advanced to Tier 2 of the mortal rank, has already grown at least one size larger than before. As my battle pet, the surplus energy from its advancement directly replenishes my own body. With the surge of spiritual energy flooding in, the 12 spiritual nodes within my body quickly filled up. However, after reaching full capacity, the absorption rate of the spiritual energy gradually slowed down once more. Seeing the lazy little mouse slacking off beside me, I immediately narrowed my eyes, picked up the rodent now twice the size of my palm, and said with a grin, "Don't stop now, little mouse. We still have 2,221 pounds of metal to eat. At our current pace of about 740 pounds a day, this slow progress won't do." With that, I took out a metal ingot as thick as my finger and shoved it straight into the mouse's mouth. "Leave me alone." JPG, the mouse was probably screaming internally. "Me, resistance is futile. Accept your master's forced affection." Gulp gulp gulp. As I stuffed more metal ingots into the mouse's mouth, its previously stalled level began rising again. Every level gained fed back spiritual energy, making me even stronger. Unconsciously, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As both the rat and I continued our cultivation, its size visibly grew plumper at a discernible rate. Before long, it had reached the height of my calf, and its rank had surged from the initial mortal tier 2 stars all the way to mortal tier 6 stars. Just as my last spiritual node was completely filled, in the next moment, the 48 nodes formed a massive spiritual energy vortex, drawing the surrounding energy into my body in a frenzied rush. My spiritual energy soared from the initial 1 star, first level straight to 1 star, 3rd level. Host, Lu Ming, level, 1 star, 3rd level, stamina, 8.1, an average adult male has 5. Perception 8.3, insight 7.9, psyche 304, psionic arts none. In the instant the little rat finished devouring the last metal ingot, a brilliant glow erupted from its body. It had evolved. Through the eye of judgment, I clearly observed that the rat's physical information had undergone a dramatic transformation. Species treasure-seeking rat level mortal rank 6 stars bloodline green tier. Talent, treasure hunting, devouring treasures, treasure chest attributes, metal, earth loyalty, 65. Weakness, greed. Your combat pet has a risk of embezzlement and demands. If unsatisfied, it may desert during battle. Skills, secret treasure space, treasure radar, burrowing, metal manipulation. Evolution path, known, non-equipment, non-sin value, 0. Green tier monster beast treasure-seeking mouse. After evolution, this treasure-seeking rodent has grown to the size of a kitten, resembling a plump golden snowball. Its erect ears now resemble antenna-like receivers, while its eyes have transformed into radar-like compound insect optics, with vastly enhanced olfactory capabilities. When it comes to burrowing for treasures, it's truly in its element. Many wilderness-exploring beastmasters enjoy bringing along a treasure-seeking mouse to uncover metals and hidden riches. Reading the updated information about my evolved companion, a dazzling golden light immediately flashed through my eyes. With just a single evolution, my metal-devouring rat has leaped 3 full bloodline tiers beyond its original red-grade status. I already have the confidence to aim for a top-tier beast-taming university in next month's national exams. But it's still not enough. With a system like mine, if I can't even get into the 2 premier academies, wouldn't that make my time in this world a complete waste? Looking at the golden-furred mouse before me, its coat smooth as silk, I can't help but grin from ear to ear. Nothing lifts the spirit like good news. The system itself seems to rejoice in my achievements too, for it immediately presents me with a new task in my moment of triumph. With the help of Qingmei, your golden devouring mouse successfully regained its potential and evolved into a treasure-seeking mouse. As for Qingmei, who helped you, this time you don't want to miss the opportunity. Unfortunately, times have changed, and the affection from your younger days has faded with time. To stay by her side, you must complete Xia Tian's mission and win her favor. Mission, Qingmei's test. Complete the task assigned by Xia Tian and assist the mother-child Golden Lotus in upgrading. Mission reward, Secret Treasure Mystic Sand Gold Pearl, a clue for the treasure-seeking mouse's next evolution. Another mission just popped up? Just as I was about to check it, suddenly, my dormitory door was knocked from outside by Lu Yi. From behind the door came Lu Yi's urgent shout, "Hey Lao Lu, what's going on with you? The bus to the secret realm is here, still sleeping? Startled by Lu Ye's knocking at the door, I suddenly remembered today was the day to depart for the secret realm. Immediately, I tucked the treasure-hunting rat into my coat pocket and followed Lu Ye to the school gate. After 3 days of rest, all the classmates had gained something. Even Lu Ye had officially become a 1-star, first-level beast master. Lu Ye's family had bought him many energy supplementing tonics, each bottle costing 5,000 gold coins. To fill all 36 spirit points, it would take at least 18 bottles. Just advancing to become an official beastmaster requires a full 90,000 gold coins, essentially wiping out most of a family's disposable cash. There are quite a few students like Lu Ye. Take our class 3, for example. I spotted over a dozen classmates participating in this dungeon expedition. These were all families with some spare money. Every one of them like Lu Ye's, they'd prepared spirit energy replenishers for their kids. Qingshui No. 1 High School was just an ordinary public middle school. Throughout the entire school, the only one from a wealthy family like Gu Changsheng was him. Even then, Gu Changsheng's family merely owned a few seafood processing plants, hardly making him one of Qingshui City's top-tier rich second-generation heirs. Just as Lu Ye and I arrived at the playground, we spotted Gu Changsheng. It was unclear when, but he had already gathered himself a small faction. That bloody shadow wolf he'd been pursuing, after being fed by him these past few days, had already reached the mortal rank, 3 stars. Within its purple fur, a faint crimson aura pulsed faintly, and its stature had grown from waist height to that of a grown man. It cast a haughty glance at the surrounding battle pets, exuding an air of supremacy, as if none of the other combat companions were worthy of its regard. Battle pets possess 2 forms, their daily form, which resembles normal pet size to conserve energy, and their combat form where they expend spiritual power during fights. Gu Changsheng was like a child proudly showing off a new toy, constantly boasting about his treasure to those around him. I couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at him, thinking to myself, weren't you supposed to be as indifferent as chrysanthemums, buddy? How come you couldn't resist showing off so soon? A group of students who had contracted orange-tier magical beasts were gathered around Gu Changsheng, fawning over him with sycophantic expressions. Clearly, he had managed to rally all the students in the school who had contracted high-tier bloodline beasts, except for Chu Yunyan. She was the only one in that group who had contracted a red-tier beast, standing within the small clique with a rather displeased expression. I noticed that within Gu Changsheng's little circle, there was a lively, athletic-looking girl with dark skin, accompanied by her orange-tier Shadowstalker leopard. She stood next to Gu Changsheng, deliberately acting affectionate with him, while occasionally stealing glances at the somewhat awkward Chu Yunyan beside them. The corners of my lips curled up as I thought to myself, was this a case of a green tea bumping into a black tea? TSK, I didn't need to guess to know Chu Yunyan must have had a rough time lately. In any world, a woman with beauty but no power is in a precarious position. A vase too exquisite shatters at the slightest touch, doomed to become nothing more than a display piece in a wealthy collector's cabinet. Gu Changsheng seemed intent on flaunting his power and authority before everyone, especially when he noticed me. He deliberately wrapped an arm around Chu Yunyan's slender waist in full view of the crowd, then curled his lips into a cold smirk and mouthed 2 words in my direction. If I'm not mistaken, those 2 words should be, very moist? This sensual scene had the surrounding classmates swallowing hard. Many boys looked at me and Chu Yunyan with eyes full of teasing, sarcasm, and excitement, yet none were willing to step forward and speak up for her. Chu Yunyan, tightly embraced by Gu Changsheng, bit her pearly white teeth lightly as her body stiffened. She had spotted me not far away. I remained expressionless, neither excited nor taking pleasure in her misfortune. She chose this path herself. Now that she had, she shouldn't regret it. She's already 18 years old, an adult, and must take responsibility for her actions. At this moment, she also noticed me. Seeing me turn my head away, she immediately lowered hers, a glimmer of moisture flickering in her eyes. She probably never expected to be in such an embarrassed situation. She wanted to escape, but Gu Changsheng held her wrist tightly, leaving her unable to move, like a canary pinched by its owner's grip, robbed of its freedom. She lowered her head, a flash of humiliation in her eyes. Perhaps from the moment she contracted the red-tier magical beast, her fate was sealed. Aside from clinging to Gu Changsheng, she had few other options if she wanted to enter the beast taming university. I didn't pay much attention to Gu Changsheng and Chu Yunyan's petty maneuvers, focusing instead on searching for Xia Tian's figure in the crowd. 3 days had already passed, and I wasn't sure how her cultivation was progressing. After scanning the area without spotting her, I understood she's always been a bit socially awkward and likely hiding in some inconspicuous corner right now. Sure enough, before long I found Xia Tian beneath the shade of a tree, wearing an oversized sun hat. She was holding the twin golden lotus, which appeared somewhat weakened. I quietly approached from behind and lightly tapped her opposite shoulder, giving the young girl quite a startle. Seeing it was me, her petite face with freckles across the bridge of her nose immediately flushed slightly as she asked, "Lu, brother Lu, what brings you here?" Without answering her, I frowned at the little girl before me, using my judgment pupils to examine the condition of the mother-child golden lotus. 3 days had passed, yet it remained at the common 1-star level, barely showing any growth. I furrowed my brows, took out a bottle of mineral water from my backpack, and poured it directly onto the wilted mother-child Golden Lotus. After replenishing her water supply, Golden Lotus showed a satisfied expression on her face. Xia Tian looked at me in surprise, not understanding how I knew she was dehydrated. I stared at her sternly. What's wrong with you? 3 days have passed and you've made no progress. Do you think the Beast Tamer college entrance exam is a joke? Or do you think your battle pet's natural talent is so good that you can just coast your way into the beast taming university? The 1-month preparation period exists precisely for cultivation training. Look at yourself. I feel sorry for parent-child Golden Lotus at this rate. Summer's eyes instantly welled up with tears as she pressed her lips together, not daring to speak, lowering her head to look down. I guessed what was happening and let out a slight sigh without saying more. Like me, her family was from the slums, accustomed to frugal living. Even if she was lucky enough to contract a blue-tier magical beast, her way of thinking couldn't change overnight. Seeing she was on the verge of crying, I patted her head and said, once this Secret Realm expedition ends, apply for a beast taming loan immediately. With a blue-tier magical beast contract, you can get at least 2 million. Do everything you can to improve yourself, or you'll be left far behind by others. She lowered her head even deeper. I sighed faintly and said no more. But perhaps this was for the better. It made completing the system task easier for me. Worst case, I'd just help her gather more resources to boost her battle pet's strength. As we were talking, a trainer in camouflage fatigues and a hideous scar across his face strode into the square, leading a massive red-scaled python over 20 meters long directly toward the crowd. The python's power faintly approached the peak of the general level. The man furrowed his brows and roared impatiently, "Shut your mouths, all of you." The square fell silent instantly as everyone turned their attention toward him. "My name is Zhuang Chen," he announced. "I'm your trainer. This trip to the Secret Realm isn't some picnic. Even for Secret Realms targeting novice beast masters, the annual mortality rate exceeds 10%. Without an instructor accompanying you, 1 out of every 10 entering will die. Do you understand?" The group lowered their heads in silence. He nodded with satisfaction. A qualified beastmaster must not only know how to nurture mystical beasts but also possess survival skills and combat techniques in the wild. The school assigned me here to train you, to teach you life-preserving skills. Let me make this clear up front. The school has given me a mortality quota. 3 deaths are permitted within acceptable limits. So Troublehead hurried out, letting me use my quota sooner. Everyone felt a chill hearing this, and no one dared to speak anymore. After intimidating the students, he gave a cold laugh and slammed the bus door with such force that the entire vehicle shook precariously. "You've got 1 minute to board. Anyone left behind can screw off immediately." Chapter 6, The Treasure and Counterbeast Society. Under Zhuang Chen's threats, the group quickly boarded the bus. Perhaps they were still shaken by Instructor Zhuang's earlier mention of acceptable casualty quotas. The atmosphere in the bus remained eerily harmonious and quiet throughout the journey. Everyone watched helplessly as the bus headed toward the Novice Rift located in the outskirts of Qingshui City. As the bus came to a halt, they finally arrived at the Rift's towering entrance. As a man-made mystic realm, this enormous realm spanning 200,000 acres is surrounded by massive concrete walls 60 meters high with 10-meter-thick foundations. Countless soldiers patrol atop these walls, fully armed with live ammunition. From time to time, the crowd would hear the explosive sounds of gunfire. Even before entering the secret realm, the pressure was already palpable. Seeing the stiffened bodies and tense expressions of the group, a faint smile played on Zhuang Chen's lips, making his already hideous scar appear even more terrifying. "Good. Keep up this tension. Remember, this isn't a picnic. Your only task is to kill at least 1 magical beast. These novice training grounds typically contain only 3 to 5 artificially placed magical beasts, with their levels not exceeding mortal grade 5 stars at most. Apply the knowledge I've taught you. Even if you encounter something you can't defeat, you'll still find a way to escape." With those words, Zhuang Chen faced the crowd. He immediately began explaining wilderness survival skills. These included but were not limited to setting up tents, navigation, identifying edible plants, assessing monster threat levels through droppings, camouflage, and combat techniques. Zhuang Chen covered an eclectic range of topics throughout the morning, yet he essentially broke down every concept to make them digestible for everyone. Everyone picked up their notebooks and listened carefully to Zhuang Chen's explanation, because the instructor had just made it clear. Once you enter the secret realm, unless it's a life-threatening situation, otherwise, he absolutely would not intervene. Minor injuries like broken hands or feet aren't even worth his attention. If you accidentally fracture something while entering or exiting a secret realm, you might as well kiss your beast taming college entrance exam goodbye. After covering most of the wilderness survival knowledge, Zhuang Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Besides relying on your tamed beasts, you beast tamers also possess some combat capabilities of your own. Attempting to master a spiritual technique will be of great help in future battles. At this point, Zhuang Chen said no more. because he knew he wanted to learn spirit arts. The documentation for this section cannot be disclosed until after university. For ordinary people who wish to study before this, the only option is to hire a private tutor. And the cost of private tutoring is exorbitant. It's simply beyond what regular students can afford for extra lessons. With that said, he paused briefly before continuing to speak. Additionally, to help you understand how effort brings rewards, the school has specially prepared a treasure map. There are 10 locations in total, ranging from scholarships to hidden treasures, all marked at 10 points on the map. Finders keepers, just a heads up, the prizes are tempting. Master what I've taught you, and you'll easily discover all 10 treasure spots. Treasure? At Instructor Zhuang's words, everyone couldn't help but glance sideways. What could it be that even made the instructor find it tempting? Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, Zhuangchen suddenly looked up at the soldiers on the city wall. He gave them an almost imperceptible nod towards the opposite side. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of his classmates, the 100-ton Grade D energy metal gate began to slowly open. Before anyone could grasp the situation, the sound of demonic beast's iron hooves suddenly echoed from within. The officer guarding the wall let out a furious roar. Fire! Rat-tat-tat! Smoke billowed, mingled with fierce flames and the mournful cries of magical beasts. Even before entering, the students from First High caught a whiff of the suffocating stench of blood. A group of warriors soon descended, dragging piles upon piles of magical beast corpses. Before everyone's eyes, they gathered together. The corpses had nearly piled up into a small mountain. The thick stench of blood turned the faces of several timid students pale. Lu Ming could feel Xia Tian's small hand tightening around his arm unconsciously. Before even entering the secret realm, reality had already taught them its first lesson. Many people had already begun considering leaving. Zhuangchen, however, seemed to have guessed their intentions. Suddenly, his teasing voice rang out behind them. It's not too late to withdraw now, but remember, the 5,000 yuan registration fee is non-refundable. Now, everyone's last retreat was completely cut off. A group of students who had lost their nerve couldn't help but line up at the entrance with long faces. Under the arrangement of the defensive soldiers, they prepared to enter the secret realm one by one. Just as Lu Ming was about to enter, suddenly, his system sounded a violent alarm. This is a new task? While investigating the truth behind the monster invasion in Qingshui City, you unexpectedly discovered an organization called the Beast Reversal Society. 20 years ago, they had already begun their scheme. The monster invasion in Qingshui City bears countless ties to them. To avenge your family, you decide to uncover every clue about the Beast Reversal Society. Quest: Trail of Shadows. Locate individuals associated with the Beast Hunters Association. Rewards vary based on the number and rank of those found. Mission rewards: Spirit Arts, EB rank. Potential points, 1 to 5, Rare Treasures, EB rank. Upon seeing this information, Lu Ming's pupils abruptly constricted. The Beast Hunters Association? And as early as 20 years ago, they had already begun making moves in Qingshui City? 20 years ago according to the system. Could that mean today? Thinking this, Lu Ming's expression instantly turned vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. An organization capable of launching attacks on a city, Lu Ming would never associate them with kindness. He nervously glanced around, his heart pounding. All sorts of conspiracy theories he'd encountered in the past swirled through his mind. A terrorist organization assassinating an undeveloped genius? Or outright kidnapping them to groom as an assassin? At this moment, Lu Ming felt danger lurking everywhere around him. Even the instructor didn't seem like a good person, right? Like those stories where the instructor turns out to be the villain? Zhuangchen, at this very moment, remained unaware that he had already fallen under suspicion. Watching the queue of people, he ordered the soldiers to carry over a massive crate. Then he shouted toward the crowd. Everyone, before leaving, first pick a weapon you can use and a signal flare for emergencies. Remember, choose within your limits. With that, the crate was opened. Inside, weapons of all kinds were available: daggers, short swords, axes, crossbows, and more. Lu Ming casually picked out a dagger as his weapon. Daggers serve many functions, not solely for combat. Their utility in wilderness survival far surpasses that of other weapons. Lu Yi, wanting to ensure his survival, opted directly for a tower shield. As for Xia Tian, Lu Ming equipped her with a repeating crossbow. The three of them had already agreed to team up upon entering the secret realm. Just as the weapon was being chosen, an untimely voice sounded from the side. Hey, isn't this our talented Xia Tian? After all these days, your magical beast is still just 1-star common grade? Heh, did you spend all your resources on that pretty boy beside you instead? TSK, Lu Ming, how can you have the face to use a woman's money to boost your strength? 3 days and still stuck at mortal rank 1-star. I reckon your Cyan rank beast is useless already. Our young Master Gu's blood-chasing Shadow Wolf is about to reach mortal rank 4-star. What do you even have to compare with that? Just watch, when the 7 most talented students in our school team up, grabbing 10 treasures will be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Ha, let's see if you two can even get into a third-rate beast tamer university, that'd be hilarious. Hearing everyone's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but turn his head to look. Then, the moment he came into contact with this group of people, his system suddenly reacted. Ding! Detected high-ranking member of the Beast Reversal Society, Li Cheng. Reward, D-level Spirit Technique Manual ×1, Potential Points ×1, E-level Secret Treasure ×1. Settle now? Ding! Detection confirmed. Hunters Association Core member Guan Hong. Rewards consolidated. Reward, 1 C-rank Spiritual Technique, 2 potential points, 1 D-rank Secret Treasure. Settle now? Ding! Detection confirmed. Hunters Association Core member Fong Qian. Rewards consolidated. Reward, 1 C-rank Spiritual Technique, 4 potential points, 1 C-rank Secret Treasure. Settle now? Ding! Detection confirmed. Hunters Association Qing Shui City Branch Director Chu Yunyan. Rewards consolidated. Reward, 1 B-rank Spiritual Technique, 5 potential points, 1 B-rank Secret Treasure. Settle now? Lu Ming? Chapter 7 My classmates, everyone a hidden genius. Looking at the small group gathered around Gu Changsheng, out of just 7 people, 4 turned out to be traitors? Not only that, but that woman Chu Yunyan, her future position isn't low, is it? Indeed, ambitious women always find their way, no matter where they are. Lu Ming never expected that the future Chu Yunyan would be this formidable. She instantly pushed the mission rewards to the maximum. Then looking at the tan-skinned girl beside Gu Changsheng, if Lu Ming remembered correctly, her name was Fong Qian. At once, Lu Ming's gaze towards Gu Changsheng held a faint trace of sympathy. What sins must old Gu have committed in his past life to be surrounded by so many geniuses of this caliber? Going into the mystic realm with this bunch, Lu Ming was afraid Gu might get sold out, and then have to help them count the money too. I just wonder if these 4 have joined the Beast Reversal Society by now. Fortunately, with the system's prompts, Lu Ming is at least no longer completely in the dark. Right now, he just wants to stay as far away from Gu Changsheng and his group as possible. The way they look at him is as if they're staring at some filthy thing. Gu Changsheng? What the hell kind of reaction is this? Looking at Xia Tian standing beside Lu Ming, he took a deep breath and suppressed the displeasure in his heart as he spoke. Summer, staying by Lu Ming's side won't get you anywhere. You're better off joining us. Of course, as long as Lu Ming is willing to carry our luggage, I can certainly allow him to join our team. Taking him on the mission isn't a problem, but any treasures we find have nothing to do with him. We just happen to need someone to carry our bags anyway. With these words, Gu Changsheng glanced somewhat triumphantly at Lu Ming. Ever since he contracted that green-tier magical beast, he grew increasingly smug. He particularly relished the thrill when other boys watched him humiliate their goddess. After saying this, he meaningfully glanced at Chu Yunyan beside him. Gu Changsheng had already seen through him. She wants to join in summer. The best approach still lies with Lu Ming. As for Chu Yunyan, she's merely a plaything he's enjoyed. Having only contracted a red-tier magical beast, she was destined to inhabit a different world from his own hereafter. Compared to Chu Yunyan, who struggled to even get into a third-rate beast taming university with great difficulty, Gu Changsheng's first choice was still the newly emerged prodigy, Xia Tian. Noticing Gu Changsheng's gaze, Chu Yunyan beside him immediately clenched her delicate fingers. Nevertheless, she forced a faint smile toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, why not join our team? With young Master Gu's Scarlet Shadow Wolf watching over us, you'll complete the mission in no time. Otherwise, given your team's level, accidents are bound to happen. You saw the bloody scene at the entrance just now. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least consider Xia Tian's future, shouldn't you? Lu Ming. Oh, thank you so much. Sarcastic tone. Truly a master of manipulation, shifting blame, twisting logic, and psychological control come naturally to you. No wonder you had the original host wrapped around your finger. With a cold laugh, he pointed at Lu Yi standing nearby. Then, Master Gu, what about my other brother here, huh? After speaking, he couldn't help but glance at the fat man beside him. Hearing Lu Ming's words, a glimmer of hope flashed across Lu Yi's face, and Gu Changsheng, a hint of hesitation instantly flickered across his face. This time, before Gu Changsheng could even speak, several people beside him couldn't help but retort. Lu Ming, don't push your luck. You mooching off others by yourself is bad enough. How dare you suggest forming a group? Exactly. Young Master Gu was kind enough to include a useless person like you in the mission. Why don't you just invite all your aunts and uncles while you're at it? Taking along trash like you who only contracted a red-tier magical beast is already annoying enough. 'Cause any more trouble and get lost. What gives a pretty boy like you the right to make so many demands? Hearing everyone's condescending words, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Lu Yi's face suddenly blanched, a shadow of sorrow flitting across his features. Just as he was about to withdraw in despondency, a strong hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Turning his head, he looked at Lu Ming with startled bewilderment. The chubby man's expression instantly turned bitter, but he stubbornly forced himself to look away and toughened up. Old Lu, you go with them. Don't mind me. Hearing the chubby man's words, Lu Ming responded by smacking his round, oily head. What's with all this nonsense? Why would you torture yourself hanging around with these dickheads? Do you have the confidence to grab all the treasures marked on this map without leaving them a single chance? Ha! So old Lu gave up the opportunity to join Gu Changxing's team just for himself? That's my true bro, I knew he'd never abandon me. Instantly, Lu Ye's expression regained its former boldness. Looking at Gu Changxing's little crew across the way, he instantly raised his middle finger without hesitation. Put, bunch of losers, if you're not scared then why should I be? I'm a certified beast tamer. I could squash 2 of these clowns with one ass cheek. Screw you and your DJ nonsense. With that, Lu Ming flashed them all a chilling smirk. Squeak squeak. It seemed to sense its master's emotions. The treasure-hunting mouse suddenly crawled out of Lu Ming's pocket. It let out a sharp, piercing squeak. The next moment, the treasure-hunting mouse transformed into its battle form. The aura of a 6-star at the mundane level was fully displayed. Even Gu Changxing's blood-chasing shadow wolf instinctively took 2 steps back, watching warily as the treasure-seeking mouse opposite swelled to human height. Golden fur, emerald green eyes. An aura of pressure emanated from him, bearing the bloodline prestige of a high-ranking magical beast. Even the blood-chasing shadow wolf, itself a green-tier creature, grew cautious at once. Instantly, the wolf's fur stood on end as it snarled incessantly at the treasure-hunting rodent, terrified it might face a sudden attack at any moment. At the sight before him, Gu Changxing's eyes instantly flickered with shock. Sensing the treasure-seeking mouse's oppressive aura, his pupils abruptly contracted. This isn't a gold-devouring rat. Gold-devouring rats are brown. Has your magical beast evolved? Lu Ming's raised finger was his only reply. I ain't telling you, kid, eat my dust. Xia Tian. With that, Lu Ming shouted towards Xia Tian nearby. The little girl trotted over to him. Grabbed by Lu Ming in one swift motion, the 2 of them mounted the mouse creature directly. Lu Yi, standing nearby, couldn't help but almost drool when he saw the sturdy treasure-hunting mouse before him. Without hesitation, he burst into laughter and swiftly climbed onto the mouse's back. The mouse. Not to be disrespectful, but this chubby guy's a bit heavy. Looking at the stunned crowd below, Lu Yi immediately raised 2 fingers. Scared shitless now, ain't ya, grandson? Feast your eyes on your granddaddy's glorious chicken breast attack. Fucking talents from heaven. When all said and done without a single treasure to show for it, let's see you pretend then, you worthless fucks. With that, Lu Ming and Lu Yi burst into loud laughter. He patted little mouse's head. The 3 of them immediately swaggered away. Only Gu Changxing and his group remained, their gazes fixed intently on the retreating figures of Lu Ming and the other 2. Even now, he still couldn't believe it. Lu Ming's metal-devouring rat actually evolved. Beside him, Zhu Yunyan watched as Lu Ming's battle pet transformed, immediately turned pale, especially when Fang Qian and the others blatantly declared that contracting a red-grade magical beast was utterly useless. Her fists clenched until they turned pale white. After Lu Ming and the others left, she instantly regained her usual pure and sweet demeanor, as if she hadn't heard a word of what those people had just said at all. In her heart, however, she was grinding her teeth in fury, imprinting this matter firmly in her mind. Not long after groups of students entered the freshmen's secret realm in batches, a military jeep slowly pulled into the army supply station. A man in camouflage stepped out, currently smiling as he unloaded supplies. Seeing the delivered goods, 2 soldiers immediately approached. Much appreciated, brother. Just verify the passphrase and you can head in. Who would have thought, upon hearing the words of the 2 garrison soldiers, an unexpected look appeared on the soldier's face. Passphrase? Seeing that the other party didn't know the passphrase, the expressions of the 2 soldiers, previously warm and welcoming, instantly turned wary as they flicked off their gun safeties, eyeing the soldier before them with suspicion. Password, or tell us which military district you're from. Confronted by the rifles held at the ready, the man's face betrayed not a hint of panic. The next moment, he drew a coin from his hand, laid before the 2 of them. Wait a moment, my papers are right here. With those words, he lightly tossed the coin, sending it spinning into the air. Though they knew it was a distraction, the 2 guards couldn't grasp why. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the golden coin spinning in the sky. In the next second, both their eyes suddenly flashed with shock, clutching their slit throats, staring at each other with utter disbelief. The man opposite suddenly held a blood-stained Joker card in his hand, appearing as if from nowhere. Staring at the 2 corpses lying on the ground, he couldn't help but scratch his head in rare frustration. TCH, if I'd known there was a passphrase, I wouldn't have killed that guy right away. Now with 2 dead, the original plan probably needs adjusting. As he spoke, 2 photographs materialized in his hand. A man and a woman. They were Gu Changxing and Xia Tian. After hesitating for a moment, he directly discarded the photo of Xia Tian. His gaze turned to Gu Changxing. Then it's him. I despise his smiling face, it carries the rotten stench of the wealthy, he. Chapter 8 The Spiritual Bamboo Shoots. Shortly after Lu Ming and his 2 companions entered the secret realm, he immediately took out the treasure map issued by their instructor. There were a total of 10 treasure locations hidden across 5 different areas. The treasure map even thoughtfully marked the surrounding distribution of magical beasts. Red level magical beast horned rabbits, red level magical beast poison dark frogs, red level magical beast omen crows, along with red level magical beast jade shoots and red level magical beast swamp newts. Most areas within the entire secret realm were occupied by relatively low danger magical beasts like horned rabbits. Even if a real fight breaks out with the students, it would be very difficult to kill any cadet immediately. After all, Scarlet Tier and Mortal Tier magical beasts are synonymous with being the weakest. Moreover, Instructor Zhuang had mentioned this before. As long as you don't enter the territory of those magical beasts, you're basically safe. Opening the map, Lu Ming directly commanded Mousy to head toward the territory of the jade bamboo shoots. Watching Lu Ming take the longer route, Lu Yi couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity on his face. He pointed at the map, indicating the territory of the horned rabbits, which was just a short distance ahead. He said with some confusion, "Old Lu, did you make a wrong turn? The horned rabbit territory is clearly closer to us. What if Gu Changxing's group gets the treasure first?" To this, Lu Ming responded with a disdainful sneer. "Let them have it if they want. Our target is everything that remains." Wait. What? Instantly, Lu Ye's brain completely shut down from overload. It was Summer beside him who suddenly seemed to have an idea and spoke up. Tianji's horse race strategy. Give them the inferior horses while we go after the thoroughbreds. Everyone will definitely go for the nearest treasures first, giving us the perfect chance to grab the distant ones. Wow, that's pretty clever. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but take an extra glance at her. Who would have thought this little sprout actually had quite a brain? Nodding, he directly ordered Shu Shu to quicken its pace. Having already reached mortal rank 6 stars, Shu Shu's running speed was naturally not slow. Even with Lu Ming and the other two on its back, it remained as agile as a swallow, wherever it passed. Even if magical beasts detected their trail, all it took was for the treasure-seeking rodent to unleash its aura. The surrounding magical beasts would immediately retreat and withdraw to a distance. Seeing the treasure-seeking mouse being so efficient, Lu Yi could hardly believe his eyes. While grabbing onto the mouse's fur, he turned to Lu Ming in surprise. "Old Lu, has your gold-devouring mouse really evolved? What bloodline level has it reached now? Guess what? To scare nearby magical beasts like this, it must be at least at the yellow rank, right?" The response to him was Lu Ming's profound smile. Involuntarily, Lu Yi gave a violent shudder before shouting in uncontrollable excitement. "Holy shit, it can't be green tier, can it? Damn, wouldn't that make it the same level as Gu Changxing's blood-track direwolf? Got lucky, it directly triggered the golden devourer rat's bloodline evolution. I've no idea how it evolved into a green tier treasure-seeking mouse either. Wow, what incredible luck. This is absolutely insane." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. His buddy's luck couldn't possibly be any better. Judging by the size of the treasure-hunting mouse, Lu Yi concluded, its level must have definitely surpassed Gu Changxing's blood-chasing shadow wolf. Otherwise, the blood-chasing shadow wolf wouldn't have retreated earlier, it should have bared its fangs instead. His buddy quietly surpassed Gu Changxing without making a peep? Awesome! Just moments later, the group had already arrived at an entrance to a bamboo forest. Up front, lush green bamboo stalks stood in a neat row. This spot was precisely one of the marked locations on the treasure map. However, since the location marked on the treasure map was rather vague, no one could be certain of the treasure's exact whereabouts. Just as Lu Ming was about to release the treasure-seeking mice to help them search the area, the next moment, unexpectedly, the mouse's ears perked up like antennae. Something in the surroundings seemed to have caught its attention. This is treasure hunting, talent activated. Treasure hunting prioritizes locating the most valuable item nearby. The next moment, the rat's movements suddenly accelerated. Its massive body crashed directly through a row of fragile bamboo trees in front of it. Carrying Lu Ming and the other two, it bulldozed forward until reaching a lush bamboo shoot. Though called a bamboo shoot, this peculiar specimen shone with a radiant, gem-like iridescence. Looking at the appearance of this bamboo shoot, Lu Ming couldn't help but wear a look of utter confusion. This shoot, could it have eaten poisonous mushrooms? Speaking of which, is this thing even edible? Meanwhile, Xia Tian, upon seeing this bamboo shoot, a look of surprise involuntarily appeared on his little face. Is this a bamboo shoot spirit? What bamboo shoot spirit? Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming and Lu Yi simultaneously showed expressions of confusion. Two academic slackers had no clue what bamboo shoot essence was. Bamboo shoot essence is a naturally formed spiritual treasure that can be used to enhance battle pets' combat abilities. High-grade spiritual treasures can even help pets evolve their bloodline. On the market, it's as rare and valuable as secret treasures, priceless and scarcely available. Whoa! Upon hearing Summer's description, Lu Yi instantly lit up with joy. Similar in price to a rare treasure? That means it'll sell for at least several 100,000 gold coins, right? With that thought, Lu Yi didn't hesitate for a second and immediately climbed down from the rodent's back. He was about to dig up that bamboo shoot spirit. Xia Tian's face instantly paled as she hastily tried to stop him. No, the book also says that every spiritual treasure is guarded by magical beasts. Not only is it useful for battle pets, but magical beasts can consume it too, so, bang, bang, bang. Before Xia Tian could finish speaking, the next instant, right near Lu Ye's position on the ground, countless emerald green jade bamboo shoots abruptly sprouted. These jade bamboo shoots had a texture like polished jade, their outer layers as sharp as blades. The moment these jade bamboo shoots erupted, the surroundings echoed with sword-like chimes, as if blades were being unsheathed. It was the jade bamboo shoot's ordinary form skill emergence. Lu Yi, caught off guard, had his foot directly pierced through by an emerging jade bamboo shoot. Ah! Immediately, a blood-curdling shriek erupted from Lu Ye's mouth. Snot mingled with tears as they streamed down his face uncontrollably. The jade bamboo shoots on the ground seemed to sense that someone was trying to seize their spiritual treasure. Their bodies visibly grew at an astonishing speed. In almost the blink of an eye, they had transformed into 3-meter-tall bamboo stalks. This was their combat form, jade bamboo. After turning into jade bamboo, their aggressiveness clearly increased significantly compared to before. The bamboo trunks shook violently, their swaying leaves resembling dancing swords that emitted continuous sword hums. Second skill, Formation Breaker. Whoosh! In an instant, it centered around the jade bamboo. Within a 3-meter radius, segments of emerald bamboo shoots suddenly pierced through the ground. The razor-sharp shoots, had anyone been standing there in that moment, would undoubtedly have transformed human flesh into a honeycomb of puncture wounds. Watching the bamboo shoots emerge segment by segment from the earth, Lu Ming's expression darkened instantly with grim urgency. Without another word, he yanked Pangzi and Xia Tian backward while urgently calling for Shu Shu to retreat at full speed. Lu Yi clutched his right foot, howling in pain. Summer immediately commanded her twin golden lotus to cast a healing spell on Lu Yi. The twin golden lotus pulsed gently as several petals drifted from its core. Finally, the petals enveloped Lu Ye's injured foot. A miraculous scene unfolded. Lu Ye's originally pierced ankle. The flesh and blood above actually began to visibly reconnect at a speed discernible to the naked eye. Along with the internal nerve ganglia, meridians, and muscles, everything was completely restored. Truly worthy of being a blue-tier magical beast. Even at just the first star of the ordinary tier, it had already revealed extraordinary potential. However, after the mother-child golden lotus healed Lu Yi, its petals began to wither and droop. Clearly, with its current spiritual energy, it couldn't sustain multiple skill activations, but it was already enough. Ratty, use dig. Internal destruction. Chirp chirp. Upon hearing Lu Ming's command, Ratty immediately began frantically digging with its front paws. Its enormous body quickly burrowed underground. Skill, digging holes. Perfect for dealing with these plant-type magical beasts rooted in the ground. With his sharp claws, he stabbed at the roots of the underground jade bamboo. A crisp snap sounded. The rigid bamboo body was cleanly severed at the roots by the rat's sharp claws. Crunch, crunch. Not only that, but the rat which had chopped down the jade bamboo simply picked up a stalk of jade bamboo and began gnawing on it directly. One bite and it crunches with a crisp sound, making you wonder if it's chewing sugarcane. But only moments later, the once proud and imposing green jade bamboo was shattered into pieces by the little mouse. From its broken body fell several crystalline fragments of green jade. You don't need Xia Tian to explain what these crystals are. Lu Ming also recognized what they were. Even he hadn't expected their very first battle to yield drops right away. Are these would attribute spirit energy crystals? Chapter 9 Dual Upgrades. All magical beasts have a chance to form corresponding elemental spirit energy crystals within their bodies. As a material, spirit energy crystals serve important functions. They are crucial for cultivation, recovery, and artifact crafting alike. However, this type of psionic crystal generally only appears in monsters of soldier rank and above. Common ranked monsters rarely manage to condense psionic crystals, but once they do, even the lowest quality psionic crystal is valuable. The market value exceeds 5,000 gold coins. Just as Old Su, the head teacher, had said, for the strong, entering the secret realm not only incurs no losses, but the rewards far surpass the cost of the entrance fee. Moreover, among the dozen or so cyan jade bamboos killed by the mouse, at least 3 or 4 spirit energy crystals dropped. This drop rate far exceeds the ultra-low rate mentioned in textbooks. Even soldier-grade magical beasts might not have such an astonishing drop rate. The reason these green jade bamboos could condense spiritual energy crystals, the answer was already obvious, was precisely because of that bamboo sprout essence they were surrounding. At this moment, the mother-child golden lotus, appearing somewhat listless after just finishing Lu Ye's treatment, upon catching the scent of the bamboo shoot essence, it actually blossomed with vigor once again. Just a single whiff was enough. the plant-type magical beast regained most of its spiritual energy. Absorbing it over the years would indeed provide a high probability of breaking through one's original bloodline limits. Seeing this bamboo shoot spirit, Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at Xia Tian, then at the mother-child golden lotus. Wasn't this exactly the perfect tool to help accomplish his mission? Without a second thought, Lu Ming immediately spoke. Since the bamboo essence is useful for plant-type magical beasts, Xia Tian, you should let the mother-child golden lotus absorb it quickly. What? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a look of surprise immediately appeared on Xia Tian's little face. She shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. No, this bamboo essence is actually more beneficial for bamboo-type magical beasts. If we find the right buyer, it could sell for at least 800,000 gold coins. How could I? Enough chatter. Since I was the one who told Mouse Mice to kill, the right of distribution is mine. Fatty, you don't object to letting the twin golden lotuses absorb the bamboo sprite essence, do you? Hearing Lu Ming's inquiry, Lu Yi immediately shook his head. A joke. If it weren't for the paired golden lotuses earlier, he feared he might have been eliminated ahead of schedule. Who dares to have an opinion? So without waiting for Xia Tian's response, Lu Ming directly ordered the mouse to dig out the bamboo shoot spirit. Holding the premium bamboo shoot spirit, he immediately handed it to Xia Tian. He was just about to speak and have the mother-child golden lotus swallow the bamboo shoot spirit for consumption. Who knew what would happen when he saw the bamboo sprout essence in his hand? He instantly flew into a rage. Damn rat! What's going on? Can you explain these gigantic tooth marks on the bamboo sprout essence? There it was, the formerly intact bamboo sprout essence. At this moment, two huge tooth marks had unexpectedly appeared, comparing them with the two big front teeth of the little mouse. Instantly, Detective Lu cracked the case. It must have been triggered by the greedy weak spot of the mouse. It actually dared to take kickbacks? With a laugh and a curse, Lu Ming directly kicked the plump buttocks of the rat. What the hell? You're a beast-type magical creature, what use do you have for a plant-type magical creature's treasure? In response, all he got was the rat's innocent puppy eyes. I dunno, master. When I came to my senses, this bamboo shoot spirit was already in my mouth. It smelled so good, hee hee. The next moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from the little mouse's body. A massive surge of spiritual energy flooded directly into Lu Ming's body. The little mouse had actually leveled up again. 7 stars of the mortal tier. Lu Ming immediately thought of Shu Shu's treasure devourer talent. So other elemental spirit treasures can also nourish it? Hey! Despite all precautions, I ended up being betrayed by a thief in my own house. Looking at the half-eaten bamboo shoot spirit in his hand, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel speechless. With a dark expression, he somewhat sheepishly brought it before Xia Tian. I originally planned to give the entire thing to the mother-child golden lotus. Now we're left with only half, will it still work? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian surprisingly didn't refuse this time. On the contrary, her slightly flushed little face actually revealed a hint of a smile. It's possible. As long as it's a spiritual treasure, every part of the body is valuable. After speaking, she spread open both hands. She then brought the mother-child golden lotus before the bamboo shoot spirit. The moment the twin golden lotus touched the bamboo shoot spirit, its petals instantly unfurled, enveloping the bamboo shoot spirit before it. The originally hard-textured bamboo shoot spirit, upon contact with the twin golden lotus, instantly transformed into a drop of golden liquid that flowed into the body of the twin golden lotus. The next moment, the twin golden lotus's rank directly rose from its original mortal rank 1 star to break through to mortal rank 2 star. Not only that, its breakthrough momentum showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it advanced with unstoppable force like splitting bamboo. Common grade 3 stars. Common grade 4 stars. Even Xia Tian herself was also nourished by the upgrade of the mother-child golden lotus. The direct impact made me officially a beastmaster. Opening my eyes, I felt the feedback of my strengthened body. A flicker of excitement immediately flashed in Xia Tian's eyes. Brother Lu, I've finally become a full-fledged beastmaster. Looking at the little girl's satisfied expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh faintly. Then, he couldn't resist giving the rat another kick in the behind. If it hadn't gnawed away half of that bamboo spirit. At this rate, the mother-child golden lotus might have already evolved to mortal rank 5 stars by now. Greed, this weakness of mine, can indeed be troublesome at times. Ding! Quest completed. Reward, Hidden Treasure Mystic Sand Gold Pearl, 1 advanced clue for treasure-seeking rat. Mystic Sand Gold Pearl increases the skill potency of metal element magical beasts by 30%. Phase 1, 1 treasure from each of the 5 elements. Phase 2, 1 spiritual treasure from each of the 5 elements. Phase 3, 1 royal grade metal element magical beast spirit crystal. Seeing his two newly acquired rewards, a spark of excitement flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. All his efforts hadn't been in vain. He'd finally completed Xia Tian's mission. The brand new evolutionary path for the little mouse had finally appeared, although the advanced difficulty has increased quite a bit. But the greater the difficulty, the greater the potential for the little mouse's future evolution. The path I walked at 38, I've already completed at 18. Compared to the original host's previous life, this life has become countless times more exciting. Lu Ming grabbed 4 psychic crystals and stuffed them directly into the rat's mouth. After evolving into a treasure-seeking rat, the rodent gained an additional talent called 100 Treasures Chest, alongside its original Treasure Hunt and Devour Treasure abilities. Inside its mouth now existed a 2 cubic meter space. At that moment, Lu Ming's luggage was obediently stored within the rat's oral cavity. Less than 2 hours into the mystic realm, their team had already harvested 1 spiritual treasure and 4 spirit energy crystals. This efficiency could only be described as heaven-defying. Just as Lu Ming was about to send off Mouse, who could have guessed that in the next moment, the newly upgraded mouse suddenly developed an even keener sense of smell. It was seen sniffing the air slightly with its nose. The treasure hunting talent activated once again. Without delay, the mouse carried Lu Ming and the other 2, rushing swiftly toward another bamboo grove ahead. Then, amidst a cluster of green jade bamboo shoots, the group discovered a treasure chest marked with the logo of Qingshui High School. This made Lu Ming freeze in surprise for a moment. Could it be that their previous findings weren't actually placed there by the school? Little did they expect this exploration to bring such an unexpected delight. The little mouse has done a great deed. Immediately, Lu Ming commanded the little mouse to charge swiftly towards the treasure chest. With overwhelming force, it sent a cluster of jade-green bamboos flying aside. And in the next moment, Lu Ming was already holding an antique-style treasure chest in his hands. This is one of the rewards from our current Secret Realm expedition. Lu Ming immediately rubbed his hands in eager anticipation and opened the treasure chest. Let me see what goodies the Academy has prepared for us prospective examinees. Chapter 10. Wealth Accumulation and Competition. Opening the treasure chest, he found 4 water attribute spiritual energy crystals inside. Lu Ming couldn't help curling his lips in disapproval. They were probably worth around 20,000. Perfect timing, Lu Yi hadn't gotten anything earlier. The water-attributed spirit energy crystal, his poisonous salamander, could make perfect use of it. Right away, he tossed the 4 spirit energy crystals to Lu Yi, who was practically drooling beside him. Holy crap, Lao Lu, these crystals are worth at least 20 grand, you're really giving them to me? Look at you, acting like a beggar. Don't forget, our elite squad just made 800,000 gold coins the moment we set foot in here. How could you be left with nothing? Take it, or I'll get angry with you. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi couldn't help but smile. He always knew that following old Lu would never leave him at a disadvantage. That's what brothers do for each other. The trio continued searching the area for a while longer. With the treasure hunting abilities of a treasure hunting mouse, they seemed divinely guided in this pursuit. Treasures arranged by the school naturally weren't meant for students to solve through decryption. Making them fight for it or cleverly apply skills taught by instructors was the true key to unlocking these treasures. Thus, the school placed all treasure chests in highly conspicuous locations. In just under half an hour, Lu Ming and his team located all the remaining treasure chests in the area. Having completed their task, Lu Ming cheerfully placed the chests back where they were originally found. Witnessing Lu Ming's actions, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel curious. Old Lu, aren't you keeping these chests for yourself? Why keep this thing? Leaving it untouched, I'm gonna give the next guy a nice surprise. With that said, he gave Mousy a pat on its little head. Then he headed off to explore the next treasure trove in another zone. And it wasn't even half an hour after they'd left. Gu Changsheng and his group finally arrived at the location of the treasure chest, weary from their long journey. Young Master Gu, look, the treasure chest is right there. There's a cluster of jade bamboo shoots guarding it. At the sight of the chest, a gleam of excitement immediately flashed in Gu Changsheng's eyes. Good, Li Qing, Guan Hong, you two distract the jade bamboo. I'll have the blood-chasing phantom wolf snatch the chest. Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's command, Li Cheng and Guan Hong exchanged glances. They immediately sent their battle pets to divert the attention of the surrounding green jade shoots. By the time the green jade shoots transformed into green jade bamboo, all attention was focused on Li Cheng and his companion. The crimson wolf surged forward, transforming into a blood-red mist. In one fluid motion, it clamped the treasure chest between its jaws. With a light leap, its body floated as gently as a feather to land before Gu Changsheng. Patting the crimson wolf's forehead, Gu Changsheng eagerly opened the treasure chest. Who would have guessed what happened next? The expected treasure never materialized. From the empty treasure chest, a slip of paper slowly floated out. Written on it were these words: "Speechless now, huh, kid? From your dear daddy, Lu Ming." Lu Ming. Seeing the note in his hand, Gu Changsheng instantly crumpled it violently. Blazing fury flashed through his eyes. He swore he would tear that bastard Lu Ming to pieces. Everyone around wore indignant expressions after seeing the note Lu Ming had left behind. Damn it, it's that useless gigolo again. Why do they have to be everywhere? Not good. They must have gotten ahead of us, which means the treasure chests later on. When we find those two, I'll tear them limb from limb. Young Master Gu, let's hurry over there. Otherwise, those two thieves will steal the other treasure chests. Nearby, Fang Qian couldn't help but voice her concern to Gu Changsheng. Brother Gu, what should we do next? Hearing Fang Qian's words, he glanced again at the note in his hand. Gu Changsheng's expression flickered through several changes. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he snorted coldly. Pointing at the most distant treasure location on the map, he gave another cold snort. Let's head straight to the final treasure site and intercept Lu Ming's group. When the time comes, we'll snatch their treasures directly. If they refuse, I'll make Xue Shui teach them a brutal lesson. Wu. Sensing the blazing fury in its master's heart, Xue Shui's already crimson eyes grew even darker with malice. Just as Gu Changsheng and his group were going frantic, after leaving the territory of the green jade bamboo shoots, the subsequent journey for Lu Ming and his two companions was remarkably smooth. They effortlessly retrieved all the treasure chests marked on the map with almost no effort. The items found inside the treasure chest range in value from 20,000 to 50,000 gold coins. You can't expect a public school like Qingshui No. 1 High School to offer anything particularly valuable. The school has already gone to remarkable lengths to get this far. Yet all I could do was stare blankly at the items inside the treasure chest. After the initial shock from the spirit treasure bamboo shoot monster, people's appetites aren't so easily satisfied nowadays. Unable to help himself, Lu Yi, who was gripping the little mouse by its tail, couldn't hold back a sigh. Old Lu, if I recall correctly, Instructor Zhuang mentioned there were hidden treasures in the chests, right? The box is already more than half open. Why haven't you seen it yet? Hearing Lu Yi's words, Lu Ming studied the treasure map in his hand. Laughing, he replied, obviously, the best things are always saved for last. Just one treasure chest left, in the territory of the Death Crows atop the mountain. The treasure map specifically noted that the leader of the Death Crows possessed a 5-star mortal rank strength, probably an intentional difficulty added by the Academy. But for us, the challenge is just right. With that, Lu Ming folded up the map in his hands. He patted the mouse's head and directly commanded it to run toward the artificial mountain peak at the top. Just as the three of them reached the mountainside, behind them, a familiar roar suddenly rang out. Lu Ming, Aleph asterisk CK your mom. Hearing Gu Changsheng's furious roar behind them, all three immediately turned their heads. Then they saw Gu Changsheng and his group struggling to climb the mountain. Clearly, they were also heading for the final treasure. However, the combat pets of those few were clearly no match. They couldn't, like the treasure-hunting mouse, directly carry Lu Ming climbing toward the mountain peak. Along the way, numerous ill-omened ravens blocked their path, making their entire journey thoroughly miserable. Even the usually image-conscious Chu Yunyan now had several black feathers protruding from her head. She looked utterly disheveled. At this moment, seeing that Lu Ming was about to reach the mountaintop before them, Gu Changsheng's eyes nearly spat fire. Seeing old Gu's appearance, Lu Ming immediately burst into laughter. Damn brat, forgot I'm your daddy? So eager to fuck your grandma, if you've got the balls, go ahead and try. With that, he directly flipped Gu Changsheng the middle finger. Behind him, Lu Yi was also watching with visible excitement as several so-called elite talents stumbled about in disarray. Eat your grandpa Lu's fart. With people like you, you can't even get shit while it's still hot. Hearing Lu Yi's mocking taunts, Gu Changsheng's face instantly flushed red. He had actually been insulted by these two lowly commoners again. This was beyond endurance. Chasing blood. With a forceful breath, he uttered the name of the blood-chasing phantom wolf. In the next instant, the blood-chasing phantom wolf transformed into a crimson mist. It surged forward, carrying Gu Changsheng toward the mountaintop. Yet within moments, their speed had stealthily closed in on the rat monster from behind. Carrying 3 live humans on its back, even the little rat was beginning to pant heavily. Seeing the bloody mist behind them and Gu Changsheng's frenzied gaze, Lu Ming immediately furrowed his brows. Run faster, little rat. If that treasure chest really holds a secret artifact, I'll feed it directly to you. Squeak squeak. Hearing its master's promise, a glimmer of hope immediately flickered across the little mouse's face. At once, it picked up speed again. The blood-chasing shadow wolves behind showed no sign of falling behind either. With a fierce roar, they clamped down tightly on the mouse's tail. Both groups arrived at the mountaintop almost simultaneously. At the sight of the treasure chest atop the peak, the two shouted in perfect unison, "Mine, asterisk 2. But the very next moment, an untimely voice interrupted from beside them. Excuse me, gentlemen, but it seems I reached this summit first. Chapter 11, An Unexpected Enemy. A sudden voice made both Lu Ming and Gu Changsheng freeze in unison. Turning around, they saw beside the recently opened treasure chest. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a soldier in camouflage appeared. At that moment, the newcomer was eyeing the pair with a smile, casually juggling what appeared to be balls. 3 coiled springs were being tossed and twirled in his hands with practiced ease, like a magician's flawless circus act. Beneath him sat the long-deceased leader of the Morning Ravens, yet the eye sockets of this leader were curiously empty, their orbs vanished without trace. A closer look would reveal. The spring-loaded sphere in the hands of the man opposite you was precisely its missing eyeball. Bloody and eerie. For a moment, the two who had been at each other's throats unexpectedly stopped their actions simultaneously, their gazes involuntarily locking onto each other. The man had an ordinary face, utterly forgettable at first glance, but the stiff smile on his face and his icy gaze made people shudder involuntarily. Upon seeing the soldier, Gu Changsheng slightly furrowed his brows and couldn't help but ask, "Brother soldier, what brings you here?" "I remember regulations state military personnel aren't allowed to enter the secret realm freely." Hearing Gu Changsheng's question, the soldier was momentarily stunned, but soon, his stiff smile reappeared. The eerie smile stepped down from the corpse of the Morning Crow. In front of everyone, he forcefully clapped his hands together toward the 3 eyeballs. Pop! However, the anticipated bloody scene did not unfold. On the contrary, those 3 eyeballs actually vanished in his hands. Yet Lu Ming and Gu Changsheng suddenly felt a chill run down the napes of their necks. Subconsciously, both of them reached for the backs of their necks. "Ah!" Gu Changsheng let out a girly scream, for in his hand had appeared no one knew when a sticky crimson eyeball. He gazed upon his own handiwork. The soldier opposite couldn't help but laugh aloud. He adjusted his military cap, his face still wearing that stiff, peculiar smile. Step by step, he moved closer to the two of them. That unsettling smile of his was deeply uncomfortable to watch. The two of them involuntarily took 2 steps back. Lu Ming noticed. The other person's gaze seemed to flicker repeatedly across Gu Changsheng and Xia Tian's faces. The already stiff smile grew even more strained. The corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. By higher command, the leader of the Raven Heralds in this area has just mutated beyond the dungeon's rating, so I was specially dispatched to eliminate the threat. "Do you want this treasure chest? Take it if you wish." As he spoke, the soldier's hand was suddenly holding a treasure chest that hadn't been there before. They saw a treasure chest. Greed immediately surfaced on everyone's faces. Yet Lu Ming seemed to have noticed something unusual. His expression abruptly changed to one of alarm. The next moment, before anyone could react, he suddenly yanked the treasure-hunting mouse beneath him. "Run, mousey, now!" Squeak squeak. Upon hearing Lu Ming's command, the treasure-hunting mouse froze for an instant, but he quickly regained his composure. Without delay, he led Lu Ming and the other two swiftly rushing down the mountain. Seeing Lu Ming suddenly retreat, Gu Changsheng and his companions were momentarily stunned. Beside them, Fang Qian and others, noticing Lu Ming's departure, immediately wore mocking smiles on their faces. "Bro Gu, that Lu Ming actually got so scared he ran away. Trash will always be trash. Even if he suddenly struck it rich, it can't change his cowardly nature. Heh. Oh, but I actually think he's quite smart. Who is it?" Hearing someone disagree with her, Fang Qian immediately became displeased. Yet the very next moment, she panicked upon realizing her companions were staring at her in horror, looking right past her. A massive hand pressed down firmly on top of her head, pinning her in place. With her eyes darting sideways, Fang Qian realized with terror. A face had appeared beside her at some point, she didn't know when. At this moment, something was relentlessly licking its own cheek with a snake-like forked tongue. The face of that ordinary-looking soldier just now suddenly began to melt away in slow motion. Beneath the human skin mask was actually revealed a clown face smeared with colorful paint. Witnessing this bizarre scene before them, a wave of panic instantly surged through everyone's hearts. It seemed to sense the danger. The blood-chased phantom wolf immediately let out a fierce howl. It was about to launch an attack on the clown before it. Who could have known that in the next instant, a terrifying spiritual pressure would violently surge forth? Everyone, along with their spirit pets, was instantly crushed by this terrifying spiritual energy. Several thud sounds echoed. Everyone fell to their knees immediately. They stared in panic at the clown-faced man before them. Just releasing psychic energy was enough to make them kneel. Then how powerful must he actually be? Just as the group panicked, a playful voice suddenly reached their ears. It was the clown man. "Come, let's play a game with our lives at stake. Let me think. Blood, crows, the poor, fools. Use these 4 words to tell me a simple story. If you can earn my applause, I shall bestow upon you supreme power. If you fail." As he spoke, the jester's hand gently caressed Fang Qian's head. The gesture seemed gentle, yet everyone could hear the ominous crack-crack sound of bones shifting, and Fang Qian's face, utterly contorted by sheer terror as her mind snapped. Just as the clown man became completely absorbed in his macabre game, bang! A deafening blast. Above them, a ghastly cyan flame suddenly erupted across the sky. This is a flare. Before coming, each student was issued a flare in case of emergencies. As soon as the flare goes off, the instructor will arrive immediately. Seeing this, Gu Changsheng and the others' faces lit up with joy, but before their smiles could fully form, That devilish voice surprisingly sounded in their ears once more. "Oh dear, seems like we're running out of time. Let's change the game then." With that, he yanked hard on Fang Qian's head with the hand gripping it. Rip! A piercing sound, accompanied by the sickening noise of flesh tearing apart. Fang Qian's head, along with her spine, was brutally yanked right out of her body. Instantly, several students wet themselves in terror at this horrifying sight. He actually killed someone? Gag! Several of the weaker-willed ones fell to their knees, vomiting violently. The clown-faced man simply watched them with a grin and said, "I'll give you 30 seconds. Only one of you gets to live beyond this. If more than 2 remain alive, you all die." Hearing that the clown man wasn't joking, everyone's expressions instantly changed. How could he possibly bring himself to do it when all their friends were around? And Gu Changsheng, upon hearing the clown-faced man's words, it was immediately clear that the opponent was absolutely not bluffing. If they didn't listen to him, everyone present would die. A flash of fear flickered in his eyes as he instinctively wanted to command the blood tracker wolves to kill everyone around him. But before Gu Changsheng could take action, a venomous stinger pierced directly into his neck. This was the toxic stinger of a crimson-level murder hornet. How could this? Feeling his body rapidly cooling, a flash of panic crossed Gu Changsheng's eyes. At the very end, he suddenly saw Xu Yunyan, who had always appeared fragile by his side, was now brandishing a dagger wildly toward the remaining few. Before the opponents could react, her dagger had already plunged into their chests. At this moment, Gu Changsheng finally realized Xu Yunyan was no innocent White Lotus at all. Rather, she was a venomous Black Widow. The 30 seconds passed swiftly. Of the original 7-member team, only 3 remained alive now. Xu Yunyan, who had struck first, was now clutching the wound in her abdomen where the dagger had pierced through. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the 2 opponents before her. Their companion's death had ignited a fierce resolve in the remaining pair. Instinctively, they chose to band together, deciding to eliminate Xu Yunyan first before settling their own duel. At this moment, both men's magical beasts kept snarling towards Xu Yunyan's killer bees. Just as both sides were on the verge of drawing weapons and taking action, pop! The crisp sound of the clown's clap exploded in everyone's ears. "My apologies, time's up. According to the rules, you'll all have to die." The moment the words fell, the heads of the 2 men before Xu Yunyan instantly exploded. An expression of utter despair instantly appeared on Xu Yunyan's face, just as she thought death was inevitable. Unexpectedly, the clown-faced man was already standing before her, bending slightly with a gentlemanly smile. "However, I quite like your performance. This attitude of doing whatever it takes to survive is absolutely perfect for our organization. Miss with such despicable character, would you like to join the Beast Rebellion? If I join the Beast Rebellion, can I survive? Of course. Not only that, I'll even grant you the key to becoming powerful. I'm in." Hearing Xu Yunyan's words, the clown's grin stretched even wider. A gold coin suddenly appeared in his hand, appearing there as if by magic. With a light toss, the coin transformed into a venomous snake. Before Xu Yunyan's astonished gaze could fully register the change, the snake struck, sinking its fangs deep into her neck, finally coalescing into the tattoo of a clown. An intense burst of pain instantly spread through Xu Yunyan's entire body. Her delicate features immediately twisted in agony. A peculiar memory surged into her mind. A-grade spirit technique, beast-devouring art. Before she could even carefully comprehend its contents, the next moment, excruciating pain surged over her like tidal waves. Xu Yunyan's raven-black tresses instantly turned white as snow. In her agony, 2 figures suddenly flashed through her eyes. Like a vicious beast, it let out a meaningless roar from its mouth. Gu Changsheng, Lu Ming, Xia Tian die, all die, woo woo, Chapter 12 Pursuit from a 9-star Beast Tamer. The pain came quickly and left just as fast. Within a mere minute, the pain ebbed away like receding tides. At this moment, Xu Yunyan felt as though she had been soaked through in water. Gasping for air, she intermittently let out soft, panting breaths. When she regained her composure, a glint of excitement immediately flashed in her eyes, yet it ultimately transformed into thick resentment and malice. The agony she had just endured was something she never wanted to experience again in this lifetime. In her agony, scenes of Lu Ming and Xiatian flooded her mind. That damned pair! Why should Xiatian be lucky enough to contract a blue-tier magical beast, while I could only contract a red-tier one? What right did Lu Ming have to receive Xiatian's unconditional devotion, while she had to compromise and endure Gu Changsheng's demands? This bitter resentment fueled her climb out of hell. Instantly, her ruthless glare locked onto the clown with venomous intensity, but the next moment, she transformed back into that pristine White Lotus flower. Paired with her peppery gray hair and bloodstained dress, the sight was eerily grotesque yet strangely captivating. Blinking once, Xu Yunyan immediately approached the clown with deference. "My lord, among those who fled just now, one is a top academy candidate from our school, he's contracted with a blue-ranked magical beast. If we let her go so easily, she'll definitely cause trouble for our organization in the future. Might as well invite her to join us. Even if we can't recruit them, we absolutely must not let them leave. Hearing Chu Yunyan's words, the clown's smile widened further, reaching out to hook a single finger under the other's chin. Looking into the other's eyes, where madness lurked beneath their calm surface, the clown immediately revealed a satisfied smile. You're clever, and very greedy. I like your eyes. So let that mother-child golden lotus be your first sacrificial offering. Hearing the clown's words, a flash of excitement instantly passed through Chu Yunyan's eyes. The spirit technique she just acquired was the core martial art of the Reverse Beast Society. Upon ascending each major realm, a beast tamer could forcibly devour a magical beast. Not only did it enhance the beast tamer's spiritual energy, but it could sometimes even awaken unknown spirit techniques. The higher the bloodline level of the magical beast, the greater the chance of awakening a special spirit technique. If only the mother-child golden lotus could become the first magical beast he devours, her future achievements would be limitless. Immediately, she lowered her head with an expression full of deference. Her eyes brimmed with the thrill of vengeance and madness. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Lu Yi stared blankly at Lu Ming, who was commanding up ahead. He couldn't understand why Lu Ming had suddenly decided to flee when everything had been going fine. And no sooner had they escaped to the mountainside than Lu Ming eagerly launched the signal flare. What's wrong with you, Lu? Did you know that guy just now? I can't explain clearly, but he's definitely bad news. Quick, let's find the instructor and get back to the bus. The reason Lu Ming suddenly fled was simply because the moment he came into contact with that eerie man, a glaring red warning suddenly flashed across the system in his mind. While searching for the Inverse Beast Society, you've inadvertently attracted the attention of their guardian, the 9-star Beast Master Jester, a deranged madman who takes pleasure in tormenting the weak. Under Xia Tian's cover, flee immediately. Warning, the power gap is overwhelming. Escape now. Mission, escape alive. Survive the pursuit of the 9-star Beast Master Jester. Mission reward, SSS rank Spiritual Art Soul Dominion Pictorial Fragment *1. An utterly terrifying reward, for what seems like an impossible mission. That weirdly laughing man just now turned out to be a future 9-star Beast Master. Even if this is data from 20 years in the future, who the hell knows how strong he is right now? If I don't run now, should I wait till next year when they're dancing on my grave? So after reaching the mountain's base, he didn't hesitate for a second. Lu Ming immediately fired the signal flare. At the same time, an intense thrill abruptly surged through his heart. Reward of an SSS-grade spirit technique fragment. If only he could obtain it, it would absolutely propel him to unprecedented heights. The opponent wasn't a true 9-star beast tamer, there was still hope. At this thought, Lu Ming urged Shu Shu to flee even faster. As they watched, the distance between their group and the mountain range grew ever greater. A hint of joy flashed across Lu Ming's face, but the next second, boom! A deafening blast. Something seemed to plummet violently from the sky. In an instant, the earth cracked apart. The ground shattered into chunks like blocks of tofu. The shockwaves of displaced air sent the treasure-hunting rat flying backward. Before Lu Ming and his companions could regain their composure, a deep, slightly manic male voice suddenly echoed beside their ears. Excuse me, gentlemen, you might have something I need, mind if I borrow it? The dust settled. A man dressed in a red suit, made up to look like a clown. At this moment, he was cradling a girl in a white dress, slowly walking towards Lu Ming and the others. Looking again at the young girl in his arms. Holy shit, isn't that Chu Yunyan? Suddenly, Lu Ye's exclamation came from beside him. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was eyeing the clown before him warily. He inquired cautiously, "Honorable guest, may I ask what you require? That blue-tier magical beast looks decent, mind if I borrow it?" Upon hearing those words, Lu Ming's heart instantly sank. As expected, they'd come for the twin golden lotuses. Behind them, Xia Tian's body went rigid the moment she heard the clown's words. The twin golden lotus in his arms seemed to sense its master's fear. It immediately shrank into Xia Tian's embrace, trembling violently. Faced with the threat of imminent death, Lu Ming gently pulled Xia Tian behind him, shielding her. As for following the system's suggestion and using Xia Tian as a shield to escape, not a chance. His eyes fixed fiercely on the opponent, Lu Ming tried his best to portray a look of terror. Yet beneath the facade, his gaze darted rapidly as he frantically searched for a way to turn the tables. With his ability to survive jumping off a mountain, fighting him head-on would surely be a losing battle. At this moment, the only option seemed to be waiting for the instructor's arrival for a glimmer of hope. Standing beside the clown, Chu Yunyan was currently staring at Lu Ming and Xia Tian with venomous resentment. After the bitterness, came the vengeful thrill. You despicable pair, let's see how you'll perish this time. For now, she was in no hurry to devour the golden lotus. Instead, she eagerly anticipated Lu Ming's defiance. She wanted to watch Lu Ming being trampled underfoot by the clown. Then, at his most agonizing moment, she would personally end Summer's life. Just the thought of it made Chu Yunyan's body tremble uncontrollably. An eerie flush flickered across her face. However, what Chu Yunyan didn't expect was, upon hearing the clown's words, Lu Ming merely shook his head. "Sir, let's discuss this. How about changing the request? The fat guy beside me would be a perfect alternative, worth every penny of the mother-child golden lotus." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi instantly widened his eyes. "Holy shit, old Lu, you can't do this to me. Summer's delicate, how could you bear to see her snatched by those villains? Damn it, so you're fine with me getting taken instead? Aren't we supposed to be sworn brothers? What the hell kind of good brother are you? Since when do you sell out your so-called brothers?" Watching the sudden infighting between the two before him, the clown immediately wore an expression of keen interest. Chu Yunyan, meanwhile, smirked coldly as she looked down at them, eagerly anticipating their mutual destruction through their own discord. But the very next instant, the two who had seemed on the verge of fighting just moments ago, unexpectedly stopped their arguments simultaneously, because Lu Ming had covertly revealed the Class B treasure he just acquired as his reward. He took advantage of the chaos to toss it directly into the rat's mouth. Treasure Devourer, talent activated. An intense surge of psychic energy instantly swept through the treasure-seeking rat's entire body. The excess terrifying psychic energy instantly flowed back into Lu Ming's body. Originally at 1 star, 3rd tier, he instantly broke through. 1 star, 4th tier. 1 star, 5th tier. 1 star, 6th tier. At the same time, an inexplicable memory suddenly surged violently in his mind. This is Spirit Technique Golden Radiance. Chapter 13, Allocation. Golden Radiance enhances the power of a combat pet's metal element skills. The skill carries the sharp metal chi effect, with a 3% chance to inflict blindness on enemies. The effect can stack up to 5 times and lasts for 1 minute. Seeing his freshly awakened Spirit Technique, Lu Ming couldn't help but freeze. Is this the Spirit Technique the homeroom teacher mentioned? It awakened on its own? Wait, he just fed his mouse a B-grade treasure worth tens of millions, and this is the damn thing I awakened? Damn rat, are you worthy of me? Looking down at the rat. At this moment, the treasure-hunting rat was radiating blinding golden light all over its body. From time to time, a layer of white light flickered across its body. This was the precursor to an imminent advancement. A single B-grade treasure had directly elevated it to the peak of the mundane tier. Watching as the opponent was on the verge of evolution, Lu Ming had no choice but to slap its head and roar loudly, "Mouse, run!" Behind him, the clown heard Lu Ming's words. An eerie smile flickered across his face. "Is this your choice? How truly disappointing." The next instant, the clown's body violently expanded. His height suddenly skyrocketed from the initial 1.76 meters to over 2.5 meters in a flash. With one powerful step forward, he immediately left a massive crater in the ground. Watching Lu Ming and the others flee, the clown wore an expression of mockery. The next moment, his gaze turned sinister as he looked at Chu Yunyan and suddenly asked, "Beautiful lady, I wonder if I might borrow something from you?" Hearing his words, Chu Yunyan's body involuntarily trembled. She didn't ask why, because she knew the strong don't owe explanations to the weak. All the weak need to do is obey. "It's my honor." Wise choice. The next moment, the clown abruptly opened his bloodthirsty maw. He sank his teeth into Chu Yunyan's arm. Blood immediately gushed out. As for the clown, he lightly dipped his finger into the blood flowing from Chu Yunyan's wound. Then he drew 3 pairs of whiskers on his own face. When he finished, a mirror had somehow appeared in his hand. Gazing into the mirror, he turned to ask Chu Yunyan a question. "How about that? Do I look like a cat?" "You do." Learning that the other had bitten their own arm just to do this, Chu Yunyan immediately nodded through gritted teeth. "It was already clear in my heart. The clown before me was a complete lunatic, but because of his formidable power, he was a lunatic who could do whatever he pleased." Suddenly, the clown let out an exaggerated meow. The next moment, his body stretched taut like a spring at its limit. Before Chu Yunyan could react, the clown had already vanished from the spot, chasing after the fleeing treasure-seeking mouse. And so, the cat-and-mouse game began within the secret realm. Even as Lu Ming and the others kept running without pause. Not far from the secret realm, a giant red-scaled python, dozens of meters tall, was crawling leisurely toward the direction of the artificial mountain range. Seated atop the python's forehead, Zhuang Chen gazed idly at the direction from which the signal flare had just come. In his opinion, what possible danger could a newly emerged secret realm hold? As for that raven leader serving as the harbinger of death, its strength was merely ordinary. Minor injuries like bone fractures could heal completely within a single day when treated by healing-type battle pets. Just as he was contemplating which squad could have reached the mountain range so quickly, his azure sky python suddenly began trembling violently. Sensing the nervous emotions transmitted by the spirit beast, Zhuang Chen immediately realized something was wrong. "What's wrong?" With a faint blink of his eyes, Zhuang Chen's pupils instantly transformed into golden snake-like irises. Spirit Technique, Vision Sharing. Instantly, the scene before his eyes transformed abruptly. Everything within the forest came into perfect view. Simultaneously, a colossal human figure, radiating intense heat, appeared. In the blink of an eye, the pupils reverted back to human ones. The moment he saw the gigantic figure, Zhuang Chen's body instinctively tensed up. Rank 261 on the Dark Beast World Assassin Leaderboard, Killer Clown? Damn it, what's he doing here? Without another word, he yanked out his walkie-talkie and roared at the garrison troops. All units, immediately notify Regimental HQ. A Beastmaster from the Dark Beast realm has infiltrated the Novice Secret Zone. The intruder is none other than Joker, the perpetrator behind multiple murders, robberies, kidnappings, and smuggling cases. Dispatch the Armored Beastmaster Brigade at once to suppress them. As he was speaking, Zhuang Chen's expression suddenly changed, because he realized the clown's target was actually a student from Qingshui High School. And not just any student, it was one of the 4 academy seeds the school had explicitly tasked him to protect. Damn it, I've severely neglected my duties this time. The clown was swiftly closing in on Xia Tian. Fist as big as a casserole came crashing down toward the 3 students. Zhuang Chen could already picture the horrific scene of the 3 students' bodies being shattered. Instantly, Zhuang Chen's eyes blazed with fury as he roared madly into the distance. Joker, how dare you! Seeing the enormous fist coming straight at me, Lu Yi and Xia Tian's eyes were filled with utter despair. A look of determination flashed across Xia Tian's face. As if having made some decision, she threw herself powerfully before Lu Ming. Her eyes gazed softly at Lu Ming, when suddenly she despised her own cowardice. If only she could have confided her true feelings to Brother Lu earlier. Am I really? At this thought, Xia Tian suddenly hugged Lu Ming tightly, shouting with unwavering determination, Brother Lu, I love you, and you must live well. Beside them, Lu Yi also embraced Lu Ming at this moment, but he didn't think as much about it as Xia Tian did. He just had a feeling that Fatty was probably done for this time. Terror exploded directly from within him. Instantly, his howls of agony drowned out Xia Tian's voice completely. Summer. Wait, you? As for Lu Ming himself, with a beauty in his arms, needless to say, he was actually feeling somewhat tantalized at this moment. Of course, it would be even better if there weren't any fat guys around. With a faint smile, during their intimate summer embrace, he could distinctly feel the trembling and heartbeat of the young girl in his arms. Yet at this very moment, his world unexpectedly grew calm and still. Scenes from his past life flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. But the next moment, a powerful burst of energy erupted from within him. It's not over yet. His gaze fell upon his system panel. Lu Ming suddenly noticed something different inside. Host, Lu Ming. Level, 1 star, 6th rank. Stamina, 11.1. Sharpness, 11.3. Insight, 10.9. Psionic Power, 604. Psychic Art, Golden Radiance, Novice, Plus. Potential points 5. Behind the newly acquired spiritual technique Golden Radiance, there now appeared a plus symbol. Originally, he didn't understand the purpose of the potential points obtained from previous missions, but now, he finally comprehended the function of this Golden Radiance. In that case, system, allocate points. Ding! You have spent 2 potential points. Golden Radiance level increased. Ding! You have spent 3 potential points. Golden Radiance level increased. What was originally at the novice stage directly skipped past beginner's understanding and reached the proficient level. At the very moment the clown's fist was about to strike him, Lu Ming suddenly let out a furious roar. Mousy! The next instant, the treasure-hunting mouse beneath him sprang forward with lightning speed. Golden fur shimmered with dazzling golden rays. This is the aura of sharpened metal. Chapter 14, The Armored Beast Battalion. As the 2 golden lights superimposed, the treasure-seeking rat's body instantly transformed into a giant light bulb. The dazzling glare made everyone present instinctively shut their eyes. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhuang Chen was also enveloped by the golden radiance. His mind momentarily blanked out. Just what was that explosive light that had erupted from Lu Ming's hands? Could it be spirit magic? He mastered spirit magic in just 3 days of the contract? Zhuang Chen instantly gasped sharply, his eyes filled with astonishment. Without any systematic training, the technique Lu Ming just demonstrated could only be a naturally awakened primordial spirit magic. So, he's actually a genius in spirit arts. With such talent, even if he lacks aptitude in cultivation, he's fully qualified to apply to any of Dragon Country's top beast-taming military academies. We absolutely mustn't let such promising talent fall into the hands of the Reverse Beast sect. At the same time, the treasure-hunting mouse imbued with the golden ray buff suddenly erupted with intense spiritual energy. Under the influence of the metal manipulation skill, the pebbles on the ground began to tremble faintly. The next moment, countless iron sands suddenly seeped out from the entire vein of the earth. Transforming into a dark whirlwind, they coalesced around the treasure-hunting mouse. The unyielding metal sand solidified directly into a drill bit in midair. It swiftly shot toward the clown's body. At that moment, the clown had just awakened from his blinded state, watching the massive metal drill rush toward him, only to be blocked by his own red suit. The two forces crossed each other, unexpectedly bursting into dazzling sparks. The clown's suit faintly emitted a wail of sorrow. This was actually a magical beast? Facing the treasure-hunting rat's attack, the clown's face showed no trace of fear whatsoever. On the contrary, a profound sneer emerged on his countenance. A scarleteer beast can't pierce my defenses, I'd advise you. Who said I could only cast one spirit art? Golden flash, golden flash, golden flash. The next moment, multiple consecutive spirit spells were unleashed toward the mouse. In an instant, the iron sand drill bit, which had only taken rudimentary shape before, suddenly solidified into a genuine, massive drill bit. With a loud crack, before the clown could finish speaking, he suddenly made a startling discovery. His suit had actually been pierced straight through by the drill condensed from the treasure-hunting rat. Not far away, Xu Yunyan. The moment she opened her eyes, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. In the distance, the treasure-hunting mouse transformed into an iron sand drill bit. It actually pierced clean through the clown's defenses. With just one strike, it sent the clown flying several meters back. Suddenly, Xu Yunyan felt her eyes widen in shock. How is that possible? Looking at Lu Ming's metal-devouring rat, Xu Yunyan's face grew even more twisted with jealousy. Damn it! Isn't that supposed to be just a red-rank magical beast? How could it be so powerful? What method did he use? Even experts from the Beast Reavers Guild couldn't stand against him? This makes me look utterly ridiculous. She glared resentfully at the young man standing calmly behind the treasure-hunting rat. Even when facing a formidable opponent like the clown, his first instinct wasn't groveling submission, but active confrontation. Compared to him, my own choice seems so laughable, so despicable. I'm not wrong. Lu Ming deserved to die. Offending a powerhouse like that, he couldn't possibly survive. My choice was the optimal one. Though her words said this, Xu Yunyan's heart wavered with uncertainty. Her gaze simultaneously shifted to Xia Tian, who was hiding behind Lu Ming. The emotion called jealousy was incessantly growing in her heart. Once, she too had a chance to be the one standing behind that young man. But, it was all far too late now. Why is the whole world against me? Lu Ming, can't you just die quietly? Watching the clown being sent flying in the distance, a glimmer of hope flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. Is the other party dead? Just as he was secretly observing. Cough cough. A mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed from the clown's mouth. The blood stained his torn and muddy suit. He scrambled awkwardly to his feet and glanced down at his chest. Through the gaping hole in his left pectoral, glimpses of torn flesh pulsed faintly visible. The mangled heart throbbed irregularly, seeming poised to cease beating any moment. Surveying the ghastly wound, a flicker of surprise danced through the jester's eyes. But the next moment, his face suddenly twisted into madness. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he actually yanked out his own damaged heart with one hand. Instantly, his face visibly turned purple. He trembled as he produced a red handkerchief, covered his heart with it, then gave it a gentle tug. Ta-da! As if by magic, the heart that had just turned necrotic miraculously revived. Then he pressed his own heart back into place and cast a meaningful glance toward Lu Ming. Witnessing the terrifying regenerative ability of the clown, Lu Ming's heart sank abruptly. But what he never expected was, the clown across didn't continue his attack. Instead, he was staring at him with an excited expression. That fervent gaze made his bottom instinctively clench. The clown pointed at his little rodent, asking in a tone brimming with excitement and fervor. I never received your materials, which means the contracted magical beast you had back then wasn't even orange rank. But just now, your battle pet managed to wound me. It's not a red rank magical beast. It's... At this point, the clown eyed Shushu suspiciously. Suddenly, a realization seemed to strike him. He suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. A treasure-hunting mouse evolved to green tier. You actually nurtured a red tier monster beast into green tier. Excellent. Qingshui City has truly produced an extraordinary talent of rare quality. Such genius should rightfully serve our reverse beast society. Zhuang Chen in the distance suddenly stiffened upon hearing the clown's maniacal laughter. Then, as if only just realizing, his gaze snapped toward Lu Ming, then toward the treasure-seeking mouse beside him. He murmured under his breath, a treasure-seeking mouse. It's actually a treasure-seeking mouse. He had reviewed all the student profiles before coming. Lu Ming's contracted creature was clearly a red-tier gold-devouring rat. And yet, in just 3 days, he managed to evolve it into a treasure-seeking mouse? If Lu Ming had been a student at one of those elite schools, it wouldn't have been an issue. But the students at Qingshui High were mostly from ordinary families. Some even came from impoverished households. They simply couldn't afford to hire expensive trainers to help their battle pets level up. Then, the Golden Devourer rat evolved into a treasure-seeking rat. This was entirely discovered by Lu Ming through his own experimentation. At this moment, only 2 words remained in Zhuang Chen's mind. Incredible! Is this really a student that Qingshui High School No. 1 could educate? Even the geniuses in the imperial capital might hardly surpass this. Moreover, Lu Ming was also a prodigy in mystic arts. Combining these 2 aspects, even Zhuang Chen couldn't help but feel the urge to kidnap Lu Ming on the spot and send him to the military department for advanced training. With Lu Ming's talent, not to mention first-rate Beastmaster universities, even the 4 great academies would be within his reach. Instantly, the way both of them looked at Lu Ming changed completely. This Lu Ming, I must have him. *2. The next moment, Zhuang Chen and the clown exchanged a knowing glance. Their eyes flashed with intense fighting spirit. They both knew that to obtain Lu Ming, they would first have to get past each other. The already solemn atmosphere suddenly became even more charged with tension. The intense spiritual pressure forced the surrounding trees to bow in submission. Just as the auras of the 2 were about to reach their zenith, the sound of rotating helicopter blades suddenly echoed across the sky. Large numbers of aerial forces are rapidly converging on the newly emerged secret realm. Looking up, only then did Lu Ming and his 2 companions realize those in the sky were not helicopters at all. Lu Ye's gaze toward the sky held an extra touch of reverence and longing. Old Lu, look quick. It's the Armored Beast Tamer Corps. I heard all magical beasts come from Dragon Nation's unique, mechanical labyrinth, secret realm. Damn, to actually see them in reality today. I swear I'll get into the Azure Dragon Military Academy and join the Armored Beast Tamer Corps. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but gaze up at the sky. Above the sky, countless armored helicopters swiftly approached this area. The ground of the secret realm suddenly began to tremble violently. Numerous low-level magical beasts fled outward in panic. Some were simply paralyzed with fear by these mechanical beasts, crouching motionless where they stood. In just moments, dozens of mechanical beast warriors charged straight to Zhuang Chen's rear. Crack, crack, crack. The dense clatter of gears rang out. These mechanical beasts on the ground unexpectedly transformed directly into various humanoid and bestial forms. Countless gun barrels and cannon muzzles made Lu Ming and Lu Ye's eyes gleam with excitement. No man can resist the allure of armored machines. If one exists, bring 2. Staring at the domineering mechanical beast before him, Lu Ming couldn't help but swear a silent oath. One day, he would definitely acquire one to be his own contracted battle companion. Just as Lu Ming and his companions were stunned by the astonishing scene before them, the voice of instructor Zhuang Chen suddenly rang out. Priority is to protect the students. And, Joker, you're already surrounded. Surrender immediately. Everyone, listen. If the enemy dares to resist, eliminate them on the spot. With that, Zhuang Chen's finger abruptly pointed skyward. Before Lu Ming could grasp the situation, violent explosions suddenly resounded from the heavens. This is the unmistakable sound of something breaking the sound barrier. Looking up, he saw a black fighter jet swiftly charging toward Zhuang Chen. Just as it was about to reach Zhuang Chen, the black fighter jet abruptly transformed midair. In the end, it actually turned into, holy shit, Lao Lu, look, mechs, actual mechs. I've seen these on TV before. The core unit of the Armored Beastmaster Corps, only the Titan Squad gets to command these battle beasts. Enlist now and you'll get a blue-grade mechanical war Titan beast as standard issue. Instructor Zhuang was actually a member of the Titan Squad all along. Holy crap, holy crap. At this moment, the fat guy's face flushed crimson from sheer excitement. Even Lu Ming, when seeing the fighter jet transform into a mech, had his mind go blank for several seconds. The next moment, he had already silently made his decision. A real man commands mechanized beasts. I won't just pilot mechs, I'll captain carriers, command cosmic cruisers. Gazing at that pitch-black mecha, towering dozens of meters tall like solidified ink, both men's breathing instinctively grew rapid. Seated in the cockpit, Zhuang Chen could clearly see every subtle expression on Lu Ming's face below. Had Lu Ming not been discovered as such promising talent, to be honest, he didn't want to be so high-profile either. He even deployed his own war titan. Think you can escape this? Then, he heard. Speaking of which, Instructor Zhuang is already an elite member of the Titan Squad. Why does he still need to come teach us? Hey, just look at him raising those magical beasts, plus the War Titan. He must have taken out quite a few loans, right? Hiss, are elite squads this broke? Even they need to take side gigs now? These magical beasts, this quality, looks like they could easily saddle someone with tens of millions in debt just by glancing at them. Zhuang Chen, I told you I could kill without batting an eye, and you're seriously asking me if my eyes get dry? At that moment, Zhuang Chen felt as if an arrow had pierced his chest. Could it be that he spoke up, truly because he was burdened with too much debt and had no choice but to accept the mandatory orders assigned from above? So frustrating, and yet, there's no way to argue back. The mecha in his hands suddenly didn't feel as impressive anymore. On the ground, facing dozens of enormous mechanical beasts, the clown's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, he offered a faint smile. His figure once again resumed its original well-proportioned form. As his hands slowly rose, just when everyone thought he was preparing to surrender without a fight, suddenly, a magic handkerchief appeared in the clown's hand as if from nowhere. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present my final performance for you. At the clown's words, a sharp glint immediately flashed through Zhuang Chen's eyes. Attack, dead or alive. In the next instant, intense energy waves gathered within the bodies of dozens of mechanized beasts. They launched their full-powered strike directly at the clown at the center. Boom! The ground erupted with violent energy fluctuations in an instant. The towering energy wave even exploded into a mushroom cloud formation. When the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned to realize the ground where the clown had been standing had sunk about 20 meters. Moreover, the ground had been vaporized into molten rock by the intense heat. Staring at the spot where the clown had stood, Lu Ming and the others were utterly bewildered. Old Lu, could that guy be dead? If he survived that, I'd be speechless. No, he's not dead. Behind them, Zhuang Chen's heavy voice suddenly sounded. Hearing Zhuang Chen's words, Lu Ming and the other two immediately turned their heads. Instructor? Under the trio's inquiring gazes, Zhuang Chen's expression turned grave as he stared at the scorched earth on the ground. He shook his head. Though there's no evidence, I can sense that he definitely isn't dead. No beast master who made it onto the Shadow Beast Realm's killer list could be considered simple. Each one is as slippery as a loach. Hearing Zhuang Chen's words, Lu Ming's heart stirred instantly. The Shadow Beast Realm? The killer list? Another thing I don't know about. However, Zhuang Chen clearly wasn't going to elaborate on this matter. His gaze suddenly turned towards Lu Ming. The burning intensity in his eyes made even Lu Ming feel slightly dazzled. Holy shit! Instructor, what are you trying to do? I'm a proper student. Just as Lu Ming thought he might have some improper intentions toward him, Zhuang Chen suddenly clapped a hand on his shoulder, his tone filled with admiration as he said, Lu Ming, you've caught the Joker's eye, he won't let this go easily. Why not join Qinglong Military Academy instead? Let the military protect you. With your talent, I guarantee you can join the Armored Beastmasters Corps directly during your junior year internship. Chapter 15, Enrollment Requirements of Elite Academies. Hearing Zhuang Chen's words, Lu Ming and the other two froze in unison. Zhuang Chen was seen gazing at Lu Ming with unwavering confidence. He was confident that no one could resist the temptation of joining the Armored Beast Cavalry Unit. Not even battle-hardened veteran warriors could, let alone some greenhorn rookie. Just as Zhuang Chen thought victory was within his grasp, the next moment, Lu Ming's calm voice rang out. I refuse. Very well, what? You refuse? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhuang Chen's face instantly flickered with astonishment. Beside them, Lu Yi wore an expression of such profound dismay it seemed physically painful. His expression, those sighs, you'd think he wished he could just step in and take the other's place. Looking at Lu Ye's exaggerated heartbreak beside him, Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Buddy, you're overacting. I'm not acting at all. Old Lu, that's an early admission spot. Blue Dragon Military Academy is one of the top 4 military academies, and the instructor said as long as you agree, they'd admit you through special recruitment and take me along too. Zhuang Chen, hold on, you little fatty, you're quite the opportunist. When did I ever say I'd take you inside with me? Hee, instructor, take a look at me. I've always felt I have extraordinary bone structure since childhood. Could you possibly recruit me into Azure Dragon Academy through special admission too? Watching Zhuang Chen standing there silently with arms crossed, Lu Ye's heart instantly plummeted. Zhuang Chen, however, paid no attention to Lu Yi and instead frowned as he looked at Lu Ming. Can you tell me why you're unwilling to join the Azure Dragon Military Academy? I can guarantee that the resources you'd receive wouldn't be inferior to those of the 4 great academies. Ordinary students don't have the qualification to intern at the Mecha and Beast Taming Corps right after graduation. You should think carefully about this. Hearing Zhuang Chen's question, Lu Ming simply smiled faintly. His gaze burned intensely as he looked at the other. At this moment, Lu Ming finally stopped caring about revealing his ambition. Coach, my goal is to aim for the 2 top-tier institutions, Heavenly Stem and Earthly Branch. Hiss. Hearing Lu Ming's words, a look of utter disbelief flashed across everyone's faces. Xia Tian and Lu Yi exchanged bewildered glances at the self-assured young man standing before them. In the past, Lu Ming hadn't failed to mention it to them. He wanted to take the entrance exams for these 2 prestigious universities himself. But this was the first time they'd seen Lu Ming answer this question with such certainty. In the past, they would have thought Lu Ming was just joking. But this time, he might actually succeed. Opposite him, Zhuang Chen was also stunned for a long moment after hearing Lu Ming's words. Then, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Those 2 top-tier academies aren't places ordinary people can join. Do you know how difficult their requirements for the Beast Taming College entrance exams are? No matter how difficult, What is there to fear? Seeing Lu Ming's earnest expression, Zhuang Chen was momentarily speechless at his question. After a long silence, he couldn't help but sigh faintly. When comparing against the two top-tier institutions, Azure Dragon Military Academy's qualifications simply couldn't measure up. Now, looking again at Lu Ming before him, Zhuang Chen seemed to see his younger self in the youth. Yet this young man's talent far surpassed his own. This realization didn't anger Zhuang Chen, who had originally intended to recruit him. Instead, it kindled an even stronger desire to nurture such exceptional talent. Alright, since you're determined to apply to the two top-tier universities, I'll give you some insider information. Do you know what their admission requirements have been in previous years? Oh, hearing Zhuang Chen's words, Lu Ming and the other two immediately showed expressions of curiosity, especially Lu Ming. For someone determined to enroll in the two most prestigious institutions, everything there filled him with curiosity. It would be naturally wonderful if he could learn some inside information in advance. Last year, the admission standard for the 4 major academies was 2-star second tier, while the benchmark for the 2 top institutions was 2-star 5th tier. Isn't it just 3 more levels? Not a big deal, right? Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Zhuang Chen shot him a glance and let out a cold chuckle. After becoming a 2-star beast tamer, each level up requires accumulating at least 300 spirit energy points. 3 levels? The difficulty is no less than your promotion from 1-star to 2-star beast tamer. Still think it's easy? At once, Lu Yi, who had just been showing some disdain, was instantly silenced by this outrageous demand. Not only that, while other beast taming universities only look at either your cultivation or magic arts grades, the celestial stems and earthly branches consider your comprehensive performance. With a college entrance exam score of 600 points, anything below 560 won't even get you in. At this point, Zhuang Chen's voice suddenly trailed off. Then he looked at Lu Ming with a somewhat complicated gaze. Given his understanding of Lu Ming's capabilities, considering the boy had mastered spirit arts within just 3 days, what was the most challenging aspect for previous examinees actually became Lu Ming's advantage. As for the issue of battle pet cultivation, your battle pet's bloodline tier is too low, it might hold you back when the time comes. Wait, what? Upon hearing Zhuang Chen's words, the group immediately displayed expressions of disbelief. Isn't green tier enough for the treasure-hunting mouse? In the entire Qingshui No. 1 high school, aside from Xia Tian's paired golden lotuses, his treasure-hunting mouse bloodline is the highest ranked. Zhuang Chen's cold laugh answered him. Do you know how the scions of those great families are nurtured? After reaching 2 stars, a beastmaster can contract 1 more battle pet, at which point they typically contract the magical beast egg their clan has pre-arranged for them. The magical beasts bred by those top clans for generations all have at minimum blue grade or even indigo grade bloodline levels. To enter either of the 2 great academies, your magical beast must reach blue grade, and that's just the baseline requirement. Ha! Hearing this outrageous demand, even Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. No wonder ordinary people rarely heard about applying to the 2 top-tier institutions. Right from the admission requirements, these 2 academies weren't designed for common students at all. After Zhuang Chen finished speaking, his gaze involuntarily turned to Lu Ming, hoping to catch a hint of defeat on his face. Only then could he extend another invitation to him. Young men may never lack passion, but sometimes they must face reality. How can the talent of a single generation compare to the efforts of those great families accumulated over several, or even a dozen generations? But in the end, Zhuang Chen didn't detect the slightest hint of disappointment on his face. On the contrary, to his surprise, he saw an unyielding pride that only grew stronger with setbacks. Given all this, are you still planning to apply to the 2 great beast-taming universities? The answer to him was Lu Ming's resolute gaze. If there's an opportunity, why not try? I've elevated the treasure-hunting rat to green grade so I can definitely raise it to blue grade, indigo grade, even purple grade. The essence of the path lies in striving. If I don't even try, how would I know my limits? What's more, even without your recommendation, instructor, I can still apply for the Azure Dragon Military Academy. I'm confident I can join the Armored Beastmaster Corps right after graduation. The arrogance was palpable in the air, yet no one present dared to refute Lu Ming's words. Watching Lu Ming's sharp, piercing gaze, Zhuang Chen's face first showed a flicker of astonishment. Then, another flash of complexity crossed his mind. You're absolutely right. I was the one being too hasty. With your qualifications, you already have the freedom to choose among top-tier institutions. With that, Zhuang Chen shook his head inside. At last, he understood why those prodigies were reluctant to accept recruitments lightly. Because of that confidence. Their confidence in believing they can handle anything. Just as Zhuang Chen was preparing to retreat dejectedly, Lu Yi suddenly grabbed him by the arm. Wait a minute, instructor. Didn't you just say you'd recruit me for the Armored Beast Master Corps? Zhuang Chen, did I say that? Chapter 16, Can brothers be raised too? Got it. Hearing Zhuang Chen's question, after exchanging glances with each other, Lu Ming and Lu Yi immediately answered in unison. The summer sun behind them blushed at the shameless responses from the two. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhuang Chen. Zhuang Chen rolled his eyes openly, giving Lu Yi a once-over before finally asking, Lu Yi, was it? Joining the armored beast force isn't something just anyone can do. Tell me, what makes you qualified? Advantages? Hearing the instructor's question, Lu Yi immediately scratched his head in confusion. Before he could speak, Zhuang Chen's cold voice rang out again. Having contracted a red-tier magical beast with spiritual energy just reaching 100, and with the beast taming college entrance exam barely 20 days away, students like you aren't exactly rare. They make up at least 95% of the candidates. What makes you think you can stand out from these 95% of students? Hearing Zhuang Chen's words, Lu Yi, who had been exhilarated just moments before, immediately turned pale. But instructor, I genuinely want to join. Who wouldn't want to join? Should I accept anyone who wants in just because they're human? So, Lu Yi, show me your dedication. You want to join the Armored Beast Cavalry, do you? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Just get into Qinglong Military Academy this year, and I'll grant you all the conditions I just promised Lu Ming. Can I really do it? Upon hearing the instructor's words, Lu Ye's face instantly flickered with a hint of self-doubt. Zhuang Chen merely gave him a profound look before saying nothing more. A person who doesn't even believe in himself. How to get into the Qinglong Military Academy. The next moment, his sky-swallowing python slowly approached its master. The massive serpent's jaws clenched around Lu Ming and the other two, carrying them as it crawled slowly out of the secret realm. Not long after Lu Ming and the others had left the secret realm, the system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Quest completed. Mission reward, SSS rank Spirit Technique, Spirit Domination Scroll, Fragment, Fusion Chapter. Hearing this system notification, Lu Ming finally let out a deep sigh of relief. He finally escaped the pursuit of the clown. Upon seeing the legendary SSS-level spiritual technique, a faint flicker of excitement instantly flashed across his face. That was an SSS-level spiritual technique. If only there weren't people around. He couldn't wait to take out the spirit control manual and examine it immediately. Right, and there's also the B-grade spirit technique rewarded from the previous mission. He would need to check that thoroughly after returning as well. When everyone returned from leaving the secret realm, beside him, Lu Yi still wore a listless expression. Seeing his expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Unfortunately, his system only worked for himself. Otherwise, I'd have found a way to help Lu Yi figure out an evolution path for beast taming. Lu Yi hung his head low, no longer as lively as he used to be. Old Lu. Yeah. Hearing Lu Yi's call, Lu Ming turned his gaze towards him. Lu Yi, meanwhile, clenched his lips tightly, a flash of unwillingness crossing his eyes. I won't accept this. The opportunity is right before me. If I don't seize this chance, I might never get another in my lifetime. I will take the Qinglong Military Academy entrance exam. As Lu Ye's words trailed off, the next instant, the system that had remained dormant for so long suddenly issued a notification. In middle age, you reunite with an old friend from the past. His parents also perished in the beast tide, and his only daughter met with misfortune, leaving only his severely injured and disabled wife Su Menghua clinging to life with him. Unwilling to accept this fate, he turns to you seeking the truth behind the beast tide. Upon learning the truth, he feels deeply powerless as a mere two-star beast tamer. Both being kindred spirits fallen on hard times, you watch your old friend drown in anguish day after day, and a new idea begins to take shape in your mind. Mission, the middle-aged comeback. Help Lu Yi achieve advancement, reaching at least 3 levels up in a week. Mission rewards, potential points *2-5, evolution path of toxic salamander, Lu Yi's favorability gained, normal, increased. Seeing the task panel prompt before my eyes, a peculiar expression flashed across Lu Ming's face. That fatty's future is pretty miserable. Indeed, unhappy families are all alike. But what the hell is up with the mission rewards later? What does he want with the guy's favorability points? The potential points reward is indeed something I urgently need right now. Might as well complete this task while I'm at it. It just feels a bit odd. This kind of nurturing quest should be for your battle pet or childhood sweetheart, shouldn't it? Why can you even nurture your bro? I don't freaking understand. Now, staring at the chubby guy with an unwilling expression before my eyes. Since we're going to help him, the first step is to build up the fat guy's confidence. Patting Lu Ye's shoulder encouragingly, Lu Ming immediately thumped his chest in reassurance. Don't worry, you've still got me, haven't you? Train with me during this period, and we won't just aim for Qinglong Military Academy, we might even try for the 2 top-tier institutions. After going back, first take out a loan from the bank, though with your red-tier magical beast, you probably won't be able to borrow much. I still have about 100,000 gold coins on me. I'll find a way to get into an ordinary third-rate beast taming university first. Aha! Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Ye's face lit up with renewed vitality. No matter what, he would find a way to try. A person doesn't get many chances in life to change their fate. Some people may never even get to see such an opportunity in their entire lifetime. Since I've already seen it, I must seize it at all costs. At least I'm better off than those who don't even have a goal. He was undoubtedly much luckier. Beside them, Xia Tian watched Lu Ming encouraging Lu Yi, silently lowering his head without speaking, his mind recalling when the clown had pressured him to hand over his battle pet, the scene where Lu Ming immediately stepped forward to shield her. Gazing at Lu Ming's straight, unwavering back, Xia Tian couldn't help but recall that moment from childhood when she and her mother had moved into the slums. In her memory, it was because her father had died in battle, with no means of income left. Mother and daughter were forced to move into the slums. Mother wept all day long, neglected and consumed by hesitance and panic. Even the children around her would occasionally bully her. Just as she felt most desperate, a not-so-broad back suddenly shielded her from harm. The former Lu Ming was exactly the same as the present Lu Ming. No matter when, he would instinctively stand protective shield in front of her. Initially, she also felt aggrieved and fearful. After high school, Lu Ming seemed to have abandoned her. But these days, Lu Ming's behavior has reaffirmed her belief. Brother Lu is still the same Brother Lu, he hasn't changed a bit. Recalling Lu Ming's conversation with Shuang Chen earlier, Xia Tian silently clenched her fists. Brother Lu's dream is to attend one of the 2 top universities. Well, I'll strive for that too. Late at night, the bus slowly made its way toward the school. The spirits of the students were all terribly low. The secret realm had undergone such a major incident. Reality had given these newcomers a harsh lesson. As soon as everyone got off the vehicle, they saw a group of school leaders standing pale-faced at the school gate. Several parents of the affected students were weeping uncontrollably at the school entrance. Not long after Lu Ming and the others alighted from the car. From the front, the principal's voice suddenly rang out. Xia Tian, come here for a moment. The teachers need to see you. Chapter 17, the upcoming mock exam. At dawn, Lu Ming woke up early. Following the school's arrangement, everyone gathered on the playground. This year's scholarship is exceptionally generous, and every student has a chance to win it. In 2 days, the school will hold a mock exam designed to match the standards of previous Beast Tamer Gaokao. The top 10 students will receive substantial rewards. Moreover, the top 3 students will also receive a secret realm ticket worth 100,000 gold coins. The principal's words reached every student's ears. Instantly, excitement lit up everyone's faces. But when Lu Ming and Lu Yi heard it, a flash of disdain crossed their expressions. If it weren't for Gu Changsheng and all those university prospects dying off, would the school be this generous? I heard there are only 2 students left at contract orange level in the whole school. TSK, our number 1 high school is completely doomed this year. Who said that? What about Xia Tian? Oh right. Speaking of which, where is Xia Tian? Why haven't we seen her lately? As they talked, both turned their gaze toward the classroom next door. But nowhere could he find Xia Tian's shadow. It seemed she had been summoned by the principal yesterday. After that, no one had seen her again. Frowning slightly, Lu Ming made another effort to search for any sign of Xia Tian. Even the corner where she usually stayed was thoroughly inspected, but nothing was found. Only after the principal's speech ended and all the students from each class had left, Xia Tian was still nowhere to be seen. A faint sense of foreboding flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Just as he was about to ask Summer's classmates for information, he unexpectedly saw Summer waiting for him at the entrance as soon as he left the playground. Beside her stood a girl with a neat, short haircut. Her expression was indifferent, her calm eyes carrying a profound depth. Seeing Lu Ming, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Lu Ming always felt there was a trace of hostility in how the other person looked at him. Just being glanced at by her made Lu Ming feel as if needles were pricking his back. As Lu Ming approached, the girl showed no intention of avoiding him at all. Standing beside Xia Tian like this, he resembled a coldly elegant door god. Just as Lu Ming was about to ask who this immovable statue was, Xia Tian suddenly walked right up to him. Bowing her head slightly, she gently took hold of Lu Ming's hand. When Lu Ming looked up again, he noticed her eyes shimmering like autumn ripples on a lakeside. With a gentle blink, the mist in her eyes stirred like ripples across water. Brother Lu, the school has arranged for Senior Yi from Nanli University to give me crash training. We probably won't have time to meet before the college entrance exams. Hearing Xia Tian's words, Lu Ming remained silent for a moment. Seeing the little girl's sad expression, he merely smiled and pinched her delicate cheek. That's wonderful news. With your talent, getting into one of the 4 great academies won't be difficult. Let's work hard together and meet at the summit. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian couldn't bear it and hugged him tightly. She buried her face in his chest. Lu Ming immediately felt a warm wetness spreading across his chest. A tinge of melancholy about their impending separation flashed through his heart. Only when she reluctantly pulled herself away from him after summer had passed At this moment, though her face was flushed, she had already stopped crying. Looking at Lu Ming, she said with utmost seriousness, "Brother Lu, I also want to apply to either Tiangong or Dizzy Academy." Involuntarily, a flash of astonishment crossed Lu Ming's face. Then he nodded with a smile. "I believe in you. I must get into the 2 top-tier universities." Perhaps because his voice was too loud, Xia Tian's words immediately caught the attention of those around him. Instantly, numerous gazes turned to assess the foolhardy fellow who didn't know his own limits. But when they saw it was Xia Tian who had shouted the slogan, everyone immediately softened their expressions with friendly smiles. And Summer, suddenly noticed by so many people, her introverted tendencies flared up unexpectedly again. Blushing crimson, she cast one last reluctant glance at Lu Ming. Then she turned and fled straight from the crowd. Though Xia Tian had left, the towering presence of Yi Qiuyu standing guard behind her like a temple door god remained. At this moment, he made no move to leave. Surveying Lu Ming before him, a hint of disdain flickered at the corners of his eyes. Xia Tian is the most talented junior I've ever seen. The 4 great academies are merely her fallback. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing the implicit challenge in the other's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. "So, it's perfectly normal for girls to have fantasies in high school, but you need to understand the gap between you and her. You two are destined to be from different worlds. The only reason I arranged for Xia Tian to come here was to leave her with something to remember. But you should know your limits, understand?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming immediately narrowed his eyes. Beside him, Lu Ye's eyes practically bulged out when he heard Yi Qiuyu's remark. "You really?" Yet before he could speak, the next moment, a terrifying spiritual pressure directly weighed down upon Lu Ming and Lu Yi. "This is a 3-star beast tamer." Instantly, Lu Yi was pressed into silence, too afraid to speak. Only Yi Qiuyu's icy voice remained, ringing in both their ears. "If I find out either of you dares to meet Xia Tian in private, it won't be just a minor warning next time. Lu Ming, if you have any sense of shame left, stay out of Xia Tian's sight and never show your face again." The spiritual pressure radiating from them was palpable. At this moment, Lu Ming found it hard to breathe under the crushing weight of their overwhelming spiritual energy. But he still stubbornly resisted the spiritual pressure from her, forcefully lifting his head. "This, senior, if I get admitted to the 2 top institutions, I can meet Xia Tian, right?" You, though somewhat surprised that Lu Ming managed to withstand her spiritual pressure, Yi Qiuyu's expression remained unchanged. "With your talent, a second-rate beast-taming university is your limit. I advise you not to entertain unrealistic fantasies, let alone top-tier institutions. If you can get into one of the 4 great academies, I'll give you this newly acquired monster egg of mine. I originally planned to use it for breaking through to the 4th rank, but if you can make it into Nanli Academy, this monster egg is yours. A gentleman's word is his bond." Hearing the excitement in Lu Ming's voice, yet Yi Qiuyu merely cast a faint glance. The next moment, her figure flickered momentarily. Then astonishingly, she vanished completely right before Lu Ming and Lu Ye's eyes, as the spiritual pressure receded like the tide. Only then did the two gasp for breath in huge gulps. While still shaken with lingering fear, Lu Ye's eyes were filled with indignation. "Damn it, is that woman insane?" But Lu Ming just shook his head, his eyes showing little resentment. He stood up, silently gazing at the spot where the other had disappeared, then shook his head again. Ultimately, she only acted this way for Xia Tian's sake. Besides, let's not forget she promised to give me a monster egg. Or do you not believe I can win the bet? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi couldn't help but smile on his face. The two brothers exchanged a glance before immediately laughing and throwing their arms over each other's shoulders. Just as they were about to leave, from behind came an untimely jeer. "Oh, what just happened here? Has our little freeloader been dumped by his sugar mama?" "If you ask me, Miss Xia really has an eye for talent, contracted a measly red-tier magical beast. What's the point investing in trash like this? TSK, Lu Ming, what are you without Xia Tian? See, this is what happens when you try to ride two horses at once, serves you right." Chapter 18, Killing the Old Flame. Hearing the surreal mockery from behind, Lu Ming and Lu Ye's expressions instantly turned peculiar. Turning to look behind him, Lu Ming wanted to see just which couple of abstract clowns it was. How dare they stir up trouble under the Tai Sui's head? His mood was already foul, he happened to be in need of a punching bag right now. Then he saw Chu Yunyan approaching him with a group of boys. Seeing those familiar faces, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. Well, if it isn't Lickdog number 2, number 3, and numbers 4 through 7, no one could blame him for laughing out loud. The truth was, he knew all these people quite well. Back when the original host was pursuing Chu Yunyan was the school's undisputed beauty. How could she only have two suitors like him and Gu Chongsheng? However, before contracting the battle pet, the original host had indeed been the closest to Chu Yunyan among all her admirers. These few people before me are simply no match for the original owner. A worthless loser who isn't even qualified to stand behind Chu Yunyan. One sentence. Worse than a dog. The ones who had just been barking at him were none other than Chu Yunyan's bootlicking followers. Looking across at Chu Yunyan, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. So tell me, classmate Chu, are you opening a dog market? What's with this sudden interest in keeping dogs? At Lu Ming's words, the faces of those arrogant internet trolls suddenly changed. His face flushed crimson in an instant. Lu Ming, don't get too arrogant. Without Xia Tian now, what do you have left? Who do you think you are? That's right, Yunyan specifically invited you to join us this time. I suggest you know your place. In 2 days we'll have mock exams, we should unite together. That way we'll have better chances at ranking. Without Summer, you're just trash. It's only because Yunyan is kind-hearted that she thought to invite you to join us. Otherwise, do you really think you'd have a chance? Upon hearing their words, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh at them. He and Lu Yi exchanged glances as they observed the abstract-looking 6 Calabash brothers before them, then turned their gaze towards Chu Yunyan, the grandfather they were surrounding. Perhaps it was just Lu Ming's imagination, but he always felt that Chu Yunyan had changed. Aside from her black hair turning white, the aura about her actually gave him a faint sense of danger. Yet when Chu Yunyan noticed Lu Ming's gaze, she merely responded with a sweet smile. Her gaze was like a serene lake's surface, reflecting nothing but tenderness alongside her own image. Lu Ming, I sincerely invite you to join our team. I know you're unhappy about Xia Tian leaving. If you joined me instead. As she finished speaking, a faint blush rose to her cheeks. She said absolutely nothing, yet the silence spoke volumes. But those bright, captivating eyes seemed to say everything without words. It must be said, this tea spirit was truly an enchantress. Even Lu Yi, who had been watching her with great displeasure from the side, found himself unconsciously swallowing hard after witnessing her comportment. Old Lu, I think, she's right, gulp. Fatty, can you please wipe that drool off first? Eyeing Lu Yi beside him speechlessly. Need more self-control, young man. You actually mistook this tea spirit for your beloved sister. No wonder your future days were so tumultuous. Moreover, he genuinely couldn't muster any fondness for this Chu Yunyan. Let's not forget, during his previous mission, he'd seen Chu Yunyan's dossier. This woman is none other than the future branch director of the Inverse Beast Society. Playing games with her, you wouldn't even know how you died. Just as Lu Ming was deep in thought, who would have guessed that the very next second, the system's notification tone rang in his ears once again. You successfully evaded the clown's pursuit, but you've now made it onto the Beast Rebellion's wanted list. From this moment on, Chu Yunyan, the head of the Beast Rebellion's Qing River City branch, will personally come to claim your head, both to sever this lingering humiliation from the past. With your current strength, you must decide how to face her pursuit. Mission: kill the old flame. Defeat Chu Yunyan by any means necessary, including subdual, capture, or execution. Reward: Chu Yunyan's favorability increases by slight to moderate, potential points *3-5. Lu Ming, staring at the mission that had suddenly appeared before him, then looking back at Chu Yunyan across from him, her pitiable expression, her face full of sincerity. Bah, Vixen. No, what the hell is that mission reward? What do I care about her favorability rating? Are we gonna sip tea every day from now on? System, you're acting strange. Upon seeing the system prompt, Lu Ming's gaze towards Chu Yunyan instantly turned peculiar. When his eyes met Chu Yunyan's clear, bright ones again, he involuntarily shivered. This woman isn't simple. Old Gu probably didn't die from natural causes, she must have played him to death. Facing Chu Yunyan and the pack of sycophantic followers behind him, with a cold sneer, he abruptly cut off their invitation. Enough! Stop right there! Call yourselves lapdogs, and you really act like one? Wild dogs move in packs, but beasts roam alone. If you want to be dogs, fine, just don't sully my sight. And yet, at this point, Lu Ming's lips suddenly curled into a faint smirk. After glancing at Chu Yunyan and then at the group of sycophants behind him, he suddenly said, Chu Yunyan, when you were with Gu Changsheng, didn't his bicycle pedals get quite the workout with you? And you guys, I can see you've never tasted good pork in your lives. What? You prefer eating leftovers? Without waiting for their response, Lu Ming grabbed Lu Yi, who was looking at him with admiration, and walked away. Only Chu Yunyan and her sycophants remained, standing there exchanging bewildered glances. After a long moment, as Chu Yunyan came to her senses, a faint blush and a flicker of turmoil flashed through her eyes. What? What is he saying? Lu Ming, you pervert! Gazing at Chu Yunyan's tear-streaked face, pear blossoms drenched in rain, the few sycophants who had just been harboring doubts in their hearts, immediately began showering her with concern. Yet no one noticed. As Chu Yunyan lowered her gaze, the look she cast at Lu Ming, a faint chill crept in. Recalling her extraordinary encounter, she immediately snorted lightly. A twisted madness flashed through her eyes. Lu Ming, do you think you're so great? Just wait for the mock exam in 2 days, I'll make sure you regret this. Just as Chu Yunyan was silently going insane, Lu Ming and Fatty had already returned to the classroom. After listening to the homeroom teacher's explanation, they finally understood the rules of the competition the day after tomorrow. The test comprised 2 subjects, cultivation and spirit arts. Cultivation refers to assessing the condition of battle pets. The school will conduct measurements and calculations based on various aspects such as level, strength, speed, and stamina. As for spiritual arts, due to limited resources at the school, prospective students only need to undergo a simple test on the spiritual energy testing stone. At the end, the homeroom teacher earnestly reminded all the students, professional training will come later when you enter university. For the college entrance exams, what matters most is the level of your beast companions. If you get the chance, you should consider strengthening your battle pets. Of course, improving your own spiritual energy is equally important. After briefly explaining these points, the teacher said no more. Just as he announced that everyone could return to their cultivation, Lu Ming and Lu Yi, however, took the initiative to approach their homeroom teacher. Seeing these 2 students, Old Su's face clearly showed a trace of confusion. Meanwhile, Lu Ming cheerfully retrieved something from the treasure chest in the mouse's mouth. They took out the rewards they had obtained earlier in the Secret Realm dungeon. Aside from some equipment from the treasure chest rewards, the chest also contained scholarship exchange vouchers issued by the school. They dumped all these prizes onto the homeroom teacher's desk in one go. Seeing these items, Old Ban's face immediately showed a look of surprise. Holy smokes, did you guys clean out the entire Secret Realm? Hee, just luck. Just luck. Old Ban, these things are useless to us. Do you think you could help us convert them into cash? Fatty and I are aiming for the top 3 spots, we really need the money right now. Chapter 19, Spiritual Technique, Soul Fusion Chapter. Looking at the pile of prizes on the table, a wry smile couldn't help but appear on Su Zhengjuan's face. What use do I have for these at my age anyway? As for the scholarships inside, I can help you exchange them. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's words, Lu Ming shook his head proactively. Teacher, I'd like to ask you to help us sell them. These are all quality items, as you surely know. The price can be 20% lower than market value. We only have one requirement, to get the money as quickly as possible. Oh, hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Zhengjuan's eyes instantly lit up. The prize before them was worth at least 100,000 gold coins. If he handled it properly after accepting it, he could easily make a tidy profit. The items weren't excessive, and he definitely had the capacity to take them all. Moreover, it was a student's request. Without showing any emotion, Old Su gave a slight nod. Alright, I'll think of a way. I'll get the money to you all this afternoon. Hearing their homeroom teacher's words, Lu Ming and Lu Ye's faces finally broke into faint smiles. When the 2 returned to the dormitory, Lu Ming immediately drew up a meticulous training plan for Lu Yi. He hadn't forgotten, he still had a mission to accomplish regarding Lu Yi. Fatso, you heard what the homeroom teacher said, the priority is upgrading your spirit beast and enhancing your psychic energy. I've got 100,000 gold coins here. How much did you borrow from the bank? 50,000, not a penny more. An orange rank magical beast can probably secure a loan of 200,000. Since we've already fallen behind them, let's set this as our target for now. That's aiming for 2nd place while securing 3rd. At the very least, we need to clinch 3rd. Go order psychic crystals online now, paying a slightly higher price is fine. Once the boss delivers the money this afternoon, we'll start training immediately. At the moment, they honestly had no other choice but to try their best to raise money. In the afternoon when the homeroom teacher brought the money, Lu Ming promptly urged Lu Yi to begin his training. Massive quantities of spirit energy crystals were devoured by the venomous salamander as if they were free. As a result, Lu Ye's training progress skyrocketed like a rocket. As for Lu Ming, both he and Mouse had temporarily reached the limit of their potential for improvement. So these next 2 days, the only thing he did, it's about thoroughly mastering the 2 newly acquired spirit techniques. After he had fully comprehended the contents of the Soul Fusion chapter in the Spirit Taming Compendium, a flash of amazement flickered in his eyes. Traditional spirit arts were all designed to serve battle pets, yet the contents of this Soul Fusion chapter differed entirely from all the spirit arts he'd encountered before. It actually involved merging battle pets with their tamers, allowing beastmasters to harness their pet's power in combat. When a beastmaster cultivates to an advanced level and can simultaneously fuse with multiple magical beasts, its true power will finally manifest. As for the early stages, no matter how skilled a beastmaster may be, their physical constitution could never surpass those of their battle pets. The Soul Fusion technique is merely a life-saving measure at critical moments. Being an SSS tier spiritual art, the energy it consumes is unimaginable. Lu Ming once attempted it and couldn't sustain it as long as Ultraman's transformation. It's utterly useless in the early stages. Later on, he still might not be able to handle the consumption of fusing multiple battle pets at once. Even so, Lu Ming was deeply shocked by what he saw. It was hard to imagine what would happen if he mastered the remaining 4 chapters. Just what kind of gains would he achieve then? As for the other B-grade spirit art, it's rather intriguing. Its name is Mirror Blossom, Watermoon. Mirror Blossom, Watermoon. Upon use, your battle pet will gain an additional mirror image clone, devoid of any attack power, lasting 1 minute. After 2 days of diligent study, Lu Ming finally mastered both spirit arts in their entirety. He looked up and glanced at Lu Yi beside him. Beside the venomous salamander, the once mountain-high pile of spirit energy crystals had now been completely devoured by the creature. Its round, swollen belly protruded as it continuously blew green bubbles from its mouth. It seemed it couldn't eat anymore. Lu Ming wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. He had a peculiar feeling that the venomous salamander hadn't grown larger at all. On the contrary, it appeared to have become smaller. As for Lu Yi at this moment, he was still practicing the basic meditation method taught by the school. A pat on his shoulder jolted him out of his meditative state. Opening his eyes, he looked around somewhat confused. His lips felt cracked and parched the moment he opened his mouth. His voice came out hoarse as he instinctively turned to Lu Ming. "Old Lu, how many days has it been? Today's the mock exam already." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi looked at himself in shock. He never expected that he would end up meditating for 2 whole days straight. He licked his lips and touched his slightly sunken stomach, although his belly burned with hunger as if on fire. But he felt like he was in the best state he'd ever been in today. "Old Lu, I feel terrifyingly strong right now." "Then ride this momentum and aim for second while securing third." "Alright." With that, the two of them pushed open the dormitory door together. At this moment, countless students were just like them, silently heading toward the direction of the playground. 2 days' time, not exactly long, yet not particularly short either. For those with determination, their progress had been substantial, but the majority around him were still just ordinary people stuck in mediocrity. Most of them still clung to the idea of just getting into an ordinary third-rate beast-taming university. Yet Lu Ming could clearly sense something different. There were a few classmates whose battle pets exuded a faint but formidable aura. Clearly, not everyone is slacking off and doing nothing. With Gu Changsheng and the others gone, everyone feels they have a chance now. Many have been pushing themselves to train even harder these past few days. This upcoming test will only see fiercer competition. Soon, Lu Ming and the others gathered with the crowd on the sports field. Since it was a mock exam, the school had naturally prepared thoroughly. The previously empty field was now densely packed with instruments. A massive spirit energy testing stone stood prominently at the center. The school leaders gazed at the energetic students below, giving only a faint nod. Their faces showed little delight. The university's originally favored beast-taming prodigies had all been completely wiped out. Now the school was pinning all their hopes squarely on Xia Tian, for the students down below. But what difference could 2 orange-level magical beast seeds possibly make? Number 1 High's only shot at turning things around now depends on Summer getting admitted to one of the 4 prestigious academies. At this thought, Principal Xiang Dongli couldn't help but sigh heavily once more. The Dean of Academics noticed the principal releasing his 70-second sigh of the week. He immediately stepped forward to offer comfort. "Don't worry, Principal. As you've seen with Summer's situation, the young girl understands the importance of ambition. Student Ji also mentioned she's practically guaranteed to pass the entrance exams for the 4 great academies." Hearing the academic dean's words, Principal Xiang merely pinched his beard and sighed helplessly. What's the use of just one promising candidate from the 4 great academies? In previous years, each school had at least 30 students admitted to the Royal Beast University, but this year of ours. At this point, he let out his 73rd sigh. Though in his heart, he couldn't help but think, if only heaven would open its eyes and grant their school another elite student destined for the top 4 academies. Wait, it doesn't have to be the top 4, just someone bound for a first-tier university would do. Then not only would First High be free from blame this year, but they might even deserve credit. However, where in this world could such good fortune exist? I just hope the Beast Mastery Education Bureau won't criticize him too harshly this year. Seeing Xiang Dongli's demeanor, the Dean of Students instantly understood what the higher-ups were thinking. He couldn't help but sigh as well. His lips twitched slightly before he forced out an awkward smile. Perhaps those 2 students with orange-level contracted beasts stand a chance of getting into second-tier Beast Mastery universities this year? As long as 3 make it into second-tier Beast Mastery universities, our number 1 high school will. Before the academic director could finish his sentence, Xiang Dongli helplessly waved his hand. How difficult is it to get into a second-rate beast-taming university? Merely contracting an orange-level magical beast isn't enough. Hard work, luck, and family background are all indispensable, and the school has already placed all its bets on Xia Tian. I simply don't have the energy to nurture 2 maybe hopes anymore. Even if both of them could get into second-rate Beastmaster colleges, What about the third one? Who else can we find to fill the spot? And who could possibly handle the pressure? Looking down at the group of vibrant young men and women radiating youthful energy, a pang of remorse flashed through Xiang Dongli's heart. These people had all become pawns he'd abandoned. How many among them could possibly gain admission to the Beast Taming Academy? I'm afraid they could be counted on the fingers of both hands. At once, Xiang Dongli lost all interest in continuing to watch. After briefly sharing a few motivational words, he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to depart, however, suddenly, an exclamation burst out from the crowd. Hearing this exclamation, Xiang Dongli couldn't help but turn toward the crowd in surprise. What kind of commotion could provoke such a strong reaction from fellow students? Chapter 20, Spiritual Technique Test. At this moment, in the spiritual energy testing area, before the enormous spiritual energy testing stone, a white-haired girl dressed in white stood silently beneath the testing stone. As her fingers gently stroked the surface, spiritual energy from within instantly poured forth. The spiritual energy testing stone immediately emitted a faint green fluorescent glow. On the large screen beside it that displayed spiritual energy intensity, the numbers on the screen began rising rapidly. In just moments, they had already breached 300, 320, 340, 360, 380. Watching the numbers displayed on the large screen, Dongli Xiang, who had already been ready to leave, immediately showed a look of astonishment on his face. Meanwhile, the dean standing beside him couldn't help but reveal a delighted expression. Principal, look, in just 5 days, a student's psychic energy has already reached 1-star level 3. No, it's broken through 400 points, and it's still increasing. Which class does this student belong to possess such formidable psychic talent? Nearby, the homeroom teachers of the senior 3rd grade overheard the academic dean's inquiry. Suddenly, Su Jijun from class 3 stepped forward abruptly, suppressing his excitement as he spoke. Principal, Director, it's Chu Yunyan from our class. She's widely recognized as a promising talent in our class. She was the only one who survived from Gu Changxing's team. The girl is not only beautiful but also sharp-witted. Is your name Chu Yunyan? Hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli immediately narrowed his eyes and looked toward Chu Yunyan standing among the crowd. At this moment, Chu Yunyan was still channeling spiritual energy into the testing stone. She appeared to just begin struggling. A fine layer of sweat glistened on her face. When psychic energy reached 460 points, only then did the rising pace gradually slow. Finally, when the psychic energy stabilized at 467 points, the surrounding students immediately erupted in exclamations of shock. My God, Chu Yunyan is already close to 1-star level 5? As expected of Chu Yunyan, not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her talent is also this extraordinary. Even without young Master Gu, she's still a genius in spirit arts. Holy smokes, this time a third-rate beast taming university is practically guaranteed, right? Maybe even aiming for second-rate isn't out of the question. And that's not all. A first-rate beast taming university isn't even impossible for her. On the stage, Xiang Dongli froze when he saw Chu Yunyan's spiritual energy readings. A smile couldn't help but creep onto his face. Without even realizing it, half his initial worries had already dissipated. Glancing at Su Jijun standing nearby, he gave an approving nod. You've done well with your teaching, Xiao Su. Keep up the good work and strive to help this student of yours get admitted to a second-tier, no, a first-tier beast taming university. I'll personally sponsor some class funds for you later. Keep up the good work. Yes, thank you, Principal. Hearing the principal's words, Su Jijun could no longer contain his excitement. All the surrounding teachers looked at old Su with expressions full of envy. Although old Su's entire class failed their contracts not long ago, but now unexpectedly, a psychic prodigy named Chu Yunyan has emerged. This guy really got lucky by sheer accident. Most importantly, this guy caught the principal's attention. As long as Chu Yunyan can get admitted to a second-tier Beastmaster University today, he's definitely got a place in next year's professional title evaluation. I always knew Chu Yunyan could do it. She's my star student. If anyone in this class could get into a Beastmaster University, it's her. Just as old Su was proudly boasting to the other homeroom teachers. On the other side, behind the playground, watching Chu Yunyan being welcomed down by a crowd of people with all eyes on her, Lu Yi couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. These guys were really laying it on thick, especially those few Calabash brothers. Now standing behind Chu Yunyan, they looked just like 6 guard dogs. No, geniuses aren't you guys, so why put on such airs? Immediately, he glared discontentedly at the people around him. With his somewhat burly frame, he directly shoved his way to the front of the crowd. All the while, he didn't forget to use his trademark booming voice to yell at the people around him. Move aside, move aside. What are you all doing if not testing? Sucking up to someone? Do you think sharing their psychic energy will do you any good? Everyone fell silent. Who's yapping all that nonsense? At the fat man's words, the crowd immediately glared at each other in anger. Damn fatso, always poking at sore spots, would it kill you to shut up? Then, The crowd watched as Lu Yi walked straight up to the testing stone. When they saw Lu Yi preparing to take the test, mocking laughter immediately erupted from the onlookers. Well, look who's eager to make a fool of themselves right after Chu Yunyan finished the test. That fat guy. Couldn't he be trying to attract attention this way? I know him. That's Lu Ming's brother, the Moocher King. Hey, birds of a feather flock together. But I heard that Lu Ming got dumped, didn't he? Heh, fatso, what about your buddy? So eager to step forward, could it be you're just trying to lick your pal's boots? Humph, a clownish buffoon. I'll stake my reputation on this. If this person's psychic energy exceeds 300 points, I'll livestream eating shit while standing on my hands. Lu Yi's arrogant expression froze instantly as the jeers from the crowd reached his ears. He swung his gaze toward the loudmouth who'd just spoken. Only then did he realize it was third brother from the Calabash brothers. Hey, you, the one with a small ass but a big mouth, what did you just say? So what if my psychic power exceeds 300 points? When Lu Yi singled him out this way, Sanhua instinctively shrunk his neck. But under the gaze of the surrounding onlookers, he stiffened his neck and snorted defiantly. That's right, if your psychic power really exceeds 400 points, I'll eat shit standing on my head. The group? Did he just say 300 points earlier? Involuntarily, the group cast somewhat odd glances toward that third child. Yet the other party seemed oblivious, still looking down his nose at the fat boy with undisguised arrogance. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yi merely responded with a sinister grin. He tilted his head back and roared loudly. Brothers, bear witness for me. Some scoundrels here freeloading, but your fat master here has a kind heart. After the test, I'll serve him a fresh lump of my own making. If this bastard dares to run later, do me a favor and catch him. Watching the chaotic scene on the sports field, Xiang Dongli couldn't help but frown. Pointing to Lu Yi who was shouting and making a fuss in the crowd, he frowned again. Which class is this student from again? Su Jijun, principal, it's still our class 3. The teachers remained silent. Instantly, hints of schadenfreude glimmered in everyone's eyes as they looked at old Su. Little bastard, acting all cocky earlier, let's see how you wiggle out of this now. Hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli gave him an odd look. How were his grades? My regular grades are decent. I was asking about your beast taming scores. About that, cough well. Watching Su Jijun nervously evade the question, Xiang Dongli already had his answer. With a faint shake of his head, he couldn't help but glance at Su Jijun. Little Su, moral education needs to keep up. Don't just focus all your attention on the top students, understand? Yes. Hearing the principal's words, Su Jijun's heart instantly sank. His gaze toward Lu Yi also subtly grew resentful. At this moment, Lu Yi had no idea he'd already been noted in the teacher's little black book, like a heroic overlord marching to his noble sacrifice. Amidst the cheering and jeering of his classmates, he strode straight toward the testing stone. Dude, the moment of truth has arrived. Chapter 21 Lu Yi's counterattack. As Lu Yi poured his spiritual energy into it, instantly, the spiritual testing stone before them began to glow faintly. Visibly, the numbers on the giant screen started fluctuating. In just a moment, it jumped from 0 to 100. Without losing momentum, it then leaped to 200 points. Next came 300 points. Seeing this, Sanhua's face immediately showed a trace of unease. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, he had been quick-witted and added another 100 points just now. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself right now. But watching Lu Yi continuing to channel spiritual energy, a flicker of nervousness flashed across his face. This fat guy, didn't he contract the same red-tier magical beast as him? How come he could only barely cultivate to 1-star second level by taking loans for cultivation? Yet this guy managed to reach third level? It can't be just because this fat guy's family is rich, can it? Got money to study in the regular class? Should have gone to the elite class long ago. The students who were originally laughing at the chubby kid. After seeing Lu Yi's psychic energy exceed 300 points, the smiles on their faces gradually faded. You can mock your fat brother for not appreciating favors, but you can't mock his skills. Even Xiang Dongli let out a surprised ha upon seeing Lu Yi's results. This kid's psychic talent looks pretty decent too. Oh yes. Lu Yi works really hard usually. His beast mastery scores have always been good. Seeing Lu Yi's results, old Su couldn't help but be stunned. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately picked up the conversation. Then he saw, Lu Yi's psychic energy level had already exceeded 370 points. Involuntarily, he felt himself struck by overwhelming astonishment. Principal, do you remember the secret realm a few days ago? The prizes were completely swept by 2 students from our class. He was one of them. Hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli finally began to recall. Without thinking, he chuckled and stroked his beard. Not bad at all, Teacher Su. Having 2 outstanding students in your class must mean you've worked exceptionally hard. Hey! Upon hearing the principal's praise, a wave of immense happiness instantly engulfed old Su. He felt as though he'd eaten sweet preserves, intoxicated with joy and floating on clouds. Looking at the group of teachers behind him, his facial features seemed ready to squeeze up toward the top of his head. Did you all see that? Now that's what I call skill. At the same time, another wave of astonished exclamations suddenly erupted from the students below. The reason? Lu Ye's spiritual energy had actually broken through the 400-point mark, and it's still rising. Seeing Lu Ye's achievements, the previously boastful third kid instantly changed his expression. He stealthily glanced at the surrounding crowd, yet everyone's gaze was now fixed solely on Lu Yi. One by one, they all held their breath, looking at Lu Yi with disbelief. My goodness, first we had Chu Yunyan, and now another genius has appeared out of nowhere? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Yi suddenly let out a furious roar. Watch closely, every one of you fatso bastards. Having said that, Lu Yi once again channeled his remaining dwindling spiritual energy in one go. On the large screen, his spiritual energy surged violently yet again. 420, 440, 460, 465. With psychic energy creeping up bit by bit. Finally, when the psychic energy halted at 468 points, the counter on the big screen ceased its movement at last. Witnessing this scene, everyone present fell into stunned silence. Some were dumbfounded as they stared at Lu Ye's test results. The next moment, an explosive wave of shouts erupted across the entire sports field. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? Did that fat guy's spiritual energy really surpass Chu Yunyan's? Never judge a book by its cover. Suddenly this chubby guy seems rather handsome, what's going on? Hey there, handsome, want to add me on Beast Messenger? My god, did our school just produce 2 psychic geniuses in a row? Seeing Lu Ye's grades sparked astonishment not only among the students. Even the teachers and school administrators on stage revealed doubtful and astonished gazes. Old Su, standing behind the dean of students, also widened his eyes at this moment. His very first thought was, could it be that Lu Ming and Lu Yi had invested all their gold coins for exchanging supplies entirely into Lu Yi? At this thought, Old Su couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with complicated emotions. How many years had it been since he'd seen a young man with such fierce loyalty and righteousness? But soon, Old Su no longer had the leisure to marvel at Lu Ming's noble character. At this moment, all the teachers and school officials were staring intently at Su Jijun. The few teachers behind him couldn't resist teasing him with good-natured sarcasm. You sly old Su, hiding such talent all along. Producing 2 outstanding students in one class, you didn't secretly pay them yourself, did you? TSK, teaching is really your forte. I suspect your class will have at least 2 students admitted to second-tier beast-taming universities this year. A double kill, congratulations. Even Xian Dongli now looked at Su Jijun with great satisfaction and said, didn't expect this, Jijun. Turns out you're such a gifted teacher. Keep pushing and you'll become our gold medal instructor soon. I'll give you an extra personal subsidy later, keep up the good work. Strive to get both these students admitted to second-tier Beastmaster universities. Yes, Principal. Upon hearing Principal Xian's words, Su Jijun couldn't contain his excitement. He hardly dared imagine just how substantial this year's year-end bonus would be. Pointing at Lu Yi in the audience, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Did you see that? This is my pride and joy among all my students. The other teachers? Weren't you just saying Chu Yunyan was your most outstanding student? How quickly your attitude changed, huh? At this moment, among the students below the stage, Chu Yunyan, who had just been the center of everyone's adoration, watched in disbelief as the record she had just set was instantly shattered. And by just that crucial single point, instantly, she felt her face burn fiercely. It was as if she had been slapped across the face. Looking again at Lu Yi, who was brimming with smug triumph before the testing stone, her gaze immediately turned icy. That fat bastard again. How many times had he and Lu Ming ruined his schemes? Why was he everywhere? He was almost becoming her nightmare. Seriously, can't you guys stop flaunting yourselves in front of me? Childish. Watching Lu Yi surrounded by the crowd in the center, Chu Yunyan ground her teeth in fury. She shot Lu Yi a resentful look across the way and left without even turning her head. As for the several Hulu brothers behind him, since they hadn't been tested yet, they couldn't very well follow Chu Yunyan away at this moment. Her lonely departing figure now formed a stark contrast with the scene moments ago when she'd been the center of everyone's admiration. When has Fairy Chu ever suffered such treatment? Just as she stepped off the field, her expression instantly turned gloomy. Damn it! I've already devoured the blood-chasing wolf. Why am I still no match for him? Meanwhile, the fat guy who had just come down from the testing stone, facing the crowd's gasps and flattery, he merely glanced at them with disdain. Though everyone's attitude toward him had softened somewhat, his foul mouth showed no signs of improvement. Pointing at the people before him, he cursed bluntly. Blind fools, you think this is impressive? Just wait till my brother steps up, he'll scare you all to death. Move aside. Let my brother make his grand entrance. Wait till he dazzles your alloy titanium dog eyes. Everyone fell silent. Lu Ming, though I know you mean well, my fat friend, but the way you're acting makes me think of a villain's henchman from some novel. Can you please not do this? You're making me really nervous. Chapter 22, The True Genius. Seeing the malicious looks from people around him, Lu Ming instinctively rubbed his nose. This kind of entrance was something he had never anticipated. And soon enough, someone recognized his identity. Crap, Lu Ming, isn't he that freeloader? Yeah, rumor has it he's been sweet-talking several girls at once, living off them. It's as if summer itself existed for his sake, having reserved all its resources for him, leaving no time for self-improvement. Damn it, how could such a person exist? I wouldn't stoop to associate with him. Anyone who hangs out with that foul-mouthed fatty can't be any good. How does our school even tolerate people like this? The rights in music have collapsed. Men's hearts are no longer what they were in the old days. Is he even worthy to be a beastmaster? I heard that his identity as a player was exposed, and all the women left him. Now he's just an ordinary guy with no resources. What achievements could he possibly have? Listening to the whispers of those around him, Lu Ming's facial muscles twitched. Seriously, which bastard spread such ridiculous rumors? How did I suddenly become a player? As for being a sugar baby, what nonsense. My achievements today, Lu Ming, are all earned through my own hard work. I don't rely on women in the slightest. On stage, Don Li Xiang stood. His sharp ears caught the murmurs from the students below. He couldn't help but frown, especially when he heard that his beloved student Xiatian was actually involved with that boy below. Instantly, he felt like the tender cabbage he'd painstakingly nurtured in his own garden had been trampled by a pig. Xiatian was now the hope of their entire village. There's no room for the slightest mistake. A flash of authority flashed in his eyes as he instinctively turned to look at the senior class teacher behind him. And who does this Lu Ming belong to? Which class is he in? Su Jijun. Day after day, these twists and turns are just too thrilling. Good heavens, you can't play with me like this. At that very moment, old Su, who had just been brimming with excitement, silently extended his right hand. His voice dropped several octaves. The principal, also from our class. Everyone fell silent. Teacher Su's class truly has an extraordinary collection of talents. The campus belle, the walking encyclopedia of grievances, and the playboy, they really have all kinds of characters. Hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Dongli's expression also grew peculiar. After a long while, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. You've had it tough too. As he spoke, his gaze turned somewhat complicated as it fell on Su Jijun, and he couldn't resist asking, how are the students' academic results? Upon hearing the principal's question, Su Jijun recalled Luya's performance just moments ago. As expected, Lu Ming must have handed over all the rewards to him, even though Lu Ming's views on love might be flawed, as everyone says. But that kid's got real loyalty. Even if his grades aren't the top, I believe he won't let me down. Really? Hearing Su Jijun's evaluation, Xiang Dongli was slightly taken aback. He shook his head but didn't say anything more. Having two candidates in one class who could make it to second-tier beast-taming universities was already incredibly fortunate. What more could he possibly desire? Xiang Dongli felt certain there would be no more heart-pounding miracles awaiting him. After giving Lu Ming one last profound look amidst the crowd, he turned to leave. At this very moment, Lu Ming had already stepped forward to stand before the testing stone, facing the sarcastic remarks from his classmates around him, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. He didn't say much more. No matter how sharp one's tongue may be, if it can't demonstrate real capability for all to see, all is nothing but futile labor. Gently place your hand upon the testing stone. Soon, the testing stone's green fluorescence began to shimmer softly. In merely an instant, the numbers on the large screen surged to 300 points. Seeing this number, the group of people who had just been spreading rumors instantly shut their mouths. One by one, they couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. They couldn't understand why Lu Ming's psychic energy could also be this high. The remaining 5 Gord brothers, upon seeing Lu Ming's score reach 300 points, not only was there no envy on his face, but there was even a trace of disdainful sneer. What's so special about him reaching 300 points? He got there by mooching off others. Exactly. Without Xiatian, his spiritual energy wouldn't exceed 400 points at most. How ridiculous. Does he really think he's some kind of genius? Even if he is, he's only a genius at mooching. How could there be so many geniuses? His talent is mediocre at best. I bet he's just propped up by an endless supply of resources. What's this? I thought he was something special. Turns out he's just a drug cheat. Upon hearing the words of the 5 Calabash brothers, the crowd immediately caught on. The glances they cast at Lu Ming now carried a faint trace of disdain and disgust. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the test stone, which had been emitting a faint green glow, suddenly radiated an intense burst of emerald light. The richness of the test stone's green hue unmistakably intensified to a higher level. 300, 350, 400, 450, 500. In the blink of an eye, the number on the big screen jumped to 500 points. Just moments ago, those 5 so-called experts were still mocking Lu Ming for merely riding on coattails to gain resources. Now they instantly shut their mouths, just like the other students around, staring numbly at the numbers still flickering on the screen. The group of teachers led by Su Jijun on stage. Their faces immediately revealed expressions of astonishment. Instinctively, Su Jijun suddenly shouted toward the rear, "Principal!" Hearing Su Jijun call out to him, Xiang Dongli couldn't help but freeze momentarily. Turning his head, he saw a figure that left him utterly astonished. 600? This. Seeing Lu Ming's psychic energy reading, the teachers couldn't help but look shocked. Only 5 days after signing the contract, the student had already reached 1-star level 6. This, a true prodigy. Even in 40 years of teaching experience like Dongli, had he never seen someone so freakishly talented. How is this possible? He's already qualified for a 3rd-tier beast-taming university. More than that, Principal, if Lu Ming continues like this, even the 4 great academies won't be out of reach. What? Does that mean our school might have 2 candidates for the 4 great academies this year? My God, what's going on with old Su's class? They're producing geniuses left and right. At this moment, Su Jijun likewise held his breath, watching Lu Ming's psychic energy value fluctuate and finally stop at 672 points. An overwhelming sense of joy completely enveloped his entire being. His gaze fell upon that solitary young man standing below the stage. The young man shines like jade, radiant with the vigor of youth. Seeing Lu Ming below the stage, Su Jijun couldn't contain his emotions any longer, shouting at the top of his voice, See that! He's my student, Lu Ming. He's my proudest and most accomplished disciple." The other teachers, "Old Su, how many prized students do you have?" Day after day, there's already been 3 of them popping up, hasn't there? Don't tell me your class has it too. How are the rest of us supposed to survive? What do you all know? Xu Yunyan is my prized student, Lu Yi is my star disciple, and Lu Ming, he's the most precious to me, my honored closing door disciple. Do you understand? In my life, to have taught a student like this, worth it. Chapter 23, Beast Taming Test. Looking at Lu Ming's outrageously high scores, the once noisy crowd below fell completely silent. After a long silence, the crowd below erupted into thunderous discussions. Holy shit, how is this possible? Wasn't he just living off women? How can his psychic energy be so strong? This score is practically guaranteed admission to a 3rd-tier Beastmaster University, isn't it? Damn, there's still over 20 days until the Beastmaster College entrance exams. How could he possibly not improve at all? Damn it, the destination I wanted turns out to be just someone else's starting point? What the hell? How did he practice? Was it really by relying on women's support? Professor Lu, please teach us. I'll even kneel to listen if I have to. Faced with the clamorous voices from below, Lu Ming merely cast an indifferent glance downward. He turned and vanished before everyone's eyes. On the rooftop, Dongli and his group, upon seeing Lu Ming's results, couldn't help but show a flicker of amazement on their faces. After what felt like an eternity, he finally came to his senses. The joy in their hearts lingered, unable to subside. Watching Su Jijun beside him relentlessly introducing his proud star student to the crowd. Only then did Xiang Dongli snap out of his daze. Teacher Su, your class 3 is extraordinary. Next year you might as well teach the elite class as their golden lecturer. Never mind the class fund we discussed earlier, I'll personally give you an additional bonus. You must ensure Lu Ming trains diligently. Strive to break through to 2 stars before the college entrance exams. Yes, Principal. Upon hearing Su Jijun's firm response, only then did Xiang Dongli nod in satisfaction. His gaze swept toward the disappearing figure of Lu Ming below. A hint of regret once again surfaced on his face. Such a talented student, it's a shame he's being held back by his contracted beast. If only his luck had been slightly better, even just contracting an orange-tier magical beast, the outcome wouldn't have turned out like this. The dean standing nearby noticed that Xiang Dongli showed no intention of leaving. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed further. Principal Xiang, the cultivation exam is about to begin. Would you like to stay and observe? Upon hearing this, Xiang Dongli contemplated briefly before finally nodding in agreement. He was initially in no mood at all, but after seeing the scores of Lu Ming, Lu Yi, and Xu Yunyan, his spirits immediately lifted by more than half. He even went so far as to dig into his own pockets to help these 3 students improve their grades a little. As long as Lu Ming performs normally in this year's college entrance examination, even if he just gets into a top-tier beast-taming university, then number 1 high school will have successfully overcome this year's toughest challenge. With these worries off his mind, he could naturally focus more attention on the students. As it happened, their number 1 high school still had 2 promising students who had contracted orange-tier magical beasts. Take a look at those 2 students. It's hard to say, but their school might have 5 students admitted to second-tier monster tamer universities this year. If that happens, the principal would probably wake up laughing in his sleep. As time continued to slip away minute by minute, soon, the psychic aptitude test finally concluded. There weren't many surprises in the subsequent tests. Most students' psychic levels remained within the range of 1-star second class to third class. Even those who broke through to third class could be counted on one hand. This left the school administrators somewhat disappointed. But this is actually the normal level of students. When it comes to the beast taming college entrance exam, what ultimately matters is the potential of the tamed beasts. There have indeed been cases where students rose to prominence through their exceptional beasts, provided they had nurturing talent. The dean was well aware of how precious the principal's time was, so he didn't have staff follow the original schedule for student testing. Instead, he moved several students with outstanding spiritual energy scores to the front of the line. 2 students who had contracted orange-grade magical beasts now nervously approached the testing equipment. Facing the array of instruments before them, their expressions appeared somewhat at a loss. Later, have your pets attack the defense stone opposite with all their might. It's a Beastmaster artifact that can roughly gauge your pet's strength levels. Then go to the regular equipment to test your battle pet's strength, endurance, and speed. We'll assign you a Beastmaster potential rating. Hearing the teacher's words, the young man who had contracted with a gorilla gave a slight nod. Looking at the massive defensive boulder before him, he couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, can this defensive stone be broken?" Hearing the other person's question, the instructor administering the test immediately smiled. Rest assured, even attacks from general class magical beasts won't cause any problems. Feel free to strike, it can absorb all forms of energy. Yes. Hearing the teacher's repeated assurances, the student finally breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his King Kong gorilla, immediately pointing at the enormous defensive boulder across from them. King Kong gorilla, attack with full force. Ow ow, woo woo. Upon hearing their master's command, the gorilla fiercely pounded its chest, unleashing a deafening roar. The next moment, beneath the astonished gazes of everyone, the gorilla's massive hands suddenly swiped at the delicate little daisy. Right in front of everyone, it pulled out a glittering golden diamond turd. "Hello everyone," flips table in a rage. With a mighty toss, the diamond poop slammed forcefully onto the defensive stone. The numbers on the large screen immediately began to flicker. It went straight to 332 points. Witnessing this scene, the teacher standing nearby wore a peculiar expression. But still, she opened her lips to speak. "Golden Ape, soldier rank 3 stars. Hearing the teacher's words, a flash of excitement instantly swept across the student's face. He turned to look at his classmates around him, only to find their gazes slightly peculiar. Louis in the audience couldn't help but burst into laughter after seeing the gorilla's attack style. He couldn't hold back his laughter at all. It just dropped poop. Ha ha ha. Hearing Louis's words, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter along with him. Only the seated student on stage remained, glaring at Louis with fury in his eyes. "It's not shit, it's skill. What comes out of your ass if it's not shit? Honey, lick it and I'll believe you." Instantly, the laughter from the surrounding classmates grew even louder. On the stage, Xiang Dongli merely gave a faint nod after seeing the students' battle pet results. "You're doing well. With some more effort, you should have no problem getting into a second-tier beast taming university." Upon hearing the principal's words, a smile couldn't help but appear on the face of the student's homeroom teacher too. "Don't worry, headmaster. My university mentor specialized in studying primate magical beasts. I've specially designed a customized cultivation program for our class students this time. Before the college entrance exams, reaching the peak of the mortal tier won't be a problem. If I can get a bit more resources, even securing admission to a second-tier beast taming university would be a sure thing." Ultimately, the beast taming college entrance exam mainly evaluates nurturing ability. I believe the school's resources should be allocated more towards students who have genuine talent in beast taming. What do you think, Principal? Hearing the instructor's words, Dongli Xian's face took on a contemplative expression. After all, it's a teacher from our own school, how could we favor one and slight the other? And Su Jijun, upon hearing the other party's words, immediately became anxious. These were originally supposed to be Lu Ming's resources. Why should I share with others? Hey, you old Chen, you're being dishonest. My student is promising material from one of the 4 great academies. Who knows if those extra resources might make all the difference later. How about you let me have it this year? I promise I won't compete with you next year, deal? Chapter 24 Breaking Through the Soldier Rank. Hearing Su Jijun's words, Chen Gong, the homeroom teacher, immediately showed a hint of disdain on his face. Old Su, everyone knows that spiritual energy talent isn't something teachers can instruct, it's entirely up to heaven's favor. What we homeroom teachers teach is battle pet cultivation, isn't it? Frankly, I'm not convinced by your title of gold medal lecturer. If you're so capable, why don't you try helping your students improve their battle pets? The homeroom teachers of senior year classes around them. Upon hearing Chen Gong's words, they immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly, psychic abilities depend on innate talent. Teachers can only provide limited assistance. Isn't the role of a gold medal instructor precisely to help students find suitable methods to enhance their battle pets? At the end of the day, Su Jijun just got lucky. I refuse to accept it. I feel the same way. Just because he had good luck this year, he gets promoted? What about all our hard work? What does that count for? The number of visibly dissatisfied people around was steadily increasing. A trace of anxiety also flashed across Su Jijun's face. Watching Chen Gong's smug expression across from him, his face grew increasingly gloomy. Brat, you're trying to provoke me. He's trying to climb up by stepping on me. As his gaze shifted to Principal Xiang nearby, Su Jijun's heart sank. A pensive expression appeared on Dong Li Xiang's face. Clearly, he was somewhat tempted by Chen Gong's proposal. How could he not be anxious when a duck that was already in his mouth was about to fly away? And then, the behavior of Yunyan Chu and Yi Lu made his heart sink even further. Lu Yu was manageable, at least. His poisonous salamander had been cultivated to Epsilon Tier 3 stars. Yet the battle pet's strength, speed, and endurance attributes were rather average. Even among Epsilon Tier 3 stars, it belonged to the weaker batch. As for Chu Yunyan, her killer wasp was merely Epsilon Tier 2 stars. Their cultivation abilities were like a slap to Su Jijun's face, mocking his incompetence in teaching cultivation techniques. Even Xiang Dongli's gaze toward Su Jijun now carried a hint of something different. With a soft sigh, Xiang Dongli couldn't help but remark, "Teacher Su, don't let the student's weaknesses become too severe. The key is to focus on both aspects simultaneously, understand? If there's anything you don't understand during normal times, you can consult with Teacher Chen for advice. As for next year's gold medal lecturer matter." Upon hearing the principal's words, Su Jijun instantly turned ashen-faced. Yet right at this moment, the students below erupted again into murmurs of surprise. The commotion directly cut off Xiang Dongli mid-sentence, compelling him to instinctively glance downward. There, his gaze fell upon. The next to be tested was none other than Lu Ming. Instinctively, all eyes turned toward Lu Ming. They secretly anticipated a miracle. At this moment, the students below watched as Lu Ming stepped onto the platform once again, unable to resist whispering amongst themselves, "Is the soft rice king up already? If I remember right, he contracted with the red-tier gold-devouring rat, didn't he? Ha! Rodent-type beasts are notoriously weak. I'll admit Lu Ming has talent in psychic cultivation, but when it comes to nurturing, he's just a little novice." Exactly. We all saw Chu Yunyan and Lu Ye's results earlier, utterly mediocre performances. I reckon Lu Ming's magical beast wouldn't exceed 4 stars at the mortal rank. Ha! If he's also talented at nurturing, would there be any justice left in this world? Although Lu Ming's earlier performance had already earned everyone's recognition. But when a person becomes too exceptional, they inevitably invite envy from others. Lu Yi and Chu Yunyan's average performances in the cultivation tests were observed in succession. Everyone was more than willing to speculate about others with the most vile malice. Not to mention, Lu Ming was the gold-digging man who rode on a woman's coattails to climb the social ladder. This made everyone feel both envious and resentful. Why on earth? Facing the mocking gazes of the crowd, Lu Ming simply lifted his treasure-hunting mouse. The palm-sized rodent was lightly tossed into the air. The next instant, the little mouse's body suddenly swelled to several times its original size. It was actually a full size larger than Gu Changxing's bloodhound wolf back then. Meanwhile, Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at his mentor nearby, seeking confirmation once more. "Teacher, are you absolutely sure this defensive stone can withstand a full power strike from a commander-level attack? Because I'm about to hit it." Hearing Lu Ming's question, the mentor momentarily froze, but eventually nodded in affirmation. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lu Ming directly patted Mouse's head. "Arcane art, golden radiance." Meanwhile, inside Mouse's body, the hidden treasure mystic sand golden pearl faintly began to glow. The terrifying metallic elements began to churn wildly in the surrounding air. At the very moment this energy reached its peak, the school administrators on the podium also froze slightly. What is this energy? TSK, wait, this battle pet isn't a gold-devouring rat. I remember seeing it on the battlefield before. It looks like a treasure-seeking mouse. No mistake about it. A green-tier magical beast, the treasure-seeking mouse. Could it be that Lu Ming originally contracted with a treasure-seeking mouse, and the proctor misidentified it? Impossible. What proctor would make that kind of mistake? It's definitely a gold-devouring rat. My God, don't tell me this student bred it himself. Something's wrong. This psychic energy fluctuation, is this 9th rank mundane tier? At this moment, not just the students below the stage were shocked. All the senior year teachers and school administrators turned their astonished gazes toward the stage below. Even Xiang Dongli, who had initially appeared indifferent, now wore an expression of grave excitement. Especially just now, the moment Lu Ming performed the spiritual technique on the treasure-seeking mouse. Even if it was just a brief moment, he was certain he had sensed the power of the spiritual technique, that Lu Ming had actually mastered spiritual energy on his own. This, How is this possible? In just 5 days of the contract, not only had his psychic energy reached the terrifying level of 1-star 6, but he had even independently comprehended spiritual techniques. His battle pet had even been directly nurtured to mortal grade 9 stars. 40 years of teaching career. Perhaps not unprecedented, but certainly unparalleled in history. Xiang Donli had never seen a student with such extraordinary talent. Subconsciously, Xiang Donli muttered under his breath. Incredible, simply incredible. Today, number 1 high school might achieve a double triumph. As for the looming before his eyes, forget about the 4 great academies. Even if they're among the top-tier universities, Donli still wanted him to give them a try. What is a prodigy? This is what truly defines a celestial prodigy. A prodigy is one who dares to think what ordinary people dare not. One who can achieve what ordinary people cannot. And Lu Ming has already proven himself worthy of this title, with a violent surge of metallic energy erupting within the treasure-seeking mouse. The next instant, the metallic sand on the ground coalesced into a massive drill bit. It thrust fiercely towards the opposing defensive stone. Zzzzzzz. Intense sparks erupted as the drill bored into the sturdy defensive rock. Just a single crack was heard. The invigilating teacher's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What had he just witnessed? On the fortified stone that could withstand a full-force strike from a mundane tier magical beast, an unmistakable crack had actually appeared. Doesn't that mean the opponent Pocket Mouse's attack power surpasses soldier level? How could that be? Looking up, I saw it on the big screen. The numbers on it began wildly jumping. 100, 500, 1000, 1239. At the moment when the numbers froze, a collective gasp of astonishment swept across everyone's faces. The treasure-seeking rat's full-force strike just now had actually broken through the soldier-grade barrier. How was this even possible? The classmates who initially harbored malicious suspicions toward Lu Ming fell completely silent upon seeing the treasure-hunting mouse's results. When you surpass others, they may regard you with hostility, but when your excellence reaches heights they must gaze up to, at this moment, the opponent could only feel shock and awe. Who could compete with such terrifying results? Today's Qingshui City is about to witness the rise of an extraordinary dark horse. Chapter 25, Secret Realm Ticket. At this moment, the entire school was completely silent. All the students stared dumbfounded at Lu Ming's test scores. I feel like I must still be living in a dream. Holy crap, is this really the achievement a red-tier magical beast could pull off? Teacher, are you sure the defense stone isn't broken? What the hell? We're all beast masters, so why is he this damn OP? Is this the kind of result you can achieve just by freeloading off others? Don't be stupid, can't you see yet? That person is the true prodigy. Someone even more formidable than Gu Chongsheng. I've made up my mind. From now on, Lu Ming will be my idol. I want to become a beastmaster just like him. Watching Lu Ming's terrifying performance, the students below immediately erupted in waves of gasps. Old Su on the stage, upon seeing Lu Ming's treasure-seeking mouse, his entire mouth literally hung open in an O shape. That monster who bred monsters, could he really be his student Lu Ming? Right in the midst of his daze, Dong Li from the side suddenly shouted, "Professor Su, how much do you know about Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse?" Upon hearing the principal's question, Su Jijun immediately understood. Then he hurriedly pretended to be profound and said, "That child came to me earlier, and I did lend him some assistance, which consequently led to less attention given to other students in the class. I'm sorry, Principal Xiang, this is all my negligence." To his surprise, upon hearing Su Jijun's words, Xiang Donli burst into laughter instead. He forcefully hugged Su Jijun's shoulders, his laughter resonating with robust energy. "You've done excellently. Raising such an outstanding student has surpassed the lifetime achievements of countless others. Take good care of Lu Ming, the resources I previously promised will be doubled. Next year's gold medal lecturer isn't going to be anyone else, I choose you. From now on, you'll be the gold medal lecturer of the accelerated class." With the principal's final approval settled, suddenly, all eyes turned to Su Jijun filled with envy. Shen Gong, who had just been gloating at Su Jijun moments ago, instantly turned ashen-faced. He never expected Su Jijun to be so formidable, to have nurtured such a monstrous genius. Thinking back to his recent mocking remarks toward Su Jijun, his face instantly flushed with alternating shades of green and red. Su Jijun stood there like a triumphant rooster, puffing out his chest and glaring arrogantly at the other senior instructors around him. At this moment, he could barely restrain himself from roaring aloud, "Let the haters speak!" As his gaze fell on Lu Ming in the audience below, he felt such admiration that he nearly wanted to enshrine the young man like a deity. How could this be his student? It's clearly his living ancestor. The Su family's ancestral graves must have been smoking with good fortune for him to have taught such a monstrous prodigy. Meanwhile, amidst the cheers of teachers and students across the entire school, there stood Lu Ming. He stepped straight off the testing platform. The moment he stepped down, Lu Yi, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately hooked an arm around his shoulder. See that? This is my brother. You bunch of losers. The finish line you can't even reach is just my brother's starting point. Laugh. Laugh your ass off. Where's that third kid from before? Tonight, I'm eating 2 pounds of durian, 2 bowls of snail noodles, and 2 dozen stinky tofu. I'll take a massive dump for you. Everyone fell silent. Lu Ming. The next moment, the students who had just been cheering for Lu Ming, a furious roar burst forth suddenly. Go to hell. Fortune ebbs and flows like the river. Exactly. Birds of a feather flock together. This Lu Ming, his temper is truly vile. What's the use of having such great talent? I've been putting up with you for a long time, you fat bastard. Got the guts to settle this one-on-one? Amidst the crowd's angry shouts, Lu Ming and Lu Yi left the playground grinning from ear to ear. Bunch of fucking dogs. Didn't think twice when you were mocking us before, did you? Now you wanna come lick our boots? Too late. Meanwhile, Lu Ming could only stare speechlessly at the chubby guy by his side. You're actually a decent guy, chubby. Too bad you had to open your mouth. Next time I'll have to keep my distance from you, lest you get struck by lightning someday and drag me down with you. Soon, all the mock exams for the day were completed. Even Principal Xiang, who usually maintained an aloof demeanor and rarely made appearances, came to personally award prizes to the top 10 students in both cultivation and sci disciplines. Lu Ming, Lu Yi, and Chu Yunyan were kept behind by Principal Xiang. This was because they had secured the top 3 positions. The principal's keen eyes scrutinized Lu Ming with burning intensity. Excitement was written all over his face. Wonderful. So you're Lu Ming, right? Truly the pride of our #1 high school. I never expected your talent to be this extraordinary. Give it your all in this year's beast taming college entrance exam aimed for the 4 grade academies. Whatever needs you have, just tell your teacher. I'll do everything possible to meet all your requirements. Hearing the principal's assurance, Chu Yunyan nearby immediately revealed a gaze brimming with envy. She had originally thought that the honor rightfully belonged to her. Who would have thought that Lu Ming could be so extraordinary? #1 in both cultivation and psychic energy disciplines. This deepened the regret already weighing on her heart. A hint of hysteria flickered subtly in the gaze directed at Lu Ming. Yet the next moment, Lu Ming suddenly heard the system notification sound ringing in his ears. Ding! Task completed. Mission reward, due to your defeat of Chu Yunyan. Chu Yunyan's favorability has increased by a minor amount. Potential points *3. Hearing this reward, Lu Ming couldn't help but pause slightly in surprise. He turned his head away instinctively. Chu Yunyan was staring intently at him non-stop. Her breathing sounded slightly labored, her cheeks flushed. Seeing the fierce look in the woman's eyes, Lu Ming instinctively shivered involuntarily. This woman, could she have Stockholm Syndrome? Principal Xiang, standing nearby, did not notice anything unusual about Lu Ming and Chu Yunyan. He reached into his robe and pulled out 3 specially crafted metal cards, handing them to each of Lu Ming's companions. This is... Taking the ticket handed by the principal, Lu Ming examined it repeatedly. To his surprise, he discovered it was actually a ticket to a secret realm. This is an entry ticket to the novice secret realm, Spirit Water Beast Marsh, suitable for beast tamers up to 1-star 9th level. It's just right for your group. There are quite a few good things inside, and I hope you don't miss them. I had to pull quite a few strings to get those rewards. Of course, if you feel it's useless, you can sell it. It's probably worth around 100,000 gold coins. Whoosh! Straight out came an admission ticket to the secret realm. To tell the truth, the principal is truly generous. Just as Lu Ming and Lu Yi were about to leave, Principal Xiang in front of them continued speaking. Wait a moment, come to think of it, there's one more thing I haven't told you about. That is, in half a month, all schools in our Qingshui city will jointly hold a mock examination. I'm setting a requirement for you all. If any of you achieves a ranking in the top 3, I'll personally reward you with another treasure. Treasure? Hearing the principal's words, their eyes instantly lit up. Lu Yi, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "Don't worry, principal. With old Lu's grades, coming in first place is a piece of cake." Unexpectedly, upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Xiang Dongli simply smiled and shook his head. It's fine to be proud, but don't get complacent. Qingshui #1 High School is just an ordinary public school. Take our city's Qingshui Private Noble Academy for instance, that's where all the wealthy children study. The resources at their disposal are unimaginable. Who knows, their families might just forcibly cultivate a genius by piling up those resources. Qingshui Private Noble Academy? Hearing the school's name, Lu Ming immediately recalled it. According to the original owner's memories, students who attend that university come from families that are either wealthy or influential. Even Gu Changsheng couldn't get into that school, which gives you an idea of how high its admission standards are. Their resources inherently far surpass those available to Lu Ming and his peers. Upon hearing the principal's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then he said with a laugh, "Principal, if I can make it to the top 3, can I request my own reward?" Oh, hearing Lu Ming's words, Xiang Dongli immediately became intrigued. The concern isn't that you won't want a reward, it's that you won't dare to strive for it. At once, he nodded with a smile and looked at Lu Ming. "Alright, speak then. What is it you want? Whatever I can provide, I'll certainly fulfill." Chapter 26, News of the Spiritual Treasure. Qingshui City was originally just a small fishing village on the southern border of the Dragon Kingdom, but after the merging of the two worlds, vast numbers of low-level water elemental magical beasts appeared here. The once small frontier fishing village, through over a century of development, it has now transformed into a secret realm city popular among novice beastmasters. Its 5 secret realms of varying sizes provide enough resources for ordinary beastmasters to progress from 1-star to 3-star rank. Every year, numerous beastmasters make the pilgrimage here. Even the entry tickets to the Mystic Realm are exceedingly hard to come by. To prevent beastmasters from exhausting its resources prematurely, each time the Mystic Realm opens, only 100 tickets are ever made available. At the same time, each Mystic Realm specifies the beastmaster's level requirement for entry. Beastmasters exceeding the critical threshold will no longer be permitted to enter. Take Zhuang Chen's War Titan from last time as an example. A high-level magical beast suddenly emerged in a low-level Mystic Realm. It could easily trigger large-scale migrations of magical beasts, leading to ecological disruption and other issues. Once a beast riot occurs, authorities would need to deploy tenfold or even hundredfold resources to suppress and clean up. Clearly not worth the cost. So when Lu Ming finished researching and saw the value of the secret realm ticket offered by the principal, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The ticket was said to be worth 100,000 gold coins, but its true value might be even higher. It was clear the headmaster had really gone all out this time. After all, if such a ticket were to be sold, enough to cover a year's expenses, maybe even 2, for an ordinary household. As for whether he should sell the ticket in his hand, what a joke! Having tasted the sweet rewards of the novice dungeon, how could he possibly bear to part with the ticket? Both his homeroom teacher and instructor Zhuang had repeatedly warned him. A powerful beastmaster would only gain more by entering the secret realm. And Lu Ming, he is that powerful beastmaster. So early the next morning, Lu Ming and Lu Yi arrived at the entrance of the secret realm as soon as possible. Even before entering, they saw a crowd of ticket scalpers standing at the entrance. Seeing the two of them, these scalpers immediately approached with enthusiastic greetings. "Student, need tickets for the secret realm? Just 180,000 gold coins now, and we can get you one." "Hey, don't listen to him. Mine only costs 170,000. High price buying secret realm tickets. Starting bid at 120,000. Move aside, make way, classmates, my prices are the most affordable, don't you want to buy from me?" Finally pushing past the scalper in front of me, Lu Ming and Lu Yi were completely bewildered. What's going on? I looked up information about Spirit Water Marsh online before, but it didn't seem this popular at all. How did the prices suddenly skyrocket like this? Hearing Lu Ming's words, a bored guy nearby suddenly laughed. "Young man, haven't you heard the news from inside? The beastmasters who went in last batch sent out word a spiritual treasure in the Spirit Water Beast Marsh is maturing this month. Now everyone is rushing for that spiritual treasure, so naturally the ticket prices have risen. Who wouldn't be willing to spend 100 or 200,000 for a chance?" Oh, hearing what that man said, Lu Ming instinctively clasped his hands in salute. With practiced ease, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his jacket and offered one. "Brother, may I ask what kind of spiritual treasure it is that's causing such a massive stir?" Seeing Lu Ming's compliant attitude, the man chuckled and took the offered cigarette. Lighting it leisurely, he then spoke unhurriedly. "They say it's a Class B spiritual treasure, Dragon Spring Crystal. If a low-tier water attribute magical beast consumes it, their bloodline power could advance at least 1 full rank. There were even rumors that one could obtain a trace of draconic bloodline from it." What? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Ming and Lu Yi were instantly shocked. A rank B spiritual treasure? That would surely be worth tens of millions in gold coins? This benefit wouldn't be expensive if the secret realm ticket only cost 100,000 gold coins. Indeed, it's really not that pricey. Even Lu Yi felt vaguely tempted upon hearing this price. As for Lu Ming, he slightly furrowed his brows and couldn't help but speak out. "That can't be right. This spirit treasure is worth tens of millions. How could the admission ticket be so cheap?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, the middle-aged man glanced at him with some surprise. Then he raised a thumb in approval. "Young man, you've got sharp eyes. Naturally, the item is authentic, confirmed by the previous batch of master craftsmen, but obtaining it won't be so easy, no siree. Legend has it that the treasure is guarded by an emerald rank, peak-tier frost serpent that's stubbornly refusing to evolve. It's been waiting to consume this very spiritual treasure when it breaks through to the next tier. That's an emerald rank magical beast we're talking about. Did you think it'd be easy prey? Any ordinary beastmaster who ventures in there would just be delivering themselves as lunch. Hearing the veteran's explanation, Lu Ming finally understood the situation. Risks and opportunities coexist. Upon entering, it's not merely about searching, it's also about fighting. And the strength of the Frost Soul Python is too high. With just a mishap, it might evolve. How could an ordinary beastmaster possibly be its match? Lu Ming immediately understood. A green-grade magical beast is sufficient to reign supreme in ordinary secret realms. Beyond their inherent strength, they differ from a beastmaster's combat pets. They can also summon a group of minions to attack. Challenging the Ice Soul Python alone is nothing short of suicide. Not to mention, you have so many competitors to contend with. Combat isn't a turn-based game. You never know when someone might trip you up from behind during a fight. With this thought, Lu Ming gradually extinguished his desire to compete. However, he was quite curious about the legendary B-grade spiritual treasure. When old brother finished his cigarette, he said no more. After exchanging another glance, Lu Ming and Lu Yi finally understood the true value of the secret realm tickets given to them by the principal. Without another word, Lu Ming patted Lu Yi on the shoulder. Alright, fatty, our main goal this time is to harvest magical beasts and try to get as many spirit energy crystals as possible for upgrades later. As for mystical treasures, at this point, Lu Ming paused slightly, leaving the rest unsaid. To claim no interest when such a treasure lies right before one's eyes would be a complete lie. Yet there are still at least 90 others competing against me inside. The risk is too high, and the reward simply doesn't justify it. Without another word, he immediately fell silent. He led Lu Yi directly toward the entrance of the secret realm. Just as the two were about to reach the entrance of the secret realm, "Halt!" A sinister voice suddenly sounded from the side. Hearing that voice, Lu Ming silently shot Lu Yi a glance, pretending not to have heard it. But then, in the very next second, that voice rang out again. "Hey, I'm talking to you too. The one who's kinda good looking, and that fatso over there." Lu Yi. In an instant, Lu Yi's explosive temper instantly erupted. "I won't allow you to insult my brother. Since when is he fat?" Lu Ming. The group? Turning his head, he saw a group of students dressed in expensive uniforms. At this moment, they were sitting beneath a tent, gathered around a stove brewing tea. Seeing the logo on their school uniforms, Lu Ming's eyes immediately narrowed. This was the uniforms of Clearwater Private Noble Academy. A group of students sat gathered around the tea stove, attended by 3 or 5 black-suited bodyguards, looking utterly at ease. The man who had just spoken had slanted triangular eyes and 2 front teeth that protruded slightly. Upon seeing the other's appearance, Lu Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. "A runt like you dares to criticize us? Buddy, have you ever looked in a mirror before running your mouth? Which careless crotch let slip a freak like you?" Hearing Lu Yi's words, the group behind the man with triangular eyes immediately burst into loud laughter. The gaze of the triangular-eyed male god instantly turned even more sinister. "Damn it, don't push your luck. Do you even know who we are? We're students of Qingshui Private Noble Academy. Know your place and crawl over here now. Believe it or not, I could wipe out your whole family with just one word." Chapter 27, Teenage Delinquent and Cat Slave. Lu Yi's face immediately flashed with contempt upon hearing those words. "You, wipe out my family? Do you even know who I am?" Seeing Lu Yi's arrogant expression, the narrow-eyed man across from him couldn't help but be taken aback. Could it be that he had run into some tough adversary? Instinctively, he frowned and asked, "You, who are you?" Upon hearing those words, Lu Yi immediately burst into wild laughter. Without another word, he grabbed Lu Ming's hand and swiftly rushed toward the entrance. "Hurry up, old Lu. He doesn't recognize us." Lu Ming. Slanty eyes. Ling Feng. Stop those two. Seeing Lu Ming and Lu Yi about to escape, the triangular-eyed man immediately summoned his battle pet. In an instant, a white-browed, slit-eyed tiger fiercely charged toward the two of them. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Yet on Lu Yi's face, a sly smile of triumph appeared. At once, he bellowed at the top of his lungs toward the guards on the city wall. "Brother guards, look! Someone's trying to attack us right at the Mystic Realm's entrance. We're students from number 1 high school, the future flowers of our motherland. I'm so scared." Lu Yi's loud cries reached their ears. The sharp-eyed garrison soldiers in the distance immediately turned their gaze this way. Without another word, bullets were swiftly loaded into chambers. If anyone dared to cause trouble, their bullets would certainly prove welcoming. They cast a piercing glare at the narrow-eyed student. Instantly, the other person's face flushed red. At the same time, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind. "Friend over there, we were just joking around. Please come over, we've got something good to discuss with you. We're here to make friends, not enemies." Having said this, Lu Ming and Lu Yi's gazes naturally shifted toward the direction of that voice across from them. Then they saw an enormous executive chair slowly rotating toward them. A young man was holding a cat-like magical beast covered entirely in azure fur, looking their way. Through the eyes of judgment, all information about that spirit beast instantly imprinted itself into Lu Ming's vision. Race, Crimsonine Mystic Beast. Grade Mortal 7 stars. Bloodline Azure rank. Talent Hydrophilia, Hydrokinesis, Hydropurification. Attribute Water. Loyalty. Weaknesses, Arrogance. When controlled by beastmasters of lower rank, there's a chance it will disobey orders. Skills, Water Blade Storm, Torrential Impact, Ice Armor Possession, Purification Water. Evolution Path, Known, None. Equipment, Xian Water Pearl. Evil Value, 0. It was actually a blue rank magical beast. Not only that, but take another look at the students from that surrounding private noble academy. Not a single beast by his side had a bloodline rank lower than Orange Tier. Moreover, each beast possessed at least one secret treasure. At this moment, Lu Ming gained a new appreciation for these students' spending power. Gu Changsheng was considered a wealthy second-generation heir even at first high, but he couldn't afford to use spirit treasures or secret treasures. He could only rely on some magical beast blood to help his war pets level up. And these rich heirs either possess the secret recipes for leveling up their magical beasts, or they forcefully enhance and evolve their combat pets through spiritual treasures and other mystic items. When resources exceed a certain threshold, for many examinees, this becomes the contract that determines their entire lives. To those with wealth and resources, it's really not such a big deal. They have plenty of ways to upgrade their pets' bloodlines. Lu Ming even spotted a yellow-grade emerald bamboo shoot among that group of rich heirs across the way. Talk about absurd. Look again at the garrison troops on the city wall. Upon seeing the young man appear, their gazes deliberately shifted in other directions. Now, even if Lu Ming and the others wished otherwise, there was no choice but to go over. Under the mocking gazes of a group of students from an elite academy, Lu Ming and Lu Yi both strode right into their midst. While everyone else sat on ordinary chairs, only this person before them lounged in an executive office chair. He seemed to be deliberately emphasizing his leadership status. Subconsciously, Lu Yi couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Pretentious ass. Yeah, he really was being quite the pretentious jerk. Lu Ming found himself unexpectedly agreeing with Lu Yi's opinion for once. The other party was deliberately mimicking a scene from The Godfather, despite being the same age as them. Lu Ming suspected this guy had simply watched too many movies and was having a Chinibu moment. If he thought about it that way, he even felt the guy seemed slightly cute. What was up with that? With a thwack sound. As he thought about it, Lu Ming unexpectedly laughed at the most inappropriate moment. In an instant, Ho Fangji, who had been maintaining a calm expression, suddenly sharpened his gaze. What? Do I look funny to you? No, I just, thought of something amusing. Lu Yi, meanwhile, stared at his own brother with utter shock on his face. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. When facing such an influential and powerful family, he didn't dare show hostility too openly and could only curse quietly under his breath. Lu Ming, on the other hand, openly sneered right in front of them, afraid people wouldn't notice. Damn brother, you're brave. At this moment, the treasure-seeking mouse in Lu Ming's pocket seemed to sense something. Immediately, he jerked his head up to stare at the Crimsonine beast across from him. In an instant, the little mouse's head gave a violent twitch. Instinctively, it withdrew its head back into the pocket once more. Meanwhile, the Crimson Shadow Beast seemed to have discovered some fascinating plaything. It immediately leaped off Ho Fangji's body and began circling endlessly around Lu Ming's feet. At the sight of this, Ho Fangji, who had just been wearing a composed expression, suddenly froze with astonishment. Then, he anxiously glanced at his battle pet and couldn't help but whisper urgently, "Lightning, what are you doing? Come back here quick." Unfortunately, his command was ignored. The Crimsonine beast chose to turn a deaf ear, even actively climbing onto Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming, Ho Fangji. Immediately, Ho Fangji's face turned red with indignation as he glared at Lu Ming. What did you do to my flash? Why is it so attached to you? Lu Ming, I honestly don't know either. Come on man, you're just making this up. Don't blame the path when your own steps are unsteady. Lu Ming surmised that the Crimsonine Profound Beast's arrogance must have triggered its weakness. Although the opponent had boosted the level of the Crimsonine Profound Beast, they themselves failed to keep pace, causes the battle pet to disobey its master's commands. The opponent wasn't like himself, they couldn't clearly see the weaknesses of their own battle pets. Watching the other person sweat profusely in anxiety, their face even turning slightly red, Lu Ming nearly failed to hold back another burst of laughter, perhaps sensing Lu Ming's mocking gaze directed at him. Immediately, Ho Fangji summoned his bodyguard, struggling to maintain his composure. A bag of exquisite chicken jerky was cradled in his hands. Lightning, come back quickly. I've got chicken jerky made from a general-ranked magical beast here. I'm begging you, hurry back. Sure enough, Upon hearing there was delicious food, only then did the crimsonine mystical beast named Lightning snap out of its daze. Turning its head to look at its owner, it rolled its eyes helplessly. Then, as if doing a favor, it perched on Ho Fangji's lap and opened its mouth. A smile immediately appeared on the opposite side as he tore pieces of dried chicken into bite-sized morsels and tossed them into his battle pet's mouth. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming was utterly speechless. Who's the real master here, the human or the pet? Involuntarily, Lu Ming thought of two words: cat lover. Indeed, cat lovers know no borders or status. Even the young master of a wealthy family couldn't resist the joy of petting cats. When the bag of cat food was finished, the crimson shadow beast began to squirm again. To prevent what had just happened from occurring once more, Ho Fangji immediately grabbed hold of his own battle pet. Roar! Facing its master's incessant harassment, the crimsonine beast let out an enraged roar, with several riot sounds under the dumbfounded gazes of all present. Marquis Fangji's exquisite silk garments were instantly torn to shreds. What skill! Not a single wound was left behind. Not a single piece of clothing was left. Awesome! Instantly, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded, not to mention Lu Ming. At this point, even Lu Yi couldn't hold back and let out a goose-like scream. Quack 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 quack. Dude, can you get any more ridiculous? Lu Ming and Lu Yi burst into simultaneous laughter upon hearing this. Ho Fangji's face immediately flushed a deep crimson. He looked as if he might shatter into pieces at any moment. But this guy actually managed to withstand the ridicule from both of them. Then he deliberately said nonchalantly, "Gentlemen, I am Ho Fangji. I called you here because I have an important request. I have crucial use for this batch of secret realm entry permits, so I'd like to purchase them from you. As you've probably seen the market prices outside, I'm willing to pay 200,000 per ticket. I'm wondering what you two think." Hey, stop laughing. Pfft, bro, I get what you're saying, but could you maybe put some clothes on before talking to us? Haha, you're killing me, fatty. Thought you were gonna pull off something big. Who knew you'd actually deliver a giant turd? Chapter 28 Spirit Water Marshlands. At this moment, the Ho Fangji before me had already draped himself in a fresh coat. Her face still carried a faint flush of color. He pretended not to notice the suppressed laughter on Lu Ming and Lu Ye's faces. With arms crossed, he looked squarely at the two of them. "So, what do you think of my proposal just now?" Upon hearing the question, Lu Ming didn't even hesitate before shaking his head. 200,000 for the ticket. To be honest, that price is already more than twice the original value of the ticket. Even if both of them entered the secret realm, their gains might not necessarily be this high. But Lu Ming was different. His treasure-hunting mouse possessed the innate talent of treasure-seeking. It was exceptionally suited for exploring secret realms. Even without considering the Dragon Source Crystal, Lu Ming was confident they could obtain other valuable treasures. Seeing Lu Ming's refusal, Ho Fangji's brow furrowed slightly. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. He looked at Lu Ming like an overbearing CEO from a novel. "You're the first person to reject me like this. Very well, classmate. You've successfully caught my attention." Didn't your battle pet reject you multiple times just now? Shut up, I've put up with you long enough, you fatso. It would have been better not to mention it. The moment this was brought up, Ho Fangji's previously settled emotions began stirring again. He cast a resentful glance at the two before him, especially Lu Ming. Finally, he impatiently waved his hand in frustration. "Scram! Go ahead if you want to get in. But let me warn you, the Dragon Source Crystal is my target. If I spot you during the fight, don't blame me for showing no mercy. There are no surveillance cameras in the secret realm. If you accidentally die there, you might not even leave a complete corpse behind. Have you two thought this through?" Facing Ho Fangji's threat, both Lu Ming and his companion immediately changed their expressions. Just moments ago, he'd seemed somewhat interesting, but when you actually interact with him, you'll realize, this guy is far more ruthless than his goofy behavior suggests. Around him, his classmates slowly rose to their feet after hearing Ho Fangji's words. One by one, their gazes turned ice cold as they locked onto Lu Ming and Lu Yi. "Do you guys know about young Master Ho's family background? Hey, I don't want to reveal that my uncle is in the Dragon God Army. Low profile, keep it low profile." That's right, our young Master Ho's uncle is a 7-star beast tamer, the war god of the Black Tortoise Legion, Ho Yong. Come on, low profile. I told you to keep it low profile. I just want to interact with them as an ordinary person. How am I supposed to enjoy mixing with common folks if you keep doing this? Looking at Ho Fangji's utterly nonchalant expression, Lu Ming and Lu Yi immediately raised their eyebrows. This guy, is he joking? Dude, your appearance right now, this doesn't match the domineering CEO image you're trying to maintain at all. Dude, your persona just collapsed. Can't be bothered to waste words on this dim-witted military brat. After exchanging a glance, the two turned and walked away without another word. Watching the retreating figures of Lu Ming and the others, Ho Fangji slightly furrowed his brows. With a light scoff, he said no more. Turning around, he settled back into his executive chair. Deliberately keeping his back toward his classmates, he addressed the slant-eyed man from earlier with an order. Wait until more people arrive, then we'll raise the price again. Hearing Ho Fangji's words, the narrow-eyed Wang Yuan cautiously approached him. Young Master Ho, shouldn't we leave yet? The Secret Realms gate has been open for quite some time. Are you telling me how to do my job? Almost instinctively, Ho Fangji cast a dangerously sidelong glance at him. Wang Yuan was immediately frightened into silence, seeing the other party lower his head. Only then did Ho Fangji give a deliberate, measured humph. Yet the very next moment, a faint trace of caution and wariness flashed through his eyes, almost imperceptible. I must obtain the Dragon Origin Crystal at all costs. There can be no mistakes. Every entry ticket must be collected. As for those unwilling to hand them over, they must have ulterior motives. Wait a little longer. I want to see who dares to compete with me for the Dragon Origin Crystal. Yes. Hearing Ho Fangji's words, the man with triangular eyes immediately felt a chill in his heart. Though this young master's temperament was usually rather eccentric, but at critical moments, it always exerts an overwhelming pressure. This is precisely why everyone willingly follows behind Ho Fangji. Of course, it's also to fight for a way out. The slant-eyed man knew full well that Ho Fangji's originally contracted magical beast was merely an orange-grade azure water beast. It was all because of his uncle in the military district that his bloodline evolved into the Crimson Een Profound Beast. What defines a powerful backer? Now this is what I call a real powerful backer. He's got both the family background and the brains. This is precisely why everyone is willing to follow him. Before long, Wang Yuan returned to the entrance of the Secret Realms gate, awaiting the next beast master who would enter. Just then, another beast master approached from the opposite direction. Instantly, the narrow-eyed man's eyes lit up, ready to employ his old tricks again. Stop right there. Hearing his words, the Beastmaster's body stiffened slightly. The moment he turned around, the narrow-eyed man's usual roguish demeanor froze abruptly. Before him stood a girl with snow-white hair, even her eyebrows as pale as frost. In the icy depths of those eyes, his own slightly flustered face was reflected. With just one glance, Wang Yuan already felt like he'd thought of a name for his future son. At that moment, Xu Yunyan was gazing with a gentle smile at the person who had stopped him. What's the matter? I'm Wang Yuan, a student from the private aristocratic academy. Right. My boss wants to see you. With that, the man with triangular eyes hurried over to Ho Fangji. Young Master Ho, we've got a real beauty here, and she's all alone. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ho Fangji froze momentarily in surprise. Turning his head, he saw Xu Yunyan standing in the crowd like a serene lotus flower. Subconsciously, Ho Fangji swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the Crimson Een mystic beast beside him spotted Xu Yunyan. It instantly wrinkled its nose and emitted a displeased growl. Why did this woman reek of dog? Then, it saw its own master heading straight towards Xu Yunyan. It let out a dissatisfied howl, seeing that its master wouldn't listen to reason. Instantly, the Qi Ying mystical beast rolled its eyes in exasperation. After finding a more comfortable position on the boss's chair, it slowly lay down. At the same time, outside the Secret Realms gate, when Lu Ming and Lu Yi handed over their tickets, as the Secret Realms gate slowly opened, before their eyes lay lakes everywhere in lush, verdant forests. According to the information Lu Ming gathered, over 80% of the creatures in the Spirit Water Beast Marsh are water affinity magical beasts. Within the vast island, artificial lakes of various sizes can be found everywhere. A unique natural ecosystem has already developed here. The variety of magical beasts is remarkably rich, far surpassing the novice secret realm they had visited before. This place housed at least 20 types of magical beasts. With good fortune, one might even hunt orange-grade or even yellow-grade beast eggs. This was precisely why everyone rushed to enter every time the Spirit Water Beast Marsh secret realm opened. Recalling the information from the documents, Lu Ming promptly pointed in a certain direction. Head over there first. It's the territory of the amphibious fishmen. Their levels typically don't exceed mortal grade 5 stars, and their ice sacks fetch a high price since they're the main ingredient for water-repellent elixirs. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi agreed without a second thought. However, just as Lu Ming and his companion were about to set off, the next moment, the long-dormant system suddenly stirred back to life. You have inadvertently entered the mystic realm, Spirit Water Beast Marsh. The Emperor-class magical beast, Frostbane Dark Python, has detected the scent of its offspring upon you. Due to your command errors leading to its progeny's demise, the Frostbane Dark Python is furious. Quest, Python's Wrath. Surviving the pursuit of an Emperor-class magical beast, the Frostbound Dark Python. Mission reward, 5 potential points, 20 spirit energy crystals, 1 random C-grade spiritual treasure. Chapter 29, Encounter with the Merfolk. Upon hearing the system's issued mission, Lu Ming couldn't help but freeze momentarily. After a long while, he finally remembered. Back when the system first awakened, the original host had indeed contracted a green-tier snake-type magical creature before. Later, during the Great War, that battle pet unfortunately fell in battle. However, this was all the original body's fault. No, this was all the original body's future fault. Are you using a sword from the previous dynasty to execute an official of the current dynasty? Does that make any sense? The next moment, he sensed tremors spreading throughout the entire secret realm. A terrifying aura swept across the secret realm. Countless birds and beasts were startled into flight by the sudden dreadful pressure. The abrupt change sent an involuntary shiver down Lu Ming's spine. At that moment, he grabbed Lu Yi by the shoulders and headed in the opposite direction of the serpent-class magical beast territory marked on the map. They fled at breakneck speed. If someone suggested leaving immediately, that would be utterly unrealistic. After all, 2 tickets are being scalped for 400,000 gold coins outside. Leaving right now would be utterly foolish, wouldn't it? According to the original plan, their destination at this moment wasn't anywhere else. It was precisely the territory of the amphibious fishmen. Before coming, Lu Ming had specifically researched the information. Amphibious fishfolk typically live in communities. Smaller communities generally consist of 10 to 15 individuals. Larger ones can even reach up to 50 individuals. They even possess a certain level of intelligence, capable of crafting simple stone weapons for battle. This is likely due to their rudimentary intellect. The psychic crystal drop rate from amphibious fishmen is significantly higher than that of ordinary magical beasts. Additionally, the materials harvested from their bodies are quite valuable. So after entering the spirit water beast marsh, the territories of amphibious fishfolk are often highly favored by beastmasters. However, they're quite intelligent and aware they might be targeted by these beastmasters. Therefore, from time to time, these amphibious fishfolk would relocate collectively. They encountered fishmen from another community along the way. Both sides would either engage in a fierce battle to assimilate the other group of fishmen, or they could choose to cooperate and expand their tribe. However, the authorities kept strict surveillance over these amphibious fishmen. When the population of amphibious fishmen exceeds 50, the authorities simply took direct action to disperse these large tribes that could disrupt the ecological balance. Although the amphibious fishermen's settlement locations are elusive, Lu Ming still remembered some of their basic habits. They prefer damp environments, including lakes and swamps. They must possess sufficient food resources. These omnivorous magical creatures prefer meat by inclination. Simultaneously, they bully the weak and habitually seize territories from smaller, less powerful magical beasts. They have already developed certain domestication capabilities. There once existed an amphibious murloc tribe that raised magical beasts. Moreover, according to the intelligence obtained, amphibious fishmen creatures possess a unique method of enhancing their bloodline. As for exactly how to improve, Lu Ming couldn't quite figure it out. At this moment, he and Lu Yi were following the markings on the map. They were cautiously making their way toward the territory of the amphibious fishmen marked on the previous map. Whether by sheer luck or not, they had walked for less than an hour when they spotted 2 groups of amphibious fishmen locked in battle. Amphibious fishmen, resembling fish in body, yet sprouting slender, withered legs and hands. Many of the amphibious fishfolk wore decorations like shells and seaweed on their bodies. They wielded handmade stone hammers and spears, clearly possessing some degree of intelligence. Yet their vacant fish-eyed stares told another story. It has intelligence, but not much. Yet no matter how ordinary it may be, it's still a magical beast. In battle, it lacks no ferocity whatsoever. At this moment, the amphibious fishmen on both sides were fiercely fighting over the ownership of a stretch of swamp. With every attack from either side, stone spears or stone hammers would gouge out large patches of scales from their opponents. Within moments, the air quickly filled with a nauseating mix of blood and fishy stench. It was enough to make one's stomach turn slightly. Lurking in the shadows, Lu Ming observed from afar for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The number of fishmen on both sides wasn't particularly large. Each tribe seemed to have roughly 10 to 15 members. If they weren't too strong, he and Lu Yi might just play the fisherman benefiting from the tussle. At this thought, his eyes formed inverse crosses as they widened. Through the judgment pupil, he began examining each amphibious fishman's attributes one by one. The results turned out roughly as expected. Race, amphibious fishman warrior. Level, mortal tier 4 star. Bloodline, red grade. Abilities, hammer mastery, water affinity. Attribute, water. Weakness, opportunistic. When colony numbers fall below 50%, chance to rebel. Skills, heavy hammer, water shield. Evolution path, known, none. Equipment, none. Sin points, 0. Seeing these messages, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Nearly all amphibious fishmen possess the weakness of opportunism. That is to say, if they were to fight, they would only need to kill half the fishmen before the enemy would rout. A rough estimate of the amphibious fishmen's total numbers was made. The remaining amphibious fishmen would certainly not exceed 20 in number. There were still numerous amphibious fishmen corpses on the ground. It seemed they had been fighting for some time. 10. Taking down 10 meant all the materials from these amphibious fishmen would be theirs. At this thought, Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at Lu Yi beside him. Fatty, feeling confident? My greatsword thirsts for battle. Hearing Lu Ming's words, a flash of excitement appeared in Lu Yi's eyes. Before coming, they changed into lightweight combat attire. Apart from the shield from their last venture into the secret realm, he had also purchased a greatsword for himself. Beastmasters possess rudimentary combat capabilities, albeit not particularly strong, but it was more than enough to protect themselves for the time being. He gently patted his little mouse. The next moment, Lu Ming directly grabbed the mouse by the scruff. Like throwing a baseball, he hurled the little mouse straight into the distant crowd of amphibious fishmen. Go, mousey! Eek! Omega? At the moment when the treasure-hunting mouse was about to fall onto the amphibious fishman after being tossed into midair, it directly transformed into battle mode. Lu Ming, who had been carefully timing his moves from afar, immediately spread his arms and swiftly formed hand seals. Spiritual art golden radiance. The golden fur flashed with dazzling brilliance, instantly capturing the attention of the fishman warriors mid-battle. Before the lead fishman could react, snap! With one bite, the treasure-hunting mouse severed the amphibious fishman's head. Crunchy and crisp, just like chicken. Instantly, a gleam of excitement sparkled in the mouse's eyes. The gaze directed at the amphibious fishman suddenly turned strange. Bro, you smell so good. The sudden appearance of a powerful magical beast startled the fishmen on both sides. In the next moment, countless water spears and hammers materialized. When facing an external threat, they still quickly made a unanimous response. United against the outsider, they decided to drive away the big guy in front of them first. Not far away, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes at the sight of this scene. Pointing discreetly at an amphibious fishman wearing a coral hat across from them, he whispered to Lu Yi, "Fatso, got any tricks to deal with that amphibious fishman?" Oh, following Lu Ming's gaze, Lu Yi immediately flashed an OK hand sign. The highly poisonous salamander that normally dangled beneath his earlobe like an earring. Almost instantly, he separated from Lu Yi's body, quickly dashing toward that peculiar amphibious fishman not far away. Because in Lu Ming's eyes of judgment, this creature's attributes clearly differed from other amphibious fishmen. Its identity was Amphibious Fishman Mage, Bloodline Rank, Orange Tier. All his skills are water-based ranged abilities. Though their potency is unknown, taking out the mage first in battle is always the right move. The Murloc mage wielded a pearl staff crafted from coral. As it began channeling its spell, icicles gradually coalesced in its grasp. Its glowing eyes locked onto the treasure-hunting rat battling its kin nearby. Just as it was about to fire, with a loud crack, the fishman mage suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ankle, as if something had bitten him. Looking down, he found nothing there. Were it not for the 2 neat rows of tiny tooth marks on his ankle, he even convinced himself that what had just occurred was merely an illusion. Just as it was preparing to cast its spell anew, the next moment, the fishman mage suddenly discovered to his horror, the paw that had been bitten was visibly turning a purplish-brown color before my eyes. Glub glub glub. Immediately, the Murloc mage let out a rapid stream of bubbling noises. Hearing their tribal mage's distress call, its clansmen instantly turned pale with shock. Just as they were about to head back to provide support, a massive rat's head suddenly appeared before them. Licking its lips, the rat's face broke into an eerily human-like smile. Squeak! Chopped pepper fish head tofu soup, fish head hot pot, where do you think you're going? Seeing the perverted smile on the rat's face, several amphibious fishmen instantly showed a trace of terror. You, stay away from me. Chapter 30, The Secret of the Judging Eye. Crunch, crunch. With the sharp incisors of the mouse coming down in rapid succession, several amphibious fishmen instantly lost their precious fish heads. After devouring several fish heads in a row, the mouse's belly was slightly full. The remaining amphibious fishmen trembled as they witnessed the mouse's consecutive displays of might. I knew I was no match for them. Soon after, the weakness of acting as circumstances dictate was triggered. They immediately scattered in all directions, trying to run away. Seeing these routed amphibious fishmen, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed another mystic technique directly at the rat creature. Mystic technique, flower in the mirror, moon in the water. Just as these amphibious fishmen turned to flee, the moment they turned around, something happened that overloaded their brains. The treasure-hunting mouse that should have been behind them suddenly reappeared right before their eyes again. Before they could even figure out what was happening, the treasure-hunting rat that had arrived swiftly bit them to death. Seeing the remaining amphibious fishmen about to flee, In the next instant, Lu Ming suddenly roared at the treasure-hunting rat across from him. "Mouse, plan 2. Upon hearing Lu Ming's command, a glint of sharp intelligence immediately flashed in Mouse's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his mouth wide. Metal manipulation. Under the astonished gazes of the fishmen before him, from the mouth of this treasure-seeking rat in front, it actually spat out a dagger. The blade struck directly between the opponent's eyebrows. Instantly, the amphibious fishman let out a mournful wail. It died miserably on the spot. As for the treasure-seeking mouse, the metallic daggers in his mouth seemed inexhaustible, spraying forth endlessly. In just a few seconds, dozens of sharp daggers were spewed forth. This was precisely the combined technique Lu Ming had devised by integrating the treasure chest and metal manipulation skills of the treasure-seeking rat. A tactical combination he'd envisioned. He had prepared by storing a multitude of daggers in the rat's treasure chest beforehand. At critical moments, the rat can directly manipulate these finely crafted weapons. Rather than the primitive iron sand scattered on the ground, the attack efficiency has increased several-fold. It even serves as an unexpected surprise. Sure enough, less than a minute had passed. Every fishman before them had been stabbed with varying numbers of daggers. A few unlucky ones directly transformed into some sort of porcupine beast imitation. Even those who weren't dead weren't in much better shape, continuously letting out shrieks and gurgling pleas for mercy. Looking at the information about the amphibious fishman before him, just as Rat was about to deal with the amphibious fishman in front of him, suddenly, Lu Ming seemed to have noticed something. He abruptly issued a command. "Stop." At the critical moment, the little mouse stopped its tiny paws. Then it looked curiously at its owner, not understanding his intention. Meanwhile, Lu Ming hurried from behind the scenes to the front, approaching the half-dead amphibious fish person before him. Just moments ago, he was astonished to discover through the judgment's eye, although the original physical data of the other party remained unchanged, yet one particular piece of data had undergone a transformation. That is to say, sin value. The original sin value of 0 had now changed to sin value 19 out of 100. Seeing this notification, Lu Ming couldn't help but freeze momentarily. When he first obtained the judgment's gaze, he had already sensed something unusual about it. This sin value seems to possess some extraordinary function. And now, he's finally about to uncover the secret of the sin value. As for why it wasn't discovered on the green jade bamboo shoots back in the novice secret realm, it was solely because the sudden interference of the clown completely disrupted Lu Ming's plans. There was simply no time to investigate. With this thought, Lu Ming immediately directed his gaze at the amphibious fishman before him. A sharp glint flickered through his eyes. What would happen when the corruption value reached 100? He picked up the dagger and walked up to a murloc. Without a word, he gouged out its eyeballs. All the while, he kept cursing at the rat by his side. "You gluttonous thing, do you know how many fish heads you've wasted?" Squeak squeak. 3A. Upon hearing their owner's words, the little mouse immediately turned its head away. "I'm just a little mouse. I can't understand human speech at all." Zhuan Chen had once taught them the methods of dissection. After just a short while, Lu Yi had already made progress. "Old Lu, look, spirit energy crystal." Holding the thumb-sized azure spirit energy crystal in his hand, a gleam of excitement instantly flashed across Lu Yi's face. Unfortunately, among these 20-plus amphibious fishmen, except for that murloc mage who possessed the psychic crystal, the remaining murlocs actually didn't drop any psychic energy crystals at all. This shows just how precious that batch of cyan jade bamboo shoots they found near Lingbao back then truly was. This is it? The data said the drop rate for amphibious fishmen is supposedly high among common tier monsters. What would the drop rate be for other mundane-level magical beasts? When the two finished tallying up their gains, he immediately packed up his belongings with the fat man and left. Upon learning how guilt values were obtained, he directly changed his original objective. Right now, he had only one goal: to finish off those 100 amphibious fishmen as quickly as possible. Unlock sin value. While Lu Ming and Lu Yi continued their exploration within the secret realm, outside, at the entrance of the Lingshui Beast Marsh secret realm, Wang Yuan rushed over to Ho Fangji, panting heavily as he spoke. "Young Master Ho, we need to go now or the gates will close." I counted 6 people refused to hand over their secret realm passes. I suspect they're up to no good. Once we enter the secret realm, should we? With that, Wang Yuan made a throat-slitting gesture. Ho Fangji simply rose slowly from his executive chair. After another glance at the mysterious realm before him, he spoke plainly. "Notify everyone to enter the realm immediately. I am determined to obtain the Dragon Source Crystal this time. Should anyone approach, eliminate them without exception." "All right." Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, a flash of excitement instantly crossed Wang Yuan's face. A group of classmates who had grown somewhat impatient from waiting immediately gathered all their belongings. With their battle pets in tow, they marched grandly into the secret realm. There were only about a dozen people or so, but their battle pets were extraordinarily skilled, each one of them. Many of the battle pets had even reached the late stage of the mortal rank. With such a formidable team, they could basically sweep through the Spirit Water Beast Marsh secret realm without much trouble. At least there's enough to ensure self-protection, without encountering unnecessary dangers. Wang Yuan from the side had unknowingly moved closer to Chu Yunyan. Classmate Chu, stand beside me when the time comes. If there's any danger, hide behind me, I'll protect you. Really? Thank you so much then. I hope my temporary inclusion in your circle won't cause any trouble? Hearing Chu Yunyan's words felt like bathing in the spring breeze. Wang Yuan immediately felt his bones melt with delight. His body trembled slightly before he hastily shook his head. Not at all, nothing of the sort. Besides, if young Master Ho agrees, who would dare oppose him? Just follow along. I guarantee after the secret realm, you'll advance at least one level. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Chu Yunyan immediately beamed with joy. Then I'll have to thank you, senior brother Wang. Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a subtle hint of adoration. Her captivating big eyes made Wang Yuan feel completely weak in the knees. His previously straight posture now carried a slight bend. His walking gait had become noticeably awkward. They watched as Wang Yuan walked away, his face alight with excitement. Standing at the end of the line, Chu Yunyan, who had just been wearing a gentle smile. His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. He picked up his phone and quietly sent out a text message. Lu Ming, Ho Fangji, Spirit Water Beast Marsh, confirmed entry. Chapter 31, The Secret Realm in Turmoil. Not long after Chu Yunyan sent out the message, the 4 Beast Rebellion members who had just entered the Spirit Water Beast Marsh immediately received the transmission on their satellite phones. Seeing the content on the phone, they exchanged glances and immediately said, "There are 2 objectives for this mission. The first is to capture Lu Ming. The higher-ups insist he must be taken alive. The second is to eliminate Marquis Qingshui's second son, Ho Fangji. We'll handle both tasks simultaneously. We deliberately leaked the news about the Dragon Source Crystal. There's no way they won't take the bait." Upon hearing the leader's words, the remaining 3 immediately nodded. Then, the black-robed leader suddenly produced a medical safe in his hand. As the safe opened, a chill slowly seeped out. Before the 4 of them appeared 4 test tubes filled with a flowing golden liquid. "This is the potion we bought from the Evolutionary Society. Though expensive, we have to admit, they've got something special. Throw it into that Serpent King's lake, and there'll be quite a show to behold." Hearing their leader's words, the remaining 3 exchanged knowing smiles. Their eyes all flickered with the same shadow of malice and madness. "Number 3, you're with me. Numbers 2 and 4, go find Lu Ming. Once you locate him, open the vial immediately. Understood?" "Yes." Upon hearing their leader's command, numbers 2 and 4 nodded instantly. In the next moment, their figures vanished abruptly. As Ho Fangji and his group marched majestically into the Spirit Water Beast Marsh, the battle companions by their sides immediately displayed formidable combat prowess. Even the most ordinary jade bamboo shoot found everywhere outside had now grown into a towering jade bamboo tree. The owner of this jade bamboo tree swiftly grabbed hold of their battle companion. As he grasped the tip of the bamboo shoot, the green jade shoot suddenly transformed into its battle form. The shoot tip grew longer and longer, gradually turning into a green jade bamboo made of jade. Within moments, the bamboo had astonishingly grown to a height of 10 meters. This was precisely the new ability his green jade shoot had mastered upon advancing to the orange rank, top tier. When the momentum of growth gradually ceased, this student immediately pulled out the telescope they always carried with them. Their gaze swept the surroundings until finally landing on a spot in the far southwestern corner. A group of serpentine magical beasts lying by the lakeshore came into view. In that instant, the green jade bamboo transformed back into a green jade shoot. "Young Master Ho, there are numerous serpentine magical beasts to the southwest. The ice soul profound python must be there." Hearing his subordinate's words, a flash of delight crossed Ho Fangji's eyes. "Move out immediately. Everyone, be ready. Take everything with you." "Yes." At Ho Fangji's words, the group immediately mounted their magical beasts and swiftly charged toward the southwest. Wherever they passed, the intense aura radiating from a group of battle beasts directly sent any malicious magical creatures nearby fleeing in panic. This further inflated the arrogance of Ho Fangji and his group. But what they didn't know was, just as they were rushing towards the area where the serpentine magical beasts lurked, 2 members of the Beast Inversion Society had already arrived here one step ahead. Picking up 2 test tubes, they opened them directly. Immediately, a thick scent of blood wafted through the surrounding air. The surrounding serpentine magical beasts suddenly opened their emerald green or dark blue snake-like pupils. Their gazes urgently scanned the surroundings. It seemed as though some tantalizing delicacy was stimulating their desires. Suddenly, 2 members of the Anti-Beast Association directly tossed 2 test tubes into the water. The next moment, the surrounding serpentine magic beasts all plunged into the lake like dumplings dropping into boiling water. The enormous waves they stirred made the lake water appear as if it were boiling. Those serpentine magical beasts that had inhaled the red liquid were actually undergoing subtle transformations in their bodies. Some of the serpentine beasts grew sturdier and more robust in physique, while others developed sharper, more venomous fangs. But without exception, their ferocity was rapidly awakening. Until, hiss, a piercing screech erupted violently from the center of the lake. The moment that sound was heard, the surrounding space seemed to freeze abruptly. All the magic beasts immediately submitted, some freezing in place, others trembling uncontrollably while partially submerged in the lake. The next moment, the terrifying pressure vanished. Beneath the lake's surface, a massive dark shadow swept across the depths. Then in an instant, it disappeared completely. It was as though the disturbance had never occurred in the first place. Involuntarily, the two members of the beast resistance were momentarily stunned. This can't be right. It shouldn't be like this. Even evolved society's basic models shouldn't have such weak effects. Unless, did we accidentally buy counterfeits? Damn it! Just as the two were feeling puzzled. Meanwhile, Ho Fangji had already led his men to the gathering place of the serpent-type magical beasts. From a distance, the group saw countless serpentine magical beasts sprawled lazily on the ground. Seeing this scene, Ho Fangji immediately exchanged glances with the others. At once, they all nodded in unison. He pulled out a vial of amber-colored potion. What is this? Noticing the object in Wang Yuan's hand, Chu Yunyan, who was seated behind his tiger-like magical beast, a look of curiosity involuntarily appeared on his face. This? It's premium realgar powder purchased by young Master Ho, the bane of snake-type magical beasts. Just watch closely, Sister Yunyan. We're about to slaughter them left and right. Having said this, under Ho Fangji's signal, everyone immediately threw their high-grade realgar powder into the swarm of snakes. Crack, crack. The sound of crystals shattering rang out. The original amber-colored powder instantly dispersed into the air. The entire space was instantly dyed with a thick yellow mist. Ordinary snake-type magical beasts, upon catching a whiff of this dense mist, began to twist violently in their bodies. Witnessing this scene, Ho Fangji's face immediately flickered with a hint of excitement. Everyone attack. Drive out all snake-type magical beasts. Kill any that resist on the spot. Yes. At Ho Fangji's command, the group immediately summoned their own magical beasts. Instantly, a continuous stream of high bloodline magical beasts appeared without end. Their skills were directly unleashed upon these serpentine magical beasts. In the past, serpentine demon beasts would instantly lose their combat capabilities upon encountering high-grade realgar powder. But this time, the moment the two demon beasts came into contact, their reactions immediately caught Wang Yuan off guard, his face betraying a flicker of surprise. Then, disregarding Chu Yunyan nearby, he hurriedly rushed to Ho Fangji's side. Young Master Ho, something's wrong. These magic beasts are resisting too fiercely. They don't seem like they've been affected by high-grade realgar powder. Moreover, their combat power doesn't appear diminished much at all. Could we have bought counterfeit goods? Impossible. This is premium stuff I got through my uncle. How could it be fake? At Wang Yuan's words, a fierce expression instantly flashed across Ho Fangji's face. After only a brief moment of contemplation, his face suddenly turned ashen. His gaze swept across the surroundings. He remained expressionless as he spoke to Wang Yuan. Someone set a trap ahead of us. Warn everyone to be cautious. If necessary, bring out that thing. If you spot any outsiders, better to kill by mistake than let one escape. Yes. Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, Wang Yuan felt a sudden chill in his heart. While the students of Qingshui Noble Private Academy were entangled with serpentine magical beasts, at this moment, Lu Ming and Lu Yi had already completed their third assault on the Murlocs. 1 hour into entering the secret realm, counting the initial wave, they had already discovered 3 habitats of amphibious Murlocs. There were quite a few Murlocs from both gathering grounds. The sin value displayed by the Eye of Judgment increased by another 30 points. At the same time, the duo also attracted a great deal of attention and collected 4 psychic crystals. At this rate of gain, in 4 more hours, the rewards from this secret realm would already cover the cost of the entrance fee. Just as the two prepared to speed up their search for the amphibious fishmen, suddenly, Lu Ming's slightly exaggerated mouse companion suddenly froze. Its keen nose twitched in the air as if it had detected some important supplies. This is, knowing the little mouse's traits all too well, Lu Ming's eyes couldn't help but light up. This was the treasure hunt trait activating once again. What's wrong, little mouse? Found something exciting? Eek. Seeing the rat's expression, Lu Ming immediately knew it must have found something good. Without hesitation, he gently patted the rat's head. If there's something good, let's head there first. Eek. In an instant, the 2 humans and the rat abruptly changed direction. At the same time, 2 members of the Beast Rebellion had already opened their test tubes. Without saying a word, they directly tossed them into a small lake inhabited by a Murloc community. Chapter 32, Murloc Warriors. Through the dense forest, the duo and their rat companion were moving at astonishing speed. Suddenly, the mouse's movement jerked to an abrupt halt. A trace of confusion flashed across its face. "What's wrong?" Seeing the mouse suddenly stop in its tracks, Lu Ming couldn't help but look over curiously. But the little mouse kept squeaking squeak 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 incessantly. Since he couldn't understand mouse language, he simply patted its head reassuringly. "Don't worry, there shouldn't be any opponents for us in this secret realm. Just charge ahead without fear." Chirp chirp. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the little mouse stopped making noise. It quickly led Lu Ming and Lu Yi toward the direction where they had just sensed the treasure. When the two finally reached their destination, they were shocked to discover the place they had arrived at was actually a gathering place for fishmen. At this very moment, numerous amphibious fishmen from different tribes were engaged in fierce combat within the lake. The fishmen from different tribes bore distinct adornments on their bodies. Observing the costumes and accessories on the amphibious fishmen by the lake, Lu Ming guessed that there must be at least 4 fishmen tribes here. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yi standing nearby couldn't help but click his tongue twice. What's going on? Could there truly be treasures in the lake? No wonder he thought that way. Why else would these amphibious fishmen seem to be madly slaughtering each other? But because Lu Ming possessed the judgment eye, he could see much more. With a grave expression, he watched the amphibious fishman not far away, his brow slightly furrowed. Something's wrong. The condition of these amphibious fishmen is all wrong. "Fatty, look, doesn't the tribe wearing yellow shell necklaces on their chests seem stronger?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi instinctively followed his gaze. Sure enough, in the direction Lu Ming pointed, the amphibious fishman with a fish head adorned with a pile of broken seashells. Not only was its stature noticeably taller than the other amphibious fishmen, the slender arms characteristic of amphibious fishmen were completely absent on this one. Its originally slender legs and arms. His muscles looked twisted and bulging at this moment. Those thick arms make even a 30-year gym veteran next door pale in comparison. With a violent swing of the hammer in his hand, a fishman from another tribe gets smashed so hard his eyeball bursts. In Lu Ming's judgment pupil, the information they carried also perpetually exuded peculiarity. Race, amphibious fishman warrior, frenzied. Level, ordinary rank 5-6 stars. Bloodline, red-orange tier. Talents, hammer mastery, hydrophilic. Attribute water. Weakness, frenzy increases strength by 30%. Prone to attacking indiscriminately including allies during combat. Skills, heavy hammer, water shield. Evolution path, known, none. Equipment none. Sin value 49. Judgment pupil displays. This tribe of amphibious fishmen is rapidly evolving, and not just one or two, but all of them. If it were only a single spiritual treasure, it clearly couldn't possess such power. Could it be that beneath the lake lies some high-level spiritual treasure? But would such advanced spiritual treasures casually appear in an ordinary secret realm? Just as Lu Ming was puzzled and confused. In the distance, the battle between the amphibious fishman tribes was gradually coming to an end. For now, let's call them the Shell Necklace tribe of fishmen. They were gathered together, drenched in blood, raising both hands high in celebration of victory. Yet there were merely a dozen or so, but the intimidating aura they radiated made the other surrendering fishmen tremble with fear. Amidst the adoration of countless amphibious fishmen, a 3-meter-tall amphibious fishman, towering head and shoulders above the others, it slowly walked toward the center. The moment they saw it, the surrounding amphibious fishmen immediately lowered their heads. Gloop gloop gloop. A gurgling, bubble-like sound escaped from his mouth. In the next instant, the amphibious fishman before them unexpectedly emitted a sudden red glow. Amidst a dazzling flash of crimson light, under the astonished gazes of Lu Ming and Lu Yi, the giant amphibious fishman across the way, his body was undergoing another bizarre transformation. Is this bloodline evolution? His original fish-like body was now evolving into some peculiar type of fish. In mere moments, its figure had swollen to a corpulent size. Its arms and legs bloated until they resembled an elephant's limbs. Particularly that mouth, 2/3 of its face was dominated by a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. 2 tentacle-like whiskers, reminiscent of dragon's feelers, swayed incessantly on either side of its jaws. This appearance, no matter how you look at it, resembles a catfish. In its hand was a massive stone hammer, weighing at least 100 pounds. Through the eyes of judgment, Lu Ming finally noticed the peculiarity of that catfish across from him. Race, amphibious murloc warrior. Grade mortal 7 stars. Bloodline, yellow grade. Abilities, weapon mastery, hydrophilic, monarch's call. Attributes, water, earth. Weakness frenzy, strength increases by 30%. Prone to attacking indiscriminately during fights. Skills command, war cry, aquatic blade, bog spell, tyranny. Evolution path, known, none. Equipment pink seashell. Crime value 49. It turned out to be a yellow tier magical beast? Could it really evolve just by receiving the worship of surrounding fishmen? It must be said, the amphibious fishmen are truly a peculiar race. Lu Ming hadn't expected that this would be how the amphibious fishmen underwent their evolution. No wonder the authorities always promptly clean them up whenever their population increases. Once these amphibious fishmen gather in large numbers, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nearby, Lu Yi stared at that enormous catfish fishman. The opponent's sturdy build made him instinctively shrink his neck. Old Lu, tough opponent. Should we bail? Listening to Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Fatso, I just got a good look. That catfish has some sort of treasure hanging around its neck. No need for me to explain the value of this treasure, right? Instantly, Lu Yi, who had been ready to retreat moments earlier, underwent a dramatic transformation in demeanor. Treasures of the world belong to the virtuous. What right does some amphibious fishman have to it? Old Lu, just like how we dealt with that clown guy last time, let's give it a real beating. Eh? Hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Ming chuckled. That's exactly what I was planning. In a bit, I'll have the rats make their move. Get your venomous salamander ready. Hee, just you wait and see. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Ye's face immediately lit up with excitement. As for Lu Ming, he opened Mouse's treasure trove, and proceeded to pull out all the metal daggers inside, grabbing them in one swift motion. Without another word, streaks of golden light struck the little mouse directly. Instantly, the mouse's already golden fur began to shimmer with radiant golden beams. In the dark and deep jungle, this golden glow stood out strikingly bright. The amphibious fishman warrior who had just been celebrating moments ago, his bulb-like eyeballs actually popped right out of their sockets. Blue. With a grand sweep of his hand, he gestured towards the direction of the golden light. The remaining amphibious fishmen immediately rose and swiftly advanced towards the position where Lu Ming and his companions were located. Old Lu, they're coming! Ratty! Golden rays! The last eruption of spiritual power. The treasure-hunting rats suddenly let out a sharp, piercing squeak. Metal manipulation. The next instant, the surrounding metal daggers floated directly around it. Hundreds of daggers hovered midair, transforming into a flowing river of gleaming metal, under the terrified gazes of countless amphibious fishmen, charging straight toward the amphibious fishman lunging ahead. Chapter 33, Ambush from the Shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, countless daggers surged forth like a school of fish crossing a river. In an instant, the foremost amphibious fishmen were instantly transformed into pincushions by the rushing blades. The Murloc's vanguard was actually torn open by daggers, creating a breach, ultimately flying straight toward the opposing Murloc champion. With a loud bang, at the instant when the dagger was about to strike the Murloc champion, a pink barrier unexpectedly deployed around its body. Lu Ming had clearly checked the opponent didn't possess any defensive skills whatsoever. What's going on now? Involuntarily, his gaze shifted to the seashell necklace around the fishman warrior's neck. It's that secret treasure. It actually has automatic defensive capabilities built into it. A secret treasure with innate defensive functions, but it was still automatic defense. Even if the rank of this treasure wasn't particularly high, it would still elevate its value by a tier. Instantly, Lu Ming and Lu Ye's expressions grew even more excited as they looked at the Murloc warrior across from them. So much so that the Murloc warrior instinctively took 2 steps back. Gurgle? Not far away. The 2 members of the Beast Rebellion were astonished to see Lu Ming evenly matched against the newly promoted Murloc champion. Their faces couldn't help but show expressions of shock. What's going on? How can his battle pet be this strong? This strength must have reached the pinnacle of the mortal rank, right? Self-taught in primitive spirit techniques, with battle pets also nurtured to the peak of the mortal rank. Damn it, another seed for a top-tier academy. How enviable these geniuses are. As he spoke, a thick flare of jealousy and resentment flashed in Number 2's eyes. His pupils gleamed crimson as he coldly watched Lu Ming and the treasure-seeking mouse fighting in the distance. Under the relentless assault of countless daggers, the fishman warrior's protective barrier held for less than 10 seconds. There was a loud crack. The next instant, the entire protective shield shattered completely. Seeing the enemy lose their protective shield, Lu Ming's eyes instantly lit up. Mousy, go! Eek! Omega! The next moment, the treasure-seeking mouse charged fiercely toward the opposing Murloc warrior. And the other party, upon seeing the treasure-hunting mouse approach, immediately let out a gurgling roar from its mouth, grabbed the massive stone hammer towering over 100 meters in height. The muscles in both arms instantly bulged. At the same time, several water swords materialized in the air behind the Murloc warrior. For a fleeting moment, Lu Ming even thought he had been transported into the setting of a Xianxia novel. This Murloc warrior was quite ugly, but damn, it sure knew how to put on a show. The massive, corpulent body charged toward the treasure-seeking mouse with surprising agility. Its entire form resembled a flesh-covered battering ram. Each thundering footstep sent tremors through the ground. In the next instant, countless water swords came rushing toward the rodent's body. The metal dagger that had just fallen to the ground immediately returned to the rat's side for a parry. At the very moment when the rat and the fishman warrior were about to collide, a stone hammer weighing hundreds of pounds was seen being raised high, and then slammed down with tremendous force. Boom! The ground surged like ocean waves, sending ripples of yellow dust rolling outward. Countless particles of dirt scattered, instantly obscuring the vision of everyone nearby. As the hammer fell, the Murloc warrior's face showed no trace of vengeance fulfilled. Instead, his already small eyes bulged even wider with shock. It seemed perplexed. Why didn't it feel any impact from hitting something at all? Yet the very next moment, the sunlight above its head abruptly vanished. An enormous shadow completely enveloped its skull. Boom! A deafening blast. The treasure-hunting mouse pressed its entire body directly onto the fishman warrior. Hidden within its fur, a venomous salamander seized the opportunity to emerge and bit down hard on the fishman warrior. Venomous fangs. A crisp snap sounded. Its razor-sharp teeth effortlessly pierced through the opponent's skin. The Murloc warrior before them visibly began to turn purple and corrode where it had been bitten. The Murloc warrior felt the world spin violently around him. Before he could even raise his stone hammer to counterattack, multiple daggers had already plunged deep into its body in quick succession. Plop! Plop! The poisonous salamander clinging to its corpulent body was equally busy. It kept tearing at the opponent's bloated flesh without pause. With each bite, more venom was pumped into the fishman warrior's body. Soon, the opponent's body was affected by the toxin. It swelled up layer by layer. Purplish-blue blood spilled all over the ground. The surrounding frenzied Murlocs, upon seeing their leader's miserable state, they all recoiled in fright. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming could not help but sigh. If only he still had a battle pet, he could seize the opportunity to reap the rewards. Or if only Shatian were here, the three of them could take advantage of the situation and reap the rewards together. Just as the thought crossed his mind, suddenly, a deafening boom echoed from the distance. The massive fishman warrior could no longer endure. It collapsed heavily to the ground. The sin value in the judging eye's vision sharply increased by 9 points, causing its owner to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that a yellow-grade Murloc could grant him so much growth. Immediately, his gaze shifted toward the remaining Murlocs. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly commanded Rado to attack. Eek! A furious roar erupted from his throat. The surrounding daggers instantly shot outward like cannonballs in all directions. Immediately, the sin value of the merfolk within the judgment eye began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. 64, 65, 69, 70. An ordinary red tier fishman only provides a single point of sin value, but an orange tier 1 yields 4 points, combined with the considerable number of fishmen in the vicinity. In mere moments, the sin value had already accumulated to 98 points. Looking at the orange tier amphibian fishman not far away, Lu Ming immediately commanded the rat to attack. Just as the treasure-seeking mouse charged toward that amphibian fishman, not far away, within the shadows of the forest, 2 wolf-type magical beasts suddenly burst forth, swiftly rushing in the direction of Lu Ming and Lu Yi. Old Lu. At the sudden appearance of the 2 wolf-type magical beasts, Lu Ming and Lu Yi were clearly taken aback. Reacting quicker, Lu Yi immediately raised the giant shield in his hands, placing himself protectively before Lu Ming. Crunch! The shield made of ordinary alloy was no match for the magical beast wolf before him. With one powerful bite, the creature left deep tooth marks on the shield. Then, another wolf-like magical beast with a zombie-like body approached. He abruptly stepped on his companion's body and leaped towards Lu Ming's direction with a fierce dash. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi let out a furious roar. Throwing away his shield, he directly embraced the giant wolf midair and slammed it down with all his might. With a thunderous boom, the giant wolf was sent flying, letting out a pained howl. Fangs dripping with corpse venom abruptly sank into Lu Yi's combat uniform. Crack! Lu Yi instinctively cried out in pain. Blood instantly gushed from both his arms. Fatty! Only realizing what had happened, Lu Ming let out a startled scream. The eyes of judgment swept toward the 2 ambushing magical beasts before him. Red rank magical beast, corrosive ghost wolf, and red rank magical beast, scorchtail wolf. This isn't a magical beast from the spirit water beast marsh at all. At this thought, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly changed. Something's wrong. There's another beast tamer nearby. Someone's trying to ambush us. Chapter 34, Sin Value, 100 out of 100. Damn it! He let out a furious curse from his mouth. Lu Ming delivered a powerful kick right to the corrupted shadow wolf's head. The wolf's sinister emerald eyes instantly locked onto Lu Ming with deadly focus. Unfazed, he roared loudly at the treasure-hunting rat. Mousy! Chirp chirp! Upon hearing Lu Ming's command, the treasure-seeking mouse took one vicious bite and finished off the last amphibious fishman, rushing towards Lu Ming at top speed to provide reinforcements. The treasure-hunting rat and the venomous salamander were still 100 meters away from this spot. The 2 magical beasts would need at least 5 to 10 seconds to provide support. For wolf-type magical beasts known for their speed, 5 seconds is more than enough time for them to accomplish plenty. In the jungle, 2 members of the beast rebels suddenly rushed out. They grabbed a thick hemp rope and immediately tied up Lu Ming and Lu Yi. Seeing the treasure-hunting mouse approaching, one of them swiftly placed a dagger against Lu Ming's neck. "Don't move!" Seeing his movement, the treasure-seeking rat immediately hesitated for fear of harming the prize container. Number 2, upon seeing Lu Ming's face, snorted coldly. "Kid, be obedient and save yourself the pain. Don't worry, we don't want your life, just you. If you're willing to cooperate, I guarantee nothing will happen to you." Despite having a dagger pressed against him, Lu Ming's face showed no trace of panic. Instead, he glared at his assailant with dark, ominous eyes. His gaze then shifted to the increasingly pale-faced obese man who'd been tied up alongside him. The corrupted direwolf is an undead-type magical beast. Its body carries corrosive cadaveric poison. Normally, if a beastmaster gets poisoned by this, they must immediately cleanse and disinfect the wound. But in this urgent situation, there's clearly no way to treat the fat man. If we delay any longer, the fat guy's body might very well be in danger. Involuntarily, Lu Ming clenched his teeth. "Hurry up and detox my brother." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Number 2 immediately revealed a mocking smile on his face. "Stop thinking about it, kid. Consider yourself lucky if we don't bite you. You're our only target. If you come quietly, we might show mercy and save your friend." The hidden meaning was clear. He absolutely wouldn't waste resources on Lu Yi. Seeing that the other party had no intention of rescue, the next moment, Lu Ming let out a faint sigh. "You forced me into this." "What?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the 2 members of the rebel beasts faction were visibly stunned. Before they could react, Lu Ming's aura underwent a sudden and dramatic shift. Spirit art, soul fusion. Not far away, a treasure-hunting mouse suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden light. Transcending the barriers of time and space, the golden light directly merged into Lu Ming's body. Instantly, the spiritual energy within Lu Ming's body began to deplete frantically. Correspondingly, his physical attributes began to change, increasing rapidly. Host, Lu Ming. Level, 1 star, 6th rank. Strength, 19.1, plus 8. Agility, 21.3, plus 10. Perception, 14.9, plus 4. Psionic power, 604. Magic Arts Golden Radiance, Mastery, Illusory Moon, Novice, plus Soul Fusion, Novice, plus Potential Points 3. The Golden Radiance transformed into a pair of arm guards, merging into Lu Ming's hands. In the next moment, he had become a majestic warrior. Upon seeing Lu Ming's form, the faces of the 2 Beast Rebellion members instantly changed. "This is the Lord's." Bang! Before the 2 could react, Lu Ming's body abruptly appeared right before them. With just one punch, he directly pierced through his opponent's chest. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Like a humanoid beast, the 2 had no chance to react whatsoever. They could only watch helplessly as Number 4 died right before their eyes. Number 2's mind went completely blank. But the next moment, it seemed he had thought of something. While cold sweat poured down profusely, he still managed to shout at Lu Ming, I have the antidote. Spare me, and I'll click," without listening to his nonsense. At this moment, Lu Ming's spiritual energy is rapidly depleting at a rate of 5 points per second. With only 2 minutes of endurance remaining, he has absolutely no intention of wasting any time. Without any hesitation, he directly snapped the opponent's neck. The moment he dispelled the soul fusion technique, the treasure-hunting mouse suddenly leaped to his side. Before the 2 wolf-type magical beasts could recover from the shock of their master's death, it had already opened its bloody maw and neatly crushed both of their heads one by one. Having regained his senses, Lu Ming wiped the sweat from his temples. Due to forcibly using spirit fusion, excruciating pain radiated from his arms. After a long pause to recover, they stared at the corpses of the 2 Beast Reversal Society members on the ground. Staggering forward, they approached the bodies and searched them desperately for an antidote to the corpse-rotting poison. Yet both corpses yielded nothing. Their pockets were completely empty. Sure enough, that person had just been deceiving him to buy time. Looking at Lu Yi, who was lying on the ground, his breathing growing increasingly frantic, a flash of urgency crossed Lu Ming's face. Right then, Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something. His gaze sharply turned toward the region where the Ice Soul Serpent lurked. The group led by Ho Fangji had entered the Spirit Water Beast Marsh, most likely in pursuit of a Grade B spirit treasure. Given how well-equipped those rich second-generation heirs were, they might even have medicine to treat Lu Yi. At this thought, Lu Ming immediately hoisted Lu Yi onto the rodent beast's back. As for the mission he carried, the current Spirit Water Beast Marsh isn't what it will be 20 years later. The tier classification of all magical beasts is strictly regulated. With their power capped at peak mortal tier, what's there to fear? Standing before the Fishman warrior, Lu Ming yanked off the pink seashell hanging from its neck. He then hung it around the rat's neck. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Lu Ming sharply turned his gaze toward the remaining amphibious fishmen on the ground. The sin value originally displayed in the pupil of judgment now. It has now become 102 out of 100. Looking at the numerous Murloc corpses scattered on the ground, subconsciously, Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the farthest Murloc warrior amphibian. Eye of Judgment, activate. A streak of red light shot forth from Lu Ming's eyes. The reversed crucifix struck the amphibious fishman directly. The warrior fishman's plump body visibly shrank before their eyes. Within moments, the opponent's massive frame condensed into a crystal no larger than a palm. Is this spirit energy crystal? Looking at the blue crystal on the ground, a trace of doubt flashed across Lu Ming's face. Every magical beast has a chance to drop spirit energy crystals. If you kill 100 magical beasts, you're guaranteed to get one crystal drop. The effect of the judgment eye seemed rather mediocre. Moreover, Lu Ming remembered that the Murloc warrior itself should have had a psychic energy crystal inside its body. After all that effort, did it mean he gained absolutely nothing? He glanced again at the sin value in his vision. It has reverted back to 2 out of 100. Picking up the spirit energy crystal from the ground, a trace of exasperation flashed across Lu Ming's face. Yet, the moment he took hold of the spirit energy crystal, an expression of startled bewilderment abruptly crossed Lu Ming's features. This spiritual energy crystal appears somewhat different from traditional ones. The moment he held it in his hand, the judgment eye actually provided a new prompt. Skill Crystal, Yellow Grade allows battle pets with bloodlines below Yellow Grade to inherit a certain ability from the Skill Crystal. When used by pets matching its attribute, there's a chance to awaken a higher level skill of the same attribute. When used by other attribute magical beasts, there's a chance to awaken a fusion skill, or the awakening may fail. When used by opposing attribute magical beasts, there's a slim chance to awaken a special skill, but a high probability of awakening failure. Not psychic crystals, but skill crystals? Chapter 35, Skill Crystals. Staring at the skill crystal in his hand, a flash of surprise crossed Lu Ming's face. He had never heard any news about skill crystals in the market. Perhaps it was because skill crystals were too precious. Given the original host's level, it was normal not to have heard of them. But there was an even greater possibility, and that was, there isn't a single skill crystal on the market. Lu Ming could easily imagine, if such a thing were to appear in the marketplace, what kind of upheaval it would cause in society. This so-called skill crystal before my eyes is no mere crystal, it's clearly an untapped treasure trove. Those beast masters would go absolutely wild if they saw something like this. You should know, the skill awakening of battle pets. Apart from the upgraded passive awakening, there is also the awakening that comes through personal enlightenment. The higher the bloodline of a battle pet, the more powerful the skills it can awaken. This is the fundamental reason why everyone covets high bloodline magical beasts. But with skill crystals, even ordinary magical beasts can awaken more powerful skills. Picking up this skill crystal, Lu Ming held it in his hand, rubbing it repeatedly. His expression as he looked at it also revealed a faint trace of fascination. Open wide, little mousey. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the treasure-hunting mouse immediately opened its treasure chest. The true wonders of skill crystallization aren't the time to explore yet. Lu Ye's treatment takes priority right now. He must quickly locate Ho Fangji and his group. After patting the rat's head, Lu Ming directly instructed it to search along the direction marked on the serpent-type magical beasts map. Soon, the duo and the mouse arrived near the marked location of Snake Island on the map. But before they could reach Snake Island, the sounds of battle echoed from not far away. Hearing the noise, Lu Ming's gaze immediately snapped toward the distance. Not far away, Ho Fangji and his group were engaged in battle against countless serpentine magical beasts. The vicinity of Snake Island teems with all manner of serpentine magical creatures. Gathered together, they form an overwhelming force. Ordinary beast masters wouldn't dare venture in to explore. Even for exploration, one must form a team of at least 5 people. In contrast, Ho Fangji and his group, relying on their own strength, were continuously slaughtering magical beasts in the surrounding area. The spilled blood tainted the originally azure lake with a layer of gore. Beneath the rippling turquoise surface of the lake, faintly flickered the sinuous shadows of several serpentine figures. At this moment, they were all attacking the squad where Ho Fangji and his team were stationed. Meanwhile, Lu Ming spotted Chu Yunyan hiding at the back of the crowd at first glance. Who would have thought that conniving little two-faced bitch was still so popular? She could blend into any social circle wherever she went. Does she possess some kind of magic? Yet at this moment, the classmates in Ho Fangji's team didn't seem to be faring too well. Surrounded by seemingly endless serpentine magical beasts, they could only struggle to hold their ground. This piqued Lu Ming's curiosity somewhat. What on earth did they do to make serpentine magical beasts attack so recklessly? Just as Lu Ming was puzzled by this, not far away, the panting Ho Fangji quickly gulped down an energy restoration potion. Beside him, Wang Yuan gazed at the surrounding swarm of snakes, his face paling slightly. He probably wouldn't want to see any snakes for a long time to come. young Master Ho. All these magical beasts have gone mad. We've already used up our concentrated Realgar potion that was meant for the Snake King. They actually haven't fled yet. Maybe we should retreat for now and reconsider our strategy. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ho Fangji's expression darkened. No, for that spiritual treasure, I've already spent 6 million gold coins, one after another. Who knows if the Snake King will swallow the spiritual treasure after this? After all these preparations, if I still can't get the spiritual treasure, I'll become the laughingstock of the entire school. He wanted to prove it to everyone. He wasn't just a top-tier rich second-generation heir, his talent was equally top-tier. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, number 1 and number 3 watched the battle of Ho Fangji and his group of wealthy heirs not far away. His face instantly twisted with undisguised envy. Absolutely outrageous extravagance. Just the potions they used now must have cost over 1 million gold coins, right? How could us ordinary beast masters possibly be a match for those privileged heirs? If only I had access to those resources, I'd probably be stacking my way to 3 stars by now, instead of remaining this pitiful 1-star beastmaster. At this point, number 1's expression twisted even more with jealousy. The companion beside him remained silent, yet the envy in their eyes was impossible to conceal. Turning to number 1 at his side, all they heard was their icy voice. How about it, Captain? Shall we proceed with the assassination? Assassination. Of course, assassination. Seeing a genius die by my hand, nothing could bring me greater joy. What I love most is killing those arrogant geniuses who think so highly of themselves. I reckon number 2 and the others must have succeeded by now. After we finish off this little genius, we'll retreat immediately. Having said this, number 1 gently patted his battle companion. Surprisingly, his battle pet turned out to be a rare orange-ranked mechanical magical beast. Orange Beast Gun Armor Monster. Hearing its master's summons, the gun armor monster's body began folding and transforming. In just a few breaths, it transformed into a 2-meter-long, technologically advanced sniper rifle shimmering with blue circuitry, aiming squarely at Ho Fangji, who was intently giving commands across the way. Watching through the scope at Ho Fangji's youthful face, a slow smile crept across the distorted, envious face of the foe. Pathetic genius, you're about to meet your end by my hand. Activate skill, Precision Strike. Activate skill, Lock On. 2 battle pet skills instantly locked onto Ho Fangji's body. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boom! The explosive bullet shot straight towards Ho Fangji in the distance. The originally battling Crimsonine Void Beast suddenly let out a furious roar from its maw. Roar! Disregarding the several serpent-like magical beasts around him, his figure nimbly weaved through the battlefield. It was about to charge toward its master. The bullets were already flying toward Ho Fangji's body. The Crimson Demon Beast let out a roar of unwillingness, growing even more violent. A flash of resentment flickered in its crimson eyes, just as he thought his master was surely doomed. Bang! A transparent light shield flickered briefly around Ho Fangji's body. Watching the Crimsonine Mystic Beast charging toward him, the corners of Ho Fangji's lips curled upward. Lightning, were you worried about me just now? Ha ha! Roar! Hearing Ho Fangji's words, the Crimsonine Beast's expression instantly changed. Its gaze toward Ho Fangji grew increasingly peculiar. With a loud rip, Ho Fangji's newly replaced shirt was instantly torn to shreds. This time, at least, the Crimsonine Beast left him some dignity. Beneath, his pants remained miraculously intact. Already accustomed to this, Ho Fangji glanced indifferently at a spot not far away. He let out a thunderous roar. Wang Yuan! Hearing Ho Fangji's words, Wang Yuan, who had been waiting nearby all along, immediately commanded his battle pet to hurl the artifact toward the distant ambusher's location. With a thunderous roar, his tiger-like battle pet beneath him sprang into action. Skill, Whirlwind. A cyan whirlwind erupted from the ground. The item Wang Yuan tossed was immediately swept up by the fierce wind, propelling it straight toward the distant positions of Unit 1 and Unit 3. This is the Thunder-type spiritual energy crystal-crafted artifact, Thunderbolt Fire. Seeing the projectile artifact, numbers 1 and 3's expressions immediately changed. Damn it! How does a high school student possess such a dangerous artifact? Chapter 36, A Personal Favor. Boom! A violent explosion echoed throughout the secret realm. Such a terrifying blast couldn't have been endured even by soldier-grade magical beasts. The 2 Renegade Beast Society members at the center of the explosion were instantly reduced to dust. Having accomplished this, Ho Fangji turned toward the direction of the explosion and lightly whistled a tune, then immediately turned her head away again. Master Ho, why are you turning away? Because a real man never looks at the explosion. Not far away, Lu Ming couldn't help but be startled upon seeing this scene. These top-tier rich heirs truly aren't to be trifled with. Who knows what kind of treasures they're hiding on their persons? Just that transparent protective shield alone made Lu Ming drool with envy. You can never truly fathom how much hidden potential remains within the scions of great families. Glancing at the unconscious Lu Yi beside him, the next moment, Lu Ming directly patted Ratty's head, signaling him to come closer. The moment the treasure-hunting mouse appeared, the students from the elite Qing Shui Private Academy across the way immediately grew serious. Ho Fangji narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing Lu Ming. Xu Yunyan, hiding behind the crowd, also had her pupils constrict sharply the moment she caught sight of Lu Ming's figure. But soon, she feigned sudden realization and let out a startled cry. Lu Ming? Hearing Xu Yunyan's call, Wang Yuan immediately grew alert by her side. Do you know him? He was a student at Qingshui No. 1 High School together with me. Though he had a bad reputation at school, nobody really liked him. Xu Yunyan's words appeared to be a simple statement at first glance. Yet beneath the surface, she had subtly branded Lu Ming with the label of a delinquent student. At this moment, the students from the aristocratic academy had just endured battles and ambushes. Their nerves were stretched to the utmost limit. The slightest movement would set their nerves on edge. Immediately, Wang Yuan's gaze towards Lu Ming turned fierce. Those narrow, triangular eyes glared coldly at Lu Ming, like a venomous snake. Stop! If you come any closer, don't blame us for being unfriendly. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming immediately pressed down on the rat creature, signaling it to halt. About 100 meters away from Ho Fangji's group, Lu Ming slowly dismounted from the rat. Dragging the unconscious Lu Yi behind him, Lu Ming raised both hands in the air. Friends across the way, he called, my companion and I were also ambushed by enemies. My brother here has been poisoned by a corrupt shadow wolf's corpse toxin. I'd like to borrow your antidote supplies. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Wang Yuan merely gave him a cold glance. He shook his head directly. We don't have any antidote items. Turn back now, or don't blame us for taking action. Shut up. What right do you, this worthless scum, have to speak? I'm talking to your boss. Ho Fangji, are you listening? Seeing the narrow-eyed man across still yammering on and on, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to waste more words on him. His gaze turned to Ho Fangji across from him, pinning all his hopes on the opponent at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Aren't you curious why the Scarlet Shadow Beast sometimes suddenly disobeys commands? I can tell you the reason. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji visibly froze, frowning slightly. Nearby, Wang Yuan's expression contorted upon hearing Lu Ming's merciless rebuke. He glared venomously at Lu Ming and snapped furiously. Young Master Ho, don't listen to him. If even you don't know about such matters, how could a mere ordinary student from Qingshui No. 1 High School possibly know? I just know it. I'm a genius in battle pet training. Look at my battle pet. It's already at tier 9 of the common rank. It used to be just a red rank beast. Now it's already reached green rank. How do you think I trained it? I've got talent. Plus, I have combat skills. I can help you deal with the beasts around here. The more desperate the situation, the clearer Lu Ming's mind became. When asking others for help, first, you need to demonstrate your own worth. As expected, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the aristocratic students around them, this only then looked curiously at the treasure-seeking mouse not far away. After witnessing the power of the treasure-seeking mouse, these aristocratic youths couldn't help but whisper among themselves, that really seems to be a green-ranked magical beast, the treasure-seeking mouse. I've seen it in the Magical Beast Encyclopedia. What? Doesn't that mean its bloodline level is even higher than my Azure Bamboo Shoot? That treasure-hunting rat is indeed well-bred. Its level is actually higher than young Marquis Ho's Scarletine Mystic Beast? But didn't Xu Yunyan just say he has questionable character? At least he's a capable fighter, and the person beside him has turned pale. It doesn't seem fake. Hearing the hushed whispers around her, Xu Yunyan's eyes darkened. A pang of irritation simmered quietly in her heart. These people from the Beast Rebellion really are more of a hindrance than a help. 2 missions, and not a single one accomplished. Unable to contain herself, she snorted coldly and fell silent. It was Ho Fangji who, after hearing Lu Ming's words, showed a thoughtful expression on his face. After glancing at the treasure-hunting rat across from him, he finally nodded. I can give you the potion to cure the corruption toxin. I happen to have it. But let me make this clear first. Surely you've heard about the spirit treasure. The dragon origin crystal is mine by necessity. If you dare entertain any other ideas? Absolutely not. If it could save my brother's life, I wouldn't want anything else. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji gave him a deep look. He nodded towards Wang Yuan. Young Master Ho. Seeing Ho Fangji agree to let Lu Ming join them, Wang Yuan instantly became frantic with anxiety. Ho Fangji, however, merely shook his head and said, how bad can someone truly be if they'd risk their own life for their comrades? For men like this, I'm even more willing to trust them with my back. Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, a flicker of hesitation flashed across Wang Yuan's face. With a cold snort, he ultimately stepped aside to clear the path. Without delay, Lu Ming immediately strode toward Ho Fangji's group while carrying Lu Yi in his arms. It was then that Ho Fangji withdrew a purple-colored vial from his backpack. Without another word, he immediately tossed it to Lu Ming. "Thanks, I owe you one." Seeing the potion in his hand, Lu Ming was instantly overjoyed. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji seemed to find something amusing about the situation. He couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, he didn't take Lu Ming's words to heart. What worth could the favor of a mere public high school student hold? Yet Lu Ming, the moment he took the antidote from him, didn't hesitate in the slightest. Lu Ming uncorked the vial directly and poured the potion into Lu Ye's mouth. Moments later, a rosy hue gradually returned to Lu Ye's originally pale complexion. Though still unconscious, his body was now essentially free from serious harm. At that moment, Ho Fangji by his side tossed over another bottle of potion. Taking it with one hand, Lu Ming looked at the person with curiosity. "I noticed his hand was bitten. Take this for him too." After a moment of silence, Lu Ming finally nodded. "Thanks. No worries. You seem like a decent person. How about becoming my underling?" Lu Ming. "Ha, no way, mate. I just want one bottle of potion from you. Don't you think what you're asking in return is a bit too much? How shameless can you be? Want me to be your lackey? Isn't it usually the side characters who drop to their knees before the protagonist and offer all kinds of resources? How come everything's been turned upside down when it comes to me?" Rolling his eyes at the other person, Lu Ming shook his head without hesitation. I'll pay you back for the medicine when we get back, but let's just drop this whole thing, okay? Ho Fangji, huh?" Hearing Lu Ming's reply, this time, it was Ho Fangji's turn to be stunned. That's not how it goes in the novels. After showing such humility to a worthy scholar, shouldn't you be kneeling in reverence before me? Staring at Lu Ming with knitted brows, Ho Fangji desperately tried to figure out which step of his approach had gone wrong. Just as he was lost in deep contemplation, boom! The previously placid lake suddenly erupted with a violent explosion of water. Suddenly, raindrops began to sprinkle from the sky. Looking up, he stared at the scene before him in shock. Ho Fangji and Lu Ming's expressions changed simultaneously. "Not good. We forgot about the Serpent King. Damn it, I forgot the mission. Did I just walk right into the trap?" Chapter 37 Sudden Chill. Race, Frost Serpent. Level, Mortal Rank 9 star. Bloodline, Green Grade. Talents, Monarch's Decree, Cryo Mastery, Hydro Mastery, Gigantic Form, Dragon Might, Pseudo. Attribute, Water. Weaknesses, Childbirth. A newly delivered serpent of frost scales can only exert up to 70% of its full power. Skills, Chaos Resonance, Bewitching Melody, Permafrost Breath, Hydro Mimicry. Evolution Path, Known, None. Sin Points, 0. The towering serpent of frost scales rose from the lake, its colossal serpentine body instantly blotting out the battlefield from view. A pair of blue serpentine eyes stared fixedly at the crowd before it. Its body resembled a massive ice sculpture crafted by an artist. The sheer length of this frost vein python alone measured an astonishing several dozen meters. A pair of towering fleshy protrusions on its head seemed on the verge of splitting open. Just one glance, an intense wave of pressure crashed upon all the beastmasters present. Instantly, cold sweat trickled down everyone's foreheads as an icy chill ran through their bodies. The terrifying aura emanating from this ice soul profound python before his eyes was even more dreadful than that serpentine magical beast Lu Ming had once seen beneath Zhuangchen. Far more terrifying, in fact. Yet this was merely a mundane tier creature. The sheer size of this ice soul profound python already dwarfed ordinary serpentine magical beasts by several fold, even dozens of times. Among serpentine magical beasts, its physique was undoubtedly that of an absolute monarch. The taller the magical beast, the more powerful it is. This is an unchangeable law of nature. The surrounding serpentine magical beasts, when they caught sight of the frostflake profound python, all of them bowed their heads in unison, not daring to meet the gaze of their serpent king. Yet, when Ho Fangji laid eyes on the frost-veined serpent before him, a flash of madness flickered in his eyes. Those dragon horns, the dragon origin crystal must be nearby. Everyone, search for it. With that, he immediately retrieved an artifact from his backpack. Thunder Elemental Artifact, Raging Thunderbolt. Its explosive power could severely wound even soldier-grade magical beasts. To deal with the Frost Ghost Python before him, Ho Fangji had prepared 3 of these. When confronting those from the Reverse Beast Society earlier, he'd already ordered Wang Yuan, lying in ambush nearby, to use one. And now, to deal with a quasi-soldier class magical beast, 2 blazing thunderbolts should be more than enough. Everyone, follow the formation we planned earlier. Order your magical beasts to secure all 8 directions. We absolutely cannot let this Serpent King escape. Yes. Upon hearing Ho Fangji's command, the accompanying classmates immediately consumed all their potions. They even took out bottles of specially concentrated realgar powder from their hands, scattering it everywhere while accompanied by their battle pets. In just moments, the entire lakeshore was coated in a layer of yellow. Countless serpentine magical beasts that caught the scent of the realgar powder. The body twisted instantly. His icy gaze fell upon Hofangji and his companions opposite him, wishing he could tear them apart limb from limb. On my command, at the count of 3, have your magical beasts immediately restrain the Serpent King's movements. Shen Yun, Zhu Xiu, seized the moment. At Hofangji's command, the two individuals named Shen Yun and Zhu Xiu immediately nodded in agreement. Shen Yun was the owner of that green jade bamboo shoot. As for Zhu Xiu, they were the owner of a golden jade demon spider. Amidst Hofangji's countdown commands, the Beastmasters scattered around immediately commanded their battle pets to unleash their most powerful strikes. Instantly, a dazzling array of colorful skills bombarded the Frostvein Serpent. A chilling blue glint flashed around the Frostvein Serpent's reptilian eyes. Hiss! It let out a distinctive serpentine hiss from its maw. The next moment, centered around the ice serpent, a dense mist of frost instantly billowed up around it. Countless hexagonal ice crystal shields floated and flickered in its surroundings. The instant their skills collided with each other, boom! A deafening roar resounded throughout the spiritual water beast marsh. The faintly rising mist of ice dispersed almost instantly. A puff of frosty breath escaped from Lu Ming and his companions' mouths. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted from over 20 degrees Celsius to below freezing. Even the treasure-seeking mouse shivered from the sudden chill. The green jade bamboo shoots and gold jade demon spiders, having prepared for this moment long in advance, seized the opportunity to strike. Golden silk threads, possessing a jade-like luster, burst fiercely from the gold jade demon spider's glands. They swiftly entangled the immense silhouette of the frostbone mystic python looming within the mist. This spider silk possesses remarkable adhesiveness and indestructibility. Even military-grade magical beasts would struggle for quite some time to break free when entangled. It's the optimal choice for hunting magical beasts. Meanwhile, that emerald bamboo shoot shimmered with pulses of cyan light, transforming directly into blue jade bamboo, the second form of blue jade bamboo shoots, the latest skill of yellow tier blue jade bamboo, Earth Splitter. In the next moment, this blue jade bamboo violently burst through the soil, and at Chen Yun's command, unleashed Peak Pluck. In a mere instant, the originally 2-meter-tall green jade bamboo suddenly transformed into a massive bamboo rope dozens of meters long. Tied around the ice essence profound python's body, it rendered the serpent completely immobile in an instant. Two distinct binding techniques. Hofangji was confident. Even a mid-tier demon beast wouldn't be able to break free immediately. Seizing this opportunity, he roared fiercely at Wang Yuan behind him. Now's the moment. Immediately, Wang Yuan's swift-winged tiger released a surge of cyan wind from its maw. The lightning fire instantly shot straight toward the opposing ice soul python. Boom! A violent explosion mingled with the power of lightning erupted directly across the lake's surface. Instantly, the serpentine magical beasts hiding underwater convulsed violently. At the very center of the lake where the ice soul black python lurked, a fierce detonation tore through the waters. The heavens abruptly unleashed a scattering of icy rain. The icy rain struck Lu Ming's face, causing him to shiver involuntarily. So cold. After uttering these words, he suddenly realized with shock. The breath vapor expelled from his mouth had instantly condensed into a cluster of fine ice crystals. In less than a minute, the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped significantly. He was dressed in lightweight spring clothing. A piercing chill instantly surged through his entire body. At once, Lu Ming inwardly cursed his misfortune. Something's wrong. The temperature's too low. Fall back. Upon hearing Lu Ming's warning, a cold smirk flashed across Wang Yuan's face. If you're scared, run away by yourself. We've even used thunder bombs. No matter how strong it is, it can't possibly survive. Ordinary people will always be ordinary. Your judgment is just this limited. Beside them, Hofangji seemed to have also sensed something amiss after hearing Lu Ming's words. At once, his expression changed as he roared at Wang Yuan. Shut up. Something's definitely wrong. Everyone. Boom. Before Hofangji could finish his words, the next moment, the lake's surface exploded. A massive figure tore straight through the water mist ahead. The colossal body of the ice soul profound python burst forth from the water's surface. Not a single trace of injury from the thunderfire explosions could be seen on its form. Not only was it unharmed, but its aura had actually grown stronger than before. What's going on? How could there be absolutely no damage? Seeing the condition of the Frostglow serpent, everyone instantly revealed expressions of utter disbelief. As for Lu Ming, his thoughts immediately turned to the description he'd just read on the Judgment Eye ability. It's a skill. This Serpent King has awakened the Water Clone ability. It can block one fatal attack. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Hofangji couldn't help but look at him with some surprise. Frowning slightly, he couldn't resist asking, how many times can this skill generally be used? I don't know, but given its size, the spiritual energy consumed to perform a water clone must be enormous. It can't be used many times. Just, at this point, Lu Ming directly spread open his palm. On that pale palm, a layer of frost had unknowingly condensed. Frowning as he surveyed his surroundings, he only felt the cold creeping in deeper. "Don't you think it's getting unusually cold around here?" At Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji's expression immediately shifted. The battle pets were holding up better, their fur providing some natural resistance against the cold. However, Beastmasters find it extremely difficult to survive in harsh environments. At this moment, many Beastmasters' faces show a faint redness. When the human body is exposed to extreme cold, it paradoxically develops red heat injuries. This is the body's warning signal, it's on the verge of freezing to death. Involuntarily, Ho Fangji's complexion shifted slightly. After all this painstaking preparation, was he really going to give up just like that? He turned his gaze toward Chen Yun and Zhu Xiu beside him. Understanding his meaning instantly, Chen Yun shook his head without hesitation. "Young Master Ho, although my emerald bamboo reproduces asexually, that move I just used can't be performed again in such a short time." Then he looked at Zhu Xiu. Her golden jade demon spider now resembled a frozen ice sculpture. It stood motionless beside Zhu Xiu. Spiders are cold-blooded creatures. The temperature here is too low, which is unfavorable for arachnid-type magical beasts. With two of his subordinates responsible for hard crowd control nearly completely incapacitated, Ho Fangji's expression grew increasingly anxious. Seeing his opponent's state, Lu Ming sighed softly and couldn't help but remark, "Are you really this determined to kill it?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, a flicker of surprise flashed across Ho Fangji's face. Then, as if grasping at a lifeline, he nodded vigorously. "Do you have any solutions? If you can help me, I'll give you 1 million, no, 2 million gold coins afterwards." The Qingshui Ho family never breaks its word. After all, he was the benefactor who had saved Fatty's life. Moreover, the sudden emergence of this frost-scale python before them was most likely connected to him. Without refusing, Lu Ming simply gave a faint nod. "Then I'll give it a try." Chapter 38, Showdown between equally matched adversaries. Gazing at the ice soul black python across from him, Lu Ming slightly furrowed his brows. Patting the mouse's head beside him, he spoke frankly. "I only have one chance. If I fail, you must leave immediately. I know I would never joke about a friend's life. If this fails, I'll reconsider my approach carefully." Hearing Ho Fangji's assurance, Lu Ming said no more. The next moment, a flash of golden light appeared in his hand. He pressed it directly onto the treasure-seeking rat. "This is spirit magic?" Seeing the spirit magic in Lu Ming's hand, the students from the Noble Academy immediately showed expressions of astonishment on their faces. But soon, that flicker of astonishment turned into shock. "No way! How did he awaken spirit magic? Could it be a natural awakening? I made the cyan jade bamboo evolve twice without awakening, so how could he possibly do it? Are these really students from public schools? Such talent! I'd believe they were the pride of Tianlong City. No wonder he dared to call himself a genius earlier. He really has some skills. I thought he only had a talent for cultivation, but it turns out he's also a genius in spiritual arts." Watching Lu Ming perform spiritual techniques, complex emotions flickered across everyone's faces. Nearby, Xu Yunyan overheard the whispered conversations around her. A flash of shame and irritation crossed her face. Even students from the elite academy had to acknowledge Lu Ming's extraordinary talent? What kind of opportunity had I missed back then? Xu Yunyan immediately bit her lip. Trickles of blood began to seep from her crimson lips. Amidst the whispers of the surrounding crowd, Lu Ming's expression remained completely unchanged. He pressed down hard on the rat's head as the last golden streak of light unleashed. The rat's body had already accumulated vast amounts of metallic energy. Its mouth gaped wide. Countless daggers spewed forth from its maw. The icicle daggers shot toward the opposing Frostglow black python, countless tiny blades crystallizing in midair in an instant. In the next moment, these minuscule daggers were somehow fused together by Mouse's metal manipulation ability. In the blink of an eye, the daggers transformed directly into a massive iron greatsword. At the sight of this greatsword, the opposing Frostglow black python suddenly let out a piercing hiss. It opened its enormous serpent maw. Countless magic arrays instantly condensed across the surrounding lake surface. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that moment, the lake transformed into blue sky, raining down a storm of swords. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of ice spears shot toward the treasure-hunting Mouse's giant sword. Instantly, the crackling sound of shattering ice spears filled the air. Against this hail of ice spears, the giant sword controlled by the Mouse showed no sign of weakening in power. Almost in an instant, it broke through the onslaught of ice spears. At this moment, the psychic energies of both magical beasts erupted at full force. Ice picks and iron shards scattered across the ground like meteors, grazing the bodies of everyone present. Whoosh! A piece of iron plate grazed past Ho Fangji's face. Staring at this fragment, Ho Fangji's pupils abruptly constricted. Fall back! Fall back! At Ho Fangji's command, everyone immediately sprinted frantically backward, fearful of being caught in the devastating collision between these two mythical beasts. Even though the group had already retreated several hundred meters, the flying metal shards and ice spikes reduced the surrounding forest to splinters. Tree after tree kept crashing down. The serpentine magical beasts in the lake fled frantically into the distance. Hiss! But the next moment, the frost-scale python let out a chilling shriek. The mesmerizing sound of the hiss instantly froze all the snakes in place. In the next moment, the pupils of these magical serpents faintly turned blood red. Without a second thought, they charged straight toward the treasure-seeker Mouse and Lu Ming. Watching the overwhelming swarm of pythons rushing toward Lu Ming, not far away, Ho Fangji froze in astonishment. He roared urgently, "Lightning, help me!" Why hadn't Ho Fangji been using his own battle pet from the very beginning? Not because he didn't want to, but he couldn't. The Crimsoning Beast's inherent weakness traits cause it to defy its master's commands. But this time, it seemed to sense the urgency in Ho Fangji's heart. At that instant, the Crimsoning Mystic Beast stretched lazily. It lightly padded over to stand before the treasure-seeking mouse. Roar! A furious roar abruptly erupted from its petite frame. In the next moment, the Crimsoning Mystic Beast, originally no larger than a kitten, transformed into a gigantic cat demon standing 4 meters tall. 2 pairs of cat ears and tails, their entire body shimmering with a crimson so deep it verged on black. A burly physique, muscles coiled like serpents. With sudden force, he slammed his paw down upon the serpentine magical beast beneath him. Boom! The ground instantly tore open as the scarletine profound beast carved out a massive crater. Countless serpentine magical beasts were flying up from the ground along with it. The assault of the Crimsonine profound beast was terrifying indeed. Yet the true focus of everyone's attention remained on the battle between the treasure-seeking mouse and the Ice Soul Profound Python. At this moment, the contest between the treasure-seeking mouse and the Ice Soul Profound Python had reached a critical juncture. Lu Ming had full confidence in the battle between them, because he had just noticed. The Ice Soul Python had a special weakness buff. This Ice Soul Python had just given birth, even if it were vastly more powerful than ordinary serpent-type magical beasts. In a prolonged battle, it could never match Hamster with spiritual arts enhancement and secret treasures. Just as expected, after nearly a minute of deadlock, the great sword in the sky abruptly breached the critical defense. The sword pierced straight through the ice spear condensed by the frost serpent. In the next instant, the great sword stabbed directly into the frost serpent's body. With a twisting motion, it immediately wrapped the frost serpent up like a dumpling. Hiss! A piercing, wretched cry suddenly erupted from the frost serpent. The entire body plummeted straight to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ming suddenly roared at Ho Fangji beside him. "Now's the moment! Lightning!" Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji immediately pulled out the last piece of thunderfire from his backpack. He hurled it towards the lightning bolt across from him. With a deafening roar, the bolt of lightning leaped, clamping Thunderblaze firmly in its jaws. Then it violently spat it straight at the opposing frost-scale serpent. A torrent of lightning-infused fire pierced straight into the frost serpent's body. Witnessing this scene, everyone present instantly erupted with wild joy on their faces. Young Master Ho succeeded. Boom! A deafening blast. The frost serpent's upper and lower halves were directly blown apart at the waist. A tremendous explosion evaporated all the surrounding mist in an instant. Invisible air ripples suddenly radiated outward across the sky. Even the clouds in the air were instantly shattered and vaporized by the shockwave. Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively drew in sharp, stunned gasps. In the next moment, everyone's eyes lit up with wild excitement as they looked at the treasure-hunting rat. My heavens, this treasure-hunting rat is truly incredible. We did it. We're about to get the Dragon Origin Crystal. To think it's trading blows evenly with the Serpent King, is this what they call a child of destiny? Bro, with your skills, you're more than qualified for our school. You could even get a full scholarship without any issues. Brother Lu, are you alright? Healers, go check on him, quick. Watching the crowd swarm around Lu Ming, a hint of resentment flashed across Chu Yunyuan's face. Even after all this, Lu Ming still managed to turn the tables. I won't accept this, so I will destroy Lu Ming. Watching Lu Ming being surrounded by a crowd, Chu Yunyuan's face immediately flashed with intense jealousy. Jealousy and hatred intertwined, blending into a very complex emotion. The next instant, her eyes blink. Her irises transform completely into blood red. A faint scarlet mist shimmers around her figure. While all bystanders remain focused on Lu Ming, Chu Yunyuan silently vanishes into concealment. This was precisely the spiritual technique she had acquired after devouring the blood-chasing Shadow Wolf, or rather, it was the blood-chasing Shadow Wolf's innate ability. Shadow step, body, scent, even spiritual energy, all could briefly vanish without a trace. An absolutely unrivaled choice for ambushes or making a swift escape. Chu Yunyuan slowly walked onto the surface of the lake. Without a second word, she plunged straight into the depths. Then, at the very bottom of the lake beneath Snake Island, she spotted a crystal glowing with an eerie blue light. This is a grade B spirit treasure, Dragon Origin Crystal. Seeing this spiritual treasure, a vengeful smile immediately appeared on Chu Yunyan's face. Without hesitation, she hoisted this Dragon Origin Crystal that was nearly half her height. She burst out from the lake bottom, then directly shoved the still-forming Dragon Origin Crystal right into the Ice Soul Profound Python's mouth. Chapter 39 Forcibly Evolved Boss. On the lake's surface, an excited Hofangji was just about to organize everyone to search for treasures at the bottom of the lake. Yet in the next instant, a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly surged toward everyone present. The soaring spiritual energy pressed down directly upon everyone. At that moment, everyone present except Lu Ming and his treasure-hunting mouse were instantly immobilized by this terrifying spiritual energy, unable to move even a single inch. What's going on? Whose spiritual energy is this? Something's wrong. Besides that Snake King just now, could there possibly be another Snake King nearby? Look, the Serpent King. Its body is glowing. Damn it. Could it have already swallowed the Dragon Source Crystal? Impossible. The Dragon Source Crystal needs at least another day to fully mature. Consuming it now would drastically reduce its effects. Everyone look at that Frostfang serpent. It's actually evolving. It must have known it was dying and consumed the Dragon Source Crystal. As these words were spoken, the gazes of everyone present simultaneously turned toward the Frostflame serpent not far away. One could see that the section of the Frostflame serpent's body that had been blasted apart by the Thunderfire was now unexpectedly beginning to slowly rejoin. The originally shattered flesh and scales, enveloped in a white glow, were gradually healing and fusing back together. At this sight, a flash of panic swept across everyone's faces, because this frost scale python had already been at the peak of the mortal tier before. If it were to devour the Dragon Origin Crystal this time, after its recovery, it could advance to at least the Soldier tier, 1 star. You must understand, the Soldier class and the Mundane class are merely two entirely different concepts. The sheer quality of spiritual energy was beyond what any ordinary mortal grade being could match. Moreover, after the recent battle with the Ice Soul Mystic Python, the treasure-hunting rat had already expended a great deal of its spiritual energy. Once their evolution is complete, they won't even have a chance to turn the tables. If we don't run now, everyone will die here. Hofangji, standing by, watched the Ice Soul Black Python's continuously evolving body, a flicker of fury flashing in his eyes. This was the spiritual treasure he had prepared for the Crimsonine Profound Beast. Now it's gone, swallowed whole by this damn beast. All efforts wasted. All efforts wasted. Before his eyes, the luminous serpentine body opposite him continued to expand. Its size had grown remarkably larger than before. Taking a deep breath, Hofangji stared resentfully at the snake-like form before him. At last, he let out a faint sigh and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, evacuate immediately." Upon hearing Hofangji's words, though visibly reluctant, everyone could only nod helplessly in the end. Just as everyone was preparing to retreat, Chu Yunyan in the crowd quietly swam towards the Frostbane serpent. Watching the continuously evolving Frostbane serpent, a trace of madness flashed across Chu Yunyan's face. Unnoticed by anyone, a test tube had somehow appeared in her hand. That bunch of useless idiots wasted my potion, but as long as I can capture Lu Ming and Hofangji alive, these sacrifices will all be worth it. Ha! With that, Chu Yunyan directly tossed the red potion into the Frostbone Python's maw. Instinctively, the Frostbone Python bit down, shattering the vial. A terrifying surge of vitality erupted within its body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, around the lake's surface, dozens of 100-meter-high ice walls suddenly shot up. Lu Ming and his group, who had originally planned to retreat, stared at the enormous ice barrier that had abruptly formed before them, their faces instantly showing traces of astonishment. As if realizing something, everyone suddenly turned to look behind them. Then, they saw a colossal demonic serpent, its eyes blood-red as it gazed at the crowd. Its body was a full twice as large as the previous Ice Soul serpent. Its once ice-like form had now become even more refined and polished, like pieces of dragon scales embedded in ice. The ferocious fleshy protrusions on the enormous serpent's head disappeared, replaced instead by a pair of magnificent dragon horns. If the former Ice Soul Profound Python was merely a somewhat domineering serpent king, at this moment, the Icefang Python King had completely transformed into an elegant draconic serpent. The massive ice barrier before them was summoned by it. The surrounding temperature plunged almost instantly to sub-zero levels. The moment Lu Ming glimpsed the Serpent King's information, his heart couldn't help but sink into solemn silence. Race, Frost Scale Serpent King. Rank, Soldier 1 star. Bloodline, Blue Indigo grade. Talents, Monarch's Command, Elemental Mastery, Serpentine Physique, Gigantic Stature, Dragon's Majesty. Attribute, Water. Weakness after childbirth, a newly delivered frost serpent can only exert up to 70% of its full strength. Chaotic state increases attack power by 30% but causes indiscriminate attacks during combat. Skills Chaos Sonata, bewitching melody, extreme cold aura, water element doppelganger, draconic magic, evolution path, known, none, sin points, 0, a soldier class magical beast, frost python king, even its bloodline surpasses blue grade, evolving toward indigo grade. Damn it, how could it be this strong? Facing the frost scale python king before them, students from the elite Qingshui Private Academy now wore expressions of sheer panic. The group frantically hammered against the icy barrier before them, desperate to escape this godforsaken place. The extreme frigid temperatures continuously sapped their body heat. In just a few seconds, everyone felt their blood nearly freeze solid. Damn it, how did it evolve so fast? Something's wrong. This frostbone serpent's bloodline has evolved. It's even grown dragon horns now. We're done for. There's no escaping. This ice layer is just too thick. Flare, quick, fire the flare. A student hastily grabbed the flare, aiming to shoot it into the sky. But at the moment the flare was launched upwards, before the combustible compounds inside could even react. The next moment, that flare transformed into an ice stick. Under the desperate gazes of the crowd, the ice wall that had just enveloped them began to grow rapidly. In mere moments, it formed a semicircular ice curtain. Now things looked grim. The last remaining escape route had been completely sealed off by the Frost Python King. Gazing at these humans who had almost killed it moments ago, the Frost Serpent King slowly flickered its forked tongue, its blood-red eyes brimming with madness. The next instant, it began murmuring an ancient, unheard language. The entire ice dome instantly shimmered with a dark, ominous glow. In the vast expanse of Shiko, a black sphere resembling a black hole absorbed all the surrounding cold air. Seeing this scene, despair instantly flashed in everyone's eyes. Damn it, that's a dragon language spell. How can it use that? Dragon Source Crystal. It must be the Dragon Source Crystal. Damn it, we're doomed. That's a legendary dragon-type spell capable of fighting above its level. I don't want to die yet. Damn it, I haven't deleted the stuff in my D drive yet. I can't die now. Holy shit, I can't die either. Damn it, quick, think of a way to smash through this wall. A group of people frantically commanded their magical beasts to pound against the ice wall. No matter how they struck or even used their skills, on the destroyed ice wall, a new layer of frost quickly formed again, thoroughly crushing everyone's hopes. Ho Fangji stared despairingly at the scene before him, a bitter expression involuntarily surfacing in his eyes. Looking around at his classmates, he let out a faint sigh. I'm sorry, everyone, it's my fault we're in this mess. Staring at the enormous frost-scale Python King with utter despair, Ho Fangji had already abandoned all hope, just as he concluded that their group would surely meet their end soon. Beside him, Lu Ming's composed voice suddenly sounded. Is that so? Perhaps, it's not yet our time to die? Chapter 40 Breaking Through. 2-star Beast Master. What did this mean? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ho Fangji and his surrounding classmates were visibly stunned. There was a faint glimmer of expectation in the gaze directed at Lu Ming. As if grasping at the last straw of hope, a group of people lunged directly toward Lu Ming. How is that possible? Do you really have a way to escape? Take me out. My family is rich. I can give you lots of money. Save me first. 1 million gold coins. I'll give you 1 million right now. I'll offer 2 million gold coins. Take me out first, please. Don't listen to them. None of them are as rich as me. Please take me away. I could be your girlfriend. Watching these wealthy young masters who had gone mad in their desperate struggle for survival, the eyes of judgment swept over everyone present, and the magical beasts by their sides. Then, Lu Ming finally announced his solution. Hand over the secret treasures from your battle pets. Wait, what? Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, in the glances they cast toward Lu Ming, a faint trace of something amiss flickered through their eyes. At this critical moment, why was he still asking them for the secret treasure? What did he mean by that? Instantly, the gazes directed at Lu Ming carried a subtle undercurrent of anger. Wang Yuan, who had a grudge against Lu Ming, couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh filled with anger. You poor wretch must have never seen money before. About to die, and still dreaming of striking it rich? Wang Yuan's words instantly ignited the anger of those around him. One by one, they all looked at Lu Ming with disgust. Exactly. Isn't this just about money? Let me go, and I'll give you a treasure. I can see you've got no way to rescue us. You're just trying to scam us out of our treasures. Come on, man, at a time like this, what do you even need treasures for? Even if you get your hands on it, do you think you can keep it? Shut the hell up, all of you. Just as everyone was directing their sarcastic remarks and cold sneers at Lu Ming, from within the crowd, Ho Fangji suddenly erupted with a furious roar. The outburst was so forceful that the frigid air rushed straight into his lungs. A mouthful of blood mixed with ice crystals violently spewed from his mouth and nose. In the blink of an eye, it congealed into a pile of blood-red ice crystals. Noticing the gazes of the crowd converge upon him, Ho Fangji pointed at the crowd with a dark expression, coughing all the while. At a time like this, you're still doubting each other? Haven't you realized yet Cough, that he's the real master here? Having said that, Ho Fangji immediately summoned his Crimson Mystic Beast. In front of everyone, he threw the Mystic Water Pearl from the Crimson Mystic Beast to Lu Ming. His gaze burned into Lu Ming like torches. Though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, his eyes brimmed with trust. Brother Lu, if you can lead us out this time, our Ho family will owe you a favor. Having said that, he looked again at the remaining dozen or so people. Wang Yuan in particular. Wang Yuan, give him your Chengyu. Young Master Ho, do you dare disobey my orders now? An oppressive silence immediately fell over everyone present. The next moment, everyone silently turned their gaze to their own magical beasts. Taking out the treasures from their magical beasts, they handed them all over to Lu Ming. In just moments, more than a dozen treasures had piled up in Lu Ming's hands. An ordinary person might toil their entire life without earning enough to buy just one such treasure. But Lu Ming now had more than a dozen in his hands. Among them, the secret treasure of the Crimson Profound Beast even reached C rank. Without hesitation, Lu Ming immediately categorized them according to the 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He spread out the 5 secret treasures in a row on his palm. He patted the eagerly waiting mouse beside him. The next moment, 5 types of treasures directly entered the mouse's mouth. First stage of bloodline evolution condition achieved. Treasure devourer, talent activated. Fierce spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the treasure-seeking mouse's body. In the next moment, terrifying psychic energy continuously surged from the treasure-hunting mouse's body. The instantaneous burst of psychic energy directly shattered the surrounding massive ice curtain into fragments. Witnessing this scene, even the Ice Crystal Python King was momentarily stunned. Yet soon, even thicker layers of ice once again crushed the fragile hope that everyone had managed to kindle. At this moment, both Lu Ming and the treasure-seeking mouse began emitting a white spiritual glow simultaneously. But soon, the radiance from the mouse completely overshadowed Lu Ming's glow. Countless streams of spiritual energy flowed back into Lu Ming's body. Subconsciously, he activated his advanced meditation technique. A torrent of terrifying spiritual energy instantly filled all 48 of his spiritual nodes. In mere moments, the spiritual power that had stagnated at 1-star 6th level began expanding anew. 1-star 7th level, 1-star 8 levels, 1-star 9 levels. All psychic energy continuously circulated within his body. All the way to the peak of 1-star 9 levels, the psychic energy fed back by the rat. It surprisingly showed no sign of weakening, continuing to surge relentlessly within him. Soon after, this spiritual energy gradually condensed from its original gaseous state into droplets. When the first droplet fell upon Lu Ming's initial spiritual acupoint, a veritable spiritual rain began pouring within his body. After a long while, all this spiritual energy had transformed into liquid spiritual water. The instant all 48 spiritual acupoints were filled with spiritual water. Boom! An intense spiritual pressure abruptly erupted from Lu Ming's body. Several people standing near Lu Ming were instantly sent staggering backward several steps. Then one after another, they all looked at Lu Ming in astonishment, utterly baffled about what had just happened. Did he just break through? I read it in an encyclopedia. Treasure-seeking mice can aid their masters in cultivation by devouring mystical treasures. But even with this many mystical treasures, how could the growth possibly be so rapid? This cultivation speed, is he even human anymore? Why do I feel like all the spiritual energy around us is being sucked dry by him? Something's wrong. This absorption efficiency is all wrong. And his treasure-hunting mouse is behaving strangely too. What the hell is going on? Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the ice that had trapped them began to melt slowly. Drip, drip. The nearby ice curtain, due to insufficient psychic energy supply, started shedding scattered drops of icy rain. Even the Ice Python King keenly sensed it. The surrounding spiritual energy was continuously converging toward the young human across from it. Reluctantly, it had no choice but to increase its own spiritual energy output once more, maintaining the thick layer of ice. But Lu Ming could no longer care about the surrounding situation. At this moment, his body was frantically absorbing every ounce of spiritual energy it could reach. Only when he reached 2-star tier 2 did the restless spiritual energy within him gradually settle. Phew! Exhaling a long breath, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shone with a piercing brilliance. 2 stars, 2nd tier. That meets the admission requirements of the 4 great academies. Not only that, but his physical strength also surged along with the growth of his psychic energy. At this moment, he had never felt his body this strong before. He even considered face the beast head-on. Host, Lu Ming. Level, 2 stars, tier 2. Stamina, 19.1. Agility, 20.3. Insight, 19.9. Psionic Energy, 1612. Magic Arts Golden Radiance, Mastery, Illusory Moon, Novice, plus Soul Fusion, Novice, plus Potential Points 3. feeling the sublimation of psionic energy within my body. Even my physical stamina has been significantly enhanced. After reaching the 2-star level, a Beastmaster's abilities can gradually begin to unfold. Yet, this wasn't even Lu Ming's greatest gain from this occasion. Gazing at the treasure-hunting mouse by his side, its entire body radiating a luminous glow. Due to his contract with the treasure-hunting mouse, Lu Ming could clearly sense the rodent's bloodline undergoing enhancement. I wonder what level the first stage of bloodline evolution will bring the little mouse to. Blue rank? Indigo rank? Or perhaps, purple rank? Chapter 41, Cosmic Manifestation, Golden Spirit Form. The distant Ice Soul Python King seemed to sense the threat posed by Lu Ming and the treasure-seeking mouse. The next moment, the black dragon magic in its mouth was unleashed prematurely. A violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from the Frostscale Python King's jaws. A sense of foreboding instantly arose in everyone's hearts. Stop him! With a mighty roar, Ho Fangji immediately commanded his Crimsonine Profound Beast to step forward. Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse was now their only hope. For this lone hope, they absolutely had to give it their all. Only upon hearing Ho Fangji's command did the group finally react. Without another word, he immediately commanded his battle pet to unleash its most powerful skill in a head-on clash. The multicolored skills violently collided with the Ice Python King's draconic incantations. Rainbow-hued ripples immediately erupted across the sky from the impact. The two opposing energies clashed and cancelled each other out in mutual annihilation. But what made everyone's expressions subtly change was that even when all their battle pets concentrated their attacks together, they still seemed slightly weaker than the Frostscale Python King's technique. Gradually, the spiritual energy of these battle pets was being depleted at an increasing rate. Soon, signs of exhaustion began to show. One battle pet collapsed after completely exhausting its spiritual energy. The remaining battle pets immediately felt the pressure on them grow heavier. In the end, these battle pets toppled over one after another, just like dominoes. The terrifying draconic spells came crashing down upon everyone present. Instinctively, the crowd clung tightly to their battle pets, awaiting the judgment of fate. Just when they all thought they were doomed, 10 seconds passed. Half a minute elapsed. A minute had passed. To everyone's astonishment, they seemed not to have died. What happened? A young man curiously raised his eyes to look ahead. Then, under his astonished gaze, a giant treasure-hunting mouse directly blocked its path. This is Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse. At the critical moment, the treasure-hunting mouse had finally completed its evolution. Through the judgment pupil, Lu Ming immediately noticed the extraordinary changes in the evolved mouse. Race, treasure-seeking mouse. Level, soldier class 3 stars. Bloodline Azure rank. Abilities, treasure detection, treasure devouring, treasure trove, 5 elements manifestation. Attributes, 5 elements. Loyalty, 76. Weakness, greed. Your combat pet has a risk of embezzlement and demands. If unsatisfied, it may desert during battle. Skills, treasure realm, treasure radar, earth evasion, metal control, pseudo-heavenly manifestation, 5 elements spiritual arts. Equipment, profound sand gold pearl. Sin points, 0. Not only did the little mouse grow stronger, just moments ago, it awakened another new spiritual technique. Spiritual technique, Metal Forged Golden Body. Metal Forged Golden Body, condenses metal attribute spiritual energy to enhance a battle pet, significantly increasing its physical defense for a short duration and imbuing its skills with metal attribute damage. Facing the Ice Spirit Python King's inevitable strike. At the critical moment, the treasure-hunting mouse charged directly in front of its opponent. A colorful spiritual glow shimmered across its body. In the next instant, a human-shaped, rat-headed divine manifestation emerged from behind the tiny rodent. Its height was not the slightest bit inferior to the Ice Serpent King opposite it. With a single punch, it struck down the dragon tongue magic facing it. Bang! The sky trembled violently. Cracks once again appeared in the icy curtain surrounding them. Facing the Frost Python King's magical attack, the Ratslaw manifestation struggled to hold its ground. Clearly, the opposing dragon language spellcasting was also of no low level. At this critical moment, Lu Ming by the side, directly unleashed his newly comprehended spirit technique, Divine Clay Sculpture. An intense radiance erupted from Lu Ming's hands. In an instant, a third of his spiritual energy was drained from his body. The golden light struck Shu Shu, making the creature's already golden fur shimmer even more brilliantly. Even his dermic heavenly form became cloaked in golden radiance. This golden light was unstoppable. Boom! The rat-headed giant violently threw another punch. The entire spirit water beast marsh shook violently. A mysterious golden glow shimmered across the sky. The sharp golden radiance instantly carved countless fissures through the surrounding massive ice curtains. Then, the trapped crowd heard nothing but a crisp crack. The next moment, the cage that had imprisoned them, it shattered directly into a sky full of ice fragments. Seeing this scene, Ho Fangji and his group were utterly dumbfounded. For a long moment, everyone collectively gasped in shock. Good heavens, how horrifying, truly horrifying. That treasure hunting rat's potential has leveled up again. Oh my god, did you guys see the mystic art Lu Ming just used? He actually awakened another one. Holy shit, is this what they call a prodigy? Grasping techniques like drinking water. So damn jealous. Enough talking, fire the flare already. God damn it, thought we were goners this time. It took a long moment for everyone to regain their senses. Only then did expressions of relief at having narrowly escaped disaster appear on their faces. At this moment, by the lakeshore of Snake Island, Xu Yunyan, drenched from head to toe, had just made it ashore. She witnessed Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse clashing fiercely with the Ice Soul Python King. Staring blankly at the two towering magical beasts standing hundreds of feet tall, her gaze involuntarily became entranced, especially when she saw the sharp-eyed young man with striking features standing beside the treasure-hunting mouse. Her heart suddenly began pounding violently. As the treasure-hunting rat and the Ice Soul Python King fought fiercely, locked in a seemingly endless battle, Xu Yunyan's face was filled with nothing but shock beyond words. How could a student from an ordinary family achieve continuous evolution for his treasure-hunting rat? Could he truly be the top-tier genius that adults speak of? She bit her lip lightly. With the dual enhancement of Dragon Origin Crystal and Evolution Serum, even a treasure-hunting mouse could fight the Ice Soul Python King to a standstill. Xu Yunyan had completely abandoned any hope of sniping Lu Ming and Houfanji. With a loud bang, countless signal flares exploded in the sky. Soon, the garrison troops who had seen the flares would arrive. At this thought, Xu Yunyan's body suddenly erupted with swirling mist of blood. Within moments, her white robes were completely dried, then swiftly headed towards the gathering crowd. At the same time, watching the treasure-seeking mouse confronting the Ice Soul Serpent King, yet a trace of helplessness rose in Lu Ming's eyes. At this moment, the colossal divine form of Shu Shu had already engaged in fierce combat with the opposing Ice Soul Profound Serpent. The two sides fought fiercely, exchanging blows, yet neither could gain the upper hand. If he could just defeat his opponent, the mission, Anaconda's Wrath, would at least progress another tier. Alas, the garrison troops would arrive in no more than 10 minutes. Is this the only way the mission can end? He had already used all the spiritual arts at his disposal. It seemed there was nothing left that could turn the tide of battle. Just as Lu Ming was racking his brains for a solution, the next moment, Lu Ming froze slightly, as if he had thought of something. Right, how could I have forgotten something so important? His gaze fell on the Shu Shu engaged in battle, when suddenly Lu Ming shouted loudly, "Shu Shu, Skill Crystal!" In the distance, the treasure-seeking mouse was initially locked in a standoff with the Ice Soul Python King. Suddenly hearing Lu Ming's roar, it froze momentarily. Then its saliva began to secrete uncontrollably. Truth be told, it had long wanted to get its paws on its master's skill crystal. I never expected that before he could even speak, Master agreed. Master is the best. I'll be Master's dog. Without a second word, he directly retrieved the skill crystal from the secret treasure's mouth. Like eating potato chips, he straight up bit and shattered the skill crystal before his eyes. Crunch! A surge of warmth flowed into the little mouse's body. In an instant, another blinding golden light erupted from within its body. Chapter 42, Comprehension, Liquid Metal Control. The moment the skill crystal was swallowed, a profoundly mysterious sensation arose in the treasure-seeking mouse's mind. It was like a sudden enlightenment. Countless pieces of knowledge collided violently within its consciousness. However, this profoundly mysterious sensation soon began to fade slowly. Only a tear-yellow skill crystal remained. For a blue-tier magical beast, this fleeting inspiration was merely a drop in the bucket. But for the treasure-seeking rat who had just awakened the five elements magic, sometimes all it needed was that final critical push. With a loud crack, something seemed to burst open in my mind. A brand new fusion skill burst forth in his mind. Meanwhile, in Lu Ming's field of vision, the rat that had swallowed the skill crystal, a new skill suddenly appeared in the skill column. This is Liquid Metal Control. Liquid Metal Control, after activation, turns metal into a liquid state, expanding the caster's offensive capabilities. Upon seeing this brand new skill, Lu Ming's eyes immediately gleamed with a golden light. Those ordinary daggers originally stored in Shu Shu's treasure space, now it seemed to have found its usefulness once more. Go, Lil Mouse. Use Liquid Metal Control. Squeak. Omega. Upon hearing Lu Ming's command, the treasure-seeking mouse immediately let out a fierce cry. The spiritual energy throughout his body surged once more. In the next instant, all metallic elements in the surroundings trembled faintly. Within seconds, these metal elements were all drawn toward the treasure-seeking mouse. Witnessing this scene, the Ice Serpent King immediately flicked out its forked tongue. A massive magic circle coalesced on the lake's surface beneath it. With an earth-shaking boom, the lake's waters were instantly drained dry. A colossal ice dragon, towering 100 feet high, appeared before everyone. In the distance, the garrison troops on watch instantly found themselves facing gravest danger. Warning, the Frost Serpent has consumed Dragon Origin Crystal. Immediately dispatch the nearby Third Frontier Corps. The next moment, countless garrison soldiers in the vicinity. They immediately let out their battle pets in full force. This riotous Ice Python King directly caused upheaval throughout the entire secret realm. Countless garrison troops quickly advanced toward the signal flare's location. They understood full well. Among today's visitors, there's a young master of extraordinary status. The second young master of the Ho family must absolutely not suffer any mishap. Immediately, a group of garrison troops mounted on white tigers charged forward in unison. At the same moment, the giant metal sphere above the mouse's head directly enveloped the ice dragon opposite it. At the instant when the two forces collided, the liquid metal demonstrated its characteristic of overcoming hardness with softness. It completely encircled the entire ice dragon in one swift motion. The sound of crack fracturing continuously echoed all around. The hearts of those around them immediately leapt into their throats. At this moment, the spiritual energy on both sides surged continuously. Lu Ming, meanwhile, kept hurling spiritual techniques at the rodent without pause. Covered in dust, Ho Fangji took a deep breath as he witnessed the scene. Facing the invincible Ice Python King before him, he immediately roared at his companions beside him. "Don't just stand there watching. Lend a hand if you can." In an instant, countless beast masters commanded their battle pets to charge at the Ice Python King once more. At this moment, the war had reached its most intense phase. The slightest difference could lead to the defeat of one side. At the instant when the attack infused with everyone's conviction struck the Frostscale Serpent King, with a loud crack, the dragon horns atop the Frostscale Serpent King's head shattered with a tremendous crash. In an instant, the ice dragon vanished, transforming back into lake water. The entire Snake Island was instantly destroyed by terrifying rapids. Countless magical beasts retreated explosively toward the distance. They were then immediately dispersed by the arriving guardsmen. When groups of garrison troops arrived at the scene, they saw Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse controlling massive liquid metal to assault the Frost Python King. Far ahead, the Frost Python King attempted to retaliate, but the liquid metal flowed like water. In no time, it had already infiltrated its body. Poof, poof. Under the control of the treasure-seeking rat, the liquid metal flowing into the Frostscale Python King's body instantly solidified once more, becoming indestructible. Countless blades pierced the Ice Soul Python King's body from within. Instantly, the serpent's body transformed into a bramble covered with thorns. Hiss! A shrill, mournful cry erupted from the Glacier Python King. Under the astonished gazes of all present, it came crashing down. With one final resentful glance at Lu Ming, its body contorted violently before collapsing. Just as Lu Ming thought he was about to make some big move, what Lu Ming hadn't anticipated was, after a moment of distortion, the Ice Python King, he actually chose to freeze himself and the lake's surface together. Is this, not wanting humans to take its corpse? The guards not far away stared blankly at the scene before them. It took them a long moment to process what had just happened. Holy shit, whose subordinate is that? Are those students from Qingshui Noble Private School coming with the Ho family? To defeat the Frostscale Python King that swallowed the Dragon Origin Crystal, can a mere student really achieve that? Incredible! It looks like Qingshui City is about to produce an extraordinary genius this year. My heavens, now that's what you call a prodigy. At his age, I could barely scrape into a third-rate beast-taming university. I can't compare. The other side is simply too strong. Not only were the arriving garrison troops completely astonished, even Ho Fangji and his companions wore identical expressions of shock. As they watched Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse, no one could have anticipated this. An ordinary treasure-hunting mouse used as an assistant actually possesses such terrifying combat power. Lu Ming, is his strength already sufficient to enter the 4 great academies? Damn! What kind of monster has number 1 high school produced this year, evolving in critical moments? Damn, if he's not the protagonist, then who is? Even genius girl Jian Shui might not be his match, right? Who knows? But one thing's certain, number 1 high school is about to produce a dark horse this year. At that moment, among the students of the elite private school, all traces of arrogance and prejudice towards Lu Ming had long since vanished. If it weren't for Lu Ming today, every single person present would have met their end here. Even Wang Yuan, who had previously been at odds with Lu Ming, now looked at him with nothing but awe and amazement in his eyes. What about that quarrel from before? Come on. I actually dared to stand my ground against a prodigy without backing down an inch. Don't you think that's cool? Even Chu Yunyan nearby, after seeing Lu Ming's strength, they were too shocked to speak. Lu Ming's growth rate was astonishingly fast, so fast that she wouldn't even dare to imagine it that way. Facing that young man she had once abandoned with her own hands again, Chu Yunyan was left with nothing but deep remorse and helplessness in her heart. As she gazed at the corpse of the Ice Soul Python King, a glimmer of desire flickered in her eyes once more. If she could advance to 2-star rank, this Ice Soul Python King might just be the perfect material. What a pity, she's still too weak. No, she must become stronger once more. Just as everyone was looking at Lu Ming in astonishment. At this moment, Lu Ming himself was slightly frowning, staring at the utterly lifeless body of the Ice Serpent King across from him. Lu Ming was completely baffled. What's going on? He had already slain this Ice Serpent King. Why wasn't the system giving him the completion prompt? Chapter 43 The True Python Emperor. Staring at the thoroughly dead Frost Python King before him, even his sin points counter showed an increase of a full 15 points. This proved beyond doubt that his opponent was utterly, incontrovertibly deceased. But why hadn't he received any system notifications? Or perhaps his initial target had been wrong all along? It seemed something had occurred to him. Lu Ming's gaze involuntarily shifted toward the Ice Serpent King opposite him. The moment it was knocked down by the rat, it clearly still had the power to deliver a fatal blow. Yet it chose not to do so. Instead, the final attack of the Frostscale Python King merely froze both it and the entire lake in ice. This was clearly against common sense, unless, what compelling reason does it have to act this way? At this thought, Lu Ming suddenly froze. Back when he first saw the weakness of the Ice Phoenix Serpent, the Eye of Judgment had hinted that it seemed to be afflicted with a childbirth debuff. Gazing at the frozen corpse of the Frostscale Python King across from him, suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Without hesitation, he proceeded directly before everyone's eyes, commanding his Ratling to shatter the massive glacial layer the Frostscale Python King had formed. Seeing Lu Ming's movement, a trace of confusion appeared on everyone's faces. What's he up to? After witnessing Lu Ming's actions, Hofanji couldn't help but shake his head. Brother Lu, don't bother looking. The Dragon Origin Crystal has already been eaten by the Frostscale Python. There won't be any other treasures here. The rescue team has arrived. We should take your friend and leave. I just want to take a shower right now and get the hell out of this damn place. Almost died this time, all thanks to Brother Lu. Amidst the crowd's clamoring voices. Meanwhile, Rat seemed to sense something as well. After advancing, his treasure hunting talent became even more sensitive. Under Lu Ming's guidance, soon, the rat seemed to catch a scent of something. Suddenly, it changed its digging direction, rapidly tunneling toward another spot. Seeing Lu Ming and the treasure-hunting rat's movements, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity on their faces. This time, no one disturbed Lu Ming anymore. Instead, they all gathered behind him to see what treasure this man and rat had discovered. After a short while, under the treasure-hunting rat's sharp claws, the thick ice layer before them was shattered directly. They didn't stop until they had dug all the way to the very bottom at the center of the lake. Eek! Degree? It seemed as if they had sensed something. The little mouse immediately let out a squeak. At that moment, Lu Ming, who was following behind him, suddenly held his breath. His hands involuntarily began digging into the soil before him, after advancing to a 2-star beast tamer. His physical constitution had also experienced tremendous enhancement. He was no longer that frail ordinary person from before. Just as he had been digging for about 10 minutes, suddenly, Lu Ming seemed to sense something. He abruptly halted in his tracks. Beneath him erupted a sudden burst of mystical indigo radiance. There lay a mysterious magical beast egg, accompanied by a shattered, blood-stained spiritual treasure. This spiritual treasure was undigested Dragon Origin Crystal. He looked up toward the sky above. The Frost Serpent King's massive head gazed affectionately at the land beneath Lu Ming's feet, or rather, at its own child. Until the very last moment, he was still thinking about how to protect his child, and he gave everything he had, holding nothing back, to it. Upon seeing this demon beast egg, a trace of complexity flashed across Lu Ming's face. With a faint sigh, he finally spoke slowly. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of your child." The next moment, a drop of blood fell from Lu Ming's fingertip. On the monster egg before them, the markings of a contract immediately began to glow. With a loud crack, the monster egg shattered directly. A small blue snake with emerald blue eyes slowly crawled out from its eggshell. Newly born and still weak, it urgently needed nourishment. Then, as if it had caught the scent of something tantalizing, it immediately swallowed the undigested Dragon Origin Crystal whole. Instantly, the Dragon Source Crystal transformed into pure spiritual liquid, dripping into the little snake's body. Within moments, its originally rough skin became covered in dense, dragon scale-like patterns. On its forehead, 2 slightly delicate dragon horns emerged. In what seemed like an instant, the little snake grew to a length of 2 meters. Through the judgment pupil, Lu Ming finally saw the true identity of the small snake before him. This is race, Frostscale Serpent. Level, Mortal Tier 2 stars. Bloodline Azure rank. Abilities, Gigantification, Draconic Secret Arts, Ice Element Mastery. Attribute, Ice, Dragon. Loyalty, 60. Weakness, Incomplete Draconic Bloodline. While unleashing powerful dragon magic, your body becomes highly attractive to large magical beasts. The potency of your draconic secret arts exhibits significant instability. Abilities: Dragon Fear, Dragon Breath, Frost Arrow, Gigantification. Evolution Path: Known, none. Equipment: none. Sin Points: 1-5. Blue Rank Magical Beast, Frostbane Dragon Python. Lu Ming never expected that ingesting the Frost Phantom Serpent with the Dragon Origin Crystal would directly trigger a bloodline evolution, and even granted greater talent for draconic secret arts. Unfortunately, because that trace of dragon blood within the Dragon Origin Crystal hadn't fully matured, and its mother had consumed part of it, the Frost Scale Python acquired only a faint trace of dragon's blood. To solve this problem, the young serpent must be fed another spirit treasure containing dragon's blood. However, how incredibly rare is such a spirit treasure? Ding! Quest completed. You brilliantly evaded the pursuit of the Emperor-level magical beast Frost Scale Dark Python and accomplished a nearly impossible mission. You successfully tamed the Emperor-level magical beast Frost Scale Dark Python. Mission reward: Potential Points *5, Psionic Crystal *20, Random Attributes C-Grade Spiritual Treasure. Oh ho! Seeing this belated mission reward, Lu Ming couldn't help but momentarily freeze. He lowered his head, looking at the small snake whose lower half was already swallowed by the rat. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. After all this time, the one chasing him down was actually this little snake right in front of him? He had actually been terrified by a magical beast egg. At that moment, Lu Ming burst out laughing at himself, but the next moment, he realized again. He pried open the mouse's mouth. Mouse, what are you doing? You can't eat your own kind. Squeak squeak. Weird? What just happened to me? Staring at the sticky little snake in its mouth, the rat looked utterly bewildered. For some unknown reason, it had suddenly caught a strange, alluring scent emanating from the tiny snake. Bro, you smell so good. Meanwhile, the little snake blinked its glistening, watery eyes, completely unaware that they had nearly become the spicy snack in Mouse's mouth. They even found it somewhat amusing. He patted the little snake who lacked all sense of self-preservation. Without hesitation, Lu Ming took Mousy and the little snake with him as they burrowed straight through the ice layer. When the man and two beasts emerged from beneath the ice layer, the first thing they saw was a crowd of people staring at them wide-eyed. Seeing Lu Ming's return, Ho Fangji's heart leapt into his throat. With a slightly expectant tone, he turned to Lu Ming and asked, "How about it, Brother Lu? Did you find the Dragon Origin Crystal, huh? What the? Where did this snake-type magical beast come from?" Chapter 44, The Threat from the Beast Star. Looking at the snake head that suddenly appeared before them, Ho Fangji was immediately startled out of his wits, and the battle pets beside them, upon seeing the little snake, immediately approached. In almost an instant, the little snake became the collective favorite of these battle pets. Every now and then, a kind-hearted magical beast would give the little snake a lick on its body or face. Seeing the snake's big, Bambi-like eyes, the girl's maternal instincts instantly overflowed. Oh my god, this magical beast is so beautiful. How can it be this pretty? What kind of magical beast is this? An Ice Soul Profound Python? It's somewhat similar, yet not quite the same. What's going on here? This magical beast, could it be the offspring of that Snake King we just saw? Wow, our Ling Yan really likes it. Look, she's even licking it. Normally, Ling Yan can't stand water attribute magical beasts. With that, the women gathered around the icebound serpent. The newly born serpent understood nothing yet. It allowed these humans to stroke its body incessantly. Hearing the women's discussion, Lu Ming stood silently by without a word, observing the magical beast's movements again. For some unknown reason, Lu Ming pictured himself licking an ice pop on a summer day. It seems that their expressions are just as content. Glancing at Ho Fangji beside him, he said apologetically, "I just saw that Ice Soul Dark Serpent desperately protecting something and thought it must be a spiritual treasure. Who knew it was actually this magical beast egg? I figured since I'd already become a 2-star beast master, I might as well go ahead and form the contract." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a trace of regret flashed across Ho Fangji's face. To be honest, he had originally hoped that Lu Ming and his treasure-hunting mouse might actually find the Dragon Spring Crystal. Even half a piece would have been good enough. But alas. Shaking his head, Ho Fangji let out a slight sigh before rallying himself anew. "It's fine, we all saw with our own eyes how this frost python devoured the Dragon Origin Crystal. I was just being greedy. But could you sell me this frost python's corpse? I'm willing to buy it back at a high price." Naturally, Lu Ming was more than willing to have some eligible bachelor willing to take it off his hands. Without much hesitation, Lu Ming directly agreed to Ho Fangji's request. After all, the real treasure had already been completely absorbed by the little snake. The gains from this trip to the Spirit Water Beast Marsh had far exceeded his expectations. It's just, at this thought, Lu Ming couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He recalled his encounter in the Spiritual Water Beast Marsh. Fangji Ho, there's something I want to ask you. Do you know who that group was that attacked you in the secret realm? I think the same people might be after me. Oh, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a flicker of surprise immediately crossed Fangji Ho's face. Then a shadow of gloom immediately crossed his usually carefree face. Waving his hand, he pretended nonchalance once more. Plenty of people out there want me dead. Could be any lunatic from the Dark Beast realm this time. But judging by how this operation went down, I'd say the Evolution Society is the more likely culprit. Evolution Society? Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but freeze momentarily. His initial assumption had been that the attackers were from the Reverse Beast Society. What kind of organization was this Evolution Society that Ho Fangji mentioned? It seems this world is far less safe than he imagined. The safety that ordinary people take for granted is merely the result of others carrying the heavy burdens for them. At Lu Ming's question, Ho Fangji pondered for a moment before responding. With your talents, entering one of the 4 great academies won't be an issue. You'll undoubtedly come into contact with these things in the future. This world isn't as simple as it appears. Did you really think when the 2 worlds first made contact, the opposing beast star only contained magical beasts? Hearing Ho Fangji's words, Lu Ming froze momentarily. The next instant, his body shuddered violently as realization struck him almost immediately. No wonder those illegal organizations had been holding humanity back, because this matter has long ceased to be just between nations. You mean? Exactly. The infamous terrorist organizations in today's world, the Anti-Beast Society, the Evolution Society, the School of Death, the Ancient God Cult, the Mechanical Order, and so on, they are all groups that have illegally crossed over from the Beast Star. Every organization possesses unique and formidable beast-taming techniques. Scientists have discovered that during its prolonged migration, the beast planet may have assimilated more than one world. Our enemies were never just the magical beasts. Hiss. After hearing Ho Fangji's explanation, a look of astonishment instantly spread across Lu Ming's face. Only then did he realize that the original host was truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Or perhaps, the higher-ups deliberately suppressed this information, all to prevent the already fragile order from descending into even greater panic. The Blue Star had long been on the brink of collapse. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Ho Fangji merely chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. But you don't need to worry too much. While some factions aim to conquer our Blue Star, there are also those who are friendly toward it. Why else do you think we've mastered beast-taming arts? At this point, Ho Fangji quietly moved closer to Lu Ming. He whispered into his ear, "This world is far more fascinating than we've imagined. Go to the 4 great academies, or even the Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches Academy, only there can we glimpse the truth of this world." Having said this, Ho Fangji gave Lu Ming a warm, benevolent smile. "Extend your right hand. My goal is the Celestial STEM Academy, and in the future, I'll join the Heresy Inquisition to investigate ancient divine beasts." Lu Ming, want to be my underling? Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll at least become a general someday. Ding! Your performance has caught the attention of Ho Fangji, Vice Director of the Heresy Inquisition and an 8-star beast tamer. He has decided to recommend you for membership. To join the Heresy Inquisition, you'll need to pass a specially designed assessment he's prepared for you. Mission: Heretic Inquisition Evaluation. Capture 1 member of the Yellow-Robed Archbishop rank, 5-star Beastmaster or above, from the Ancient God Cult, or defeat 1 Ancient God-type magical beast. Mission rewards: 1 Ancient God-type spiritual treasure, 1 designated beast evolution path, 10 potential points, 100 Ancient God-type spirit energy crystals. Seeing this sudden mission, Lu Ming couldn't help but freeze momentarily. He looked up at the sharp-edged Ho Fangji opposite him. He gave a faint smile. "I believe you'll definitely make it in. But as for becoming sworn brothers, let's skip that. You can just be my junior from now on." Ho Fangji, why does this keep diverging from the novel's plot? I've made it abundantly clear. Why aren't you bowing down in reverence yet? He glared with full of resentment at Lu Ming's departing figure. Just as Ho Fangji heaved a helpless sigh, suddenly, Lu Ming's figure receded backward and reappeared by his side. "Ha!" Seeing Lu Ming approach, a glimmer of hope flickered again in Ho Fangji's eyes. But the next moment, Lu Ming pulled out his phone. "Speaking of which, you still owe me 2 million gold coins, right? Scan the code or cash? By the way, did you just tell your classmates they'd have to pay to be rescued too? Call them all over here and have them scan the codes one by one." Ho Fangji, Chapter 45, Heading to the Black Market. Inside the VIP ward of Qingshui Private Hospital, Lu Yi, who had been lying on the hospital bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Old Lu, with a furious roar, the veins in his body bulged taut. Yet the next moment, as he stared at the unfamiliar hospital before him, he couldn't help but freeze in astonishment. Then, from beside him came that familiar voice laced with a hint of languidness. "What's all the racket in the middle of the night? You may not need sleep, but I do." "Wait, what?" Turning his head, he saw his buddy crouching beside his bed. This made Lu Yi blink involuntarily. Then, a look of delight spread across his face. Damn, did we just exit the secret realm? I thought I was a goner. In fact, you nearly were. Your kidneys got punctured by ice spikes. Then the Ice Soul Python King froze you into an icicle. The rescue team spent an hour chiseling you out of the ice. Lu Yi? His utterly bewildered expression spoke volumes. Lu Ming laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, this is a VIP ward. I had the doctor fix your kidney for you. They said your original kidney was only the size of a walnut, but now it's bigger than a pig's kidney. Wait, what? Lu Yi immediately sat up to check his condition. After turning around, he realized there were indeed 2 noticeable scars on either side of his waist. He instinctively shivered. My goodness, they can even heal a shattered kidney. This hospital's technology is way too advanced. Of course, a 4-star Beastmaster physician is treating you. Just the treatment fee costs 2 million gold coins. If they couldn't cure it, wouldn't that ruin their clinic's reputation? Hold on a minute. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi immediately sensed something was off. His mouth agape as he stared at Lu Ming, his face filled with disbelief. How much can I even get for selling 1 kidney? And you're telling me the treatment costs 2 million? Damn, I still have 100 grand in loans to pay. I'll probably never be able to repay it even if I work my whole life. Looking at Lu Ye's deathly pale face, Lu Ming burst into laughter and stopped teasing him. He immediately took out his phone and waved the balance in front of Lu Yi. What are you afraid of? We haven't even counted our gains from this secret realm yet. Once you see how much we got, you'll realize 2 kidneys are nothing. What? Are 2 kidneys really nothing to you? Would it kill you to stop bragging? Yet, when Lu Ye's gaze fell on the balance displayed on Lu Ming's phone, his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. A string of zeros left Lu Yi utterly dumbfounded. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. Holy shit, old Lu, where the hell did you get these 8 million from? You didn't rob a bank, did you? Staring at that series of digits in the balance, Lu Yi immediately shed tears of financial deprivation. Is this 8 million, obtained through proper channels? Looking at the chubby guy's utterly incredulous expression, Lu Ming chuckled mischievously. Of course, regular secret realm exploration doesn't earn this much. This is protection money from those rich second-generation kids. It was originally 8 figures, but after your kidney maintenance surgery, it dropped back to 7 figures again. Holy moly, 2 million could buy a yellow-tier monster egg, couldn't it? My kidneys must be worth more than my entire family's fortune combined now? With a pft of laughter, Lu Ming nearly raised an eyebrow. Forgotten? Your buddy here promised to take you for a life of luxury. Without another word, Lu Ming promptly transferred a sum of money into Lu Ye's account. Beast Fortune Payment received 4 million gold coins. Hearing this heavenly sound, Lu Yi instantly got goosebumps all over his body. Ecstasy, pure ecstasy. Working for others is no longer an option. With $4 million, he could easily retire and live a perfectly ordinary life. This beast tamer profession is unbelievably profitable, damn it. Immediately, he picked up the phone beside his pillow and carefully checked the account balance displayed on it. He couldn't even be bothered to ask what had happened in the secret realm after he lost consciousness. At this moment, Lu Ming's mesmerizing voice once again whispered in his ear. Feeling good? Ah, satisfaction. Want to feel even better? I do. Move. Okay, where to? Hearing Lu Ming's words, the fat guy froze for a moment. But before he could speak, Lu Ming had already yanked him off the bed. After midnight, we'll have to pay another day's hospital fee. 50,000 gold coins per night. Even landlords can't afford to stay like this. Come on, let's take this money and go shopping. I just got a tip from Ho Fangji about a great place that'll solve your problem perfectly. With that, the two hastily left the ward. The on-duty nurses nearby watched them go, nor did he show any intention of stopping them. After Lu Yi left the hospital with Lu Ming, at first glance, right in front of the main gate stood a luxurious carriage pulled by equine magical beasts. The military-grade warhorses nearly made Lu Yi's eyes pop out of his head. Old Lu, even if you're rich, you shouldn't squander money like this. Pa, money stored away is just worthless paper. Only spent money is real money. Is this all you've got? Just wait. I'll show you what a real money pit looks like. With that, Lu Ming directly pulled Lu Yi into the carriage. The Beastmaster controlling the carriage kept his head bowed the whole time, not uttering a single unnecessary word. Without even waiting for Lu Ming to state their destination, the carriage driver had already set them in motion. Sitting in the lavishly furnished carriage, Lu Yi stared nervously at the scene before him. He swallowed hard instinctively. Old Lu, where exactly are we headed? The black market. Black market? At Lu Ming's response, Lu Yi was instantly covered in question marks. And this black market was a place Lu Ming had gone to great lengths to learn about from Ho Fangji. Almost every city has a place similar to a black market. In the past, Beastmasters could freely enter the black market to peddle their wares. Even items prohibited by official regulations occasionally surfaced here. Spirit crystals, monster eggs, arcane skill manuals, and even spiritual treasures, secret artifacts, and monster evolution recipes, everything was available. Of course, purchasing here required keen discernment and sound judgment, because the black market nominally belongs to a gray area. One slip, and you might fall victim to counterfeit masters. So Lu Ming came this time primarily for Luya's venomous salamander. He hadn't forgotten about the brother's growth mission he had previously accepted. For days have passed since the week-long mission deadline was set. Luya's talent growth only advanced by 3 levels, still far from reaching the mission's highest reward. Getting him to level up at least 2 more times would secure those potential points for me. Money can be earned again, but potential points aren't always available. If it were just about buying spiritual energy crystals alone, even the most ordinary beginner beastmasters can distinguish quality. As the carriage came to a gradual halt, the low voice of the carriage driver echoed from outside. "Distinguished guests, we've arrived." Hearing the coachman's words, the two inside the carriage exchanged glances. The next instant, Lu Ming and Lu Yi simultaneously yanked open the carriage door. Chapter 46, The Future Master of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. There was none of the imagined dark and damp setting, nor were there any masked weirdos emitting he sinister laughter. On the contrary, this black market before him was far more proper than Lu Ming had imagined. The sky was filled with floating luminescent jellyfish. These magical beasts could survive simply by consuming airborne amylase. They floated quietly in the sky during daylight hours, calmly breathing in the air. At night, one can convert the stored air amylase within their body into light energy. The entire black market before my eyes was enveloped by countless glowing jellyfish. Their dim blue radiance shone clearly without obscurity. Scattered beastmasters walked the streets with their magical beasts in tow. Street vendors, fellow beastmasters, lined the road at intervals, hawking their wares. At the same time, a patrol team wearing uniforms and riding commander-level magical beasts swaggered boldly through the streets. With such an outstandingly capable patrol squad present, ordinary beastmasters dared not cause any trouble here. Stepping into the black market, Lu Ming and Lu Yi were immediately greeted by a peculiar, intoxicating fragrance. Even their battle pets couldn't resist poking their heads out. Sniffing the air, they kept inhaling the alluring aroma surrounding them. Lu Ming never expected this. Rumors say the black market in the gray zone has developed such formal one-stop services. Besides materials needed by beastmasters, there's no lack of daily necessities here either. Lu Ming even spotted a specially advertised store flying the succubus banner. A few orange-tier magical beasts succubi were permanently stationed inside. It allows users to have countless wonderful dreams in a single night. The queue of customers outside that shop never seems to end. Many customers emerging from it were expressions of pure contentment. Decadent. Absolutely decadent. Next time I come, I must personally go in and critically examine this shop. A man shouldn't, at the very least, ought not. He was determined to see what exactly could make so many beastmasters neglect their duties for mere amusement. Damn, old Lu, these prices are outrageous. $5,000 just once? I could get a massage for just $500. I totally get it. But where did you get the money for a massage parlor? Is that really the point here? The point is, the WoW subscription costs more than human entertainment. Wait, no stem. Something's off. Should we go check it out tonight? Maybe next time. Heh. The two brothers looked somewhat regretfully at the long queue in front of that popular stall. If we join the line now, we'll probably waste our entire evening here. Right now, improving our strength is crucial. Let's check nearby merchants to see if they have the psychic crystals needed for the venomous salamander. Remember, our discernment isn't sharp enough, we'll only buy psychic crystals. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi finally remembered his actual business. He nodded directly. 4 million sounded like a lot, but if it was for buying spirit energy crystals, it might not purchase much. Lu Yi's goal is the Azure Dragon Military Academy, whose admission standards in previous years required at least a 1-star, 9th level rating at minimum. Only by breaking through to 2-star level before the Beastmaster College entrance exam would he have a sure chance of admission. This meant he needed to make his toxic salamander advance rapidly. Just like that, the two of them kept scanning the black market before their eyes. Fortunately, since Qingshui City wasn't short of water-based secret realms, in just a short while, they managed to purchase over 100 spirit energy crystals. They had also spent a significant portion of their money. In the midst of it all, they came across many treasures in the black market. There were even shops that gambled on magical beast eggs. Unlike the randomly assigned magical beast eggs from the college entrance exams, here, although the lineage levels of these magical beast eggs remained unknown, but all the monster attributes were already marked. Any beastmasters in need could try their luck. Lu Ming and the others watched as someone just unearthed a yellow-tier fire attribute monster, eliciting waves of exclamations from the surrounding crowd. Unfortunately, the odds of this thing are too much like gambling. After just watching the excitement for a while, Lu Ming and his companion and gave up on continuing to observe. Then, they resumed their search for psychic energy crystals. Soon, Lu Ming and Lu Yi arrived in front of another vendor stall. The shopkeeper here wore an enormous baseball cap that practically obscured his entire face. Spread out before them were numerous magical beast materials alongside psychic energy crystals. Lu Ming even spotted a blood-stained magical beast egg among the items. "Boss, what kind of magical beast does this egg belong to?" "This? A blink lizard's egg, a yellow-tear magical beast with flight attributes. What do you say? If you want it, 3 million and it's yours straight away." "Ha!" Before Lu Ming could respond to these words, the fat guy nearby couldn't help but burst out laughing. "How can you be sure this is really a yellow-tear magical beast egg? If it were such a good item, why wouldn't you keep it for yourself?" "I just checked, boss. Over at the Monster Egg gambling stall, you can get a random monster egg for just 1,000. Hearing the fatty's words, the man in the baseball cap merely chuckled without saying a word. That's how the black market works. One willingly hits, the other willingly gets hit. Believe it, and it exists. Doubt it, and it vanishes. Yet those who do believe often meet with misfortune. There's no shortage of beastmasters skilled in deception. Some magical beasts even possess innate talents for forgery. There have been news about illusion-type magical beasts involved in scams, so the waters here in the black market run very deep. Unless you're a complete fool, no one in their right mind would spend 3 million on an unknown magical beast egg with no guarantee. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave after purchasing this batch of spirit energy crystals from the vendor, suddenly, his body stiffened. He looked somewhat startled at the man in the baseball cap before him, because just moments ago, his system had unexpectedly shown signs of activity again. As for the target of the system's disturbance, it was none other than the cap-wearing man whose face remained obscured. To pass the trial and elevate your rank, following Shatian's suggestion, you've come to the Spirit Beast Pavilion that exclusively serves Beastmasters. Here you encountered Su Dong, the legendary chief steward of the pavilion who claims to fulfill any Beastmaster's wishes. To earn his assistance, you must pass his trials and gain his recognition. Quest: The Legendary Steward's Trial 1. Become a junior VIP member of the legendary head manager by completing one of their tasks to prove your potential, or spend 1 billion gold coins at the Spiritual Beast Pavilion. Quest reward: 5 potential points, 1 D-grade spiritual treasure of designated attribute, spiritual technique, luck. Upon seeing the system notification, Lu Ming suddenly raised his head. The person before him was actually the legendary head manager of the Spiritual Beast Pavilion? What is the Spirit Beast Pavilion? Flipping through his collection and searching, Lu Ming couldn't find any information about the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Among the known beast-taming businesses on the market, there were also no records related to the Spirit Beast Pavilion. So, could this Spirit Beast Pavilion become the future top-tier commercial hub? Damn, the person standing before me is actually another future big shot. However, upon seeing the mission prompt, Lu Ming couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Holy cow! 1 billion gold coins? Just qualifying for a junior VIP status? This future legendary shopkeeper is truly something extraordinary. If I could gain this future big shot's favor in advance. At this thought, just as Lu Yi was about to grab Lu Ming to leave, suddenly, Lu Ming fiercely grabbed the bloody monster egg before him. With burning intensity in his eyes, he stared at the man in the baseball cap across from him and spoke directly. 3 million gold coins? I'll take it. Chapter 47, The Landlord's Foolish Son. 3 million gold coins. I claim this magical beast egg. Hearing Lu Ming's domineering response, the surrounding customers who had been watching the spectacle, all eyes turned toward Lu Ming. Upon hearing that he was actually going to spend 3 million on a monster egg without any certification, the crowd around them burst into mocking laughter. They had already marked Lu Ming and Lu Yi as clueless newcomers. One by one, they all gathered around, pointing and whispering at Lu Ming and Lu Yi. Where did these idiots come from? With that kind of money, they might as well gamble on more mystery eggs. Exactly. With 3 million, they could buy some low-level spiritual treasures. Wouldn't feeding those to their battle pets be better? Probably some rich young master from a noble family, dumb as a stump but loaded with cash. Young man, this beast egg of mine is from a pale blaze dragon. At the very least, it'll hatch with rainbow grade bloodline. How about I sell it to you for 3 million gold coins? Ha ha ha. Old Su is at it again, pulling the wool over some fool's eyes. Not even a greenhorn would fall for that nonsense. Faced with the mocking laughter around him, Lu Ming seemed not to hear anything at all. With a cheerful laugh, Beast Fortune directly scanned the magic beast egg before him. Beast Fortune payment received 3 million gold coins. Instantly, the notification echoed from the baseball-capped man's phone across from them. A crisp and pleasant notification sound came through. Hearing this voice, the surrounding customers who had been laughing at Lu Ming's expense instantly froze their smiles. Now when they looked at Lu Ming, their gazes carried the same pitying contempt reserved for the spoiled son of a wealthy landlord. No way, Aishin, are you serious? Holy crap, you just gave away 3 million like that? Young master, handsome, little lord, come take a look at my shop. We've got plenty of good stuff too. That's right, I just got my hands on a grade C treasure. Only 5 million gold coins right now. Hey handsome, come take a look at my stall. I guarantee top quality at bargain prices. Damn, why can't I have luck like that? That's obviously a fake monster egg. And he actually believes it? As they watched Lu Ming hand over the money, the crowd surged forward, jostling to catch Lu Ming's attention. In his eyes, there was both greed and excitement. After all, a fat sheep who's both foolish and rich like this is rarely seen even once a month. If he could manage to fleece this one, he probably wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for an entire year. Beside him, Lu Yu was also staring at his buddy with an equally shocked expression. Oh no, old Lu has totally lost his head. What demon beast egg? Buying it without even getting it appraised? She gently tugged at Lu Ming's arm, hinting that it wasn't too late to return it. Meanwhile, Lu Ming kept his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the man in the baseball cap the entire time. Seeing no reaction from the other party, Lu Ming couldn't help but squat down again in front of the vendor's stall, and spoke slowly. Shopkeeper, I've got some other items here, wondering if you're buying today? Oh, this time, after hearing Lu Ming's words, the man in the baseball cap finally reacted. He slowly lifted his lowered head. Peering beneath the brim of the cap, Lu Ming saw the man's face for the first time. To his surprise, the man appeared unexpectedly youthful, in their early 20s, appearing fresh out of university. Their face bore youthful innocence, yet their gaze was shrewd, as if capable of seeing through people's hearts. A faint, almost imperceptible smile lingered at the corners of their lips. For some unknown reason, when faced with this smiling countenance, Lu Ming always felt that the man before him gave off an air of shrewd calculation. Watching him put on a perfunctory smile, his tone was neither warm nor distant. So you're here to trade, customer? For any transaction under 1 million gold coins, this shop doesn't entertain business. Whoa, such audacious words. Upon hearing Su Dong's words, the surrounding shopkeepers immediately grew malicious in their demeanor. Wow, just a street vendor and you're already putting on airs. Hey buddy, don't get too cocky. You're eating the meat without even leaving soup for others? If you're really loaded, why not open a proper store instead of peddling on the street? Exactly. Would you die if you stopped bragging? Bro, if he won't trade with you, we will. What good stuff do you have? Just show it to us directly. Facing the jeers around them, neither Lu Ming nor Su Dong showed any change in their expressions. On the contrary, the two of them exchanged glances at this moment. They seemed to want to see right through each other. Seeing Su Dong take the bait opposite him, Lu Ming no longer held back. He gently patted his little mouse. Suddenly, the little mouse emerged from its pocket. With its tiny mouth open, Lu Ming's fist plunged straight into the mouse's maw. Then, under the reluctant gaze of the little mouse, a Class D treasure appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Squeak squeak, asterisk, master, that's my treasure. Reluctantly watching Lu Ming take out the secret treasure and hand it to Su Dong standing opposite him. The moment they laid eyes on this secret treasure, the previously noisy crowd around them instantly fell into stunned silence. The next moment, gasps of astonishment could be heard throughout the surrounding area. Even Lu Yi was now looking at Lu Ming with an expression of disbelief. Wait, Lu Ming, where did you get this thing? Just got it from some rich second-gen friends I recently met. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Yi was completely baffled. What kind of rich second generation is so kind-hearted? Can they send me some too? Lu Yi didn't know back in the Spirit Water Beast Marsh secret realm, to save their lives, all the Noble Academy students directly handed over the secret treasures from their battle pets to Lu Ming. More than a dozen secret treasures, but during Mouse's evolution, only 5 were used. 8 secret treasures remained. Lu Ming originally planned to use them for Mousy later, to help level him up. But now, these treasures clearly had a better purpose. Sure enough, upon seeing Lu Ming's mysterious treasure, knowledgeable merchants and customers nearby immediately revealed greedy gazes. One elderly man even used spirit techniques to examine the treasure in Lu Ming's hand. Grade D would attribute treasure, purple sunwood. Long-term work can increase the defensive power of wood-type magical beasts. Buddy, if you give me that secret treasure, I'm willing to offer 2 million gold coins. Don't listen to him. I'll pay 2.2 million. Give it to me. I'm from the Violet Gold Beast Tamer Guild. I'll offer 2.4 million. 2.8 million. Don't anyone dare compete with me. My puppet beast is exactly missing a spiritual treasure. In just a moment, the surrounding people had completely surrounded Lu Ming, leaving no gaps. Even Su Dong from across, upon seeing the purple sunwood before his eyes, couldn't help but reveal a trace of pleasant surprise. But upon hearing the surrounding people's offers, he couldn't help but fall into silence again. As for Lu Ming, faced with the crowd still frantically bidding around him, his face showed not the slightest interest. Instead, he handed the Xiang wood to Su Dong with a smile and said, "How about it, shopkeeper? Can we make a trade with this item?" As for Su Dong, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, he let out a faint sigh. He nodded, then shook his head. I can, but I can't offer as high a price as them. I can only offer 2 million gold coins. Hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Ming couldn't help feeling somewhat surprised. Then, he couldn't resist looking at Su Dong across from him. I just spent 3 million gold coins on a monster beast egg. Su Dong's worth is definitely more than that. Yet he insisted on paying only 2 million. What does that mean? Unless, he must have some trading restrictions on him. At this thought, a look of keen interest suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's face. 2 million it is. When I make deals, money doesn't matter, only my mood does. Chapter 48, The Rainbow Level Magic Beast, Fortune Attracting Cat. What? Hearing Lu Ming's words, the surrounding merchants and customers immediately widened their eyes. One after another, they all looked at Lu Ming with disbelief. They couldn't understand why he would sell such a precious secret treasure to Su Dong at such a cheap price. Even Su Dong couldn't help but look up at Lu Ming with astonishment. He couldn't understand why anyone would be willing to do this losing business. Just as he was about to give up, a glimmer of hope rose within him once again. The way he looked at Lu Ming now carried a trace of hopeful anticipation. This patron, you want to sleep with me? Lu Ming. This guy must have something seriously wrong with his brain. Instantly, Lu Ming rolled his eyes. When I buy something, what matters most is the feeling, and I sense I can get more from you. That's also the reason I'm willing to make this deal with you. Wait, what? Hearing Lu Ming's words, the surrounding people immediately stared at him with strange expressions. Their faces even revealed a pitying frustration, reminiscent of one lamenting unrefined metal that refuses to become steel. Sir, why don't you sell it to our Duobao Pavilion instead? We're willing to offer 3.3 million gold coins. 3.3 million gold coins. This price has almost reached the limit for Xiang Wood. It was nearly double what Su Dong had offered. Upon hearing the words of the Duobao Pavilion manager, Su Dong's face darkened once more with disappointment. But the next words from Lu Ming reignited a flicker of hope in him. Does it look like I care about your peanuts? I've already said today nobody gets it except him. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Dong's face briefly registered surprise. Just as he raised his head, he saw Lu Ming impatiently shove the purple sunwood into his hands. Buddy, even my customer hasn't complained. What's taking you so long? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Dong's face was filled with astonishment. An uncontrollable joy blossomed in his eyes. This time, he finally hesitated no longer. In front of everyone, he directly took the Xiang Wood from Lu Ming's hands. Sigh. Suddenly, waves of heartbreaking sighs and lamentations arose from the surroundings. As their gazes returned to Lu Ming, it was as if they were beholding some priceless rare treasure. Say what you will, although this landlord's foolish son is admittedly a bit dense, but rich they certainly were. By now, Lu Ming and Su Dong had already completed their transaction. The crowd around them gradually dispersed, their initial enthusiasm waning. Only a handful of people remained, watching Lu Ming and Su Dong with ill intentions. It seemed he wanted to extract some other benefits from them. Su Dong, standing before him, looked at the piece of violet sunwood in his hand. He immediately gave Lu Ming a knowing smile. Then he spoke. Sir, I'm Su Dong, proprietor of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. May I have your name? Lu Ming. I don't have many hobbies, just enjoy throwing money around. Quite the hobby. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Dong's face showed not the slightest trace of peculiarity. He even approvingly gave a thumbs up. Then, with intense eyes locked onto Lu Ming before him, he directly said, Since we've met by chance, it must be fate. In that case, I wonder if Mr. Lu would be willing to make another deal with me. Oh, hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Ming silently thought to himself, here it comes. She glanced at him discreetly and chuckled quietly. Alright, but ordinary deals don't interest me. It depends on what business you're in. He nodded. With a snap of Su Dong's fingers, a magic formation appeared beside him the next moment. Meow. A lazy cat's meow emerged from the formation. Hearing this feline sound, the mouse beside Lu Ming immediately trembled. As if encountering some great terror, it directly hid itself in Lu Ming's sleeve. Under Lu Ming and Lu Ye's curious gazes, within the formation array, a slender purple feline magical beast appeared before the two. Its posture was elegant, with 3 eyes resembling 3 red gemstones. Upon seeing such a peculiar magical beast, Lu Ming couldn't help but curiously activate his judgment eye. In the next instant, all the information about this magical beast before my eyes was revealed at a glance. Race, Lucky Treasure Cat. Level, General Class 4 stars. Bloodline, Rainbow Class. Talents Fair Trade, Scales of Trade, Disperse and Gather Wealth, Multiversal Trade, only 7 in the world, Spatial Magic, Dream Fulfillment. Attributes, Space, Gold. Weakness, Absolute Fair Trade, all exchanges of attributes must strictly follow the rules set by the Treasure Beckoning Cat, otherwise the transaction will be deemed invalid. Skills Bartering, Dream Realization, Golden Pearl spitting, spatial anchoring, evolution path, known, none. Equipment treasure basin, evil value, 0. Looking at the attributes of this feline magical beast before him, Lu Ming simply couldn't believe his eyes. Just what level of bloodline is this? Rainbow rank? There are definitely no more than 50 known rainbow rank magical beasts in the world today. Lu Ming never expected that casually visiting the black market once would actually lead him to encounter a legendary rainbow rank magical beast. However, just by looking at the abilities of this treasure hunting cat, Lu Ming instantly understood. The opponent must be a magical beast that grows stronger through transactions. Yet its personality flaw of absolutely fair trade makes it difficult for it to level up quickly. While trading might indeed be challenging in the early stages, the further things progress, the more heaven-defying this ability becomes. Many things can no longer be bought with money alone. Just the ability to turn dreams into reality is enough to make countless powerhouses flock to it. As they watched, the beckoning cat slowly emerged from the magic circle before them. He sniffed lightly, as if catching a pleasant scent wafting from Su Dong. The next moment, a golden glow emanated from Su Dong's body. The treasure-attracting cat inhaled it through its nostrils. In an instant, its rank immediately rose from the original General Class 4-star to General Class 5-star. This ability would be so much better if it didn't have so many restrictions. This is absolutely insane. Next, Lu Ming saw the treasure summoning cat, following Su Dong's gesture, slowly walk up to him. At the same time, Su Dong's voice sounded beside Lu Ming's ear. "Mr. Lu, please extend your hand." Upon hearing Su Dong's request, Lu Ming hesitated slightly but still extended his right hand. In the next moment, the fortune-beckoning cat gave a gentle lick on his arm. A golden coin tattoo instantly appeared on Lu Ming's forearm. In the blink of an eye, the golden coin tattoo vanished without a trace. Then, Su Dong's voice sounded right beside Lu Ming's ear. "This is our Spirit Beast Pavilion's VIP mark. If you need to make a trade, simply pour your spiritual energy into the mark. Whenever and wherever, I'll appear by your side immediately. However, there is a rule. The first transaction cannot be less than 1 million gold coins, and each subsequent transaction must be double the previous amount. If you lack the required gold for the transaction, the Spirit Beast Pavilion will refuse to serve you further and will also reclaim your mark." No sooner had he spoken, Lu Ming's system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Mission complete. The Legendary Shopkeeper's Trial 1. Mission reward, potential points *5. Designated attribute degrade spiritual treasure ×1, spirit technique lock. Chapter 49, Divine Level Skill, Dream Comes True. The sudden reward left Lu Ming momentarily stunned. Never could he have imagined completing a mission that required 1 billion gold coins. He actually managed to accomplish it with just 3 million and a secret treasure. Of course, that wasn't what Lu Ming cared about the most. The most important thing was the extra mark in his hand. Possessing it meant he now had a portable supply station with him, although it costs a lot of money. But at critical moments, it could even save your life. Just for this reason alone, Lu Ming felt the money spent today was absolutely worth it. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Su Dong opposite him smiled faintly and continued. "Also, regarding the 2 million gold coins you mentioned earlier, I suggest you don't take them directly. Instead, you could purchase some more cost-effective items from me." Oh, hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Ming's eyes instantly lit up. "For example, anything you desire. As long as it's within 2 million gold coins, I can fulfill your request." Sure enough, is this truly the legendary dream come true? Although he already knew the beckoning cat across from him wasn't ordinary, but when he heard Su Dong say it with his own mouth, it still felt utterly unbelievable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the frost-scale dragon python nearby and asked impulsively, "If I wanted to obtain its evolution path, could you get it for me?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Dong couldn't help but glance at the frost serpent beside him. The 3 ruby-red eyes of his treasure-beckoning cat blinked. In the next instant, the red glow vanished. Then he shook his head. Immediately, Su Dong spoke with some remorse. "Excuse me, sir, but as far as I know, your battle pet's bloodline level has already reached the blue tier. If you want to purchase its bloodline evolution formula, 2 million won't be nearly enough." Sure enough, it was true. If the frost-scale python won't do, then this little rat certainly won't either. So what else do I need to buy? Involuntarily, Lu Ming's gaze drifted toward Lu Yi beside him, or more precisely, toward the venomous salamander dangling from his earlobe. The next moment, Lu Ming finally remembered what he needed. He pointed at Lu Yi's earlobe. "What about that? My brother's venomous salamander, I want to know its bloodline evolution formula. Can you? You ol." No sooner had he spoken, the treasure-attracting cat beside them suddenly burst with intense radiance in its eyes. A dazzling crimson light flickered in its pupils. Soon after, a slip of paper materialized out of thin air into Su Dong's hand. Holding this brand new slip of paper, he handed it over to Lu Ming. When Lu Ming took the formula offered by Su Dong, he couldn't help but freeze momentarily upon seeing its contents. What the other party had provided wasn't just one but multiple bloodline evolution formulas for the highly toxic salamander, but a full 3 strips. A perfectly fair trade. For an equivalent price, we'll provide enough goods to cover 2 million transactions worth. Since the poisonous salamander is a red-rank magical beast, the evolutionary recipes given were actually as many as 3. Inferno Salamander King, a yellow-grade bloodline of fire and poison attributes. Bloodline evolution requires 1 C-grade fire spiritual treasure and 10 portions of venom from orange-grade or higher poison-type magical beasts. Windwing Salamander Demon, a yellow-grade bloodline of wind and poison attributes. Evolution requires 1 D-grade wind spiritual treasure and 10 portions of venom from orange-grade or higher poison-type magical beasts. Illusion Knight Salamander Enchantress, an orange-grade bloodline of illusion and poison attributes. Bloodline evolution requires 1 D-grade illusion spiritual treasure, 10 portions of venom from orange-grade or higher poison-type magical beasts, and 2 materials from illusion-type magical beasts. 3 evolutionary paths, corresponding to 3 types of magical beasts. Among them, the Flame Prison Salamander King boasts the highest bloodline rank. Information about the Flame Prison Salamander King can even be found online. It is a salamander species possessing the fire venom ability. Enemies bitten by the fire venom will suffer 3 debuffs: poisoned, burned, and excruciating pain. When it comes to tormenting its victims, the Infernal Salamander King is undoubtedly a Tier 1 magical beast. However, poisonous lizards that evolve into Infernal Salamander Kings lose their signature petite physique. Their speed isn't particularly outstanding among magical beasts of the same tier either. Though formidable in attack, it's all meaningless if you can't hit your target. Yet even so, for ordinary beast masters, the Inferno Salaking remains a decent magical beast they can obtain. As for the remaining 2 evolutionary paths of magical beasts, after searching online for a while, Lu Ming unexpectedly discovered something. No, there was absolutely no information about Phantom Knight Salamandra or Windwing Salamander Demon. What does this signify? These were 2 entirely new evolutionary paths never before discovered. In the century since humans became beastmasters, over 1 million evolutionary paths had been uncovered, yet these were completely novel. But even so, at least 10,000 newly discovered evolution paths emerge every year. An unknown evolution path might elevate an ordinary beastmaster to become a sought-after powerhouse overnight. Yet there are also cases where evolution leads to obscurity. Most beastmasters typically choose to follow the officially established, safer paths. Of course, this world has never lacked gamblers. Take Lu Yi, for example. As he stared at the 3 evolution formulas Lu Ming handed him, Lu Yi's face was momentarily clouded with indecision. During this time spent with the venomous salamander, he had developed a tacit understanding with the little creature. Sneakily ambushing opponents during battles was simply exhilarating. If the venomous salamander were to evolve into an Inferno Salamander King, it would lose its previous guerrilla-style tactics. So, looking at the recipe before him, Lu Yi quickly made his decision. Old Lu, I'm choosing the Phantom Knight Charmander evolution path. Ha! Hearing the chubby guy's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but freeze slightly for a moment. Are you sure about this path? The Flame Prison Salamander King can eventually evolve into the Azure Flame Salamander Beast. If you choose the Shadow Moon Salamander's evolution path, there's no guarantee you'll be able to evolve further later. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, a look of solemnity flashed through Lu Yi's eyes. I've considered it carefully. Although the Shadow Moon Salamander only has orange-grade bloodline, it requires more materials for evolution. Moreover, phantom-type magical beasts are inherently extremely rare. I have a strong intuition that my venomous salamander is better suited to evolve into a Shadow Moon Salamander. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Lu Ming simply nodded slightly. Since it was his own brother's idea, he naturally wanted to support it. Coincidentally, he had just completed the rewards for Legendary Manager 1. The system gave him an option to designate a spiritual treasure. As it happened, he possessed a spiritual treasure from the Phantom Beast category. Why not give it to Fatty? System, I wish to draw the designated spiritual treasure reward, confirmed as illusion type. The next moment, a flickering light flashed in Lu Ming's hand. A jewel glittering with crystalline colors directly appeared in his palm. This is... Upon seeing the spiritual treasure in Lu Ming's hand, Su Dong instantly widened his eyes. The Dream Blaze, a spiritual treasure unique to the 5-star Secret Realms Dream Mountain range? Never thought Mr. Lu would possess such a rare artifact. The value of this spiritual treasure even surpasses that of ordinary C-grade spiritual treasures. Hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Yi beside him immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. He stared at his sworn brother in disbelief. I have no idea where he got such a precious spiritual treasure from. Damn, old Lu, did you sell your ass for this? Chapter 50, Evolution, Phantom Knight Salamander. Lu Ming, looks like you don't want this spiritual treasure anymore. Seeing Lu Ming's dark expression as he was about to take away the dreamy glaze away, Lu Yi immediately rushed forward and hugged his buddy's thigh. I was wrong, Lao Lu. What I meant was, if you know any sugar mommies, could you hook me up with one too? Get lost, take it or leave it. I'm neither a freeloader nor a gold digger. With a huff, he tossed the dreamy glaze to the chubby man. Then, he turned to look at Su Dong beside him. Boss Su, do you have the remaining 2 materials here? I'm afraid of long nights and many dreams. I want my brother's battle pet to evolve right away. Of course, no problem. That'll be 630,000 gold coins in total. I can prepare the materials for you immediately and even provide a private, secure chamber. With that, his contract opened once again. A demonic beast resembling a castle appeared before Lu Ming. Race, Rock Fortress. Level, Soldier Class, 9 stars. Bloodline, Green Grade. Talent, War Fortress, Absolute Defense, immovable as a mountain. Attribute, Earth. Weakness, immobile, permanently has 0 speed. Skills, Hidden Space, Impregnable Fortress, Absolute Safety, Structuralization. Equipment, Healing Hot Spring. Evil value, 0. The towering fortress resembled some monstrous beast pieced together from bricks and stones. At Su Dong's command, the monstrous construct slowly crouched down, transforming into a genuine fortress. Following Su Dong, we stepped inside the fortress's interior. Unexpectedly, it appeared to be Su Dong's personal merchants guild inside. The enormous exhibition hall was filled with a variety of goods, tools, and even monster beast eggs. The dazzling array of merchandise gave Lu Ming a glimpse of Su Dong's true prowess. Noticing the curious gazes of Lu Ming and Lu Yi as they surveyed the surroundings, Su Dong smiled faintly and explained, "Welcome to the True Spirit Beast Pavilion. Although it's small now, I'm confident that, within 20 years, I will make Spirit Beast Pavilion the largest merchant guild in the entire Dragon Kingdom." Hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Ming gave a non-committal nod. Possessing the legendary Rainbow Braid magical beast. Not to mention, he actually might have what it takes. Then, Su Dong brought over all the poisonous materials needed for the venomous salamander. By the time Lu Yi finished paying, immediately, he handed all the materials to the venomous salamander at once. Upon catching the scent of the spiritual treasure in front of it, the venomous salamander cautiously crawled onto the dreamlike colored glaze. Meanwhile, Lu Yi carefully gathered the venom from each magical beast. One by one, they were handed over to the dreamy colored glass. A drip sound. A kind of venom dripped down. Instantly, the color of the dreamy colored glass turned red. Then it dripped once more, and the dreamlike glass gained an additional layer of orange hue. With each drop of venom, the dreamlike glass acquired another color. After all the venom had been dripped upon it, the dreamlike glass still bore the highly poisonous salamanders clinging to its surface. A dazzling array of dreamy iridescent light burst forth in unison. Lu Yi, standing nearby, suddenly felt a surge of powerful psychic energy forcibly invade his body. Fatty, activate your meditation technique. Only upon hearing Lu Ming's urgent reminder did Lu Yi snap out of his daze and react. Feeling the immense spiritual energy within his body, a spark of excitement inevitably flashed through his eyes. He had a feeling that his evolved partner would give him a big surprise. 10 minutes later, the glow before his eyes finally faded. Lu Yi's poisonous salamander had fully evolved into the Phantom Knight Salamander. Through the pupil of judgment, Lu Ming finally discerned the attributes of the Phantom Knight Salamander before him. Race, Phantom Knight Salamander. Level, Mortal Tier 6 stars. Bloodline, Orange Tier. Talents Illusion, Phantom, Camouflage, Deadly Poison. Attributes Illusion, Poison. Weakness, Petite, Physical Strength is reduced by half, while speed is doubled. Skills Phantom Duplicate, Environmental Camouflage, Color Change, Deceptive Venom. Equipment None. Evil Value, 0. It's clearly an orange-ranked magical beast, yet it possesses a full 4 skills, nearly double that of ordinary orange-ranked beasts. Yet this isn't even the most remarkable aspect. The shadowy Phantom Knight Charmander flickered with starlight glimmers across its pitch-black body when it crawled onto Lu Yi's body. Within moments, Lu Ming was astonished to discover the elusive Knight Salamander before his eyes had completely vanished. In the blink of an eye, the elusive Knight Salamander suddenly reappeared beneath Lu Yi's earlobe. She appears even more petite than before, yet her speed rivals that of yellow grade and even green grade magical beasts of the same level, not a single whit inferior. Watching his evolved companion, Lu Yi couldn't help but reveal a trace of wild joy on his face. At the same time, due to the evolution of the Phantom Knight Salamander, the reciprocated psychic energy also elevated his own psychic abilities to a higher level. Old Lu, I've reached 1 star, 6th level, in less than a week's time. Under Lu Ming's guidance, Lu Yi successfully improved by a full 5 levels, plus the evolution of the Phantom Night Flame Salamander. With those spiritual energy crystals, reaching 1-star 9th rank before the college entrance exams shouldn't be a problem. As for Lu Ming himself, there are 19 days left until the National College Entrance Examination. Getting promoted to 2 stars in 5th level is somewhat challenging, but the difficulty shouldn't be too great. After completing the final transaction, Lu Ming and Lu Yi bid farewell to Su Dong directly. However, just as the two were about to leave, Su Dong suddenly called out to Lu Ming, "Mr. Lu, pardon my presumption, but I see you've contracted 2 magical beasts. Does that mean you're already a 2-star beast tamer?" "That's right. Any problem with that?" Hearing Su Dong's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but give a slight start. As for Su Dong, the corners of his lips lifted slightly, his originally formulaic smile gradually becoming genuine. "Then let me give you some valuable information for free. After becoming a 2-star beast tamer, you can apply for certification with the Beast Taming Association. At that time, the association will provide beast tamers with a free spirit skill called Beast Realm, used to store your combat pets. At the same time, after successful certification, 2-star beast masters can also receive a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan. Oh, this was indeed good news. Though Lu Ming could have found this information on his own, without Su Dong's reminder, it might have taken Lu Ming a long time to realize this. No wonder he's a businessman, his gaze is razor-sharp indeed. Perhaps noticing those ill-intentioned stares around them, only then did Su Dong offer Lu Ming a well-meaning suggestion. After waving his hand dismissively at Su Dong, Lu Ming immediately took Lu Yi and left the black market. Tonight's haul was impressive, far exceeding their expectations. Only after the two had purchased everything they needed did Lu Ming realize the horizon was already beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Thinking of Su Dong's final reminder, Lu Ming couldn't help but blink, then turned to Lu Yi beside him and said, "Hey fatty, I'm planning to visit the Beast Tamer Association. Want to come with me?" "The Beast Tamer Association? Sure thing. Let's go check it out." "Perfect. I'll learn from their experience in advance, 5,000 allowance per month. Once I become a 2-star beast master, wouldn't I be able to live comfortably without even working? How shameless. Wouldn't becoming a 3-star or 4-star beast master earn you even more?" Chapter 51, Examination and Certification. The Beast Taming Association is the official governing body for beast tamers in Dragon Country. All beast tamers ranked 2 stars or above can register here. There are numerous benefits to becoming a beast tamer. For instance, a monthly stipend. There are also free spiritual techniques being distributed. Of course, enjoying the benefits naturally comes with corresponding responsibilities. For instance, being drafted during wartime or when encountering criminals or magical beast attacks in the vicinity. Beast masters of appropriate ranks should also be prepared to answer the call when needed. Yet even so, countless beastmasters still flock to it every day. No one can survive fighting alone without an organization, unless you're a beastmaster from the Shadow Beast realm. Even those beastmasters have their own organization. Until another organization becomes available to join, the Beastmaster Association remains one of the few choices for ordinary beastmasters. Early in the morning, a group of young people arrived at the Beastmaster Association bright and early. He was a student from Qingshui Beastmaster University. Qingshui Beastmaster University was a third-rate beastmaster institution in the local area. Yet even so, it remained the dream Beastmaster University for many local students. Wang Chang was a junior student at Qingshui Beastmaster University. The reason he came so early today, it was all for taking the 2-star Beastmaster certification exam together with teachers and students from the same school. Given his results, becoming a 2-star Beastmaster was already quite an achievement. Many senior students at the school only managed to barely become 2-star Beastmasters by the time they graduated. Most of the students coming for certification this time were basically juniors and seniors. They had occasionally crossed paths while exploring secret realms on ordinary days. Spotting Wang Chang, several familiar classmates immediately came over to greet him. "Not bad at all, little Chang. Reaching 2-star beast tamer status as a junior? With that talent, aren't you considering graduate school?" "Just kidding, senior sister Sue. My grades are average even for a third-rate beast taming university. The minimum requirement for graduate school is at least 2-star, second tier. I doubt I stand a chance." "Don't say that. There's still a year left, isn't there? You still have a chance to contract a powerful magical beast." "I saved up 3 million gold coins, planning to buy a yellow-tier magical beast." "Yellow grade? That might not be enough. How about taking a loan?" "There's still hope for green grade." As the classmates chatted amongst themselves, they couldn't help but sigh in unison. They wanted to pursue postgraduate studies, even if it meant just getting into their own university's graduate program. Yet even that proved to be incredibly difficult. For students from ordinary families like them, all they could contract were mere red-tier magical beasts. struggling desperately to compete with students from second-rate or even first-rate universities. Perhaps my ultimate destination is merely their starting line. No background, no connections, and not a penny to my name. Joining the military might be my best possible fate. But even in the military, very few Beastmasters managed to rise to 3-star rank. Fortunately, they were all young people, and after chatting for a while, the melancholy faded. Just then, Wang Cheng heard senior sister Su beside him suddenly leaning closer. She whispered gossip into his ear. "Did you hear? There's a freshman who's already a 2-star Beastmaster, taking the exam with us this time." "What?" Upon hearing senior Su's words, Wang Cheng's eyes widened instantly. With talent like that, wouldn't he be more than qualified for second-tier Beastmaster universities? Why would he come to our school? Rumor has it he's pursuing the Beast Breeder path. His contracted beasts underwent bloodline evolution. This year's freshmen are extraordinary. All the professors are treating him like precious treasure now. At once, a surge of bitterness welled up in Wang Cheng's heart. There's never a shortage of geniuses or those favored by opportunity. If possible, he too wished he could have become a 2-star beast tamer during freshman year. Despite being 2 years younger, this person had achieved what had taken him 3 years to accomplish. Indeed, the gap between people can sometimes be wider than that between dogs. Glancing around with a look of curiosity, Wang Cheng couldn't help but wonder. "Senior sister Su, what's that junior's name? And where is he now?" "I heard his name is Luo Jijie, but he didn't come with us. His instructor personally escorted him here." "What treatment? TSK. Enough said. If I could reach 2 stars as a freshman, my dad would carry me to school on his back without a problem. How do people even grow like this? We eat from the same cafeteria. Look, Instructor Chen's carriage. That guy getting off must be Luo Jijie, right?" After speaking, the crowd's gaze turned toward the young man stepping down from the carriage. He was full of vigor, his eyes brimming with confident luster, completely different from these 3rd and 4th-year veterans. On his shoulder perched an eagle-type magical beast. From time to time, flickering flames would flutter across its wings. A yellow-tier magical beast, the Blazing Eagle. At the sight of this magical beast, expressions of envy once again surfaced on everyone's faces. Whether it was the eagle's wingspan in size or beak, each was notably larger than that of an ordinary blazing eagle. It seems this junior brother Luo truly has some skills up his sleeve. Silently observing the magical beast before him, Wang Cheng's face immediately lit up with an envious gleam. Then, these senior brothers and sisters watched as Advisor Chen walked up to them with a cheerful smile. Grabbing onto senior sister Su, who was just there, she went straight to the point. "Su Mao, you're also here for the assessment? It's already your senior year and you're just taking it now? Quack." Hearing the counselor's words, Su Mao couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on her face. "It's just that I'm not talented enough." "Teacher, the one following behind you must be the recent freshman sensation, junior brother Luo Jijie, right? Wow, congratulations on having such a promising student in your class. With these results, they might even qualify for direct postgraduate recommendation, right?" Upon hearing Su Mao's words, Counselor Chen's smile grew even wider. "Yes, I brought your junior here today for certification. As seniors, shouldn't you give your junior some consideration? Oh dear." Upon hearing the counselor's words, the smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. But seeing that spirited young man behind him, Su Mao decided to go ahead and do this favor anyway. Of course. We're in no hurry anyway, junior brother Luo, come on over." Being Beastmasters themselves, they had naturally long since come to terms with their identities. To offend a future genius over a mere seat would be, only a fool would do such a thing. Though slightly unwilling, the fellows obediently yielded their positions. Noticing the envious and jealous gazes from the senior disciples around them, Luo Jijie maintained his pleasant smile. Just as he was about to walk toward the certification hall ahead, suddenly, a mocking chuckle abruptly sounded beside him. "Are you fucking blind? Cutting in line like that? My buddy and I got here at 5 in the morning. Get the hell to the back of the line." Hearing this utterly brusque scolding, Luo Jijie's normally sunny and confident smile froze abruptly on his face. Looking up, he saw a stout fellow standing at the doorway like a guardian deity. Behind him stood a youth with sword-like brows and star-bright eyes. The boy's age seemed younger than his own. Involuntarily, Luo Jijie took a few steps back with a slight bow and cupped his hands in greeting. "Excuse me, you two. I'm Luo Jijie from Qingshui Beast Taming University. May I ask who you are?" "Oh ho, just because you're a college student, you can cut in line? We're still high school students. Have we gone crazy? Even if you were an animal, you'd have to queue up." Put. Upon hearing Lu Ye's venomous words, the originally disgruntled crowd behind them, unintentionally, someone burst out laughing. The counselor behind them frowned upon hearing Lu Ye's words. With a cold expression, he stepped forward and confronted him directly. What are high school students doing here? It's not even the weekend yet, right? Don't cause trouble, go home quickly, or I'll report you to your teacher. Hearing this elder sister's words, Lu Ye's smile grew even wider. As for her being some kind of counselor from Beastmaster University, give me a break. Like I'd actually be scared of that. You're just a college counselor, trying to boss us high school students around? Stop pretending. Even the Bull Series magical beasts aren't as full of crap as you. Go ahead, try calling one then. Why do you think we came to the Beast Tamer Association? Got beef with that? Never tasted good pork before, so you gonna deny my brothers the real deal? Everyone fell silent. Lu Ming. Bro, with one sentence you managed to offend both sides. You're really something special, alright. Though I know you're speaking up for me, why does it feel a bit off? Chapter 52. A genius in a public high school? Hearing Lu Ye's words, everyone present was instantly startled, particularly Counselor Chen, who broke out in a cold sweat. She glanced at Lu Ye standing before her, then looked at Lu Ming behind him. Subconsciously swallowing hard, she couldn't help but ask, "You're students from Qingshui Noble Private Academy? Pa, just because we get good grades means we have to be from that place? We're from Qingshui No. 1 High School." Qingshui No. 1 High School? At Lu Ye's words, Wang Cheng behind him couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Immediately, Su Maomao beside him looked at him curiously, not understanding what he was laughing about. Noticing the gazes of those around him, Wang Cheng lowered his voice. "I graduated from Qingshui No. 1 High School. Since its founding, our school has never produced a student admitted to the 4 great academies. The best we've managed is some first-tier beast-taming universities. If some junior really were taking accreditation exams now, it wouldn't just be the 4 great academies we're talking about. I'd believe you even if you said he was a candidate for the 2 top-tier institutions." What? After hearing Wang Cheng's explanation, everyone finally understood what was going on. Then they stared at the chubby kid and Lu Ming across from them with strange expressions, rolling their eyes. "I thought they were something special, turns out they were just blowing hot air. Little classmate, you're welcome to look around here, but don't interfere with our assessment." That's right, a public high school student should spend time on cultivation instead of coming here. Our counselor is petty, you'd better not provoke him again. Who said that? Who said that? How am I being petty? Hearing someone speaking ill of her behind her back, the counselor surnamed Chen immediately changed her expression. Turning her head, she glared fiercely at that group of old school staff behind her. Then, with a cold snort, she turned her gaze to Lu Ye. "So you're a student from Qingshui No. 1 High School? Here for the 2-star certification, huh? Tell me your names. If you fail the verification today, I swear I'll have a word with your school principal." Maliciously interfering with a Beastmaster's assessment and certification can result in expulsion. Hearing those words, Lu Ming and Lu Ye simultaneously turned to look at each other. Then, both of them simultaneously raised their middle fingers. "Damn idiot. You lot. Fine. Qingshui High School, is it? To think you've raised quite the pair of remarkable talents." Seeing Lu Ming and Lu Ye's attitude, the counselor's expression instantly turned frosty. With an angry shout, she was about to call for staff to remove these 2 troublemaking students. But just as she was about to call for help, ahead, a staff member in Beast Tamer Association uniform suddenly walked over. His face wore a standardized smile, showing not a trace of confusion despite the situation in the venue. Picking up his tablet, he asked with a smile, "Who is Mr. Lu Ming? Your 2-star certification assessment is about to begin." Hearing the staff's words, Lu Ming immediately raised his hand. "Over here." Without paying heed to the expressions on the faces of the people behind him, he strode straight over. When the staff caught sight of Lu Ming's youthful, handsome face, a flicker of surprise couldn't help but show in their eyes. Then, they picked up the forms again and began calling out names one by one. "Are Su Maomao, Sun Ximiao, Chen Jinqin, and Xiao Haoren here? These 4 beast masters?" Hearing the staff member's question, Su Maomao immediately stood up. Then, as if remembering something, she quickly added, "Excuse me, I'd like to transfer my spot to my junior brother here. Would it be possible to make an exception?" "Of course, as long as you all agree." With that, the other party tapped a few times on the tablet. He gave a nod to Luo Jijie, who had been standing ready beside him. "So you're Luo Jijie? Come with me." Soon, the 4 individuals whose names were called followed the staff out of the hall one after another. Only the group of students from Qingshui Beast Taming University remained in the hall, watching their advisor's embarrassing display. Left standing at the front of the hall, Advisor Chen felt utterly humiliated. Pointing at the departing Lu Ming, he couldn't help but curse angrily. Students from public high schools still dare to apply for 2-star certification? Hey, did public high school students eat your rice? What are you shouting about? Lu Ye immediately bristled at the old woman's words. "My friend earned his spot fair and square. Who asked for your opinion?" Seeing Lu Ye still standing there, Counselor Chen's eyes instantly turned sharp. Just as she was about to step forward to take action, Su Maomao and the others behind her immediately stopped the counselor. "Don't be angry, counselor. They're just two high school students, it's not worth it. Isn't Junior Luo's academic performance more important? Starting a fight here would be illegal." That may be true, but one by one, they all revealed amused, expectant gazes. They'd long been displeased with this fellow who'd cut in line with his student. This chubby little guy was practically their ready-made mouthpiece. Keep cursing, I'm almost getting off on it." Seeing all the students around watching, only then did Instructor Chen give an displeased snort. Looking at Lu Yi across from him, his eyes filled with displeasure and disgust. "So you're a high school student, eh? If your classmate fails this evaluation, just see if I won't report you to your school. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're students. Underachievers like you will become society's scum sooner or later. That third-rate beast-taming university will be your final destination." Hearing the counselor's words, the expression on the faces of the surrounding students, who had been watching the drama, instantly turned cold. Even their gazes toward the counselor carried a hint of displeasure. This old hag was criticizing them too? Every student present had gotten into this public university through their own merit, hadn't they? Damn, is this old woman nuts? She's attacking everyone indiscriminately. As for Lu Yi, he just chuckled when he heard those words. The next moment, his entire psychic energy erupted without any restraint. A level 7 spiritual energy instantly surged toward the crowd. There was no malice, merely showcasing his spiritual energy level. Seeing the spiritual pressure emanating from Lu Yi, everyone present immediately reached a conclusion. One by one, they gazed at Lu Yi before them with some astonishment. "Is this 1-star level 6? Wow, with these grades, you're definitely guaranteed admission to a third-rate beast-taming university." "Not even close. We've still got over 2 weeks until the college entrance exams." Hiss. "Then breaking through to 1-star 7th level shouldn't be a problem. At the very least, that guarantees admission to a second-tier beast-tamer university, right? Hee. With some effort, getting into a top-tier beast-taming university isn't impossible either." That's what the instructor just said. TSK. With that, the group immediately cast teasing glances toward their own counselor. Hearing the students' words around her, a hint of panic instantly flashed in the female counselor's eyes. "I just felt Lu Yi slap me hard across the face." The next moment, her face instantly turned the color of liver. Where did this vicious yet talented little fatty come from? The group around Su Maomao, seeing their instructor was about to lose his temper. Everyone was barely holding back their laughter but quickly stepped forward to stop him, attempting to divert his attention. "Alright, instructor, don't take it personally against a high school student. By the way, isn't it about time for Junior Luo and the others to start their assessment?" Chapter 53, Shaking the Association. At this moment, in the examination hall, Lu Ming looked curiously at the equipment before him, sensing its sophistication though not fully comprehending it. Fortunately, a staff member stood beside him, thoroughly explaining how the assessment would proceed. "Mr. Lu, you now have 1 minute to prepare for the 2-star certification assessment. This assessment will comprehensively evaluate your psychic level, mystical arts level, and beast taming level. Defeat the beast taming puppets developed by our association to pass the examination and receive your certification badge. Are you here to take the 2-star first level beast tamer assessment?" "No, I'm here for the 2-star second level assessment." "Oh." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the staff member couldn't help but freeze momentarily. Opening his identification documents, his pupils immediately contracted the next moment. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I just reviewed your information. This is your first time taking the assessment, correct?" "Yes." "A student from Qingshui No. 1 High School?" "Yes." "Very well, Mr. Lu. Please wait a moment while we upgrade your beast-taming puppets level. The test will begin in 1 minute." With these words, the conference hall fell into complete silence. Suddenly, from the platform below, 6 imperial beast puppets rose in the previously empty grand hall. These were special mechanical puppets officially developed, each possessing one of the 5 elements attributes. Every combination appeared in completely random order, but most were controlled within a certain power range. Lu Ming roughly assessed their strengths. Apart from the slightly larger puppet in the center, which had the strength of 2 stars, the 5 behind seemed to be at the peak of 1-star level. This assessment is still somewhat challenging. If it were just ordinary battle pets against these 6 magical beasts, with bad luck, encountering an attribute disadvantage could lead to immediate defeat. So this evaluates not only the level of battle pets but also the spiritual techniques of the beast masters. Without coordination between the beast master and their battle pet, passing the assessment would be extremely difficult. But this wasn't a problem at all for Lu Ming. The next moment, a golden spiritual technique struck Little Mouse directly. "Are you ready, Little Mouse?" "Eek, degree. Looking at Lu Ming's profile on the tablet, Yi Lon, the examiner in charge of Lu Ming, involuntarily revealed a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The profile showed that Lu Ming had just turned 18, currently still a student at Qingshui No. 1 High School. A student from Qingshui No. 1 High School? taking the 2-star, second-level assessment right after arriving? If this news got out, it would definitely cause a major stir in Qingshui City. There's still at least half a month left before the college entrance exams. A high school senior has actually reached 2-star already? No, I must report this to the guild leader immediately. It seems Qingshui City has produced an extraordinary genius. Without delay, he picked up his phone and dialed the guild leader's number. The ringing of a phone pierced the air. Soon after, an authoritative voice came through from the other end. Has something happened at the association, Yilong? Reporting to the president. Everything at the association is normal. However, there was a minor incident during today's 2-star Beastmaster certification exam. A high school student came to apply for the 2-star, second-level Beastmaster certification. What? Hearing his subordinate's words, Sai Menglong, who had originally been fishing with an old friend in the 4-star secret realm, suddenly froze midcast with his fishing rod. You're saying a student actually certified as a 2-star second-level Beastmaster? Are you certain? Was it that second son of the Ho family? Last I checked, wasn't he only 1-star 7th level? Who would have thought the subordinate's reply on the phone? Startled Sa Menglong once again, not Ho Fangji. The records show the other party is a student from Qingshui No. 1 High School. With a thunderous boom, the lake's surface before Sa Menglong suddenly erupted in a burst of mist. A general-class fish demon beast, dozens of meters tall, suddenly leaped out from the lake. Its massive fangs were about to crush the muscular-looking fish bait before it. But in the next moment, an even more enormous armored gorilla grabbed the fish demon beast in its palm as easily as plucking a chick. Hearing Yilong's response on the phone, even Sai Menglong Gubo's usually unshakable composure showed a flicker of surprise. Qingshui No. 1 High School? A student from an ordinary family? No, an extremely impoverished family. The records show they live in the slum district. Good heavens, what an extraordinary monster that must be. Just wait, I'm coming right back. With that, Sai Menglong immediately reeled in his fishing rod. In one leap, he jumped onto his Emperor-class battle pet, armored gorilla. Back to the association. With such an interesting genius appearing in Qingshui City, this year's Beastmaster College entrance exam won't be boring, haha. A minute passed swiftly, as the 3-second countdown chime faded. The next instant, the 6 mechanical puppets opposite pounced violently toward the treasure-hunting rat. The lead mechanical puppet, shaped like a boar, surged with intense flames from its body. Almost instantly, its movement became so fast it was nearly indiscernible to the naked eye. Just as its massive boar head was about to collide with the tiny rat, boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the venue. Invisible shockwaves in the air caused spiderweb cracks to form instantly in the surrounding tempered glass. Under Yilong's astonished gaze, a golden statue with a human body and rat's head materialized behind the treasure-seeking rat. It was precisely the mouse's skill, law of heaven and earth. With just one grasp, it firmly seized the fiercely charging wild boar puppet, making it impossible for the opponent to budge even slightly. Then, with a sudden exertion from the mouse's avatar, crunch! Both metal tusks were instantly snapped off by it, seizing the moment when the mechanical puppet lost its balance. With a thunderous boom, a steel fist smashed directly into the pig-like puppet before his eyes. Instantly, its hard head was crushed inward by the force of the punch. Witnessing this scene, Yilong beside him instinctively widened his eyes in shock. An ordinary soldier-level magical beast that would normally require cautious handling for half a day. Yet the opposing treasure-seeking rat flattened it with just one punch. Was this still the treasure-seeking rat he remembered? Ordinary treasure-seeking rats were typically used as battle companions for exploring ruins. Few beastmasters cultivate them as primary combat pets. He had read numerous documents and literature about treasure-hunting rats. He had never encountered any treasure-hunting rat possessing such special abilities. Could it be? Was this a combat pet skill personally developed by the youth before him? Wow! This year, Qingshui City has truly produced an extraordinary genius. Right as Yilong was deep in thought, a deep, authoritative laugh suddenly rang out beside him. Hearing that laugh, Yilong was startled and immediately lowered his head. Guild leader! With a wave of his hand, Sai Menglong signaled Yilong to go ahead. Then his gaze shifted directly to Lu Ming below. I'm watching this kid's pet fight effortlessly. It doesn't seem like an ordinary soldier-ranked magical beast. Should we crank up the difficulty for this kid? Wait, what? Hearing the chairman's words, a flicker of hesitation flashed across Yilong's face. Chairman, isn't this against the rules? No worries, my rules are the rules. Once he's done, ask that kid if he's willing to take the elite assessment. If you're willing, get him arranged right away. Chapter 54, Elite Assessment. With one punch, the entire assessment room's floor instantly cracked into a web-like fissure. The last mechanical puppet was smashed into the ground and scrapped by Rat's Dharma form. Looking at the wreckage littering the ground, Lu Ming couldn't help but reveal a hint of relief on his face. This assessment wasn't as difficult as I imagined. He glanced around, searching for the examiner who had been in charge of him earlier. Yilong hurriedly approached his direction. Seeing the treasure-seeking mouse's achievements, the opposite party couldn't help but smile faintly. Mr. Liu, congratulations on completing the assessment. Considering your strength, we recommend you take the elite examination. Would you be willing? Elite examination? Hearing the examiner's words, Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. During his online research before coming, he hadn't seen anything about the Beast Taming Association having something called an elite assessment. What on earth was this elite assessment? Seeing Lu Ming's puzzled expression, the other party immediately explained with a smile. The so-called elite assessment is generally only offered to Beastmasters whom the association considers promising elites. Any Beastmaster who completes the assessment within the hidden stipulated time can be arranged to take the elite assessment. After becoming an elite member, your monthly stipend will be doubled, and you'll also enjoy a 10% discount at all shops affiliated with the Beastmaster Association. There are also priority benefits when purchasing tickets to the Mystic Realm, many advantages indeed. With so many benefits, there must be quite a few obligations to fulfill too, right? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Yi Long's smile didn't falter. He nodded straightforwardly. To ensure the training of newcomers, the association establishes new secret realms across various locations every year. Apart from the military department, the association also arranges for elite beastmasters nearby to assist. Of course, this isn't volunteer work, the compensation is quite substantial. Upon hearing Yi Long's words, Lu Ming nodded without any hesitation. In that case, I want to take the elite trial. Then, as you wish, the trial will begin in 5 minutes. The next moment, countless mechanical beasts appeared in the hall. Sweep out those beast puppets. At the same time, they restored the ruined trial hall to its original state. Only a moment later, the elevator below slowly floated upward. 2 examiners appeared before Lu Ming. The 2 examiners, one on the left and one on the right, each summoned their battle pets. On the left was an armored ape-like magical beast, its fur blazing red like fire. On the right was a turtle-like magical beast, its shell glittering like gemstones, remaining completely motionless after entering the hall. Through the judgment pupil, Lu Ming immediately sensed the unusual nature of these 2 creatures. On one side was a berserk flame ape, a yellow-grade magical beast at Soldier 3 stars. It possessed 3 innate talents, Fire Convergence, Berserk, and Scattershot. On the other side stood a diamond turtle, also a yellow-grade magical beast at Soldier 3 stars. It boasted 3 innate talents, Diamond Shield, Elemental Resistance, and Tortoise Shield of Mysteries. One attacks, one defends, exceedingly troublesome to deal with. Yet Lu Ming's assessment requirement wasn't merely about defeating his opponent. He had to defeat them within a set time limit. Otherwise, the evaluation would automatically rule him as having failed. Facing 2 ferocious magical beasts, Lu Ming took a deep breath and looked at the little mouse beside him. Are you ready? Eek, arg. Summon the Rat Master. Spirit Technique, Golden Idol Embodiment. A violent surge of spiritual energy drained from within, and immediately, both the Rat Master and the divine apparition behind him were enveloped in a dazzling golden radiance. Even his Dharma appearance faintly exuded a metallic sheen. Watching the abruptly transformed mouse-like creature opposite him, the 2 Beastmasters across from each other exchanged a glance. He immediately unleashed his Arcane Technique. Arcane Technique, Flame Brand. Flame Brand increases fire damage taken by marked magical beasts by 30% during the duration of the mark. Arcane Technique, Immovable as a Mountain. Unwavering as a mountain, when the battle pet remains stationary, all defensive attributes increase by 25%. Riot Ape, use Flame Machine Gun. Keep attacking. Diamond Turtle, use Xuanwu's Protection. Protect Riot Ape. At their Beastmaster's command, the 2 battle pets let out piercing roars. In the next moment, countless diamond-like shields shimmering like diamonds condensed around the Diamond Sea Turtle's body, standing guard before the riotous flaming ape. Meanwhile, the riotous flaming ape ahead gathered countless crimson flames in its hands, and hurled them one after another toward the treasure-seeking rat. As the flames were hurled toward the treasure-hunting mouse, they unexpectedly split into several fireballs midair. Within moments, the original fireballs completely blocked the mouse's path forward. Mousey, use Metal Control. Eek, under the control of the Rat. The entire patch of ground was directly lifted and flung away. A floor made of metal is the Rat's perfect battlefield. The moment the flames struck these metal surfaces, the metal was melted. Yet, the molten metal was once again utilized by the treasure-seeking mouse. Liquid Metal Control. Melted by high temperatures, the metal resembled raindrops on a stormy day. Swiftly, it surged toward the 2 magical beasts. Molten metal rained down upon the Diamond Tortoise's shield. The crisp sound of raindrops hitting banana leaves echoed instantly from above. Within moments, faint cracking noises resembling shattering glass began emanating from the tortoise's shield. Witnessing this scene, the faces of both Beastmasters simultaneously changed color. The attack power of that treasure-hunting rat is quite formidable. If this keeps up, the situation will turn against them. Riot Ape, use Fire Diamond Horn. Diamond Tortoise, launch Diamond Icicle. At the Beastmaster's command, the two battle pets immediately shifted their attack formations. The riotous Fury Ape, originally assigned to offense, now scattered a cluster of spiked fire caltrops across the ground. Ordinary magical beasts would instantly receive the burning debuff upon stepping on them. Under the riotous Fury Ape's innate scatter ability, the fire caltrops that were originally scattered across the ground instantly multiplied into a massive pile, nearly covering the entire floor in front of them. Meanwhile, the diamond sea turtle beside them spewed countless ice spikes as hard as diamonds from its mouth, rapidly shooting toward the opposing mice. The diamond ice pick struck against the metal-controlled iron shield. It directly dented the metal before it. As more and more diamond ice picks appeared, the frontal metal was on the verge of complete destruction. At once, Lu Ming made a bold decision. Rat, charge forward, then use heavenly law and earthly phenomenon to wipe out the enemy in one go. Eek! Instantly, Rat's body erupted with a layer of golden light. It dashed forward at incredible speed. Countless pieces of metal around were torn apart one after another by metal domination, continuously hurling towards the opposing pair of battle pets. But these flying metal fragments would quickly be melted into liquid by the blazing Rage Ape's flames. Before the metal could even reach its targets, it had already melted into pools of molten iron. Facing the treasure-hunting rat's attack, a cold sneer couldn't help but appear on the faces of the two beastmasters. Wanting to achieve victory in one decisive charge just by sheer momentum, this kind of impatient mindset is the last thing you want in battle. When they saw the treasure-hunting rat step on the fire caltrop, both of them couldn't help but smile. This time, the Berserk Ape's Beastmaster didn't send his battle pet to attack. Instead, he had his battle pet hide behind the Diamond Tortoise. Diamond Tortoise, use Giant Shell. With that command, the Diamond Tortoise's shell instantly expanded tenfold in size. The enormous shell blocked the charging treasure-seeking rat head-on. Countless metal fragments along with the treasure-seeking rat came crashing toward the massive shell. Boom! A deafening blast. The testing ground suddenly emitted a tremendous shockwave. The next moment, the treasure-hunting mouse's eyes became dizzy spirals. With a thud, it instantly fainted. Seeing this scene, the two beastmasters from the association couldn't help but reveal triumphant smiles. Standing near the guild leader, Yi Long sighed softly as he witnessed the scene. They're still too young, or rather, Chen Fan and Ma Dan make too perfect a team. Their win rate during the association's evaluations remained at 85.7%. President, isn't sending them both straight into action being a bit too harsh on those newcomers taking their first evaluation? Hearing his subordinate's words, Sai Menglong merely shook his head dismissively. The young man is arrogant and high-spirited, but whether he wins or loses, it will do him good. Besides, if he can't even handle this little setback, how can he be called a genius? His practical experience is too lacking. He can only be considered an ordinary genius at best. With that, Sai Menglong shook his head slightly, turning away in disappointment. But just as he was about to leave, Lu Ming's triumphant laughter suddenly echoed across the trial ground once more. This was just the beginning. The real killing move is about to begin. Rat, manifest the cosmos. Chapter 55, is he even worthy? Bonus chapter added. Impossible. Didn't his treasure-seeking rat already lose combat capability? Upon hearing Lu Ming's command, a trace of astonishment flickered across Yi Long's face. Looking up, I was shocked to find Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse had truly revived at full strength. Even Sai Menglong, who had been preparing to leave, now stood dumbfounded as he stared at the trial grounds. In the sky, the colossal golden Dharma form descended directly upon the two war beasts that had already let their guard down. The explosive fists delivered over 100 strikes in an instant. The two unprepared battle pets were directly pummeled by the rat into unconsciousness. Watching the treasure-seeking rat before them, its body radiating golden light without a single scratch, everyone's faces showed bewilderment and astonishment. Only the seasoned Sai Menglong was stunned for just a brief moment, then immediately guessed the reason. It's the doppelganger skill. Never expected this young man to have some tricks up his sleeve. Such a rare skill that treasure-seeking mouse actually possesses. It seems its bloodline level must be quite high. Wouldn't have thought it. Never would have guessed. I actually misjudged this time. This Lu Ming is even more of a genius than I imagined. Hearing the guildmaster's words, Yi Long beside him froze in astonishment. You should know, the two beastmasters personally selected for Lu Ming by the guild president are notoriously known within the association as rookie killers. Newcomers matched against them have less than 1 in 10 chance of victory. Their combat style relies on constantly shifting formations between two battle pets. The rookie beastmasters were beaten to the point of utter misery. Yet now, Lu Ming defeated these two rookie crushers on his very first assessment. Such combat awareness, and the capabilities of his war beast, truly terrifying beyond measure. After a long moment of stunned silence, he finally registered what had happened. He hurried downstairs and respectfully presented the elite badge to Lu Ming. Congratulations, Mr. Lu Ming. This is our association's certified elite badge, and notably the 52nd such badge awarded since the founding of the Qingshui City branch of the Beast Taming Association. Hearing these words, Lu Ming picked up the golden Pisces-shaped badge before him and examined it carefully. An unexpected discovery, this turned out to be a special item. Wearing the badge when entering the association would grant you dedicated service, including access to a VIP room while waiting to receive missions. Additionally, it comes with a range of privileges and can even function like a credit card. In short, there are numerous benefits. He took the badge, but because it was too dazzling, Lu Ming directly tossed the badge into the rat's mouth. Under the respectful gaze of the examiner, he left the trial grounds without hesitation. Watching Lu Ming's retreating figure, the two Beastmasters from the association couldn't help but show a trace of amazement on their faces. Good heavens, are all rookies this strong nowadays? I heard he's still a high school student. Is he from that prestigious school next door? With combat skills like that, he's practically guaranteed admission to a top-tier academy this year, isn't he? Tell me, whose disciple is this? Trains such a freakish battle pet? Hearing their alternating questions, Yi Long merely watched silently as Lu Ming walked away. He shook his head. No, he's not from any noble family. He's just an ordinary student. A genuine prodigy. At this moment, inside the Beast Taming Association Hall, a group of students from Azure Water Beast Taming University quietly watched the movements on the large screen before them. The results of all examinees will be displayed on the large screen. Suddenly, the large screen displaying photos of 5 individuals lit up. The words, qualified, suddenly appeared beside the photo of Luo Jijie, who was at the head of the list. Seeing this, Instructor Chen, who had brought him here, immediately let out a sigh of relief. A smile then bloomed across her face. As expected of the student she had high hopes for, he had effortlessly passed the assessment. To become a 2-star Beastmaster as a freshman, this young man's future is boundless. By graduation, he might even be able to challenge the 3-star Beastmaster rank. Immediately after, the screen's green light flashed again. Another student successfully obtained their 2-star Beastmaster certification. But the next moment, red light flickered. Behind the photo of a trainee named Chen Jinxin, the label, disqualified, flashed. Seeing this label, everyone's previously relaxed mood instantly turned tense. They cautiously watched the large screen before them. Even Lu Yi, who had been brimming with confidence in Lu Ming, couldn't help but furrow his brows at this moment. Something's wrong. With old Lu's capabilities, shouldn't he have completed the assessment earlier? Why hasn't he finished the evaluation even now? If not the first to qualify, at least he shouldn't have taken this long, right? At the same time, Luo Jijie returned to the assessment hall with a beaming smile. The flaming eagle on his shoulder was leisurely preening its feathers, appearing utterly relaxed and content. In stark contrast were the 2 senior students following behind him. Compared to his flaming eagle, the 2 classmates' combat pets carried scars from battles all over their bodies. One student's parrot combat pet even had all the feathers on its head burned bald. What seemed effortless for Luo Jijie's examination appeared extremely difficult to these 2 senior students. Chen Jinxin's battle pet wolf beast had an enormous gash across its abdomen. He was carried back to the mission hall by Chen Jinxin. Seeing his condition, the surrounding classmates rushed over one after another to show their concern. Damn, old Chen, how did you get beaten up this badly? How difficult is the task? You're not looking quite right. The difficulty is a bit high. A 2-star beast controlling puppet combined with another 1-star peak level beast controlling puppet, their coordination is too seamless. Just one moment of carelessness from my Gale Wolf, and it nearly got sliced in half. Upon hearing Chen Jinxin's account, a solemn expression flickered across everyone's faces. I originally thought that achieving a 2-star rating would be enough for verification. Who knew the Beast Taming Association's assessment would be so difficult too? Counselor Chen nearby overheard everyone's conversation. A trace of disdain flickered across his face. Eyes full of amusement, he glanced at Luo Jijie beside him and asked with feigned concern, "How was it, Xiao Luo? Was the assessment difficult?" At the instructor's question, Luo Jijie's face immediately broke into an irrepressible smile. His voice also grew noticeably louder, with a deliberate edge to it. "Not bad, instructor. I just had my blazing eagle circle the skies a few times and completed the assessment, didn't even get a scratch." Hearing Luo Jijie's words, the crowd immediately cast complicated glances his way. There was admiration, awe, and also envy. Is this what genius looks like? What ordinary people like them could hardly achieve despite rigorous training? For them, it was as easy as taking something from a bag. As for Luo Jijie, his gaze fell upon the electronic display before him. With less than a minute left before the assessment deadline, an innocent smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Looking at Lu Yi who had just blocked him, His smile carried a trace of contempt. Teacher, I remember the beast taming assessment lasts at most 10 minutes, right? If you don't pass within 10 minutes, does that mean the assessment is declared a failure? Upon hearing Luo Jijie's words, Instructor Chen immediately looked at the large screen. Then he turned his gaze towards Lu Yi across from him. A gloomy smile played across Xiang Rom's face as he stared at Lu Yi's solemn expression. A fleeting sense of vengeful satisfaction flashed across his features. Wouldn't you agree? Some people barely become beast tamers and immediately overestimate their capabilities. Do they truly believe they have what it takes? In the end, they're just pitiful clowns. Let's see how much promise students from Qingshui No. 1 High can really have. A clueless commoner boy probably doesn't even understand the assessment content, does he? Becoming a 2-star beast tamer? As if he's worthy. Hearing that loudmouth busybody's words from across the way, Lu Yi immediately rolled up his sleeves in anger. Who are you calling a busybody? What's wrong with you? I'm definitely reporting this incident to your school principal today. 2 high school students who should be studying are here causing trouble at the Beast Tamer certification exam. The faculty at Qingshui No. 1 High School is really getting worse. Poor academic performance is one thing, but such terrible character too. If they're let loose like this, won't they just become another societal tumor? If you ask me, you might as well quit school now and start working on an assembly line. Hearing the counselor's words, Wang Chang, also from Qingshui No. 1 High School, had a slightly uneasy expression. Hearing someone speak ill of his alma mater like this, he really wanted to rush out and punch the person right then and there. Alas, the person was the counselor. Not to mention being no match for the opponent, even Luo Jijie by his side was someone he had zero confidence against. Clenching his fists, Wang Cheng couldn't help but glance at Lu Ming's photo on the big screen, praying silently in his heart. Hey Junior, you better not let Qingshui High School down. Chapter 56 That Badge. It's fake. The countdown on the big screen now showed only the final 10 seconds remaining. Watching this countdown, everyone's hearts immediately leapt into their throats. Lu Ming and the other person's photos still showed no movement. The expressions of those present grew slightly unpleasant. As for Luo Jijie and the counselor beside him, their lips curled upwards almost involuntarily. 3, 2, 1. With the final countdown coming to an end, the last participant was directly deemed unqualified by the system due to combat timeout. Yet when everyone saw Lu Ming's results, they froze momentarily, because Lu Ming's assessment was still ongoing in the assessment. The system had neither judged him pass nor fail. This was the first time everyone had encountered such a situation. Immediately, Instructor Chen frowned slightly. He directly called over a staff member nearby. Hello. Shouldn't the assessment time have already passed? Why hasn't the student received their results yet? Hearing Instructor Chen's words, the reception staff member was momentarily stunned. My apologies, I'm new here and this is also my first time encountering such a situation. It appears there might have been a system error, but the timeout has passed. Soon it will automatically be marked as unqualified. Huff. Upon hearing the staff's explanation, Instructor Chen and Luo Jijie beside him immediately breathed sighs of relief. Glancing at Lu Ye's unsettled expression nearby, the two burst into laughter. What did I tell you? A little Qingshui First High student, thinking they can attempt the 2-star Beastmaster certification? Kid, having some talent doesn't mean you're better than everyone else. If you're weak, train harder. As for today's disruption of the examination discipline, I'll definitely report this to your principal. TSK. I thought we had a prodigy here. Probably just came to play around with the test. I get it. Being young and clueless, it's normal to want to come take a look. Lasting 10 minutes is actually pretty impressive, I'd say. Hearing the staff had already deemed Lu Ming unqualified, Wang Chang and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh. Looking at Instructor Chen's arrogant expression, to be honest, they weren't feeling too good either. What's wrong with regular public high schools? Can't geniuses come from public high schools? Reality, however, slapped everyone in the face. Even Lu Yi, who had just been buttering people up moments ago, now had to face Instructor Chen's mockery. All he could do was swallow his anger in silence. Oh, what are you all doing here? Just as Instructor Chen and Luo Jijie were doing their utmost to mock Lu Yi. In the hall, Lu Ming's somewhat relaxed inquiry suddenly sounded out. Hearing this voice, everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards the source. Then they couldn't help but freeze momentarily in slight surprise. Because of the Beast Master who came with Lu Ming, his battle pet was now covered in wounds from the fight. In contrast, Lu Ming's treasure-hunting rat still had glossy fur, appearing completely unharmed. Such a relaxed and carefree demeanor reminded everyone of Luo Jijie, who had just emerged earlier. Everyone was instantly confused again. They couldn't understand what was happening. Seeing Lu Ming's appearance, Lu Ye's eyes immediately lit up. Old Lu, why did it take you so long to come out? How did the assessment go? Evaluation? Hey, you're kinda looking down on your buddy here. With me stepping in, isn't it just a piece of cake? Oomph. hearing Lu Ming's words, before Lu Yi could even speak. Counselor Zhang on the opposite side couldn't help but burst out with sarcasm first. You really think a 2-star Beastmaster evaluation is that easy? Just a piece of cake? Stop pretending, classmate. We all know you didn't pass at all. Having said that, Advisor Zhang cast a mocking glance at Lu Ming. He pointed at Lu Ming's photo displayed on the large screen. At this moment, there remained no qualifying label beside Lu Ming's photo, as if the system had really malfunctioned just as the staff said. The students of Qing Shui Beastmaster University around them, hearing the instructor's words, they all cast peculiar glances at Lu Ming. Everyone felt he was being youthful and brash, too embarrassed to admit his own failure. Luo Jijie on the side couldn't resist chiming in with a sarcastic remark. I see your treasure-seeking mouse hasn't suffered any injuries, must have been running away the whole time, huh? Being able to last so long against a beast-controlling puppet is impressive, I'll give you that. At least its speed is undeniable. Pity, it still falls short compared to my blazing eagle. With that, Luo Jijie couldn't resist flashing Lu Ming a disdainful smirk. Using a condescending tone, he hypocritically added, it's quite impressive you lasted this long against a beast puppet, but you still need more practice, my friend. Don't aim too high too soon. Give it another 3 to 5 years, and you might just reach my level. Lu Ming. Looking at this guy in front of him, Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at Lu Yi beside him. Fatty, who the hell is this retard? Hey, who the hell knows? This guy just keeps yapping and yapping all by himself. Hey retard, who even are you? You got a thing for our Lu? If you like him just say it. All this endless yapping, who do you think you are? Chopped garlic? What kind of garlic clove do you think you are? Luo Jijie. Seeing that the two across from him remained unrepentant to the death, a flash of anger instantly crossed Luo Jijie's face. Damn it, I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. Damn right I'm a certified 2-star Beastmaster. I'm the real deal. Without another word, Luo Jijie flung open his overcoat to reveal the certification badge inside. A badge engraved with a swordfish, symbolizing the logo of the Qingshui Beastmaster Association. It's also an honor as a 2-star Beastmaster. Classmate, if you've truly passed the assessment, could you show us your certification badge? Seeing this badge, many people's eyes flashed with envy. Then, all eyes simultaneously turned to Lu Ming. There was curiosity, scrutiny, and even schadenfreude. In response, Lu Ming simply snapped his fingers lightly, summoning his little rat. After rummaging through whatever was in its mouth, he took out the Pisces badge given to him by the examiner. Well, is this it? Ha! Seeing Lu Ming actually produce the badge in hand, everyone was momentarily stunned. Even Luo Jijie, upon seeing Lu Ming produce the badge, couldn't help but flash a hint of panic on his face. How is this possible? Didn't the officials say your results? At this point, Luo Jijie's expression froze as he looked at the badge in Lu Ming's hand. Then his face instantly lit up with joy again as he exclaimed, "This badge of yours is a fake." A fake? Hearing Luo Jijie's words, everyone couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Ming's badge. Only then did they notice that his badge was indeed different from the single fish emblem in Luo Jijie's hand. As if suddenly remembering something, Instructor Zhang turned his gaze to Sun Ximiao, who had also passed the assessment. Xiao Sun, let's see your badge too. I remember you passed the assessment as well, didn't you? Ha, oh. Hearing the instructor's words, Sun Ximiao somewhat sheepishly took out his certification badge. Engraved on the badge, just like Luo Jijie's, was the lone figure of a swordfish. Oh ho! Case closed. Lu Ming hadn't even passed the qualification assessment at all. His certification badge was a forgery he made himself. At this thought, Counselor Zhang immediately cast a gloating look at Lu Ming. Without another word, he directly shouted at the staff nearby. Is there any staff here? Someone is privately forging certification badges. I request his immediate arrest. Chapter 57. Shocking the association president. Faking accreditation badges? At Instructor Shang's words, everyone's faces flashed with surprise. After all, forging accreditation badges was considered a serious crime in Dragon Country. For such acts, the authorities always opted for the harshest punishment without mercy. Hearing Instructor Shang's words, the surrounding students also felt she had gone too far. Involuntarily, Wang Chang, who had been trying his best to remain inconspicuous nearby, with a faint sigh, he decided to lend a helping hand to his junior schoolmate. Walking up to the counselor, Wang Chang said somewhat awkwardly, "Teacher, this is just a high school student, probably acting out of youthful pride without realizing the severity of pretending. Besides, he didn't profit from it, how about just giving him a warning and calling it even?" But upon hearing Wang Chang's words, Supervisor Zhang's demeanor instantly turned even more aggressive. Humph, what does being a high schooler matter? Isn't he already an adult? Adults must bear the consequences of their every action. Wasn't he acting all high and mighty just now? A student from Qingshui No. 1 High School, disrupting exam discipline and falsifying violations, already this rotten in high school. Who knows what major crimes they'll commit in the future? No, today I must rid the people of this scourge. With that, Instructor Zhang ignored the dissuasion of the surrounding students and roared even louder. Where are the staff? Where are the staff? Are you going to deal with this fake certification badge or not? As Advisor Zhang's commotion grew louder and more disruptive, it was still that same staff member from before. He walked over in a hurry, but this time, there was a faint hint of hostility in his gaze as he looked at Instructor Chen. How many times had this old hag called him today? She'd pointlessly added so much extra work for him. She really should die. But on her face, the staff member still struggled to maintain her professional smile. Curious, she walked up to the crowd and asked Instructor Zhang, "Ma'am, may I ask what has happened now?" Seeing the staff approaching, Instructor Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Pointing directly at Lu Ming, who was toying with his badge across from them, he shouted hoarsely, "That's the guy right there. He forged an examination-certified badge without passing the assessment. The Dragon Kingdom's Beastmaster Act strictly prohibits such behavior. Are you going to do something about this or not?" Oh, hearing Instructor Zhang's words, the staff members were momentarily stunned. His expression immediately turned solemn. Forging badges privately is indeed a serious crime. Unable to help himself, he turned to look at Lu Ming and the badge in his hand. "Sir, would you mind letting me take a look at that badge in your hand? Please don't make any other moves, or I'll immediately call the Beastmasters from the association to stop you." Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming just gave them an indifferent glance. A faint smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. Just as they were about to come verify, he suddenly clenched his badge tightly in his hand. "Wait, I'm being falsely accused of forging a badge. What if my badge is real? Wouldn't that bitch face any consequences?" Hearing Lu Ming's words, the staff member was momentarily stunned. He truly hadn't considered this possibility. However, Counselor Zhang seemed to have already guessed Lu Ming's intentions. She immediately barked sharply, "Don't listen to him, he's just trying to buy time to slip away. Whatever you do, don't let this little bastard escape." The wording from both sides differed, and the staff's expressions became momentarily conflicted. Their gazes shifted between Lu Ming and Counselor Zhang. In the end, he decided to trust this woman. After all, he had just reviewed Lu Ming's records. They showed she was still a student at Qingshui No. 1 High School. Such a young person indeed didn't seem capable of passing the assessment. At once, his expression turned equally stern. "Mr. Lu, hand over your badge immediately, or I'll take it as contempt for the Beast Taming Association's laws. If you surrender it to me now, there's still time. I advise you not to escalate this matter." Facing the staff member's grave expression across from him, Lu Yi couldn't help but shrink his neck slightly, tugging at Lu Ming's sleeve. "Old Lu, you're not actually committing fraud, are you? We can still make a run for it now if we hurry. They're going to bolt. Don't let them get away." Seeing Lu Ming and Lu Yi whispering to each other, Luo Jie, who had long been waiting for revenge, wouldn't give them any chance. He sharply whistled. The next moment, his flame eagle directly transformed into an enormous flaming eagle with 20-meter-long wings. The flames radiating from his body raised the temperature of the entire hall by several degrees. This time, he intended to block off all escape routes for Lu Ming and Lu Yi. He wanted to personally witness the crippling of these two students. This was the fate of those who dared insult a genius like him. However, because of the sudden outburst from his flaming war eagle, alarms immediately sounded throughout the certification hall. The next moment, a deep voice rang out, tinged with impatience. "Who dares to court death? Who dares to cause trouble in the Beast Tamer Association's hall? Everyone, put away your battle pets." A terrifying aura swept through the entire hall, especially from that flame eagle that had just undergone transformation. Screech! Instantly, the flame eagle let out a mournful shriek. Then he crashed heavily onto the ground. Flame! Seeing his battle pet being instantly pinned to the ground by the opponent's sheer aura, a flicker of heartache immediately flashed across Luo Jie's face. He hurriedly rushed to his battle pet's side. At this moment, a middle-aged man of robust build, standing 2 meters tall with bulging muscles, slowly walked in through the side door of the hall. His face twitched with impatience, and the spiritual pressure radiating around him made it clear he was in an extremely foul mood. Seeing this person's arrival, the staff member's face immediately showed a flicker of alarm. Then they bowed respectfully and spoke with deference. "Hello, President." "President?" Hearing that this person was actually the president of the Qingshui Beast Taming Association, everyone's face immediately flashed with panic. To become the president of the Beast Taming Association, even if it's just a branch, that would still require the strength of a 6-star Beastmaster. Every Beastmaster above 6 stars is practically a walking nuclear weapon. Such formidable individuals must be shown the utmost respect by all. Learning that it was a 6-star Beastmaster who crushed their battle pet, Luo Jie's face no longer dared to show any trace of resentment. He hung his head low, terrified of drawing the association president's attention. Meanwhile, Sai Menglong scanned his surroundings. Finally, his gaze settled on his subordinate. "What was your name again? What's going on here?" Upon hearing the chairman's command, the staff member immediately stood up cautiously. Pointing at Lu Ming across from him, he replied nervously, "Reporting to the chairman, my name is Ma Jia. That gentleman appears to have forged our association's certification badge. I'd like to confirm something. Who knows about that gentleman over there who presumptuously deployed his battle pet without authorization?" Oh, hearing his subordinate's words, Sai Menglong's gaze turned curiously towards Lu Ming with evident surprise. Then, his expression involuntarily shifted to one of peculiar strangeness. Could Lu Ming's certification badge be counterfeit? Wasn't that what he had personally instructed Yi Long to deliver to him? Chapter 58. Is he really a student from Qingshui No. 1 High School? You're saying his certification badge is fake? As Sai Menglong looked at his subordinate before him, a peculiar expression flickered across his face, and upon hearing the chairman's calm, emotionless voice, a drop of cold sweat instantly trickled down his temple. No, I simply wanted the other party to show me the badge for verification. I plan to consider further actions only after confirming its authenticity. As for releasing the battle beast, that was entirely Mr. Luo Jijia's own decision. Hearing his subordinate's words, Savage Dragon narrowed his eyes. You're clever enough, nothing wrong with the procedure. Get yourself to logistics. You won't be setting foot in the lobby again. Yes. The staff member's face instantly turned pale. He still had no idea what he'd done to provoke the wrath of the association's local tyrant. Looking at Lu Ming's composed expression opposite him, the staff member felt a surge of terror in his heart. Could it be? Could the opponent's badge be genuine after all? An 18-year-old two-star beast master, still in high school. At this thought, his face turned several shades paler instantly. The chairman was right, his vision truly was poor. All he thought about was not offending that teacher from Qingshui Beast Taming University. But he forgot one crucial thing: if Lu Ming actually succeeded in passing, he would at minimum become a student of the 4 great academies in the future. Which is more important? Need I say more? At once, he left the hall with a dejected expression. Only the students of Qingshui Beast Taming University remained, exchanging bewildered glances at the scene before them. At this moment, Instructor Chen also seemed to realize something was amiss. Just as she was about to leave with her companions, a gaze suddenly locked onto her from behind. Wait a moment, did I say you could leave? The sound was faint, yet every single person present heard it with perfect clarity. Instantly, Counselor Chen felt as if his body had been locked onto by a raging Tyrannosaurus. His body froze as if plunged into an icy abyss, unable to move even an inch. You dare falsely accuse one of our elite beast masters from the Azure Water Beast Master Association? You've got some nerve. So you're the one disrupting the certification process? From Azure Water Beast Master University, are you? Some instructors will take just about anyone these days. What? An elite beast master? Hearing Velociraptor's words, every beastmaster present wore an expression of utter shock. His gaze at Lu Ming was also filled with disbelief. Elite Beastmaster? How come I've never heard of this certification before? I think I've heard of it. Elite Beastmaster titles are only awarded to true geniuses. They might not even give out one in a whole year. Gasp. Does that mean this Lu Ming actually passed the assessment? Even more, could that Pisces badge be the mark of an elite beastmaster? Holy moly, I knew he was special, a 2-star beastmaster at just 18. But what about the instructor? At this point, everyone immediately shot Instructor Chen an odd look. Tick-tock. A drop of cold sweat fell from Instructor Chen's chin onto the ground. He wanted to beg for mercy, but found he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. Demon Sai just stared coldly at Instructor Chen before him. I'm genuinely concerned about the kind of students being produced by schools with teachers like this. Relay my orders. This week, students from Qingshui Beastmaster University are banned from coming for assessment certification, unless their principal Su Chuangong personally comes to beg me. And no. Please no. I'm sorry, Director. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Seeing how badly the situation had escalated, panic was written all over the instructor's face. Tears and sweat soaked her body thoroughly. She wanted to beg for mercy, but Sai Menglong didn't even glance at her. Then, his gaze locked intensely onto Luo Jijia, who was desperately trying to remain unnoticed nearby. Unauthorized activation of battle form for your warbeast in the certification hall, plus attempting to attack our elite beastmasters. Heh, such audacity. No sooner had he spoken, a jellyfish-shaped magical beast suddenly appeared beside Sai Menglong. A fluorescent flash marked the 2-star beastmaster certification badge. It was directly plucked from Luo Jijia's body as if by magic. No, this is mine. Seeing his badge being taken away, Luo Jijia's face instantly flashed with panic. But the next second, with a loud bang, this prodigy of the Qingshui Beast Taming University was instantly flung backward by an invisible barrier. Beside me, Sai Menglong's voice faintly drifted over, devoid of any emotion. Just a second-rank beastmaster as a freshman, thinking you're so great, when you're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Compared to a real genius, this is nothing. Starting today, you will be permanently blacklisted by the Qingshui Beast Taming Association. Get out! A furious roar erupted. Luo Jijie's body was forcibly thrown out of the Beast Taming Association by an unseen force. Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Is this the power and strength of the Beast Tamer Association's president? With just a single casual remark, one can decide another's life or death. Watching their school's pride and joy being thrown out like a dead dog by the savage dragon, the few people present dared not make any more trouble. In contrast, Lu Ming and Lu Yi were sizing up the president before them with some curiosity. Seeing the looks on their faces, Sai Menglong burst into laughing and gave Lu Ming's shoulder a hearty pat. You've got some real talent, kid. Don't waste it. Study hard for the college entrance exams and aim for the top 2 universities. That'd be a real credit to our Qingshui Beast Tamer Association. You should know, it's been 7 or 8 years since Qingshui City last produced a candidate who got into a top-tier university. But if it's you, hell, you might just have a real shot. Looking at the guild leader who had been bristling with anger just moments ago, the students from Qingshui Beast Taming University around them immediately felt a myriad of emotions churning in their hearts. Indeed, with exceptional talent, you can truly do as you please. Luo Jijie wasn't weak by any means, but compared to Lu Ming, his talent appeared quite ordinary. Anyone could see the obvious choice between a high school 2-star Beast Master and a university 2-star Beast Master. Such prodigious talent might be the only time they'd ever encounter it in reality during their lifetimes. Involuntarily, Su Maomao at the side swallowed hard and couldn't help but glance at Wang Chang. Wang Chang, is he really a student from your Qingshui No. 1 high school? Was Qingshui No. 1 high always this damn impressive? Then how come you? Ahem, don't talk nonsense. I don't know how our school suddenly became so strong either. Could it be that this junior is just incredibly strong? Stop it already. He became a certified elite beastmaster at 18 while I failed the assessment at 21. I'm too ashamed to show my face. Is this the gap between ordinary people and geniuses? With talent like this, how are we supposed to catch up? Damn it! Did the president just say we can't take the assessment anymore? It's all Instructor Chen's fault. Talk to the counselor, she. After speaking, a group of students from the Imperial Beast Academy seemed to have thought of something. A group of people, all somewhat angry and mocking, turned their gaze toward their instructor. The fraudster she had mentioned was now engaged in a cordial and friendly conversation with the president of the Beast Taming Association. In stark contrast, their instructor looked as wretched as an old stray dog. At least he wasn't thrown out by the association president. He managed to preserve some dignity. But after returning, the instructor's punishment would undoubtedly be even harsher. This time we go back, everyone is probably in for quite a show. Even though Counselor Chen caused everyone to have to terminate the assessment. But seeing her looking so utterly defeated, for some reason, everyone inexplicably felt a secret delight. Bliss, you look down on students from ordinary high schools, don't you? How does that slap feel, you old hag? Let's see how you explain this to the principal. Chapter 59, the joint mock exam is about to begin, bonus chapter. The minor incident at the Beastmaster Association didn't draw much attention from Lu Ming. After becoming a certified 2-star Beastmaster, things unfolded exactly as Su Dong had predicted. From the association, he acquired a new spiritual technique skill. Spiritual technique, Beastmaster Space. Beastmaster Space allows temporary storage of battle pets within the space while moderately fulfilling their comfort requirements. A very simple spirit technique. Lu Ming learned how to use it just by reading it once. This way, he wouldn't need to carry around rodents and little snakes anymore. It's fine now, but what if he acquired more battle pets in the future? Isn't it space-consuming to have oversized battle pets following behind you? However, beast mastery spaces like these are typically just stopgaps for travel. Sai Menglong had once told Lu Ming, if you want to master spirit techniques, you need to interact more with your battle pets. Professional beastmasters try to avoid keeping their beasts in the beast space whenever possible. In short, this association president provided Lu Ming with plenty of valuable breeding experience. After Lu Ming completed his assessment and returned to school, he and Lu Yi began a closed-door cultivation session, isolating themselves completely. With a substantial supply of spirit energy crystals purchased from the black market, neither of their cultivation progress had slowed down even for a moment. It wasn't until the third day back at school, over on Lu Ming's end, he finally received the system's mission completion notification. Ding! Mission complete. Lu Yi's spirit energy level has increased by more than 5 levels, and the toxic newt bloodline has evolved. Quest reward, potential points *5, Phantom Knight Salamander bloodline evolution path. Lu Yi's favorability upgraded to normal. 1 Phantom Series Commander level monster spirit energy crystal, 1 C-grade Phantom Series spirit treasure, 1 C-grade water or poison series spirit treasure, 100 portions of general level monster venom, 10 portions of commander level monster venom. Seeing the system's rewards, Lu Ming couldn't help but freeze momentarily. The original poisonous salamander evolution path had unexpectedly changed into the Phantom Knight salamander's evolution formula. Hey, to be fair, the system is quite user-friendly. However, Lu Ming didn't immediately share this good news with Lu Yi. After all, it would be hard to explain where he got this thing from. Moreover, the ingredients inside weren't easy to obtain either. It wouldn't be too late to give him the formula once Lu Ye's abilities improved. Time flew by, and most of the spiritual energy crystals in the dormitory had been consumed. As Lu Ming tossed the last piece of spiritual energy crystal to the treasure-seeking mouse and the Isoul python, his cultivation finally came to a halt. In 4 days, his spiritual energy had increased by over 200 points, not quite enough to raise the Beast Master's level by 1. The treasure-seeking mouse also didn't advance a level. The spirit energy crystals Lu Ming purchased were mostly mortal grade. Their contained spirit energy was limited. As for the Isoul dragon python, after 4 days of absorption, its level had risen to mortal rank 5 stars. Unfortunately, the amount of spiritual energy a mortal rank could feed back to Lu Ming was pitifully small. It wasn't even enough for a single day of his cultivation. At this current rate of cultivation, reaching 2 stars in 5 levels before the college entrance exams won't be a problem. And if worse comes to worst, I still have some unused secret treasures left. If necessary, I can just let Lil Mouse swallow them. While Lu Ming was diligently cultivating his skills, the sudden bang, bang, bang of knocking abruptly interrupted his training. Upon opening the door, Lu Ming finally noticed their homeroom teacher had somehow already arrived and was standing outside his dormitory door. Seeing Lu Ming looking like he hadn't fully woken up, the teacher immediately grew anxious. "You punk! Still half asleep? Haven't checked the class group chat? Ha! Who actually checks the class group chat? Sent that specifically for you and you didn't look? Hurry up! Put on your clothes and come with me." With that, the homeroom teacher wasted no time in dragging Lu Ming out without another word. Along with him, Lu Yi from the neighboring dormitory was also yanked out, completely bewildered. The two exchanged confused glances, neither understanding what was happening. It wasn't until they both arrived at the school gate and saw Principal Xiang that he suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. Now he remembered, before heading to the secret realm, Principal Xiang had mentioned something to them. The top 3 performers from the last mock exam were supposed to participate in the citywide unified simulation test, an examination that would gather all the geniuses of Qingshui City. Early in the morning, Principal Xiang was already waiting by the school bus for Lu Ming and the others. Seeing Lu Ming and Lu Yi being dragged over by Su Jijun dressed in nothing but flowery shorts and tank tops, Principal Xiang proved himself to be a true veteran of composure. Not a trace of displeasure showed on his face. He even gave Lu Ming and Lu Yi a smiling glance, nodding approvingly. His face creased with even more wrinkles from smiling. "Not bad, Lu Yi, already at 1 star, 7th rank? Keep pushing, and you should be set for a top-tier beast taming university this year." Encouraged by Principal Xiang's words, Lu Yi immediately grinned sheepishly. "What's so great about first-rate beast taming universities? Principal, you just watch, I'm definitely getting into Azure Dragon Military Academy today." Azure Dragon Military Academy? Eh? Ambitious. I graduated from Azure Dragon myself back in the day, but mere slogans won't cut it, you'll need to put in more effort. Yes. Principal Dongli's encouragement made Lu Ye's face flush with even greater pride. Turning his head, Dongli then beamed at Lu Ming with a knowing smile. This student had truly captured his heartfelt affection. Dong Shangli leaned closer to Lu Ming, whispering conspiratorially, "Lu Ming, my boy, feeling worn out from your studies lately? Tell your headmaster secretly, have you made any breakthroughs? No pressure if not. I've recently acquired a metal-attributed spirit treasure that your treasure-seeking mouse can consume. Guaranteed to help you break through to 2-star level." Lu Yi, isn't it only old Lu who has it, not even the principal? What about me? Actually, I could really use some Lingbao support to help me get into the Qinglong Military Academy too. But then again, watching how the principal and old Lu are as thick as thieves, Lu Yi instantly felt a pang of envy. Was this truly the gap between geniuses and ordinary students? Did they really have to discriminate so blatantly? Even as Lu Ming and the principal were exchanging whispers, behind him, a slightly excited voice suddenly rang out. "Lu, brother Lu." Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Ming's body froze momentarily. Turning his head, he saw a little sprout hurriedly walking toward him. Behind him, a woman resembling a yaksha stood with an icy expression. Her gaze repeatedly swept over Lu Ming's vital points. The way she looked at Lu Ming seemed to say, "Go ahead, make one move if you dare." Seeing senior sister Yi behind him, there was no longer any trace of fear on Lu Ming's face. He simply looked at her with a faint smile, neither angry nor resentful. His calm demeanor was as if he had never cared about her in the first place. As Yi Qiuyu observed Lu Ming's expression, she couldn't help but frown. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination. She had a vague feeling that Lu Ming's aura had subtly but significantly changed compared to before. Then, under Yi Qiuyu's murderous glare, Lu Ming directly scooped up the little toddler who was toddling toward her. Then he said with some surprise, haven't you grown taller? Yeah, after the upgrade, I got a bit taller. Hee hee, you actually noticed? Facing the public display of affection between these two students, the surrounding teachers and principals instinctively turned their heads away. These two were the prized students of their school. With real ability, one can do whatever they please. After being tightly embraced by Lu Ming, Xia Tian could feel the unmistakable masculine aura emanating from him. Her cheeks instantly flushed a rosy red. Right at that moment, the mother-child golden lotus behind her seemed to catch a scent. It flew straight toward Lu Ming's pocket, which held the little snake. After just a few days apart, significant changes had occurred to the mother-child golden lotus. The lotus on her body seemed to have grown several more layers than when they first met. The outermost petals of the dewy lotus faintly revealed a glimmer of golden hue. It appeared Xia Tian hadn't been idle or lost during this period of training. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, "You said you might be in closed-door cultivation until the college entrance exams, didn't you?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Principal Xiang nearby immediately coughed and spoke up. "Let me explain this. It was me who asked her to come. Primarily because this joint mock exam is a collaboration between 5 schools, and the prizes were jointly prepared by us 5 principals. I've checked out the prizes, and they're incredibly generous. With such a great opportunity, of course we should have Xia Tian join in too." At this point, Xiang Dongli unconsciously stroked his beard. A smile lingered at the corner of his lips, impossible to conceal. Outwardly spoken with casual ease, yet the true thoughts within were, "What a perfect chance to show off. Shouldn't let other principals miss this opportunity to shine. Wouldn't that be like wearing embroidered robes at night? Meaning, wasting one's talents where they can't be seen. Every dog has its day, and today it's finally our turn. It's high time for Qingshui No. 1 High School to show their faces before all the city's parents." To be honest, he had long disliked the principal of the neighboring Sijui Noble Private Academy. Is having good grades something to brag about? He wants all principals to know that resources are worthless in the face of talent. This year, their school produced 2 top academic talents. Let's see how arrogant you can still be now. With Lu Ming and Xia Tian on board, this year's top spot in the joint mock exams will go to our Qingshui No. 1 High School. Not even Jesus could stop him, I said. Chapter 60, Title Reward. Along with the principal's assembly order, the students of No. 1 High School quickly boarded the buses. Lu Ming had just boarded the vehicle when his eyes met a stunning sight. At this moment, Xu Yunyan was dressed in a vibrant red robe. It was quite unlike the modest white dresses she usually wore. Even her flowing straight black hair had been coiled into an elegant bun. He looked much more mature overall, and much more dangerous too. Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel. She truly was a woman of endless transformations. She could become the white moonlight in men's hearts, yet was equally capable of being their crimson cinnabar mole. It was as if from the moment she was born, the spotlight of the world had settled upon her. At this moment, Lu Ming was seen boarding the car. A charming smile instantly bloomed across Xu Yunyan's face. She patted the seat beside her and waved at Lu Ming with a smile. "Lu Ming, I've got a seat here, want to sit with me?" But the very next instant, when she noticed Summer standing behind Lu Ming, instantly froze their smiles. Lu Yi, who'd been observing nearby, immediately stepped forward. "Classmate Chu, old Lu probably won't sit with you. Scoot over, let me sit beside you instead." Hearing Lu Ye's words, Xu Yunyan's face immediately turned cold. She forced an awkward yet polite smile. He shook his head. "No, Lu Yi. I'd like to be alone for a while." "Lu Yi, then why did you call for old Lu just now?" Under Lu Ye's resentful gaze, Lu Ming smiled as he ushered Xia Tian to her seat. Just as he was about to sit beside Xia Tian, a cold-faced guardian suddenly blocked his path. "Move aside, you're in my seat." Upon hearing Yi Qiuyu's words, Lu Ming instinctively turned to look behind him. "Seriously? With all these empty seats, you're insisting on this particular one?" "Yes." Seeing the other party's unyielding determination to claim the spot, Lu Ming reluctantly let out a soft sigh. Then he sat back down in front of Lu Yi again. Xia Tian watched Lu Ming's retreating figure and couldn't help but lightly bite her lip. Her large, watery eyes blinked repeatedly at Yi Qiuyu. Yi Qiuyu, however, firmly pressed her down onto the seat, not allowing her to move an inch. "Girls should be reserved. Those who aren't will come to no good end in the end." "Oh." Upon hearing Yi Qiuyu's words, Xia Tian couldn't help but purse her small mouth. Her gaze would occasionally drift toward Lu Ming, while beside them stood Xu Yunyan. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't sit with Lu Ming, she couldn't help but start scheming again. Immediately, she slightly rose and very naturally walked up to Lu Ming. She blinked at Lu Ming with playful and lively eyes. Lu Ming, I was wrong before. Are you still angry with me? Please, how could I dare to be angry with you? You're being so generous, could you let me off this time? I'm just tired and want to close my eyes for a bit longer. Faced with Lu Ming's evasiveness, Chu Yunyan simply acted as if she hadn't heard the sarcasm dripping from his words. At once, her eyes curved into crescents with laughter. Then she spoke in a timid tone. If we happen to encounter each other during the joint exams, promise you'll go easy on me. Right after Chu Yunyan finished speaking, the system's familiar notification sound suddenly rang out. Ever since her last defeat at your hands, Chu Yunyan has been licking her wounds with bitter resolve. Now she's decided to ambush you again, this time with even more reckless fury and unrestrained madness. Facing your former lover, can you summon the courage to strike against her once more? Mission: an ex-lover's vendetta. Defeat Chu Yunyan by any means necessary, including but not limited to killing, imprisoning, interrogating, or overpowering her. Mission rewards: 2 to 5 potential points, 1 grade D insectoid spirit treasure, slight to moderate increase in Chu Yunyan's favorability. Seeing the system notification, Lu Ming silently turned his gaze towards Chu Yunyan, who had taken a seat beside him. Noticing Lu Ming's gaze upon her, Chu Yunyan's face immediately blossomed with a delicate blush. Classmate Chu remained as composed as ever. Every single moment feels like it's out to take my life. Right then, Lu Ming silently raised his guard in his heart. He simply turned his head away, refusing to look at the other person. Despite Lu Ming's coldness, Chu Yunyan didn't seem to mind in the slightest. It was summer there in the front seat. Upon seeing this scene, she couldn't help but puff out her chubby little cheeks. She examined her own figure. After psychic enhancement, her stature had subtly grown by 2 centimeters. Yet compared to Chu Yunyan's tall and slender figure, he couldn't help but feel somewhat inadequate. Involuntarily, Xia Tian let out a slight sigh. His gaze turned toward Yi Qiuyu standing nearby. Senior Sister Yi, how can someone grow up quickly? Hearing Xia Tian's words, Yi Qiuyu seemed to have guessed the young girl's thoughts. However, glancing at my equally flat figure, unconsciously, she curled her lips in a hint of irritation. What's the use of making it bigger? It's not suited for combat at all. Isn't this size just perfect? Damn. Summer responded with a helpless sigh. It seems even Senior Sister Yi from Nanli Academy doesn't know everything. Time flew by, and the vehicle had been driving for who knows how long. Soon, the group's bus came to a stop at the entrance of a certain academy. Unlike First High School's slightly historic-looking school gate, the signboard of this school before their eyes was at least 3 times larger than First High's. Several other buses were parked nearby as well. They were school buses from number 2 High, number 3 High, and number 4 High respectively. At the entrance, a group of students wearing uniforms familiar to Lu Ming had been waiting here for quite some time. Involuntarily, Lu Yi, sitting by the window, gazed at everything outside. He couldn't help but let out a startled exclamation. Look, old Lu, isn't that the uniform of Qingshui Noble Private Academy? We're taking the joint exam here? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Principal Xiang Ahead let out a sigh before nodding in agreement. Throughout all of Qingshui City, only Qingshui Noble Private Academy boasts a complete simulated combat training ground. Their facilities are entirely on par with those used for the Imperial Beast College entrance exams. Though I hate to admit it, they've done this part remarkably well. But they're a private academy using their own funds, the education authorities have no jurisdiction over them. So, at this point, Dong Lixian's originally bitter smile froze mid-expression. When his gaze returned to Lu Ming and the others, there was a faint hint of delight in his eyes. Clearing his throat, he suppressed his excitement and said with a smile, all the equipment in our school relies on financial allocations from above. Whether we can get a similar set of equipment this year depends on you. As senior students, shouldn't you set an example for your juniors? Study hard and give it your best. The principal believes you can do it. To Lu Ming's surprise, after speaking with the principal, he unexpectedly received a notification from the system as well. Shortly after the destruction of Qingshui City, all facilities were under reconstruction. Principal Xiang Dongli initiated a public fundraising campaign to all former students who had become Beastmasters. As one of the few Beastmasters from number 1 high school, you ponder whether you should do something. Mission: the principal's ambition. Equip number 1 high school with a complete set of college entrance exam simulation training facilities. Mission reward: title friend of the school. Oh, seeing this mission's reward, Lu Ming couldn't help but momentarily freeze. It was his first time encountering a mission that rewarded a title. So what exactly is special about these so-called title rewards? Subconsciously, he glanced at Principal Xiang beside him and couldn't help but ask, Principal, roughly how much would a complete set of college entrance exam simulation training equipment cost? Chapter 61, The Wager Between Principals. Not much, just 200 million gold coins. Lu Ming. Compared to Su Dong's mission, 200 million gold coins really isn't much, yeah right? Forget about 200 million, he didn't even have 20 million. He'd originally thought he had a decent little nest egg saved up. Now Lu Ming realized he was still just a poor loser. Even if he worked himself to death, toiling like a beast of burden, he probably still couldn't earn this much gold. No wonder. After saving for 20 years at school, he still couldn't afford a complete set of equipment like this. 200 million gold coins, an amount only privileged commercial schools like Qingshui Aristocratic Private Academy could afford to muster. No wonder countless wealthy families in Qingshui City clamor to enroll their children there. They'd eagerly send every last one of their offspring if they could. Just as he was speaking, the crowd noticed the grand gates of Qingshui Elite Private Academy slowly opening. Approaching them was a middle-aged man dressed in opulent attire, appearing to be in his early 50s. He wore a tailored white suit, with an ornamental brooch pinned prominently on his chest. The ruby on the brooch was easily the size of a pigeon's egg. As for glasses and watches, those went without saying. Lu Ming's entire outfit probably couldn't match even the fractional cost of the other man's wristwatch. And the students lined up behind their headmaster all looked like they came from either wealth or privilege. Compared to them, Lu Ming and his group were like the swan and the ugly duckling. The class divide was painfully obvious. Leading them was Pan Junji, principal of Qingshui Noble Private Academy. He looked at the four headmasters with a cheerful smile, or rather, at the four defeated dogs. Every year at this time, these people would shamelessly come over to freeload on their equipment. If it weren't for boosting his own students' confidence, he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge these people. Just a bunch of stepping stones. Unconsciously, a hint of mockery crept into Pan Junji's gaze as he looked at the principals. Ladies and gentlemen, it's this time again before we knew it. You've all worked hard this year, coming all this way just to deliver prizes to our students. How can we possibly thank you enough? So, what kind of prizes have you brought this year? At Pan Junji's words, the expressions on the faces of several principals darkened noticeably. These so-called prizes were essentially the tribute they had to offer for renting the venue. But since everyone here is a respectable person, naturally they couldn't speak so directly. So after the principals discussed it among themselves, they simply organized a unified joint mock exam. Those submitted tributes weren't actually tributes at all. It's awarded to students who excel in combined mock exams, based on previous year's experience. Qingshui Noble Private Academy sweeps all the prizes every year. Public school students and private school students are truly worlds apart. There is simply no comparison. While several principals at First High were still rejoicing over their school producing a candidate for first or second tier beast tamer universities, the academic aspirations of Qingshui Noble Private School were striving to enter first tier universities and aiming for the 4 great academies. At the very least, students should maintain scores above the admission line for second tier beast tamer universities. The goals that commoners laboriously strive for are merely the starting point for the wealthy. Even if Principal Xiang and the others had the heart to compete with Pan Junji, but in the face of reality, forget about the top 3, even making it into the top 10 is a rare achievement for students. Reality can be so cruel sometimes. Watching Pan Junji's smug smile stretching across his face, several school principals clenched their fists unconsciously, itching to throw a punch at that old fox's face, just as they were secretly fuming with anger. Suddenly, a laugh filled with anticipation and a hint of smugness rang out. Of course I brought it, Lao Pan. I've stumbled upon something good this time. Guess what this is? With that, Xiang Dongli pulled out something resembling a chunk of meat. This is... At the sight of this meat chunk, the other principals couldn't help but widen their eyes. Damn! A C-grade spiritual treasure, the meat of Tai Sui? The spiritual treasure that can greatly enhance the muscle strength and stamina of beast-type battle pets. Hey, old Xiang, what's gotten into you? You're even bringing out such a heavy treasure? Isn't this just handing money to others? Oh, I see. I heard your school has a student who contracted a blue-grade magical beast, right? Old Xiang, you're getting cocky. TSK, a blue-tier magical beast is truly formidable, but compared to students from aristocratic academies. As they spoke, several headmasters cast subtly concerned glances toward Dongli Xiang. More than anything, it was clenched teeth and simmering resentment. Dongli Xiang suddenly produced something so extraordinarily precious. This made whatever they brought out next seem utterly ridiculous in comparison. He's just jacking up the prices. That's not how you play the game. Facing the malicious gazes of the other principals, Xiang Dongli remained composed. Looking across at Pan Junji, a challenging gleam of amusement flashed in his eyes. There's nothing I can do, my luck is just that good, huh? Only question is whether you'll take my bet, Principal Pan. Take it or not. Upon hearing Dong Shangli's words, Pan Junji's beard quivered noticeably. Immediately, he summoned his battle pet, the void jellyfish. A creature of the spatial element, it also possessed the ability to store objects. In front of everyone, Pan Junji retrieved an equally precious spiritual treasure from his battle pet. C-class water element spiritual treasure, extreme cold crystal marrow. Lao Xiang, my treasure isn't inferior to yours, right? Heh, a treasure that can awaken the ice attribute in water element magical beasts is naturally not bad. But Lao Pan, are you truly willing to part with such a thing? What's there to be reluctant about? Hearing Xiang Dongli's provocation, a smug expression also flashed across Pan Junji's face. You really think I didn't know you invited someone from Nanli School to coach your students? Do you take me for a fool? But don't forget, old Xiang, our teaching staff is far stronger than yours. The Southern Lee Academy? It's not like our school doesn't have teachers who graduated from there. I ask you, what do you even have to compare with me? Having said that, Pan Junji turned his gaze to the students who had come with him. He beckoned to Ho Fangji, who was standing nearby. Seeing the principal's gesture, Ho Fangji, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, immediately stepped forward to greet the group. The faint yet formidable aura radiating from him made the several principals present unconsciously change their expressions. This is peak 1 star? It hadn't even been half a month since contracting the spirit beast, yet it had already reached the peak of 1-star level. Anyone could tell that Ho Fangji before them would surely qualify for one of the 4 great academies in the future. Moreover, the group of students behind Ho Fangji could be seen. An astonishing aura faintly emanated from their entire beings. To everyone's surprise, all of them had reached the advanced 1-star level of spiritual energy. Faced with so many advanced 1-star students, a trace of envy couldn't help but flash across the faces of the other school principals. These students would be top performers at any other school, but at the elite Qingshui Private Academy, they're merely above-average students. What's more, their battle pets are surely equipped with rare treasures. When the time comes, it's hard to say who'll prove stronger, especially the Scarlet Shadow mystical beast following Ho Fangji. Its body faintly exuded a terrifying aura. Just like him, it was at the peak of mortal grade 9-star. This time, it obediently stayed by its master's side. No trace of its previous arrogance and disdain remained on its face. After learning the training method from Lu Ming, Ho Fangji naturally knew exactly how to address the problem. Through this period of rigorous cultivation, supplemented by his family's ample resources, he had not only succeeded in making his Crimsonine mystical beast obedient, but even achieved such seamless cooperation between them that successfully acquired a spiritual technique. Looking at Ho Fangji's confident face, Principal Pan couldn't help but reveal a proud smile on his face. Allow me to introduce Ho Fangji, our school's dual champion in spiritual power and cultivation studies. His goal is aimed squarely at the Celestial STEM Academy. I wonder if any of the students under Principal Xian possess such determination. This, upon hearing Pan Junji's words, even the usually confident Xiangdong's team, Lu Ming and Xia Tian, found their resolve momentarily shaken. But after sensing Ho Fangji's beast-controlling prowess and his personal spiritual energy, his face momentarily lost some of its confidence. Now, he suddenly cursed himself for bringing out the spiritual treasure too early. Originally, he had intended to directly hand it over to Lu Ming to feed to his war beast, but now it's gone, wagered away by him as stakes. What should she do now? Unable to help himself, Xiang Dongli let out an awkward laugh. I just realized I might have picked the wrong mystic treasure, so, hey, once something's been offered, there's no taking it back. Since Principal Xiang has such confidence in the students of your school, let's consider it as the prize for the first place winner. With that, Pan Junji patted Ho Fangji's firm back with a smile. Xiao Ho, prepare well today. The reward Principal Xiang is offering isn't cheap. Yes. Pan Junji received a confident and cheerful reply from Ho Fangji in response. Seeing his appearance, Xiang Dongli's already wavering heart couldn't help but shake even more. With such a talented student, could Xia Tian and Lu Ming really win against him? Chapter 62. First high school is getting worse and worse. Watching Xiang Dongli's frustrated expression, the other principals couldn't help but reveal amused smiles on their faces. Weren't you putting on such a bold act just now? How come your imposing manner suddenly withered away? Even resorting to using some measly C-grade spirit treasure as your wager. Now you've really done it, messed everything up. The principals of 2nd High, 3rd High, and 4th High. Smiling, he took out the prizes he had prepared from his storage magical beast. 3 D-ranked spirit treasures, to be exact. It certainly couldn't compare in value to what Dongli Xiang and Junji Pan collected, but it was still decent enough. Watching Dongli Xian's expression flicker between hope and worry, the 3 couldn't help but tease him with a laugh. You've got to admit, this year's prizes are really impressive. Wasn't that all thanks to our old Xian? What's this, some kind of system, Grandpa? Just handing out treasures to the protagonist. Speaking of which, wasn't that the second young master of the Ho family just now? I remember his elder brother passed the exam to Donglin Academy 2 years ago, right? TSK, I heard his talent surpasses even his elder brothers. It's not impossible for him to aim for the Heavenly STEM Academy. None of them bothered to lower their voices while speaking, but the more it was like this, the more uneasy Xiang Dongli felt in his heart. By the end, even the color of his face had darkened slightly. With a cold snort, he strode directly forward. However, his gaze fell sharply in the direction of Lu Ming and the others. A faint trace of worry flickered across his face. Would they really be able to outperform this prodigy from the elite Qingshui Private Academy? He stood to lose big time if they ended up losing this. Good news, the provocation tactic had worked. Bad news, we've agitated things too successfully. The items have already been confiscated by Pan Junji, there's no hope of getting them back now. Unable to help himself, Xiang Dongli heaved a helpless sigh. Little Lu, you absolutely must not let me down now. At the same time, under the guidance of their team leader, Lu Ming and the others, finally entered the interior of Qingshui Noble Private Academy. The moment they stepped through the door, everyone felt the weight of countless brazen stares. Like wealthy patrons sizing up paupers, these students from aristocratic academies made no effort to conceal their curiosity and superiority. After all, they were all top talents from their respective schools, but once inside, the understated designer accessories and handbags adorning the students here barely betray their luxury origins. The latest generation of electronic gadgets and luxury watches. The glaring disparity in social standing sharply pricked at the self-esteem of ordinary students. Many students instinctively lowered their heads in silent acknowledgement. There were indeed two individuals standing under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. They remained with their heads held high, even taking the initiative to observe these people in return. Indeed, these two could be none other. The unmistakable figures of Lu Ming and Lu Yi, one sporting floral boxers and the other a tank top. At least others wore school uniforms. Those two truly stood out from the crowd. Because of their overly unconventional appearances, the two quickly drew a wave of attention. Unavoidably, a group of people couldn't help but point and whisper about Lu Ming and his companion. Even students from No. 1 high school shared quite a bit of the spotlight. Chu Yunyan remained remarkably composed. After all, she had grown accustomed to such attention since childhood. Xia Tian, however, seemed somewhat shy and nervous, but he still straightened his small frame slightly, inching a bit closer to Lu Ming. However, the two students from No. 1 high school who came along didn't possess such good self-composure. They were the second and third place winners in the last cultivation department exam. They were also the only two beast masters in the school who had contracted with orange tier beasts. Under such intense scrutiny from the crowd, both of them couldn't help but feel a mixture of embarrassment and irritation as they glared at Lu Ming. One of them, unable to hold back any longer, snapped at Lu Ming and Lu Yi with visible frustration. "Is this how you two dress on such an important day?" Hearing these words, Lu Yi couldn't help but glance at the speaker. He recalled the person might be called Zhao Mu or Li Mu, some name like that. "What's it to you? Got a problem with how I'm dressed? I just feel like I've brought shame to our school." Dressing like this isn't embarrassing. What's really embarrassing would be getting eliminated in the first round. Speaking of which, you two have been training for so many days now, yet you still haven't even reached 1-star level 4? What a waste of your battle pets. You. Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, the man immediately wanted to retort, but then the thought of Lu Ye's reputation at school crossed my mind. He still resentfully hunched his shoulders, not daring to argue, though he'd stopped speaking. But the students from 2nd High, 3rd High, and 4th High around them didn't know Lu Yi at all. The more insecure a person is, the more they hope to compensate by making themselves appear less insecure through other means. They didn't dare to argue with the students from the aristocratic academy, so their gazes unconsciously fell upon Lu Ming and Lu Yi. All the humiliation and inferiority complex they'd suffered here now found vent through Lu Ming and Lu Yi. First high school is really declining, just anyone can take first place nowadays. Judging by his appearance, he's probably just here for a tour. No doubt he'll be eliminated in the first round. Looking at him, I bet he doesn't even know what spirit arts are. What an embarrassment to our public high school. I'm ashamed to be associated with him. TSK, let's just stay away from them. Otherwise, people might think we're from the same school. A group of young men and women deliberately spoke with raised voices, as if afraid that Lu Ming and the others wouldn't hear them. To this, Lu Ming simply chuckled and couldn't be bothered to respond. But Lu Yi wasn't nearly as even-tempered. What's there to argue about? He absolutely loves it. Immediately, he turned his head and fixed his gaze directly on the couples who had just spoken. "You there, and you all look like graduates from third-rate beast-taming universities, yet you have the nerve to criticize others? How about you go insult those who actually give a damn about you? Don't embarrass yourselves in front of me. No guts, huh? Bunch of losers. Well, I've got the guts. You little cowards who only dare whisper behind my back, today I'll show you who's the boss." With that, Lu Yi sharply turned around and glared at the students from the elite private school behind him. "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Keep looking, I'll forever be the man you losers could never have." Still staring? Try me and I'll knock you out with fists as big as woks. Against punks like you, I could take down 2 with 1 punch. Does it feel good looking down on people like this? Don't you know what they say about those who judge others beneath them? Everyone fell silent. The next moment, whether they were students from public high schools or private ones, they exploded instantly. One after another, they couldn't hold back their curses toward Lu Yi. No! Which school does this fat kid come from? How dare he act so arrogant? Utterly disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful. How can trash like him be allowed to use the same equipment as us? Get lost, you garbage. Our school doesn't welcome your kind. I can't take this anymore. Who'll help me beat him up? I'll give you 1 psychic crystal. Don't forget about me. Me too. Amidst the curses from those around him, Lu Yi raised both hands high. He flipped his middle fingers in every direction, non-stop. Don't think Dad looks down on you lot. Your pathetic vocabulary makes me want to cry. Dare to talk back to your daddy? All you're fit for is standing there jerking off. Do you even know what single and double rhymes are? Think you little shits can surpass this Ching Shui kindergarten rap champion? Bring it on if you dare, motherfuckers. Oops, my bad, forgot some of you losers haven't even contracted battle pets yet. So, you're not even worthy. Lu Ming. To be honest, there's not much the fat guy excels at, but when it comes to messing with people's heads, he's always performing beyond expectations. The group had barely entered when he instantly escalated the tension to its boiling point. Some students even went so far as to start a betting pool, offering rewards to anyone who could give the fat guy a proper beating. He could actually give him psychic energy crystals. Such a good deal even made Lu Ming's heart flutter with excitement. With that silver tongue, it's a shame the fat guy didn't become a DD driver just to get punched. Involuntarily, Lu Ming wiggled his eyebrows at Lu Yi. Fatso, how about we bet against you later and let me pocket your wager? Heh, sounds good. Money's money whoever wins it. Look at these losers, spending cash to study here. But not me, I'm here to make money, plain and simple. Chapter 63 Cheating and Foils. Bonus update here. Amidst the curses of the crowd, Lu Ming and the others finally arrived at the backstage lounge of the sports field. The enormous sports ground was easily as large as over 10 football fields from his past life. In contrast, there are pitifully few students here. After all, there are only so many wealthy people in Qingshui City. The Qingshui Nobles Private Academy also upholds elite education principles. In the past, these elites naturally conducted themselves with grace and dignity. But today, originally, the senior high school students were recuperating in the sports field lounge. Suddenly, they heard a burst of raucous shouting and cursing. Involuntarily, Ho Fangji and his companions widened their eyes, casting curious glances outside. Wang Yuan, what's happening out there? I really want to check out the commotion too, said Ho Fangji. Upon hearing Ho Fangji's words, Wang Yuan immediately grabbed his phone. It took only moments for him to grasp the situation. I heard it was a student from Qingshui No. 1 High School who angered the crowd, standing alone against students from several other schools in a verbal battle. Whoa! Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ho Fangji couldn't help but widen his eyes. That impressive? Then I'll have to ask next time if he'd be willing to become my underling. After all, being skilled at insults is a talent in itself. To take on a whole group without losing, now that's qualification enough to be my right-hand man. Wang Yuan. His boss was perfect in every way, except for his habit of constantly collecting weird little underlings. For some unknown reason, when Wang Yuan thought of someone who could scold people, the image of that sleazy weirdo Fatty Six involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Instinctively, he shuddered and shook his head. Just a puny 1-star level 4 nobody, how could he possibly participate in such an important joint exam? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just as he was speaking, across the empty sports field, Principal Pan's voice suddenly rang out. Quiet down, everyone. Today is an important day for our 5-school joint examination. This serves both to assess your phased learning outcomes and to help you reflect on and identify your shortcomings. All test content strictly follows last year's Imperial Beast College entrance exam format. The examinations consist of 2 sections, Spirit Arts and Rearing. Holding a microphone like a determined weasel, Pan Junji's voice quickly drowned out the noisy chatter of his classmates. In the backstage preparation area sat the nervous exam candidates. They listened silently as Principal Pan explained the rules. The so-called spiritual arts examination was, in truth, quite simple. At that time, each examinee will be issued a spiritual arts skill book on-site. On-site learning, on-site preparation. The assessment will be conducted based on the control of spiritual arts and the potency of their release, ultimately giving a comprehensive score. As for the cultivation examination, it's about measuring a battle pet's bloodline level and its own rank. Finally, proceed with battle pet competitions. Spiritual arts and secret treasures can be used, but potion-type items cannot be used. There will be a 4-star Beastmaster teacher on site to supervise the students during the exam. Upon hearing this, Xia Tian beside him couldn't help but feel nervous. Lu Ming, however, simply gave her palm a gentle pat, signaling that there was nothing to worry about. With her talent, she wouldn't just outperform the others. At the very least, he was leading the pack. Meanwhile, their homeroom teacher had already brought over the spiritual technique manuals they would need for their aptitude exam. The content of this spiritual technique is the simplest D-rank technique, fire gathering. Fire gathering, when cast on one's own battle pet, increases the pet's fire-based spell potency by 5%, and can serve as a flame source. The capabilities of the fire gathering technique are rather ordinary, but it does have unique aspects. For instance, its flame attribute isn't limited to use on battle pets alone. A beast master can unleash attacks themselves as well. Although the power of those flames would probably be comparable to burning a stack of firewood, it's more than sufficient for assessing students' spiritual talent. After just a brief glance, Lu Ming's spiritual technique column gained a new entry, the flame gathering skill. Not just him, even Lu Yi beside him was now staring excitedly at his own palm. Old Lu, look, I've learned spirit arts. Though the spiritual flame in Lu Ye's hand was only about the size of a lighter's flame. Meanwhile, Summer by his side was also performing the spirit art of fire gathering. The flame she conjured was astonishingly thick, about the width of 3 fingers. It dwarfed Lu Ye's attempt by more than just a small margin. Just as Lu Ming was about to try performing this spirit art himself, a gasp of surprise suddenly echoed through the backstage hall. On the LCD screen in the lounge, a live feed from the sports field abruptly appeared. At this moment, the students of the Elite Academy stood amidst cheers from countless classmates. They slowly made their way to the sports field. The group consisted of all the 12th grade students from the school, totaling over 50 people. Unlike Lu Ming and his peers, these were students from the school itself, so of course they could freely use the equipment here. In contrast, only the top few elite students from Lu Ming's school were given the opportunity to come here for the unified exam. Just this, plus having to watch the expressions of these young masters and misses. As it's their home turf, there's no problem letting them go first. The first to step up was a young woman who looked bright and beautiful. Amid the cheers of her junior schoolmates, the lady directly conjured flame magic with a single hand. Then she flicked her fingers lightly. The flame shot straight onto the spirit energy testing device. Within moments, numbers flickered across the device's display, settling on 30. Seeing this number, Lu Yi couldn't help but curl his lips. Is that all? I thought students from elite schools were supposed to be impressive. But before the words faded, Yi Qiuyu, who was following behind Shetian, let out a mocking laugh. You think it's that easy? Hearing Yi Qiuyu's words, everyone subconsciously turned their gaze towards her. Facing the crowd's expectant looks, Yi Qiuyu showed no intention of continuing her explanation. Unable to resist, Lu Ming found himself curiously staring at the large screen before them. Then, several students came up one after another. When their gathered flame struck the instrument, their scores mostly ranged between 20 to 40. Judging by the scores alone, they indeed appeared rather average. Yet when observing the size of the flames conjured by their arcane arts, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he always felt the flames the other person conjured were significantly larger than Lu Ye's. Some of the summoned flames were even several times bigger. It unexpectedly faintly surpassed the size of the flame condensed by Xia Tian. If one or two were geniuses, Lu Ming could still understand. But if everyone was a genius, wouldn't that be a bit too much? Xia Tian, standing nearby, also noticed the situation before them. Involuntarily, her lips parted slightly, and her eyes betrayed a trace of discouragement. Seeing her like this, Yi Qiuyu let out a faint sigh and gently patted her head. There's no need for you to feel resentful. Their achievements were gained through cheating. Cheating? Hearing Qiuyu's words, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. As for Qiuyu, he simply nodded with an indifferent expression. In previous years, the spiritual arts exam only tested a few basics, the 5 elemental spells like fire gathering. If students diligently practiced these 5 types of spells before the college entrance exams, they were guaranteed good scores. At the very least, one could reach the threshold of initial mastery in these techniques. Upon hearing Yi Qiuyu's words, the group finally had their moment of enlightenment. Students from the aristocratic academies who possess more resources, whether it's resources or information, they have far more than ordinary students like us. Immediately, Limu couldn't help but show a trace of frustration on his face. In this case, how can we compete? Are we just here to be supporting characters? You're absolutely right, you're just here to be a foil. Do you think just anyone gets the chance to be a foil? Or do you think a Class D skill book comes cheap? Even if you're just a foil, you'll have to grit your teeth and bear it. Not happy about it? Then show them what you're made of during the cultivation exam. Chapter 64, and they call this talent? Hearing Yi Qiuyu's words, everyone slightly lowered their heads and clenched their lips. Their unwillingness was almost visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, on the other side of the playground, amidst the cheers of countless people, Ho Fangji walked before all the testing instruments like a king. The moment he summoned the flames, with a thunderous boom, a fireball the size of his palm coalesced in his hand. He hurled it like a baseball toward the distant apparatus. Bang! The flames burst upon the instrument, scattering into sparks. Immediately afterward, the numbers on the instrument kept flickering for several seconds. Finally, when the numbers on the instrument rose to 62 points, they came to a stop. At the sight of this number, the students present, thunderous exclamations and applause erupted from the entire crowd. Even Yi Qiuyu slightly raised her eyelids when she saw the numbers on the instrument. This Ho Fangji has some real skills. He's already elevated the fire-gathering spiritual art to a remarkably proficient level. Barring any surprises, he should undoubtedly take first place this time. Hearing Yi Qiuyu's words, everyone's expressions darkened. The lead teacher Su Jijun had just introduced this moments ago. The proficiency levels of spiritual techniques are divided into 5 tiers: novice practice, initial insight, advanced mastery, perfect skill, and outstanding excellence. Rumors speak of even higher levels, but few have ever managed to attain them. Yet even so, reaching the level of mastery remains an extraordinarily difficult feat. Such talent is undoubtedly as rare as phoenix feathers among a crowd of prospective examinees. After all, even Yi Qiuyu from Southridge Academy had been momentarily moved by Ho Fangji's spiritual aptitude moments earlier. The students from other schools suddenly felt an immense surge of pressure. Even the school leaders in the audience and the higher-ups from Qingshui City's Education Bureau couldn't help but nod in approval after witnessing Ho Fangji's talent. A director from the Education Bureau was seen with a clearly visible smile on his face after checking Ho Fangji's spiritual arts score. I remember last year's top scholar who got into Donglin Academy only scored 73 points in spiritual arts, right? Upon hearing the leader's words, Pan Junji immediately nodded. With a face full of ingratiating smiles, he added, "Absolutely. But sir, you mustn't forget young Ho still has room for improvement. There's every possibility he could reach master-level proficiency. Indeed, the talent of the Ho family's second son is no less than his elder brother's. I heard he's aiming to challenge the admissions of the 2 top universities this year, isn't that right? Though it might be somewhat difficult, given his natural gifts, it shouldn't be an issue. With such remarkable talent, it seems our Qing River City's top scholar title has been unofficially secured in advance." As they spoke, their expressions gradually softened. Their smiles grew increasingly natural. If their city's education system truly produced top scorers who could enter both elite universities, then they would naturally deserve full credit for this achievement. He might even get promoted another level. Her praise for Pan Junji became much more sincere as well. Although it's true that Pan Junji's school is a private institution, but receiving recognition from the Education Bureau leadership still made him extremely happy. It's no wonder he's made the school so outstanding. However, this stands in stark contrast to Pan Junji's current state. Then there are the principals of number 2 high and number 3 high. Watching the smug expression on his face, several principals secretly gathered together like creeping shadows, seething with resentment. "Pah! What genius! Everyone knows how he got that genius title." "Exactly. If we had access to those educational resources, who couldn't do the same?" Sigh. After all, he's a rich kid. Spiritual arts manuals aren't just something anyone can buy on a whim. No comparison, no comparison. Ain't that right, Lao Xiang? Ha, Lao Xiang. Why aren't you saying anything? Dongling, standing to one side, merely cast a faint glance at his old comrades. His face was full of defiance. At the thought of Xia Tian and Lu Ming's talents, he immediately began to hum. Spiritual arts are merely trivial skills. What truly matters in the college entrance exams are the cultivation science tests. Just wait and see how my students utterly defeat those aristocrats. You? Hearing Dong Li Xiang's words, the several headmasters exchanged glances, chuckling quietly without saying a word. The college entrance exam combines 2 scores, with one score differing by dozens of points from those of elite private schools. What comparison could there possibly be? In their eyes, Xiang Dongli was almost certainly just bitter. That old man simply got lucky by admitting a talented student. He must be getting carried away. Looking around at the other leaders present, isn't every single one of them smiling with joy? Have they already decided Ho Junji is the top scorer in this mock examination? But it seems that's not entirely the case. Pan Junji, who had been boasting to the group of leaders, suddenly noticed. Beside him, Sai Menglong, chairman of the Beast Taming Association, had been showing a rather disinterested expression since earlier. This made Pan Junji wonder, could it be that even a genius like Ho Fangji failed to catch his attention? Immediately, Principal Pan, who was skilled in social maneuvering, walked up to the other party and smiled faintly. President Sai, could it be that our school's top student fails to meet your expectations? Do you think he has a chance to be admitted to a top-tier university? Upon hearing Pan Junji's words, Sai Menglong merely cast him a cold sidelong glance. Then the corner of his mouth let out an involuntary sneer. Ha! The careless laugh inadvertently highlighted Tsai Ming-long's attitude. It was like slapping Pan Junji across the face while saying, "Does he even deserve to be called a genius?" Pan Junji's initially maintained smile instantly froze on his face. The surrounding leaders who had been praising Ho Fangji moments earlier all stiffened their smiles upon noticing the commotion here. Looking somewhat perplexed at this president of the competition, I couldn't fathom what madness had seized him now. A student with such remarkable talent, yet he wouldn't even grant them the privilege to utter one more sentence? Unconsciously, one of the deputy directors nearby couldn't bear to watch any longer. He stepped forward to mediate the situation. President Tsai has served as chairman for so many years, he must have grown tired of seeing all kinds of geniuses by now. Talented elites like Ho Fangji should be quite commonplace to him, right? Hearing that person's words, Tsai Ming-long's gaze remained indifferent. After a brief pause, he slowly began to speak. If we're talking about geniuses, our association happened to recruit one recently, also a high school student. Hearing Tsai Ming-long's words, everyone was stunned in unison. The Beast Tamer Association recruited a talented high school student beast tamer? But what kind of beast tamer would qualify to join the Beast Tamer Association? Almost at the next second, everyone present reacted instantly. Their faces immediately showed expressions of utter disbelief. A 2-star Beast Master. Damn! Among Beast Masters, there's already a candidate quietly becoming a 2-star Beast Master? Doesn't that mean his talent surpasses even Ho Fangji who just took the test? Yet Tsai Ming-long simply let out a disdainful sneer, and spat out a few more words. 2nd star, 2nd level certification assessment. Immediately, the sound of collective gasps erupted from the audience below. Just as they thought the Dragon Slayer had finished speaking, the Dragon Slayer then dropped another bombshell. By the way, the kid also incidentally passed the Elite Beast Master certification exam. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, all the leaders felt their entire beings go numb. Damn, whose subordinate is this? So formidable? Chapter 65. Who was that student? Upon hearing Tsai Ming-long's words, all the leaders stared at him in shock. After a long pause, these people could no longer maintain their reserve and all crowded around Tsai Ming-long. Is it really true, President Tsai? Does our Qingshui city really have such a genius student? Even if that were the case, shouldn't they be at Principal Pan's school? Then why didn't we see them just now? Or is that student lacking in spiritual talent? Stupid. Couldn't it be a student from another city coming here for assessment? No way. What kind of student would be so foolish as to specifically come to Qingshui City for assessment? Maybe they're trying to capture some battle pets? There have been similar cases in the past. As if on cue, a group of people stared eagerly at Tsai Ming-long with anticipation. I hope to receive his response. At this, Tsai Ming-long merely chuckled in response. His face still wore that same calm and indifferent expression. Yet the more composed he appeared, the more anxious those around him became, especially those officials from the Education Bureau. It was a matter of whether Qingshui City would produce another potential candidate for a top-tier university this year. If they hadn't been outmatched by Tsai Ming-long, they would have gladly used pepper spray and small whips right then and there. As for Tsai Ming-long, he merely watched the reactions of this group before him with satisfaction. After a long while, he chuckled softly again. Speaking of which, that student is actually from our Qingshui City. Whoa! Hearing this response, everyone once again gasped in astonishment. When they turned to look at Principal Pan, several leaders couldn't help but break into smiles. Well done, Principal Pan, keeping such outstanding talent hidden from us. Exactly. Are you trying to pull off some grand surprise during the Beastmaster College entrance exams? Seriously, what am I going to do with you? You've kept us in the dark for so long. Principal Pan, what's that student's name? Could you call them out here for us to see? Hearing the leader's request. At this moment, Pan Junji also wore a completely baffled expression. Wait, a 2-star beast tamer? A candidate for the entrance exams? And he reached 2-star level 2 in just half a month? How do all these keywords sound so surreal when put together? Is there really such a perverted student? You must be talking about those students from Tianlong City. After teaching for so many years, he'd never encountered such terrifying students. Subconsciously, Pan Junji looked at Tsai Ming-long with an expression full of disbelief. President Tsai, are you really talking about students from our Qingshui City? I didn't study much, but don't you dare lie to me. Put. What answered him was Tsai Ming-long's scornful sneer. His gaze swept over the students below as he spoke in a detached tone. Do you really think your school has gathered all the top students from Qingshui City? Isn't it possible a few might have slipped through the cracks? At Tsai Ming-long's words, Pan Junji's face immediately flushed with alternating shades of green and red. As for the principals of number 2, number 3, and number 4 high schools, upon hearing President Tsai's words, as if suddenly realizing something, his gaze immediately turned towards Dong Li Xiang. Old Xiang, could President Tsai be talking about that person from your family? Holy crap, Old Xiang, you sure know how to keep a secret. Exactly, Lao Xiang. This time you're really not playing fair. Still keeping things from us, huh? You've got some nerve. Is this really a student from our school? Hearing the flattery from several people, Xiang Dongli by his side was also momentarily stunned. He practically tracked her summer study progress every single day. Hadn't heard she'd become a 2-star beast tamer either? Or was that Yi classmate from Nanli keeping it under wraps? Or perhaps, it seemed something had occurred to him. Xiang Dongli's expression instantly twisted into something peculiar. Then, the words slipped uncontrollably from his lips in a whisper. I should have realized it sooner. I should have realized it. At their high school, besides Xia Tian, that young prodigy, there was another genius left to grow wildly on his own. At first, number 1 high school chose to bet everything on Summer. Instead, they didn't pay much attention to that student anymore. Involuntarily, Principal turned his surprised gaze toward the nearby rest area of number 1 high students. Could it really be as he imagined? At the same time, inside the number 1 high school's lounge, because Lu Yi had offended those students from the aristocratic school, their number 1 high school was directly scheduled to take the exam last. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire lounge had practically frozen solid. A group of people silently watched the large screen in the lounge. Just moments ago, students from the 2nd high school, 3rd high school, and 4th high school had successively performed their spiritual techniques at school. The results were utterly disastrous. Even Lu Ye's previously scorned scores of 20 and 30 points. At the public high school, they didn't even score 10 points. Watching those students from other schools who were called geniuses, achieving countless single-digit scores, everyone's hearts practically sank to rock bottom in an instant. The students from the prestigious academy outside didn't hold back when they saw these people's scores. Their words were merciless. Oh, isn't this the genius from the public high school? Really? This is all you've got? Ha! Just a bunch of ordinary folks with no connections or family background. What future could they possibly have? A commoner genius will always remain a commoner, no matter how talented. They're just stepping stones for us wealthy elites. TSK, not bad though. At least they can perform spiritual arts, right? At least they're not complete idiots. Haha. Hearing the mockery from those aristocratic academy students, all the public high school students wished they could shrink into ostriches on the spot. One by one, they all blushed with embarrassment. Even one girl couldn't bear it. Under their teasing, she burst into tears. This instantly made Li Mu's group in the lounge feel the weight of Mount Tai on their shoulders. There was a hint of disapproval in the glances directed at Lu Yi. Great, now you've done it, Lu Yi. You just pissed off that group. They definitely won't give us any friendly looks. That's right. Why on earth did you have to provoke them for no reason? Those people went way too far. Since when is it okay to humiliate someone like that? What's so impressive? Just riding on your parents' coattails. Enough. Just as everyone was grumbling about Lu Yi, Lu Ming, standing off to the side, suddenly spoke up. A terrifying spiritual pressure erupted directly from his body. The complainers who had just been grumbling about the fat guy were instantly pinned beneath him. Under Lu Ming's spiritual pressure, beads of cold sweat immediately broke out on Li Mu and the others' faces. With obvious resentment in his expression, Li Mu glared at Lu Ming and let out a disdainful snort. You're only tough with your own people. What's so impressive about that? If you've got guts, go pick a fight with those outsiders. Hearing Li Mu's words, Lu Ming gave him an equally cold glance. And what about you? Isn't mocking classmates also being a bully at home? You clearly know it wasn't Fatty who made that girl cry. Even if Lu Yi said nothing, do you think they'd stop jeering? Faced with Lu Ming's questioning, the rebutted Li Mu was momentarily left speechless. At that moment, the broadcast in the lounge sounded. Students from First High School, please proceed to the testing area for evaluations. Upon hearing the announcement, Xu Yunyan, who had been conserving her energy all along, suddenly opened her eyes. She rose to her feet slowly but was the first to dash out of the lounge. Before leaving, she flashed a radiant smile at everyone. So, let me be the vanguard for all of you. Chapter 66, Making a Splash at First High. Without a word, Xu Yunyan walked straight outside. The moment they saw Xu Yunyan, the group of boys who had just been joking around instantly fell silent. The girls, however, cast somewhat unfriendly glances at Xu Yunyan. That girl, is she wearing a knockoff? Or maybe just a replica? Who's she dressing up so provocatively for? One might think it's a beauty pageant. What are you looking at? Stop staring, or I'll gouge your eyes out. I just think this girl, she seems pretty impressive. Ugh, men are all jerks. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. You can call Xu Yunyan trash, call her snobbish, call her ruthless, but she could by no means be called ugly. It had only just appeared. The boys from the prestigious school, who had been laughing loudly moments ago, instantly fell silent, especially Wang Yuan, who was watching the large screen in the lounge. Upon seeing Yunyan Chu, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Look, young Master Ho, it's Xu Yunyan. She really is a student from First High. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Ho Fanji couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Then he nodded. She looks vaguely familiar, but not that much. Wang Yuan. Seems Big Brother really does suffer from a nobleman's memory lapse. Women? They'll only slow down my recruitment of followers. But that Lu Ming. At this point, Ho Fangji's expression suddenly took on a sinister charm. Daring to reject me twice in a row, that guy has successfully caught my attention. The aura of an overbearing CEO instantly hits you. Too bad, if it's directed at Chu Yunyan. Wang Yuan is already getting ready to ship this couple. But if the target of this smile were a man, subconsciously, Wang Yuan covered his own buttocks. He quietly took a few steps back from Ho Fangji. Gazing at the testing equipment across from her, Chu Yunyan slightly parted her slender, jade-like fingers. Then, a flicker of flame emerged directly from her fingers. The next moment, a flame as thick as 4 fingers appeared in her palm. Seeing this scene, the aristocratic students of Qingshui couldn't help but let out a gasp of astonishment. It was their first time seeing a public high school student capable of condensing flames to such an enormous size. Chu Yunyan casually tossed it with a flick of her hand. The fire condensation technique struck the testing device across from her. In no time, the device flashed a number 44. It drew exclamations of surprise from many students. Even the principals and leaders above couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. This student has remarkable talent. She must be from number 1 high school, Principal Xiang? Yes, her name is Chu Yunyan. What a pity this child only contracted a red-level magical beast, otherwise her results would surely be even better. TSK, even if one has learned this spiritual technique, reaching such a level of cultivation is incredibly difficult. Then I wouldn't know, perhaps this is their first time learning it? Heh, you must be joking, aren't you? Involuntarily, the gazes of several school principals turned toward Chu Yunyan in the audience. Even Pan Junji couldn't help but show a trace of satisfaction when looking at Chu Yunyan. Putting everything else aside, when it comes to spirit techniques, this Chu Yunyan has the potential to test into a top-tier beast-taming university. What's going on with First High School's feng shui this year? Why is it suddenly so intense? After seeing Chu Yunyan's results, the students from other public schools around were momentarily speechless. An ordinary student from a public high school had actually surpassed them in the spiritual arts test. This left the crowd, who had been clamoring moments earlier, in stunned silence. The students of number 1 high school, upon seeing Chu Yunyan's test results, all widened their eyes in astonishment. As expected of classmate Chu, your spiritual arts talent is truly exceptional. Did you see the looks on those noble students' faces? So damn satisfying. Chu Yunyan is the pride of number 1 high school. I'd be her dog any day. Piss off. Your calculating beads are about to hit me in the face. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Chu Yunyan had already returned to the break room with a smile. The moment she stepped inside, she was immediately surrounded by the crowd. As she listened to the flattery from those around her, the smile on Chu Yunyan's face grew even brighter. Her gaze would occasionally drift intentionally or unintentionally toward Shatian. Seeing the other person still wore a timid expression, the smile on her face grew even brighter. By the time the broadcast issued another reminder, Xiatian took a deep breath and finally stepped out of the lounge as well. As soon as Dong Lixiang saw Xiatian make her entrance, his expression immediately turned serious. This was a promising sprout he had painstakingly cultivated. Whatever happens, nothing must go wrong. The only regret was that he only had Yi Qiuyu teach Xiatian cultivation techniques. As for spiritual arts, no one was guiding Xiatian. It would be unfortunate if his confidence took a hit. Fortunately, Xiatian's performance didn't disappoint Xiang Dongli. When a 3-inch flame appeared in Xiatian's hand, an involuntary smile spread across Xiang Dongli's face. No one could have anticipated that Xiatian would turn out to be a genius in spirit arts. Xiang Dongli was certain that Xiatian had definitely never studied any spirit arts techniques before. The spiritual technique before her eyes was completely her first time using it. The first attempt produced something as thick and long as 3 fingers. The instant the summer flame gathering technique struck the testing instrument, soon, the device sounded. The numbers finally stopped at a score of 23. Though not particularly impressive, it was enough to shut those aristocratic school students up, because anyone with eyes could see this was probably Xiatian's first time using it. Her trembling flame could not be feigned. This talent alone could silence those students who had worked tirelessly to achieve the same results. 2 consecutive students' scores surpassed those of their seniors. The atmosphere on stage wasn't quite as lively now. In fact, it had grown somewhat impatient and disheartened. By the time Xiatian returned to the dressing room, she suddenly realized the atmosphere in the lounge remained gloomy. Clearly, both Chu Yunyan and Xiatian had performed too brilliantly. If they went out now, they would undoubtedly become targets for those people above to criticize again. Instantly, everyone exchanged glances but stayed silent. At that moment, Li Mu seemed to have thought of something. He cast an indignant glance at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, weren't you the double subject top scorer in last exam? Why don't you show them what you've got? Hearing Li Mu's words, the crowd immediately caught on. Yeah, Lu Ming, you should go for it. I believe in you. Chu Yunyan and Xia Tian have such great grades, so yours must be good too. I know you'll amaze those guys, they won't see it coming. Go for it, Lu Ming, you've got this. Upon hearing these people's words, a flash of indignation immediately crossed Xia Tian's face. They just want to embarrass brother Lu on purpose. Without thinking, Xia Tian tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve and shook her head slightly at him. As for Lu Ming, hearing their words, the corners of his mouth immediately curled upward slightly. Then he let out a silent sneer. Under the gaze of the crowd, expectant, envious, or mocking, he rose to his feet slowly. Alright, since everyone's so eager, shall I give it a try? With that, he stood up directly and strode out towards the outdoor sports field. The moment Lu Ming stepped out, Sai Menglong, who had initially paid no attention, suddenly flashed a sharp gleam in his eyes. It was this Lu Ming. He actually really is a student from number 1 high school. So, could this exceptionally talented youngster bring him a pleasant surprise? Chapter 67, The Birth of a Legend. On the sports field, Lu Ming walked cheerfully toward the testing equipment. Everyone craned their necks, unable to resist their curiosity as they looked at his appearance. Just now, 2 extraordinarily talented students had consecutively emerged from number 1 high school. Surely there couldn't be another surprise this time, could there? Inside the resting room of number 1 high school, Li Mu and his friends watched Lu Ming ascend the stage with sly, malicious glances. A faint, involuntary smirk flickered across their lips. As long as Lu Ming, the dual-subject top scorer of their school, made a fool of himself, then they, the academically weaker students, wouldn't feel as much pressure when it was their turn to perform. Because of Lu Ye's involvement, the firepower would undoubtedly be concentrated entirely on him and Lu Ming. They just needed to play the ostrich, burying their heads in the sand. As they watched Lu Ming step forward, those who had just egged him on couldn't help but flash smug and mocking grins. As soon as Lu Ming left, they couldn't help but huddle together and whisper among themselves. How many points do you think Lu Ming will score? Humph, does he even understand spirit arts? I'd say 8 or 9 points at best. You think everyone's Xia Tian? Seriously, he'll probably struggle. Hey, after all, he's the top student in both subjects, isn't he? Maybe he'll surprise us? Let's just hope Lu Ming can handle the pressure when the time comes. Honestly, it's all because of someone stirring up trouble with the students here for no reason. Hearing those shady whispers from the group, Li Yi just scoffed contemptuously. What can cowards who only dare to gossip behind old Lu's back possibly achieve? He couldn't even bring himself to curse them without feeling dirty. At this moment, the students of the prestigious school all showed curious expressions upon seeing Lu Ming take the stage. They wondered if it was just their imagination. I couldn't help but tense up when I saw Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Ho Fangji, Wang Yuan and the others were in the rest area behind. The moment Lu Ming appeared, those who had interacted with him before instantly widened their eyes in surprise. Wang Yuan stared at Lu Ming in utter disbelief, unable to suppress a scream. Young Master Ho, he's not. And it wasn't just Wang Yuan. Everyone who had encountered Lu Ming and the others in the secret realm that day, their faces all showed expressions of utter disbelief. How could it possibly be him? He's actually a student from number 1 high school? You're kidding? Someone so young is actually in our same grade? I remember that guy's level has already reached. Shoo, as he spoke. A few classmates who knew Lu Ming's identity couldn't help but glance at Ho Fangji's direction. They were well aware of Lu Ming's talent. If Ho Fangji were to witness an opponent stronger than himself, would his pride as the top dog suffer a blow? As for Ho Fangji at this moment, the instant he spotted Lu Ming, he couldn't help but spring up from his seat. His eyes gleaming, he stared at Lu Ming across the way, unconsciously clenching his fists. I knew we'd meet again. He really is a student at First High School. Ha 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 ha, I won't be lonely in this year's beast-taming imperial exam. To have such an opponent, what incredible fortune. Hearing Ho Fangji's domineering reply, the crowd finally showed signs of relief on their faces. Seeing Ho Fangji's radiant expression, everyone was momentarily stunned. No wonder he's the boss they admire, just this commanding presence alone makes everyone instinctively bow in respect. Yet suddenly, someone in the crowd muttered, I remember the boss wasn't as good as him, right? Talking like they're equals? Everyone fell silent. Who's such a buzzkill? Kid, you sure know how to read the room. Ho Fangji's maniacal laughter froze on his face upon hearing the man's words. He gave a light cough before pretending nothing had happened and calmly returned to his seat. As for that chatty underling, this person can definitely not be kept around anymore. Xiang Donli in the audience seats immediately lost his composure upon seeing Lu Ming appear. Seeing his reaction, several school principals couldn't resist exchanging glances. What's wrong, old Xiang? Is there something special about this student? Lao Xiang really saved face this time. The school produced 2 such genius students that they completely humiliated Lao Pan's students. But why does it feel like this student came out even more excited than before? Who knows? Could this talent possibly be even better than those 2 just now? Ha ha ha, don't overthink it. How could that be? 2 miracles at once? I wouldn't even dare to dream that big. The Education Bureau officials nearby, along with Principal Pan Junji, upon noticing the commotion near Xiangdong's side, they couldn't help but glance over. Their gazes fell upon the slightly handsome and remarkably composed young man below the stage. A look of curiosity couldn't help but appear on everyone's faces. Could this student possibly have something special about him? At this moment, Lu Ming silently stared at his spirit arts panel. The system displayed his fire gathering spirit art with a notation of novice plus behind it. Thinking about the function of his potential points, along with the 13 points he had accumulated over this period, immediately, he decided to invest his potential points into the fire-gathering spiritual art. Ding! You've used 1 potential point, and the fire-gathering spiritual art has leveled up. The next moment, the proficiency of the fire-gathering spiritual art advanced to novice stage. Click the plus button again. Ding! You spent 2 potential points to upgrade the fire-gathering spell. The skill level that was originally novice instantly advanced to adept. 3 potential points were about enough, and Lu Ming didn't plan to use any more. He slowly opened his right hand. At this moment, witnessed by all the students of Qingshui High School, threads of spiritual energy flowed from his body, ultimately converging in his palm. A small flame flickered to life in the center of his hand. Seeing this tiny spark, the students who had been tense as if facing a formidable enemy couldn't help but show a hint of disdain on their faces. TCH, I thought it'd be something impressive. Just this? I expected him to do something grand, but this is just a big flop? Gotta admit though, the guy sure knows how to make a grand entrance. Wait a minute, why does the color of his flames look slightly different from what I remember seeing? Why are his flames blue? Just as everyone was puzzled, all the leaders and principals in the audience immediately noticed something amiss when Lu Ming employed his spirit technique. At first, just a wisp of blue flame coalesced at his fingertips. Soon, more and more spiritual energy gathered around it. Within moments, Lu Ming's entire palm was covered. A blue fireball as large as 2 palms appeared in Lu Ming's hands. The scorching heat distorted the very space around the flames. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lu Ming threw it. Boom! The instant the fire-gathering spirit art struck the detector, a tremendous explosion reverberated across the entire playground. A terrifying psychic energy whipped up a violent gust, sending countless patches of grass flying backward across the field. Meanwhile, the numbers on the testing instrument flickered wildly as if gone mad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The numbers galloped like wild horses running free, showing no sign of stopping. In mere moments, they surpassed Ho Fangji's newly set record of 62 points. Then, with unstoppable momentum, they broke through the 75-point milestone. Only when they reached 80 points did they finally come to a halt. What's going on? Everyone's eyes instantly widened at the score displayed on the instrument. Countless people rubbed their eyes, staring in shock at the frozen score. What score is this? 80? Is this something a first-year student should be able to achieve? Wait, could the instrument be malfunctioning? Think you're clever? If the equipment's broken, could it possibly produce this kind of power? Try making it happen yourself. Something's off. The color of the spiritual flame he just used wasn't right. I remember blue flames indicate liquefied spiritual energy. Could it be? Hiss, you serious? Doesn't that mean he's already a 2-star beast master? What? A 2-star beast master at first high? How else can we explain this? Holy shit, that guy is invincible. Chapter 68, Is there any need to continue the competition? On the stage stood all the top leaders from Qingshui City. The moment they saw the blue flames rising from Lu Ming's hands, the crowd that had been chatting moments ago abruptly fell into complete silence. A group of people stared blankly at Lu Ming standing beneath the athletic field. Scores could be fabricated, instruments might malfunction, but the liquefied spiritual energy representing a 2-star beast master couldn't be faked. Even the most basic spiritual techniques, when wielded by beast masters of different tiers, would. The effects produced are not entirely the same. When a high-level beast tamer uses spiritual techniques, the intensity of their manifestation varies depending on the nature of the spiritual energy. Take Lu Ming, for example. With the system at his disposal, the spiritual techniques he performed had already reached a masterful level, but due to the nature of his 2-star beast tamer spiritual energy, it boosted the power of his skills by several points beyond their original potency. The resulting, flame-gathering, effect would undoubtedly be even more formidable. This propelled his performance directly to the level of consummate mastery in proficiency grade. Upon witnessing these results, all the leaders on stage were momentarily stunned into speechless stillness. Principal Pan, who was usually so adept at social maneuvering, after seeing Lu Ming's test results, his entire body froze in place. Staring blankly at Lu Ming's scores, his lips quivered. The next moment, he seemed to have lost his very soul. All he could feel was how every effort he'd made over the years had become a cruel joke. What kind of elite academy like Greenwater Noble Institute controlling 90% of the city's educational resources? Before true genius, it's simply not worth mentioning. His rigid belief in class stratification had long convinced him. Only those with wealth, power, and resources deserve to become Beastmasters and enter top-tier Beastmaster universities. But Lu Ming's appearance was like a hard slap to his face. That slap hurt like hell. Who said genius couldn't emerge from common folk? So-called genius means accomplishing what ordinary people cannot, even without resources, family background, or any connections. His mere presence alone is everything. At this moment, all the Education Bureau officials turned their gaze in unison toward Tsai Menglong behind them. They saw Tsai Menglong sitting calmly in his seat, undisturbed. His expression was as calm as a breeze over still water, as if nothing in this world could move him. Taking a quiet sip from the tea beside him, his face revealed a faint hint of mockery. What? Finally believe what I told you? Everyone fell silent. Instantly, all the officials from the Education Bureau sprang to their feet. An actual college entrance examinee who's broken through to become a 2-star Beastmaster? Not just that. There's still half a month left before the Beastmaster college entrance exam. 2-star level 2. Do you realize what this means? If we say the Ho family kid had potential, then this one is already a sure bet. Principal Xiang. What's the student's name? What's his family background like? Lu Ming, is it? Our Qingshui city has produced an extraordinary genius. Principal Xiang, if First High School has any difficulties, whatever requests you may have, this year we'll do our utmost to secure sufficient resources for you. In mere moments, the attitude of the surrounding higher-ups from the Education Bureau towards Xiang Dongli had completely changed. One by one, their gazes toward him grew intensely passionate. With political achievements practically in their grasp, how could they possibly let them go? What they needed to do next was pave the way for Lu Ming and ensure he would definitely stay in Qingshui City to take the college entrance exam. Such a promising talent absolutely must not be discovered by people from other cities. Otherwise, Lu Ming might very well be snatched away by the other party. Watching Dongli Xiang being surrounded by a group of leaders, Pan Junji beside him immediately felt unsettled. He was adept at social maneuvering, but even so, he couldn't possibly win the favor of every leader. On the contrary, most of the time, he was the one responsible for lightening the mood, born to be subordinate to these leaders. And as for Dongli, he didn't have to do anything at all, just happened to have a remarkable student. They would earn the fervent support of these leaders. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Around them, the principals of the other 3 schools. At this moment, they all wore similarly complicated expressions as they looked at Xiang Dongli standing nearby. The expression on his face seemed to say, "You truly deserve to die." Yet normally, the strength of their 4 families was almost evenly matched. How could East Bloom silently acquire 2 top-tier students in succession? It perfectly illustrates the saying, afraid of seeing your brother suffer, yet also afraid of seeing your brother drive a Land Rover. Isn't this student surnamed Xiang? Did you obtain him through proper means? A single shot, double strike. It actually was a single shot, double strike. This year's First High School is probably going to be extraordinary. To identify a top-tier institution, a seedling that could grow into one of the 4 great universities. What they wouldn't even dare to dream of, Dongli Xiang actually made it happen. Facing the admiration from everyone around him, Principal Xiang, who originally intended to put on a high-minded and virtuous facade, only to find that the corners of my mouth, which I'd been trying so hard to suppress, were now harder to control than an AK-47. Finally, no more pretending, I'm coming clean. Lu Ming and Xia Tian are students from our school. That's how amazing students from our school are. Looking at the officials around him, Xiang Dongli immediately put on an expression of profound sorrow. I've always had high hopes for this kid, Xiao Lu. Knowing his family's financial situation isn't great, I've quietly helped him apply for various subsidies all along. But alas, our leadership, the resources at number 1 high school are truly inadequate. If only we could secure a full set of college entrance exam simulation equipment, this child wouldn't have to endure so much hardship. Whoa! At Dongli Xiang's words, the group of Education Bureau officials couldn't help but glance sideways in surprise. With a conflicted expression, they glanced alternately at Dongli Xiang and then at Lu Ming on the playground. At last, the big boss gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. He spoke directly. Build it, or else people will think our Qingshui city can't afford to construct it. Later, I'll sign a renovation document for Qingshui No. 1 High School. Principal Xiang, you must live up to our hopes. Yes, we will complete the leadership mission without fail. Hearing the senior leader's words, a flash of excitement instantly flickered across Xiang Dongli's face. The principals from several other brother high schools nearby, upon hearing Dongli Xiang's words, they were practically burning with envy, wishing they could take his place. Gaokao simulation equipment? And the complete set at that. How on earth does this old man always get so lucky? We want it too. The principals couldn't help but gaze at the senior officials with eager anticipation. Yet, their ingratiating looks were completely wasted on blind eyes. The senior officials simply weren't having any of it. Only after Xiang Donli had concluded discussions with the officials about subsequent construction plans, only then did he walk up to Pan Junji with a grin. Seeing how Pan Junji looked like he'd lost his soul, he let out a sinister chuckle. He hooked his arm around the other man's shoulder. "What's wrong, old Pan? What's got you feeling so down? Share the misery with your buddy here." "Oh, could it be because we've got a rising star at first high? So, do we really need to continue the competition? If not, let's gather up the prizes. I can just pack them up and take them with me right away." "Pan Junji, Dongli Xiang, you're pushing me too far. Don't think just because you have some remarkable student, you can do whatever you please." Chapter 69, Yi Qiuyu, this old lady's had enough. Ding, quest completed. Mission reward, title Friend of the School. Friend of the School, when studying at school, learning efficiency increases by 30%, your mind becomes clearer, accelerating your comprehension speed. Host, Lu Ming. Title, Friend of the School. Level, 2 stars, Tier 2. Stamina, 19.1. Agility, 20.3. Insight, 19.9. Psionic Power, 1822. Spiritual Techniques Golden Radiance, Mastery, plus, Flame Gathering, Mastery, plus, Illusory Moon, Novice, plus, Soul Fusion, Novice, plus, Spiritual Golden Body, Novice, plus, Targeting, Novice, plus, Beast Taming Space, Novice, plus. Potential points 10. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lu Ming, who had just finished the test, couldn't help but freeze briefly, but in the blink of an eye, he regained his usual composure. He turned and walked straight back to the lounge reserved for number 1 high school. By the time he arrived at the lounge, the gaze of everyone in the entire room instantly focused on him. Li Mu and his companions, who had just been secretly mocking Lu Ming for overestimating himself, under Lu Ming's aggressive gaze, they all instinctively took 2 steps back, lowering their heads, not daring to look at him again. Lu Ming merely glanced at them quietly, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, almost imperceptible sneer. Lu Yi rushed up to Lu Ming in an instant, his face also filled with utter disbelief. "Damn, old Lu, when did you learn spirit arts? Don't tell me you just picked them up." Hearing the chubby guy's words, Lu Ming simply smiled without answering. Can he admit to having cheats? Beside him, Xia Tian was also gazing at Lu Ming with sparkling eyes. If it weren't for the crowd of classmates still present at the scene, she would have rushed to Lu Ming's side long ago. As for the restraint that Yi Qiuyu mentioned girls should maintain, I really couldn't help myself. Watching Summer's hesitant and timid demeanor, Lu Ming felt exhausted just looking at her. Without hesitation, he walked straight up to Summer. She skillfully tousled her hair into a bird's nest. "How about it? Think I'm awesome? I'll pass." Lu Ming. I never would have imagined that our little Xia Tian could turn out this bad. Involuntarily, Lu Ming's gaze shifted towards Yi Qiuyu beside him, who wore the same stunned expression. What the hell has this tiger woman been teaching Xia Tian? Give me back my sweet childhood friend. At this moment, Yi Qiuyu had been fixating his gaze firmly on Lu Ming from the moment he entered. Among all those present, if anyone was most shocked, it would unquestionably be him. It must be her, without a doubt. She never would have imagined that Lu Ming could achieve so much in such a short time. He had already become a 2-star beast tamer. Not only that, but his mastery of spiritual spells was equally flawless. Then she thought about herself. How long had it taken her to reach the heights Lu Ming had now achieved? About 28 days? Or 29? Back then, she had still been proud of herself for getting admitted to Nanli Academy. But when she saw Lu Ming, she suddenly realized how utterly ridiculous she had been in the past. Involuntarily, she gazed intently at Lu Ming, wanting to ask him, how exactly had he grown so quickly? But the words stuck in her throat. Her pride still made her bite her tongue. With a light hum, she raised her gaze slightly, just recalling how she had scoffed at Lu Ming's bold claim that he would surpass Xia Tian during their bet that day. She had even declared Lu Ming would never catch up to Xia Tian's pace. Merely thinking about it now brought a faint blush to her cheeks. Just being stared at by Lu Ming made her feel like she was about to die of embarrassment. Immediately, she snorted coldly and glared fiercely at Lu Yi beside her. "What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out." "Lu Yi? What did I even do?" At this moment, Xu Yunyan within the crowd was likewise gazing at Lu Ming with an intricate expression. Before taking the Unified Entrance exam, she had already received information from the Reverse Beast Society. With the rewards she had earned from previous missions, she exchanged all the spiritual techniques from past Imperial Beast College entrance exams spiritual exams in one go. These days, she has been diligently working to enhance her psychic abilities, practicing spiritual arts. She had initially thought she could surpass Lu Ming by a small margin. But how did Lu Ming manage to elevate the fire-gathering spiritual technique to such a terrifying level? Or had he learned fire-gathering before? Impossible. She knew Lu Ming's past better than anyone else. Moreover, Lu Ming's family background was ordinary at best. They couldn't possibly have afforded to buy him spiritual technique manuals. So this meant Lu Ming wasn't just a genius in the cultivation department. He was also a genius in the spirit arts department. A true genius. Every time she thought of this, Xu Yunyan's heart would ache with a sharp pang. Damn it! What the hell did I just miss? If I can't have such a genius, then no one else can either. As she stared at Lu Ming, Xu Yunyan's eyes revealed a hint of distortion and madness that even she couldn't perceive. She hadn't even realized it herself. Her breathing had grown noticeably more rapid than before. The subsequent spirit arts assessment proceeded much more smoothly, with Lu Ming's earlier display still fresh in everyone's memory. The Noble Academy students no longer dared to act out of line. Or perhaps, they'd already been stunned numb by Lu Ming's displayed talent, afraid their school might produce another prodigy. Even though Li Mu and the others later performed much more normally during assessments, yet all the students at their school fell into collective silence, no longer qualified to look down on others. They were wealthy and arrogant, that's true, but such arrogance stems solely from being leagues ahead of ordinary high school geniuses, the kind of confidence that only comes with such superiority. But today, they encountered countless geniuses in succession, especially Lu Ming. When he revealed his strength as a two-star beast tamer, words alone seemed utterly inadequate. In this world, the side with the stronger fist has always been more convincing. After the assessment at Qingshui No. 1 High School concluded, the examination referee finally snapped out of his shock. With great difficulty, he swallowed the saliva in his mouth. Only then did he speak with lingering amazement. Spiritual arts examination concluded. All examinees, please prepare yourselves. Attention all examinees. The cultivation test will now begin. There are 86 participating students. Please follow the broadcast instructions to locate your designated examination arena. As soon as the announcement ended, countless metallic walls suddenly rose from the ground across the vast sports field. Within this defensive network entirely constructed from grade C alloy, professional combat platforms materialized before all the students. During ordinary days, students of this noble academy could apply to use these combat arenas for training purposes. A perfect one-to-one replica of the Gaokao examination hall. Training long-term in such a venue. Only then will students avoid stage fright when entering the actual exam hall later. Watching these battlegrounds rise before them, students from several other high schools began flickering with bewilderment. But before they could react, the lounge's broadcast system was already announcing the venues they needed to proceed to next. Student Xia Tian, please proceed to court number 4. Student Lu Yi, please proceed to court number 7. Classmate Xu Yunyan, please proceed to court 9. Classmate Lu Ming, please proceed to court 16. Chapter 70, the so-called geniuses of First High, bonus chapter. Hearing the announcement over the broadcast, everyone present froze momentarily in surprise. The next moment, Lu Ming smiled slightly and waved at Xia Tian and Lu Yi. Let's go together, brothers, meet at the summit? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xia Tian and Lu Yi immediately exchanged glances. A smile also appeared on his face. All right, of course, don't lose now, old Lu. As Lu Ming opened the lounge door, the next moment, all the high school students, everyone gathered on the playground. Under the supervision of the exam proctors, the participants made their way to their respective arenas. When Lu Ming arrived at his designated arena number 16, his opponent had already arrived ahead of him. Judging by their uniforms, they must be students from an elite academy. When he saw that his opponent was Lu Ming, his face instantly turned pale. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to encounter such a formidable opponent in the very first round. How could they possibly fight this? The students at the neighboring arenas, seeing that the old guy's opponent was Lu Ming, their faces all showed expressions of pity, followed immediately by relief. Then they saw Lu Ming's opponent take a deep breath and directly summon his battle pet. Come forth, Earthshaker Raging Bull. Moo! Beside him, a massive bovine magical beast slowly approached the fighting platform. Through the judgment pupil, Lu Ming clearly saw all the opponent's data. Race, Earthquake Bull. Level, Mortal Tier 6 stars. Bloodline, Yellow Grade. Talent Earth Element Armor, Berserk. Attribute, Earth. Weakness Unstoppable Charge. When using charge-type skills, speed doubles but cannot be stopped until stamina is exhausted. Skills Raging Bull Charge, Accelerated Charge, Earth Shield, Stomp. Evolution Path, Known, None. Equipment Accelerated Iron Hooves. Evil Value, 0. A rank 6 magical beast, Lu Ming felt that summoning one would be an insult to his little mouse. With just one glance, his mouse could probably terrify that earth-shaking mad bull into pissing itself. Lu Ming couldn't help feeling that bringing out his little mouse was practically bullying a child. Thinking this, he promptly activated his beast taming space. The next moment, a tiny sapphire blue serpent with dragon horns, emerging in a dazzling entrance from the beast taming space. Seeing the beast taming space utilized by Lu Ming, the surrounding classmates immediately let out another exclamation of astonishment. The beast taming space could be considered the standard equipment for every beast tamer of 2 stars or above. At this moment, no one dared to question the authenticity of Lu Ming's identity as a 2-star beast tamer any longer. The moment the little snake emerged, many students craned their necks in unison, unable to resist glancing toward Lu Ming. At this moment, everyone was burning with curiosity. They all desperately wanted to know what battle pet had Lu Ming, a 2-star beast master, brought with him. It was only when everyone saw Lu Ming summon the frost scale serpent, the entire crowd froze in unison, even Lu Ming's opponent across the field. Upon seeing the frost scale serpent Lu Ming had summoned, quickly sensed something amiss. It seemed, was Lu Ming's battle pet weaker than he expected? Looking at the Earthshaker bull beside him, which seemed pumped with adrenaline and brimming with fighting spirit, a hint of delight surfaced on the student's face. Your battle pet hasn't even reached soldier tier. No, it's only at mid-level mortal tier. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He nodded directly. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Lu Ming's admission, this aristocratic academy contestant immediately burst into hearty laughter. At this moment, he felt invincible again. The other students watching the match nearby, upon hearing Lu Ming's battle pet level, peculiar expressions crossed their faces. A flicker of confusion flashed through their eyes. How come Lu Ming's battle pet level is so low? I've got it. He must have realized his talent for spiritual arts, so he's focusing on that instead. No wonder. I was wondering why his spiritual skill scores were so high. Turns out he's just a cripple. Originally thought he was some kind of incredible genius, who knew his cultivation talent would be this terrible. Ha ha ha, the famed genius of First High? Nothing special after all. Exactly. And here I was feeling like I'd met my match. This is all he's got? The surrounding classmates, upon seeing that the Ice Phantom Serpent was only at the mortal grade 5-star level, all revealed expressions of relief. They had been saying all along, how could Lu Ming truly be such a prodigy? Wouldn't that make life impossible for everyone else? Even many self-proclaimed experts felt like they'd had an epiphany. They all came to believe that Lu Ming was that type of beast master who solely focused on spiritual arts and energy cultivation. Due to insufficient resources, that's why he hadn't paid much attention to nurturing his battle pets. Many competitors who had originally feared Lu Ming, after seeing how underwhelming Lu Ming's battle pet was, they all suddenly felt like they'd grown taller. Some even began feeling envious of his opponent this round. If they could defeat this genius, wouldn't that prove they were geniuses themselves? Which young man wouldn't be moved by such an honor? On stage stood a group of officials from the Education Bureau. When they saw the frost scale python summoned by Lu Ming, they froze in surprise. Soon after, several officials' expressions turned visibly displeased. Turning her head to look at Xiang Dongli, a flash of annoyance passed through her eyes. Principal Xiang, this genius boy from your number 1 middle school seems to be falling behind in nurturing achievements, doesn't he? Hearing the leader's words, Xiang Dongli's expression remained remarkably composed. He was just about to explain, but then he heard an intentional cold snort suddenly come from beside him. Blind as a bat. Who's there? Hearing someone mock him, the leader could no longer remain seated calmly. He immediately glared furiously toward the direction of the voice. Then we realized, the person who just made that sound was none other than Dragon Sai, President Sai. Recognizing it was Dragon Sai, the leader who was about to lose his temper immediately fell silent. Yet he still glared at the man with undisguised resentment. Chairman Sai, did I say something inappropriate? Hearing these words, Sai Menglong merely glanced at the speaker sideways. He couldn't even be bothered to utter half a word in response. The colleague standing beside this official couldn't stomach it any longer. Gently tugged at the other's sleeve. Look at Lu Ming's battle pet. Though it resembles an ice soul black python, there's something distinctly different about it, not to mention its obviously superior bloodline level. Whether it's the scales, fangs, or skin hue, every feature surpasses those of ordinary serpentine magical beasts by several tiers. I suspect Lu Ming's battle pet has at least green-grade bloodline potential. This should be his second battle pet. This Lu Ming, he's very likely an extraordinary breeding genius. Green rank? A dual prodigy in spiritual arts and breeding? Upon hearing his colleague's words, a look of astonishment immediately flashed across the leader's face. His gaze fixed intensely on the ice soul python before Lu Ming. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. It was considered a green-grade creature, but that was probably an underestimation. Many knowledgeable leaders, upon seeing the pair of dragon horns atop the ice soul python's head, had already formed a bold conjecture in their hearts. How could a mere student cultivate something so exceptional? And where did he even get the resources? As he spoke, all eyes couldn't help but turn to Xiang Dongli, who stood nearby with a face full of ingratiating smiles. At this moment, Xiang Dongli was also staring at Lu Ming's frost-scale dragon python. His mind was filled with question marks. When did Xiao Lu acquire this magical beast? Just as he was puzzled, his shoulder was abruptly grabbed by the chief leader beside him. The chief leader looked at him with a face full of admiration, unable to hold back his emotions. "Principal Xiang, this must be your doing again? You're truly generous." Hearing the senior leader's words, the previously puzzled Xiang Dongli instantly became possessed by the spirit of acting. Questions about the Ice Soul Dragon Python or whatever could wait for later, but the chance to show off in front of the leader might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At that moment, he put on a mournful expression and silently turned his gaze toward Lu Ming. "It's all for the students. If Yizhong can nurture an outstanding beast tamer for society, spending decades worth of savings, sacrificing wages, it's nothing really. What matters is ensuring students receive a quality education. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed leader?" Hearing Dong Li's words, several principals around them couldn't help but shiver. This guy really knows how to put on an act. Are you sure you haven't been possessed by something unclean? Chapter 71, The Frost-Scale Serpent Dragon's First Battle. Currently, on the fighting platform, staring at the Frost-Fawn Serpent opposite him, Lu Ming's opponent immediately revealed an eager smile. At the referee's commanding shout, in the next instant, he directly commanded his battle beast, charging straight towards the Frost Spirit Python across the way. Colossal Earth Bull. Use accelerated charge. Follow up with a stomp after impact. Moo. Upon hearing their master's command, the opposing Colossal Earth Bull immediately let out a loud bellow. The intense exhalation burst forth like steam erupting from a boiler. Every muscle in his entire body tensed instantaneously. At the moment when the earth-shaking bull's four hooves reached the limit of friction with the ground, boom! The earth immediately sank underfoot, leaving deep hoof-shaped craters. The massive body of the earth-shaking bull rushed swiftly toward the opposing Ice Soul Python. "Little snake, use ice arrows to block its vision." Upon hearing Lu Ming's command, a hint of azure light immediately flickered in the eyes of the Ice Soul Python. Terrifying spiritual energy erupted from its azure pupils. In the sky, countless ice arrows, like frozen spears, directly filled the space above. Such a terrifying skill instantly drew the attention of the surrounding contestants, all eager to know whose formidable battle pet could unleash such a fearsome technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue light in the frost serpent's eyes flashed. The next moment, the terrifying ice spear shot straight toward the opposing earth-shaking bull. "Use Earth Wall. Keep charging. They're less than 100 meters away, they'll be on us in the blink of an eye." Seeing the frost serpent's ice arrows thicker than its previous spears, the opponent across gritted his teeth, determined to rely on the earth elemental defense of the Earthshaker Ox and its tough hide to temporarily withstand the attacks of the frost serpent dragon. Immediately, a transparent earthen shield materialized before the Earthshaker Ox's head, attempting to neutralize the ice arrows raining from the sky. But just as their skills collided, crunch! A single ice arrow pierced straight through the Earthshaker Ox's shield. Though it didn't penetrate completely, the arrow embedded itself deep within the opponent's shield barrier, like a javelin hovering mid-air. How could this be? At the sight of this, Lu Ming's opponent clearly showed a trace of panic on his face. "My Earthshaker Taurus is an Earth-attribute magical beast renowned for its defensive prowess. How could it fail to block even a single arrow?" At this point, he suddenly caught on. Perhaps only the first arrow would manifest with such intensity? Alas, reality was undoubtedly about to deliver him a stinging slap across the face. Swish, swish, swish. The next instant, countless ice arrows from behind pierced through the Earthshaker Ox's shield almost simultaneously. Clearly its rank was one level higher than the Frost Serpent Dragon. But in front of the Frost Serpent Dragon, the Earthshaker Bull's defenses were child's play. This situation could only mean one of two possibilities. Either the Frost Serpent Dragon wielded an immensely powerful secret treasure, and another thing, the bloodline level of the Ice Soul Dragon Python is far superior to that of the Rumbling Earth Bull. In an instant, the Rumbling Earth Bull let out a howl of excruciating pain. Its body was instantly pierced by countless ice arrows. It looked just like a bull in an ancient bullring, fatally wounded by the Matador's spears. But even so, the earth-shaking bull still gritted its teeth and stubbornly made its way to the front of the Ice Soul Serpent Dragon. Seeing his battle pet injured, Lu Ming's opponent immediately clenched his teeth in frustration, though he desperately wanted to take his battle pet for treatment right away. But if he couldn't even land a hit on the opponent's battle pet, he refuses to accept this. That's it, Tremor Bull. Use Bull Charge. Combine it with Stomp. Moo. As if sensing its master's emotions, the earth-quaking bull's body actually swelled to twice its size again. Behind it, the faint golden silhouette of a bull appeared. With all its might, it launched a desperate charge towards the opposing Ice Soul Python. Use Draconic Might. The opposing battle pet was about to arrive. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming immediately issued a new command to the little snake. Upon hearing his command, the little snake's originally azure blue eyes suddenly transformed into an awe-inspiring golden hue. The terrifying Draconic might instantly surged toward the charging Earthshaker bull. The aura from a higher being instantly petrified the Earthshaker bull in its tracks. All its momentum that had reached its peak dissipated in an instant. Moo! Before the earth-shaking bull could charge at the frost-scale python, under the spectator's gaze, it appeared as though the earth-shaking bull had tripped over a perfectly flat surface. In an instant, its massive body toppled sideways and crashed heavily to the ground. The crowd that had initially anticipated an epic showdown, their cheers suddenly froze upon witnessing this scene. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the tremor bull lying completely incapacitated on the ground, their eyes filled with nothing but regret. That Earthshaker bull was well trained to withstand so many attacks. What a pity! If it could have held on a little longer, the outcome might have been different. But look, that Frostfang python is handling itself quite effortlessly. So what? How many more times can it unleash a skill like that last one? Yes, the low level is a fatal flaw. It won't last more than a few rounds before being forced to withdraw. Facing the surrounding crowd's discussions, the referee who'd observed the entire match shook his head. Having watched this battle up close, he naturally understood how formidable Lu Ming's Iceheart Python truly was. Even at a low level, it was by no means comparable to ordinary battle pets. Moreover, this Frost Serpent could be said to be born specifically for combat. Even the skills he executed were several times more powerful than ordinary ones. Its bloodline is absolutely extraordinary. The winner of this match goes to Lu Ming from Qingshui No. 1 High School. Contestant, please return to the rest area and await the start of your next match. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Lu Ming nodded calmly. Calling out to the little snake, he followed along. The surrounding contestants all looked at Lu Ming with awe at this moment, as if watching a king depart. Even the leaders on stage, after seeing the Ice Soul Python's strength, they all nodded in agreement. Not bad, not bad. This variant magical beast, the Ice Soul Profound Python, is quite powerful. In terms of potency, it's almost comparable to an indigo-grade magical beast. Indeed, with more nurturing, there might be even greater surprises in store. Now I suddenly find myself curious about student Lu's other battle pet, Principal Xiang. What's the other magical beast of that Lu student, and what level has it reached? Well, let's not mention that now, you'll see for yourself later. Hearing the inquiries from several administrators, a momentary look of awkwardness flashed across Xiang Dongli's face. He didn't know what level Lu Ming's treasure-hunting mouse had reached either. What if I say something wrong and end up making a fool of myself? However, treasure-hunting mice are typically just green-level magical beasts. If he were Lu Ming, he might also choose to fully cultivate this new Ice Soul Python. The treasure-hunting mouse's level probably isn't too high either. It's likely still at the peak mortal grade, about the same as when he last saw it. At most, they would only break through to the first star of the soldier level. It might work as a transitional phase early on, but as for the later stages, it would all depend on that mutated Ice Soul Nether Python. Principal Xiang pondered silently to himself. At this moment, Lu Ming had already returned to the lounge. No sooner had he returned to the lounge than he discovered someone had arrived before him. Seeing Lu Ming, a smile immediately blossomed across Chu Yunyan's face. You're amazing, Lu. I never imagined you'd finish so quickly. Chapter 72 Chu Yunyan, where was the promised gentleness? Seeing that Chu Yunyan had actually returned earlier than him, Lu Ming couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Seems your opponent this time wasn't very strong? Hearing Lu Ming's words, a faint smile flickered at the corners of Chu Yunyan's lips. Who knows? As soon as she finished speaking, an intense buzzing sound reverberated behind her. A bee-like magical beast that appeared to be bursting with explosive muscle crouched on her shoulder. This magical beast. Lu Ming clearly remembered that Chu Yunyan's battle pet was a crimson-ranked magical beast, the killer bee. Yet upon seeing this killer bee now, it seemed different from Chu Yunyan's previous magical beast. It had grown considerably larger in size, and there was an additional pair of sunglasses over its eyes. Through the pupils of judgment, Lu Ming finally realized Chu Yunyan had indeed made progress during this time as well. On the contrary, her battle pet had also undergone evolution. Species, Muscle Big Bro Bee. Level, Mortal Tier 6 stars. Bloodline, Orange Tier. Talent Combat Accumulation, Blood Boiling, Rapid Fists. Type Fighting, Bug. Weakness Drug Persecution. Due to forced evolution through special drugs, Muscle Big Brother Bee's stinger has degenerated, weakening all related abilities by 60%. Skills 100 Strikes, Bug Bite, Leech Seed, Poison Sting, weak. Evolution path, none. Equipment, Lightning Gauntlets, Polarized Sunglasses. Evil value, 0. Oh, seeing the state of the muscular bee brother, Lu Ming couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It seemed Chu Yunyan hadn't been idle during this time either. She actually found a way to evolve her war beast. The Nihility Beast Society seems to have quite a few good things inside. Chu Yunyan hasn't even joined for long, yet she's already boosted both herself and her war beast so much. Looks like if I encounter her in battle later, I'll have to take things seriously. At the same time, the contestants in the venue gradually finished their battles one after another. Lu Yi, leveraging the advantages of his Phantom Knight Salamander, completely played the role of an arena camper. He left his opponent's battle pets utterly bewildered before they were ultimately poisoned into unconsciousness. As for Xia Tian's battle, it was far simpler. It was an utterly overwhelming advantage that left the opponent in complete despair. At regular intervals, his twin golden lotuses would release a duplicate clone into the air. The opponent's magical beasts often hadn't even dealt with the earlier clones, when a fresh duplicate beast would already be approaching. Generation after generation, endless and inexhaustible. In the end, even before the twin golden lotuses could exhaust the magical beast opposite them, the opponent voluntarily chose to surrender and admit defeat. Though lacking artistry in battle, this slow process of eroding the adversary sent involuntary chills down one's spine. Gazing at the summer lotus blooms, a faint smile of contentment flickered across Lu Ming's face. Long time no see. Xia Tian has truly grown so much. When Xia Tian returned, she looked at Lu Ming and Yi Qiuyu with slight unease. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hearing the words of summer, Yi Qiuyu's initially cold demeanor instantly softened. She shook her head slightly and smiled. The mother-child Golden Lotus was never a magical beast known for combat prowess. Your tactics were quite correct. Getting into the top 4 universities was already a done deal. But who would have thought, upon hearing Yi Qiuyu's words, Xia Tian's face showed not even a hint of joy. Instead, he instinctively glanced at Lu Ming beside him, who was also full of encouragement for him. Is this level only good enough for the 4 major institutions? If possible, she hoped to get into the same university as Lu Ming. She quietly clenched her fist. Xia Tian silently swore to herself, I must advance further in my cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ming had no idea the little girl was so driven. When the first round of battles concluded, the broadcast quickly announced the beginning of the second round. Out of the original 86 contestants, half had already been eliminated. The battlefield instantly became vast and empty. Only 21 combat platforms remained in use. One contestant automatically advanced to the next round. The remaining 42 trainees were left to compete. The battles to come will undoubtedly be even more spectacular. Student Lu Ming, please proceed to Arena 4. Student Lu Yi, please proceed to Arena 6. Student Xia Tian, please proceed to Arena 9. Classmate Chu Yunyan, please proceed to Arena number 4. At this point, only Lu Ming and their 3 teammates remained from First High School. Li Mu and the others had all been eliminated in the first round. First High School had bad luck this time. Their students had almost exclusively faced opponents from elite aristocratic academies. Of course, the students from Third High School next door mostly encountered students from elite academies. After all, their entire senior grade had participated in the unified exam. Running into them was completely normal. It's just a pity for the other Third High students. There weren't any exceptionally gifted students who stood out. By the second round, the combined number of participants from their 3 high schools barely matched that of the top-ranked number 1 high school. Each student was left with only a handful of resources. The 3 principals watching from the stands grew increasingly furious. Inside the restroom of number 1 high school, upon hearing the broadcast, both Lu Ming and Chu Yunyan were momentarily stunned. It seemed they hadn't expected to encounter each other so quickly. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned towards Lu Ming and Chu Yunyan. A peculiar and teasing glint flashed in their eyes, as the 2 most notable figures from National Contract Day back then. What sparks will fly when they meet again? Upon hearing his opponent was Lu Ming, Chu Yunyan immediately put on a pitiful, delicate expression. Despite her exceptionally bold and enchanting outfit today, her voice now carried a soft, sticky sweetness, creating a striking contrast. Classmate Lu Ming, you must go easy on me when we're on the platform. Hearing Chu Yunyan's words, Lu Ming glanced again at the mission on his system. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he nodded. Don't worry, I will. What? Hearing Lu Ming's response, the people around immediately showed expressions of bewilderment. We expected an epic dragon-tiger clash, and this is all you give us? At that moment, Lu Yi beside him grew anxious right away and tugged at Lu Ming's sleeve. Holy shit, old Lu. At a time like this, you can't afford to be confused. Though Xia Tian beside him remained silent, he still couldn't help stealing a resentful glance at the extravagantly dressed Chu Yunyan. So boys still prefer girls with bigger, after all, huh? The other students from the same high school around them also wore expressions of eager anticipation. After all this time, Lu Ming is still the same hopeless simp he was back then. No, if he gets through this, he might actually manage to win Chu Yunyan over. Then wouldn't Lu Ming have leveled up to being a wolf warrior? For a moment, under the complex gazes of everyone filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment, Lu Ming and the other three promptly left the lounge. Watching Lu Ming's retreating figure, Yi Chouyu, who had remained silent the entire time, snorted coldly. Ugh, what a scumbag! As for Chu Yunyan, though her face still wore that cheerful smile, but at this moment, following behind Lu Ming, she couldn't help but clench her knuckles tightly. Glancing at the withered Summer by the side, a smug smile unconsciously crept onto the corner of her lips. Her effort of waking up 3 hours early to get ready this morning hadn't been in vain. She had even changed her usual style of dressing. She used perfume containing pheromones that attracted aliens. Everything was perfect. Lu Ming fell for her charms all over again. As expected, men are all hypocritical pigs who love contradictions. If only Lu Ming could be lured into the organization this way. Just the thought of it made a smile bloom uncontrollably across Chu Yunyan's face once more. This caused countless boys watching her fight to become slightly entranced. She's so beautiful. A phoenix rising from a chicken coop. Chu Yunyan from number 1 high school, right? Honestly speaking, she's every bit as striking as the girls from our school. If I were that guy, I'd just give up the challenge right away. What kind of guy dates a girl like this? Go on, sis. You've got to defeat that guy on the other side. Hearing the crowd's support, Chu Yunyan waved at everyone with a smile. Then, she summoned her muscular elder brother Bi. She then threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Ming across from her. Lu Ming, don't be too hard on me. Don't worry, I will. With that, Lu Ming patted his sleeve. Eek! It seemed to sense its master's summons. The eager little mouse instantly popped out from the pocket. With a single bounce, he landed upon the battlefield. The next moment, the mouse instantly entered combat mode. His strength at Soldier Class 3 stars erupted without reservation. Muscle big brother B. Big sis, you really want me to fight against this thing? Chu Yunyan, where's the gentleness you promised?